Society reveres Sheng An, a woman of few words but fierce determination. If you refuse to comply, prepare to face the consequences. In the year 2323, as the apocalypse looms, certain individuals awaken extraordinary abilities, while others, reborn, stir with restless ambition. Sheng An, the leader of a newly established department, is tasked with gathering and guiding all endowed and reborn individuals in preparation for the impending catastrophe. How does one subdue a group of self-proclaimed chosen ones, each believing themselves to be the protagonist? The yet-to-awaken, powerful Sheng An states, "Thank you. I have the support of the nation." With celestial surveillance, satellite monitoring, back-end privileges, advanced weaponry, big data, and cutting-edge technology, Sheng An inquires, "So, dear ones, will you join us?" The chosen ones respond, "Do we have a choice?" With a smile, Sheng An affirms, "You do not. A beautiful and formidable heroine contrasts with an exceptionally handsome hero, all set against the backdrop of a unique apocalyptic narrative." Chapter 1. Heresy. Shi Xiao could never have imagined that upon awakening, she would find herself transported back to the time before the apocalypse, before everything had transpired. In her previous life, her parents vanished at the onset of the apocalypse, and the fiancé she believed would support her betrayed her, instead choosing to be with her cousin. They tormented her for 3 years before ultimately casting her into a horde of zombies, leading to her demise. Hao Jingye read aloud with a level tone. But as Shi Xiao recalled something, she retrieved the bracelet her fiancé had stolen and given to her cousin. She sliced her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto it. Indeed, the ancestral jade bracelet on her wrist harbors a space of its own, with mountains and waters, vast and extraordinary, resembling another realm. As the bracelet vanished, leaving a faint mark on her wrist, Shi Xiao gritted her teeth, determined to seize this opportunity unlike her past life. Sheng An interrupted, spitting out a cherry pit and tossing another into her mouth, her voice muffled. "In summary, this is giving me a headache." It was truly a challenge for someone like her to endure such narratives. Hao Jingye quickly flipped through the pages and summarized. Later, Shi Xiao took her revenge on her ex-boyfriend and cousin, leading to her cousin's miserable demise, tossed into a horde of zombies, while her ex-boyfriend, filled with regret, also met a tragic end. Ultimately, Shi Xiao encountered a dashing and powerful male protagonist, and they lived hidden away, enjoying a life of abundance, even having child. Sheng An's expression grew complex for a moment, and after a pause, she asked, "And what happened afterward?" Hao Jingye looked up, bewildered, "That's all." Sheng An, noticing her expression, Hao Jingye tentatively suggested, "Sister Sheng, you don't like it?" Sheng An's lips twitched, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. "Avoid such romantic tales. They are unhealthy." Hao Jingye paused, cautiously adding, "This website is quite wholesome, no inappropriate content, very healthy, indeed." Sheng An smiled slightly. "I mean, it affects my mental health." In a world rife with rebirth and impending doom, possessing a vast space that could alter the scorched earth should not revolve solely around love and entanglements. For someone of her disposition, it was exasperating. With a fierce bite into the cherry, Sheng An struggled to maintain her patience. Hao Jingye, discerning her discontent, continued to search until his eyes lit up. This is from another website, featuring rebirth in the apocalypse, focusing on building a career. Intrigued, Sheng An spat out the cherry pit and resumed eating. "Tell me about its content." Hao Jingye swiftly summarized. Su Qingqing was reborn in her previous life. During the onset of the apocalypse, she plummeted from a wealthy heiress to an ordinary person, her bank account evaporating, her possessions rendered worthless. She vowed to stockpile resources, determined not to face starvation. That moment, Su Qingqing discovered her golden finger, a space of her own. After selling her car and house, she amassed a fortune of 100 billion, beginning to stockpile resources to rice, flour, oil. She aimed to convert her entire fortune into supplies to thrive in the apocalypse. Sheng An paused mid-bite, casting a peculiar glance at Hao Jingye. "Stockpiling?" Hao Jingye nodded earnestly. "Yes, a stockpiling-themed rebirth narrative, very popular on this website, primarily focused on gathering resources and shopping sprees. When the apocalypse strikes, the world descends into chaos. The female protagonist lacks for nothing, residing in the mountains, occasionally returning to human settlements to confront antagonists, living quite comfortably." Sheng An furrowed her brow. "What about the country? The government? The military? Acquiring 100 billion in resources without attracting attention seems implausible." Hao Jingye pondered and explained, "When disaster strikes, the nation falls into disarray and order collapses, hence the term apocalypse. In other words, all systems become ineffective. Sheng An remained silent for a moment before asking, "What about the 100 billion in resources within the space?" Hao Jingye replied, "The female protagonist enjoys her food and drink, with the remaining supplies still stored in the space by the conclusion." Sheng An regarded him with an impassive expression. Without her needing to articulate her thoughts, Hao Jingye comprehended. That was 100 billion in resources. If it were in Sheng An's possession, it could be sufficient to unify the world amidst such chaos. Well, it was merely for entertainment. However, as a civil servant, Sheng An sought to understand a different type of apocalyptic rebirth narrative. Let us move on to another book. After a pause, she added, from a different website. Hao Jingye nodded, quickly producing another volume. When the apocalypse arrives, Zhang Aoyan awakens formidable dark powers, confronting those who look down upon him, progressively transforming from a mere individual into a dominant figure of the apocalypse, gathering followers and a harem, reigning over the entire apocalyptic world. Sheng An lost her appetite for cherries, casting the paper bag aside, pushing open the car door, and stepping out. She appeared to be around 25, tall and slender, standing at 1.7 meters. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and devoid of makeup, her delicate features and healthy, sun-kissed complexion exuded vitality. Dressed in a simple windbreaker, she moved with the grace of the wind, exuding an imposing presence. Her striking phoenix eyes swept the surroundings with an inherent sharpness. Hao Jingye hastily packed away his computer, tablet, and various materials, quickly following her. "Sister Sheng, are you not going to continue exploring rebirth narratives?" he whispered. Though not younger than Sheng An, the term sister came naturally. Sheng An replied, "No more rebirth tales. Let us address the matter at hand." Hao Jingye's expression grew serious, his gaze instantly focused. The two hurried to the entrance of a residential complex. Hao Jingye quietly reported, "Jiangyu resides in Building 3 of Jiaqing Bay. We received a report from residents yesterday. For the past 5 days, Jiangyu has exhibited peculiar behavior, first replacing windows with reinforced glass and installing thick security doors, then purchasing iron gates. Additionally, there have been other unusual incidents surrounding this individual, leading us to highly suspect her of being an aberration." An aberration is someone exhibiting supernatural phenomena. Sheng An inquired, "Is this the 5th case?" Hao Jingye nodded. Their newly established Apocalyptic Special Affairs Division indeed held a unique status, endowed with the highest authority, destined to confront such aberrations. Sheng An declared, "Let us find the complainants first." Jiaqing Bay was an older community, yet its landscaping was commendable, often frequented by local residents basking in the sun or seeking shade. The complainants consisted of 2 elderly women. Hao Jingye presented his police identification. When engaging with ordinary citizens, the identity of a regular officer proved advantageous. Indeed, the initially curious elderly women scrutinized their identification photos and instantly became amicable. Sheng An smiled and asked, "May we consult with you 2 aunts regarding the situation?" "Of course. Cooperating with the state is our duty," one of the elderly women responded. Sheng An inquired, "Do you recall the young woman who installed the iron gate in Building 3? Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiangyu was inventorying her belongings. Upon her rebirth, her first act was to sever ties with her deceitful partner. As he departed, he stealthily took her ancestral jade bracelet, leading Jiangyu to retrieve it, sensing something was amiss. Indeed, the bracelet was a portal to another realm. Initially overjoyed, she soon collapsed in tears, realizing that the space truly belonged to her. In her previous life, Chun Jiao enjoyed everything that her spatial abilities afforded her, all thanks to herself. Their happiness was built upon her sacrifice. Heaven is indeed just. It has granted me a second chance to exact revenge on the scoundrel and gather supplies, preventing me from suffering the same tragic fate as before. Who could have anticipated that in just 21 days, this seemingly perfect world would descend into chaos? Fortunately, she had been reborn, and she was determined not to meet the same end as in her past life. The thought of her previous existence sent a shiver down Jiangyu's spine. Thankfully, there were still 21 days left, albeit only that long to prepare. The first task Jiangyu undertook in anticipation of the apocalypse was to replace the windows and doors. In her previous life, their neighborhood had remained a survival zone, allowing them to endure the impending disaster. She was not changing the doors and windows for her own comfort, but rather to protect the home her parents had left her from potential damage. To this end, she even purchased iron railings. Once the apocalypse struck, she would install them in the hallway, ensuring no one could approach her house. The reason she waited until the disaster was imminent to make these changes was to avoid drawing attention. Simply replacing windows and doors would go unnoticed. In these times, who truly cares about the affairs of others? Downstairs, Sheng An and Hao Jingyi listened intently as Zhang Dejie and Wu Dejie spoke passionately. A group of elderly men and women returning from their dance class overheard them. One of them inquired, "What are you two discussing?" Zhang Dejie, ever the chatterbox, replied, "These two are police officers. We were just talking about the tenant in Unit 605 of Building 3. Upon hearing this, the elderly crowd perked up and gathered around. Retirement was a time for amusement, especially for their generation. They did not gossip. They simply expressed enthusiasm. "Is it that young girl? Oh dear, she used to be just fine, but recently, something seems to have changed drastically. She even broke up with her boyfriend. That was because her boyfriend cheated. How do you know? A few days ago, I witnessed a man and a woman arguing with her. I overheard something about a bracelet. She has been acting quite strangely, even replacing her doors and windows to fend off that man and woman. Surely, she didn't need to buy such high-quality ones? Did she order them from the material market?" "Yes, she did, from Xiao Zhao's place." Old Zhao chimed in. "Not only did she replace the doors and windows, but she also ordered an iron railing custom-made to fit our corridor, the sturdiest one capable of withstanding. A bomb.my nephew's store didn't have it, so she went directly to the manufacturer, who was perplexed by her demands. Could it be she has heard some apocalyptic rumors online? Quite possible. Young people these days are rather peculiar." Upstairs, Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement thinking about her spatial abilities. Having a spatial dimension was immensely convenient. For instance, that iron railing was heavy and thick, which she had stored in a basement lacking surveillance. Once no one was watching, she could effortlessly retrieve it into her space. Jiang Yu even mused that if she were to encounter danger, simply deploying the iron railing could potentially incapacitate someone. Truly, this was an essential tool for both home and travel. As long as she used it cautiously, who could ever suspect her of possessing such a space? Downstairs, someone asked, "Why hasn't she installed the iron railing?" "Who knows? I haven't even seen her," replied Zhang Dejie, leaning closer to Sheng An and lowering her voice. The material market's delivery crew brought it down to the basement. It took several people to lift such a large and heavy item, yet she vanished without a trace afterward. Quite odd. Sheng An's eyes flickered, his brow raising slightly. Upstairs, Jiang Yu surveyed the supplies within her space. Shopping was remarkably convenient these days. She could order online and have the delivery person bring everything to her home, and as soon as they left, she would immediately store it away. While ordering from multiple stores, she amassed supplies without raising any suspicions. Jiang Yu smiled. "How fortunate I am to have this space. Otherwise, where'd I put all these supplies? There wouldn't be enough room at home. It would attract attention. The space is perfect. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I could simply snap my fingers and disappear." She had witnessed the fates of those who lacked ability but hoarded vast amounts of supplies in her previous life. When she ventured to new locations, she would only need to carry a backpack, remaining inconspicuous while relying on her space to meet all her needs. Who could ever guess how many supplies she truly possessed? Downstairs, another elderly gentleman approached Officer Sheng An, exclaiming in disbelief, "Officer, you won't believe it. That girl has bought an astonishing amount of things. Just yesterday, she purchased 135 bags of rice, all 50 pounds each." A lady in a dance outfit interjected, "Yes, I saw it too." Several delivery men were running errands for her. What a sight to behold. She also bought 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, and, just the bottled water alone, Old Chen delivered 100 barrels to her. Who buys like this? How could anyone use that much? Surely, she must have run out of room in her apartment. Upstairs, Jiang Yu mused, who could possibly invade my space and count everything? Downstairs, Zhang Dejie remarked, "I can count precisely. She has bought a total of 160 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 100 packets of salt, 100 packets of sugar, and a collection of star anise and other spices." Upstairs, Jiang Yu thought, "Even when the apocalypse arrives, no one will suspect me." Downstairs, Wu Dejie added, "Officer, we suspect she might be a spy." Chapter 2. Countdown to the Apocalypse. After their inquiries, Sheng An and Hao Jingyi found a secluded spot within the community to sit down. Sheng An held a cigarette between his fingers, unlit, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Hao Jingyi typed away at his computer. After a moment, he licked his dry lips, his expression complex. Sheng An turned to him. "Speak your mind." This was a skilled individual with access to crucial information. Whatever he sought to uncover, he could discern it quickly. Hao Jingyi stated, based on the retrieved surveillance footage, the reports are indeed accurate. Moreover, Jiang Yu has purchased numerous items from the wholesale market, disappearing with bags in hand to a place lacking surveillance, only to emerge later empty-handed. This behavior, while seemingly safe, was exceedingly perilous, buying items in a wholesale market, turning into a narrow alley, and returning less than 10 minutes later without any goods. Was that not suspicious? Sheng An nodded. Hao Jingyi continued. Furthermore, the iron railing placed in the basement has not been removed by anyone, nor has there been any truck traffic. Only Jiang Yu entered the basement early yesterday morning. Hao Jingyi took a deep breath. Jiang Yu, a potential harbinger of the impending apocalypse, Sheng An calmly summarized, a reborn individual with spatial abilities. The previous events suddenly made sense to both of them. Hao Jingyi's breathing quickened as he looked at Sheng An, his eyes filled with anxiety and apprehension. Sheng An returned the unlit cigarette to its box, chuckling. Xiao Hao, did you not already know the apocalypse was approaching? Why do you appear so unsettled? His tone was playful, yet he understood the gravity of the situation. Hao Jingyi was an exceptionally rare talent, assigned to her as an assistant, and had just reported to their Apocalypse Special Affairs Office. Accepting information and accepting reality were two different matters. Sheng An herself occasionally found her thoughts drifting. She recalled the information she had received. 6 months ago, scientists had tracked a series of meteors, calculating that they posed no threat to Planet Blue. However, 3 months prior, those meteors had changed course. This news sent shockwaves across the globe, capturing everyone's attention, with scientists working tirelessly to calculate and monitor the situation. Discussions about the meteors proliferated on all major social media platforms, yet no one truly believed they would have any significant impact until 9 days ago when the state discovered the first heretic. This individual possessed the ability to manipulate water. In the middle of the night, he suddenly found his body emitting water, soaking his bed. This ability led him to believe he was ill, prompting him a call for emergency assistance. Subsequently, he was discovered by the authorities. Naturally, to avoid causing panic, the information had been sealed. The emergence of this extraordinary individual astonished the nation, yet the subsequent revelation of second anomaly instilled sheer terror. This was a reborn soul. According to his account, he had returned from the brink of apocalypse. With meteorites descending, the global death toll surged to an alarming 90%, and he was among the deceased. His prophecies foretold the assassination of a leader in a certain nation days later, as well as an earthquake in one city and a sudden vehicular mishap in the capital. This immediately captured the nation's utmost attention. The appearance of the third and fourth anomalies compelled the government to initiate urgent measures. The third anomaly was a fire-wielding individual. The fourth, an insider within the nation, also possessed extraordinary abilities, known as Qiuyu. The four anomalies, alongside the scientists' conclusions regarding the meteorite impact, began to shake the seemingly tranquil nation from within, prompting the authorities to deploy disaster response plans and issue top-level directives to various regions. Simultaneously, a clandestine organization called the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau was established, tasked with managing these anomalies directly under the state's jurisdiction and granted the highest level of authority. Sheng An was one of the key figures in this initiative. Their organization aimed to consolidate these anomalies, destined to fight on the front lines against impending doom. Regardless of the circumstances or the transformations in the world, as long as the nation persisted, it would exert every effort to maintain order, even in the face of the apocalypse. Moreover, they were already forewarned, were they not? Hao Jingyi swiftly adjusted his demeanor and turned to Sheng An, stating, Jiang Yu is not just any ordinary anomaly. She is a reborn soul that we urgently wish to engage with. Wu Ji is also a reborn individual, but his data is limited. Although plans have commenced at the higher echelons, there remains a lack of complete faith. Jiang Yu's appearance is crucial. Sheng An nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jiang Yu holds significance that Wu Ji perished on the very day of the apocalypse. If Jiang Yu has indeed returned from the aftermath, her insights could prove invaluable. Furthermore, according to Wu Ji, they had merely 21 days remaining. While there was time to stockpile supplies, the urgency of deploying disaster response measures was pressing. Hao Jingyi, with a serious expression, proposed, shall we apprehend Jiang Yu immediately? There was no time to squander with the anomalies. In such extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were essential. Direct capture and interrogation to extract information were paramount. While the outside world appeared serene, the nation was already mobilizing. Otherwise, individuals like Sheng An would not be present in such a context. She had always executed the state's most critical and confidential tasks. Sheng An regarded him, her phoenix-like eyes arched with amusement. Oh, how? Why use the term apprehend? Jiang Yu is your future colleague, one of our members in the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau. Let's approach this amicably. Hao Jingye gazed at her in confusion. Not apprehending. Sheng An instructed, first, report to Old Zhang. Hao Jingye nodded with urgency. Old Zhang referred to their superior, a title only Sheng An dared to utter. The rest of them were obliged to show utmost respect. Indeed, it was Sheng Jie. Her insights were always more comprehensive than his. For instance, her suggestion to treat Jiang Yu with amicability was entirely reasonable, considering. Sheng An continued, summon more personnel to secure Jia Qingwan, especially building 3. After all, she is a reborn individual and may possess other means. Ensure everyone is well equipped with weapons and carry tranquilizers. If she resists, we shall forcibly escort her. Rising with a smile, she added, let us engage in a discussion with Ms. Jiang Yu. Hao Jingye, bewildered, thought, amicably? With weapons and tranquilizers, amicably? Indeed, it was the same Sheng An. Chapter 3. Rebirth. Jiang Yu was engrossed in online shopping, meticulously organizing the supplies she required while also calculating her remaining funds. She had already procured a considerable amount of goods, leaving her with little money in her pocket. Reluctant to sell her property, especially with only 21 days left, she pondered the perishability of certain food items, realizing she could stockpile non-perishables too. Trade for food when the apocalypse struck. Money was insufficient. This thought made Jiang Yu seethe with frustration. It was all due to that scoundrel Yu Tian. They had been a couple during university. Unlike her, a native of Jingshi, Yu Tian hailed from a humble background, having risen to prominence that he was handsome and well-liked, and he had relentlessly pursued her, once epitomizing the ideal boyfriend. She had once believed herself to be the happiest woman alive. Now, Jiang Yu realized that Yu Tian had merely coveted her wealth. Although her looks were unremarkable, as a local, her inheritance from her deceased parents included substantial assets and a property in Jingshi. She met Yu Tian through her university roommate, Chen Jiaojiao, who was also from his hometown. Naturally, after getting together with Yu Tian, she maintained a close relationship with Chen Jiaojiao, unaware that she was merely a third wheel in their dynamic. Yu Tian and Chen Jiaojiao were old flames. His relationship with her was entirely transactional. Throughout university, she had supported that despicable pair, and even after graduation, they continued to take advantage of her. Over the years, she had squandered nearly all the money her parents had left her. How could she have once thought she was happy? Jiang Yu slapped her forehead, finally realizing, I was such a fool. By the time she recognized this in her previous life, it was too late. She could only die in anguish, consumed by resentment. Fortunately, she had been reborn. In this life, she was determined to alter the outcome of her past, refusing to end up in the same predicament. She would ensure that Yu Tian and Chen Jiaojiao lived through the same hardships she once endured. Without subjecting them to severe torment, she would suffer for eternity that in time, she would possess space, resources, and enjoy a leisurely life, sending that pair of scoundrels to hell. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as she clenched her wrist. In her previous life, Chen Jiaojiao had owned a space, masquerading as a spatial ability user, basking in adoration. In this life, she would not fall short. She intended to stockpile all her funds as resources. Not enough? No matter, when the apocalypse arrives and the world descends into chaos, she could still engage in $0 shopping. The thought of $0 shopping filled Jiang Yu with inexplicable excitement. Knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The sound interrupted Jiang Yu's musings. She furrowed her brow and called out, "Who is it?" A woman's voice responded from outside, "Delivery." Jiang Yu rose to open the door. She had recently ordered many items, with deliveries and takeout arriving continuously. It was dinner time, and she had just placed an order. Had they arrived so quickly? Without further thought, she opened the door. However, upon seeing the individuals outside, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed once more. A tall woman leaned against the wall, accompanied by a bespectacled, refined-looking man, while a seemingly inconspicuous yet sturdy plainclothes man stood behind them. On the other side, 2 more men were present. They blocked Jiang Yu's doorway. Jiang Yu regarded Sheng An with suspicion. "You are?" This was no mere delivery. Moreover, the woman seemed formidable, yet she had used the guise of delivery to gain entry. Jiang Yu immediately felt a surge of wariness. Sheng An smiled, stepping forward with her long legs, her footsteps silent in the quiet corridor. Upon reaching Jiang Yu, she came to a halt. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, her imposing presence made Jiang Yu, who barely surpassed 1.6 meters, instinctively take a step back, her expression growing increasingly guarded. Sheng An was unperturbed. She extended a document towards Jiang Yu, her voice languid and husky. Ms. Jiang Yu, we are from the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau. My name is Sheng An, and we would like to discuss the secrets you hold. As she spoke of a discussion, she presented an arrest warrant that buzzed that in an instant, Jiang Yu's mind exploded with chaos. She stood there, utterly stunned, her thoughts in disarray. The Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau. Since the meteorite news 6 months ago, various opinions had circulated online, yet no one took them seriously. As a reborn soul, she was acutely aware that no one had perceived anything prior to the impending apocalypse. Although people speculated about the meteorite, they did not believe it would herald immense disaster. And her secret, in that moment, Jiang Yu held but one thought. It was over. Exposed. What should she do? What could she do? Kill them all. No, they're not one person. Hide in the space. That won't work either. Damn it. Her space must emerge once every 24 hours, and it cannot remain hidden for long. If she enters the space in front of these people, it would spell her doom. The apocalypse has yet to arrive. Jiang Yu is already in a state of confusion, her mind swirling with various thoughts. In this urgent situation, she found herself utterly unprepared. Yet, reason prevailed, allowing her to calm down and maintain her voice's steadiness. What secret? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Perhaps she had misunderstood. After all, matters involving space and rebirth were not easily guessed by others. Sheng An observed her with a half-smile. Yes. Jiang, you harbor quite a few secrets. She paused, and under Jiang Yu's feigned rational gaze, slowly continued, for instance, space and rebirth. This girl appeared clever, yet her thoughts were plainly written on her face. Not just Sheng An, even Hao Jingye could discern what she was thinking and what she was concealing. The existence of space was certain, yet rebirth lacked direct evidence. However, her reaction spoke volumes. Jiang Yu's body quivered slightly. Indeed, she was aware. In an instant, Jiang Yu felt a surge of despair, her fingers gripping her thigh to maintain composure, her eyes wide open. I do not understand what you are discussing. Space and rebirth? Have you all gone mad? She raised her chin, scoffing. If you are ill, seek treatment. What apocalypse? Are you insane? I have no time to converse with lunatics. Farewell. With that, she attempted to close the door. Sheng An deftly pressed her hand against the door, and despite Jiang Yu's utmost effort, she could not shut it. She looked at her in astonishment. This woman possessed immense strength. Jiang Yu, furious, exclaimed, What do you want? You claim to be from the government, but who knows who you really are? Moreover, I have committed no crime. What grounds do you have to interrogate me? Her voice was loud, yet oddly, not a single person showed up to witness the commotion today. Jiang Yu's face flushed, her eyes wide with a defiant attitude, unwilling to cooperate. Seeing this, Sheng An glanced at her and withdrew her hand. Just as Jiang Yu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she noticed Sheng An retrieving something from her waist. A gun. Sheng An tapped the gun against the door gently, her voice calm. The Special Affairs Department for the End Times possesses the highest authority. During missions, we can directly eliminate uncooperative subjects. My marksmanship is excellent. A single shot to the head, and the deceased will feel no pain. She aimed the gun at Jiang Yu with an almost imperceptible precision. Sheng An smiled slightly. By the way, what were you saying earlier? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu swallowed hard. I said, every citizen has the obligation to cooperate with the government. Please enter. Chapter 4. You must join us. Sheng An was seated on the sofa. Hao Jingye sat at the nearby dining table, with a computer and other materials spread out, even setting up a stand for real-time recording. As for Jiang Yu, she sat on a stool opposite the sofa. The 3 plainclothes officers had one stationed at the door, while the other 2 flanked Jiang Yu, watching her from both sides without missing a detail. Jiang Yu felt a chill run down her spine, unable to sit still. Looking at the camera made her increasingly uncomfortable. Do you still need to film? Jiang Yu's voice was weak. She had been so busy lately that her hair had gone unwashed, her face unwashed and unmade up, sitting across from the beautiful Sheng, and it felt awkward. Sheng replied, Yes, we need to document this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu could only console herself that they were merely recording her interrogation process. It shouldn't be anything too serious, right? Meanwhile, on the other side of the live stream from the camera, in a large conference room, over 100 leaders and relevant personnel were focused intently on the big screen. They held notepads and pens, fixated on Jiang Yu, eager to scrutinize every detail, even her unkempt hair. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, Sheng An urged, "Please, tell us." Jiang Yu stammered, "What?" Sheng An placed the gun on the table, perhaps intentionally keeping the barrel pointed at Jiang Yu. She toyed with a pen, smiling lightly. "Jiang Yu, we do not have the luxury of time for idle chatter. My presence here signifies that I possess all your information. You have no other choice. Concerning rebirth and space, I believe you would prefer to speak of it yourself." Jiang Yu's heart tightened. To speak of it herself. That implied there were other methods apart from her admission. Her scalp tingled, yet she was reluctant to concede, gritting her teeth. "I truly do not understand what you are saying." Sheng An glanced at Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye immediately adopted a stern expression, speaking with authority. "Jiang Yu, 24 years old, graduated a year ago, living alone since her parents passed away 5 years ago. She has a boyfriend, Yu Litian, from whom she recently parted ways due to infidelity. Throughout her 4 years in university, she supported both Yu Litian and her roommate, Chun Jiaojiao." Jiang Yu abruptly turned her head. Fear etched across her face as she stared at Hao Jingye. Anyone subjected to such scrutiny would feel uncomfortable. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "You truly are an easy mark." Jiang Yu. She had already grasped the implications without needing further emphasis. Hao Jingye continued. "However, 5 days ago, you began exhibiting some changes, installing steel doors, replacing with bulletproof glass." Jiang Yu interjected urgently. "I was just afraid my ex-boyfriend and his mistress would cause trouble." "What's wrong with that? Am I not allowed?" Sheng An smiled and shook her head. "Of course, that is permissible. But please tell me, what happened to the missing iron bars? Why did they disappear after you visited the basement empty-handed?" Jiang Yu. She nearly gasped for breath. Hao Jingye stated, "In the past 2 days, you have purchased 135 bags of rice, 120 bags of flour, 5 boxes of salt, 5 boxes of sugar, and additional items from the supermarket." Sheng An surveyed the room, a smile playing on her lips. "With such a large quantity of items, where have you stored them?" Jiang Yu. She felt herself unraveling. How could they possibly know how much she had bought? Who had the time to count such things? Rendered speechless, Jiang Yu clamped her mouth shut, feeling utterly defeated. The other party had evidently gathered evidence, and her mind raced with thoughts, yet she could not devise an explanation. The item's disappearance was a fact, unless she had secretly stashed them elsewhere. She cast a furtive glance at Sheng An, sensing that this person was not easily fooled. Sheng An, however, adopted a different expression, sighing as she looked at her, her gaze earnest. "Jiang Yu, I have 100 ways to make you speak, yet I ultimately choose a peaceful approach, for I wish not only to extract information from you, but also to invite you to join us in the fight against the impending apocalypse." Fight against the apocalypse? Jiang Yu almost thought she had misheard. Her expression turned sardonic. "Humanity can withstand the apocalypse. Do you even comprehend what apocalypse entails? How can anyone utter such words? To fight against the apocalypse? What a laughable notion. These individuals had no idea of the calamity that awaited them, yet they spoke of resisting the end times. Such arrogance. Jiang Yu trembled at the thought of the events that would unfold in 21 days. Yet Sheng An remained impassive, her demeanor calm. "You may deem us arrogant, but if we do nothing, the events of your past life will repeat in this one. Our homeland will be ravaged, and human civilization will fade away. There are over 1 billion people, depending on the nation. We cannot retreat. Once aware, we must exert every effort." Jiang Yu. "But exerting every effort does not guarantee success." "I am aware." Sheng An spoke slowly. "In 21 days, a meteor shower will strike, delivering a devastating blow to the entire Earth, followed by relentless natural disasters." With each word she uttered, Jiang Yu's body tensed further. There are other reborn individuals. The nation truly knows about the impending apocalypse. The government knows far more than you can imagine, and it acts with greater resolve than you realize. Upon finishing, Sheng An extended her hand. Hao Jingye immediately passed her tablet. Sheng An placed it on the coffee table. Facing Jiang Yu. 9 days ago, the first anomalous individual was discovered. 7 days ago, a reborn individual was identified. 6 days ago, the nation began formulating emergency plans and established the Doomsday Special Affairs Office. And 5 days ago, preparations commenced in various regions. Each word she uttered left Jiang Yu in a state of shock. "Jiang Yu, you've been stockpiling supplies lately. You must have noticed the rising prices of grain?" Sheng An inquired, casting a glance at her. Jiang Yu instinctively nodded. Not merely a rise, the grain prices had doubled. However, Since the news of the meteorite, the internet had been rife with various messages, and many were purchasing rice and salt. Thus, although the price hike puzzled her, she paid it little heed. Could it be? Sheng An interjected, yes, the government is hoarding grain while also procuring supplies from abroad. With a swipe of her finger across the screen, images began to appear. It's not just about grain. 5 days ago, shelters have already begun construction based on air raid shelters. In 21 days, every city will have several shelters, each equipped with food and essential supplies. The communications department is working tirelessly to produce communication devices for each shelter. Even without signals or satellites, when disaster strikes, thousands of shelters will be interconnected, allowing for coordinated national management. In addition, over 100 military factories are ramping up production, and thousands of factories have been working day and night since 5 days ago, recycling all remaining market resources. Sheng An leaned forward, her gaze fixed intently on Jiangyu. Jiangyu, do you still believe the nation plays no significant role in the apocalypse? Jiangyu felt her mind nearly shut down, breath held, overwhelmed by the information bombarding her. Sheng An continued to advance, her piercing phoenix eyes imbued with complex emotions, stirring a deep response within. Jiangyu, the government's current response is largely due to that batch of meteorites. Information about the reborn is scarce, and the specifics of the apocalypse remain uncertain. You are the most crucial link. Her eyes were intensely earnest, and when they locked with Jiangyu's, it felt as if they could penetrate her very soul. Sheng An stated, if we can obtain more definitive information from you, there are still many actions the nation can undertake in the remaining 21 days to prepare for the apocalypse. Relocating core factories underground, harvesting grain, evacuating citizens. Jiangyu, as a reborn individual, you cannot simply remain in isolation. Your rebirth grants you the potential to achieve far greater things and bring immense value. You represent the lives of countless individuals and the hope of the nation. Jiangyu trembled under Sheng An's unwavering gaze. Two thoughts clashed violently in her mind. I cannot admit it. She possessed a space. What if admitting it led to being studied? Yet, if she confessed, could it truly bring hope? She was merely an ordinary person, slightly selfish, yet not one with a penchant for catastrophe. Moreover, under Sheng An's solemn scrutiny, she could not suppress the tumult within her heart. In either life, she had never been regarded with such significance. Sheng An seized the moment, saying, you need not worry about anything else. Join us, and you will be our ally. Under the protection of the state, she extended her hand, clasping Jiangyu's cold, trembling one, offering a gentle smile. Jiangyu, even if your situation is unique, no one will harm you. Being an anomaly, a sign of abnormality, need not be a negative description and may indeed signify something positive. The arrest warrant is a last resort. You are the hope of the nation. Thus, I sit here, in your home, communicating with you in a manner that makes you comfortable. Jiangyu's eyes brimmed with turmoil. She yearned to speak but was paralyzed by fear. Rebirth and her spatial abilities were her greatest secrets. Did she truly wish to reveal them? Sheng An added, by the way, as the government stockpile supplies, if you were to join the Doomsday Special Affairs Office, the living conditions in the apocalypse would certainly not be worse than before. Any stockpiling you do would be your own responsibility, but within the Special Affairs Office, there are state banquet chefs and resources from national warehouses that the state will safeguard you and provide for your needs. Jiangyu hesitated, her heart fluttering with temptation. In these extraordinary times, special policies apply. The Special Affairs Office has the authority to detain individuals, such as those causing disturbances or obstructing your mission. Provided it is within reasonable and lawful bounds, you may handle it yourself. Sheng An elaborated. Jiangyu was perplexed. Sheng An smiled slightly. For instance, Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao. Jiangyu gasped in shock. That was a direct strike at the heart. Sheng An withdrew her hand, sighing sadly. Well, if you are unwilling, we will not force you. Hao Jingye appeared serious, yet inwardly he could not help but give a thumbs up. Truly, Sheng An was impressive. Gentle indeed. The gentleness aimed at the barrel of a gun. First, the approach was firm, followed by appeals to sympathy, grievances, and a sense of righteousness, branding Jiangyu as hope and the future of the nation, then enticing her, ultimately retreating to advance. This was an interrogation strategy tailored specifically for someone with Jiangyu's temperament. Sensitive, tender-hearted, indecisive, and innocent, yet having experienced rebirth in the apocalypse, Jiangyu's character could not be swayed by harsh interrogation. Not forcing? What a joke! If Jiangyu remained obstinate, Sheng An could very well force her on the spot. That gun was loaded. Indeed, Jiang Yu felt the warmth of Sheng An's hand leave her grasp, and instinctively she reached out to hold on. Then, hesitantly, she stammered for the nation I'm willing to tell you everything and join you. Chapter 5. The Apocalypse Before Rebirth. I was reborn 1 year after the apocalypse. I spent a year in that world, Jiang Yu stated. This single sentence caused Hao Jingye to sit up straight instantly. On the other side of the screen, within a professional conference room, countless individuals wore solemn expressions, intently focused on Jiang Yu on the large screen. Even Sheng An's gaze sharpened. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, she was being scrutinized by many. Her attention was fixed on Sheng An, yet her focus seemed distant, as if lost in her thoughts, her voice becoming ethereal. In truth, I am uncertain if it was indeed a year, for each day felt like an eternity. 21 days after the meteorite's arrival, at least 90% of the world's population vanished on that day, and countless coastal nations were engulfed by tsunamis, triggered by meteor impacts. Our country, too, became a desolate wasteland, akin to the aftermath of numerous atomic explosions. Beijing was not directly struck by a meteor, yet cities that were hit almost completely disappeared. Beijing was affected as well, experiencing devastation akin to an earthquake of magnitude 8, with countless residential complexes collapsing. Our community was relatively fortunate. It still stood, albeit it had become a dangerous building. At that time, every residential area was deemed unsafe. Sheng An's fingers traced the arm of the sofa as she listened intently. Her phone lit up briefly, and she checked it. Old Zhang asked her about the recent meteorites. Sheng An asked, Little you, do you know where the recent meteorites fell? Or do you recall any specific meteorites? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before confidently replying, The most recent should have fallen in Shur. There were so many meteorites that they landed all over the world. At one point, I heard people mention that the largest meteorite fell in the Pacific, submerging several surrounding countries with almost no survivors. As she spoke, a shiver ran through her. Continuing, Jiang Yu asserted, Do you think the greatest disaster will occur in 21 days? No, that is merely the beginning. Those who perish on that day are the fortunate ones, for every subsequent day will be fraught with calamity. Her voice trembled, and her face betrayed her uncontainable fear. Sheng An poured her a cup of hot water, soothingly patting her head. Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of comfort and smiled at Sheng and returned to her seat, glancing at her phone just as it lit up again. Old Zhang, just now, Academician Sun and the others recalculated, combining previous research results. Jiang Yu was right. The closest meteorite to Beijing likely fell in Shur, so her words may indeed be true. The leaders, including Old Zhang, were both preparing for disaster and seeking verification. However, Sheng An had already placed her complete trust in Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was not lying. All her actions and expressions were genuine. She had indeed returned from a year after the apocalypse, and what she spoke of was a true prophecy. Sheng An gazed at her and remarked, The arrival of meteors inevitably heralds corresponding calamities. You are indeed correct. The apocalypse in 21 days is merely the prologue to the end times, for the true disasters have only just begun. Hao Jingye nodded solemnly. The sudden impact of a meteor upon the Earth is akin to the detonation of countless atomic bombs, guaranteed to induce tremendous tremors. Earthquakes will merely be the beginning. The repercussions on geological plates will undoubtedly lead to a surge in geological disasters and heightened tectonic activity, with seismic events becoming commonplace. Moreover, the impact of the meteor will generate extreme heat and fire. The entire world will be besieged by meteoric strikes, rendering firefighting a mere luxury. The inferno will ravage the Earth, obliterating civilization in an instant. The destruction of the world will inevitably compromise the ozone layer, as massive plumes of smoke will usher in severe pollution. It is likely that the air itself will become toxic and acid rain will become the norm. Additionally, the meteor may harbor other threats, such as radiation. Each word he spoke in his calm voice left Jiang Yu in shock. Her eyes widened. Indeed, his deductions were entirely accurate. The meteor strike may occur in 21 days, yet the unending future of calamities had never ceased. Even at the moment of her demise in her previous life, it had not concluded. Sheng An, perceiving her unease, offered a reassuring smile. Do not fret. Now that we are aware, we shall devise a means to cope. The machinery of the state will prove beneficial. It will not be akin to my previous life, at least not entirely. Yet Jiang Yu's face remained pale. She trembled slightly, her voice hoarse and obscure. This is merely a fraction of the truth, for a powerful supernatural being can accomplish many things. There are even more terrifying crises. Sheng An's gaze sharpened. She leaned forward, fixated on Jiang Yu. The emergence of supernatural beings is inherently jarring. It is certainly not a calamity wrought by nature. Is there something amiss with that batch of meteors? Jiang Yu marveled once more at how astutely these individuals perceived the situation. She nodded and unleashed a thunderous revelation. The meteors not only bring disaster, but also mutations. In my previous life, I heard at a temporary base that certain facilities were studying the meteors, confirming that they contained fragments capable of awakening supernatural abilities in certain individuals. The mechanism remains unknown. Yet it is said that ordinary people who remain in proximity to these fragments may become supernatural beings, while those already endowed with powers become even more formidable. In my past life, everyone clamored for these fragments. I was merely an ordinary person and had never encountered one. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Everyone awaited her next words that if the fragments could enhance the abilities of supernatural beings, what then could be the more dreadful crisis? Altered beings. Jiang Yu inhaled deeply and articulated slowly. The influence of these fragments extends beyond supernatural beings. It may also give rise to altered entities. Zombies? Hao Jingye inquired, perplexed. Jiang Yu shook her head. No, they are an entirely different formidable existence. They appear identical to ordinary humans, possessing human intelligence and memories. Some are supernatural beings, while others are regular individuals. However, they're capable of murder and cannibalism. They hide among humanity and may suddenly turn against us, devoid of emotion or humanity. Anyone could become their target, even parents and family. The atmosphere in the room grew even more suffocatingly quiet. Hao Jingye felt as if his breath had been stifled. Instinctively, he glanced at Sheng An. Sheng An remained silent. The greatest calamity in this world does not stem from external forces, but rather from within ourselves. Regardless of the nature of natural disasters, humanity can unite and invariably find solutions, always striving for a glimmer of hope. Yet the threat posed by altered beings is one that erodes trust among humans. Who would dare collaborate with others? Everyone would harbor fears, wondering if, upon awakening, their companions might raise a blade against them. Each individual would resort to solitary endeavors. Altered beings indeed represent humanity's gravest calamity, a disaster potent enough to culminate in annihilation. Sheng An gently closed her eyes and then reopened them, her gaze sweeping over the now fearful Jiang Yu and Hao Jingye, her phoenix-like eyes fathomless, gradually regaining composure. Her voice was cold and detached. There is no unsolvable dilemma. We shall invariably discover methods to differentiate altered beings, beyond earthquakes, infernos, toxic mists, acid rain, and so forth. We must also consider viruses. Altered beings are, in essence, viruses. As long as humanity does not succumb en masse to infection and transform into altered beings in an instant, there is hope for resolution. Sheng An's calm demeanor roused Jiang Yu and Hao Jingye from their stupor. Anxiety is futile, and they would not resign themselves to a passive acceptance of fate. There were others as composed as Sheng An. Her phone illuminated, signaling the arrival of a message. Old Zhang, continue. Sheng An turned to Jiang Yu. Now that we have discussed the impending apocalyptic disasters, let us delve into your spatial abilities. Chapter 6. The Essential Space. After Sheng An finished speaking, Jiang Yu visibly stiffened. Clearly, this was not a topic she wished to broach. She was reluctant to divulge details about her personal advantages. Sheng An regarded her with a warm smile, exuding kindness. Jiang Yu, I reiterate, we have no intention of causing you harm. You must understand that there are many future ability users, and space ability users are not singular, correct? You are not unique. Hence there is no need for fear. Yet, Jiang Yu remained hesitant. In truth, she was somewhat special. Hao Jingye, realizing something, looked at her with suspicion. Could it be that you are not a space ability user, but possess space for other reasons? Recalling earlier inquiries made downstairs, his eyes widened in realization. The jade bracelet you retrieved from your ex-boyfriend, is it a space? His perceptiveness was unervingly sharp. Jiang Yu was taken aback. How could they know? Her reaction spoke volumes. Sheng An, with an odd expression, remarked, your ex-boyfriend betrayed you, entwined with others, and your space was taken from you. Thus, in your past life, your fate was tragic. In this life, having been reborn, you seek to reclaim your space and vow to make those scoundrels meet a gruesome end? Jiang Yu was bewildered. What? How did they know everything? Where did I leak information? I've been so cautious. Sheng An suddenly understood, nodding and looking at Hao Jingye, summarizing. Sure Shao. Hao Jingye nodded in agreement, confirming that it was indeed the protagonist Sure Shao. Simultaneously, a message pinged on his phone. Lao Zhang, who is Sure Shao? Jiang Yu echoed, who is Sure Shao? Sheng An explained, an individual of questionable health. Jiang Yu responded with confusion. What does that even mean? Regaining her focus, Sheng An cleared her throat and asked, if you are not a space ability user, your space must differ from an ordinary one, correct? Upon this mention, Jiang Yu's demeanor sagged. She emphasized, although I'm not a space ability user, the space is indeed within me. The jade bracelet has completely vanished. Even if you wish to take it, you could not. Sheng An maintained a stoic expression. Rest assured, no one will take it. Space remains the same regardless of who possesses it. As long as they can utilize it, that suffices. Jiang Yu's voice was weak. It is indeed different. It pales in comparison to other space ability users. Although their space is small upon awakening, it has the potential to grow while mine. I have no idea if it can expand. Moreover, their spaces maintain flow rates, preserving items, whereas mine mirrors the outside world precisely. Inside is merely an empty expanse of black soil. Items placed within decay over time, rendering it impossible to store anything. She appeared somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, Sheng An's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Hao Jingye straightened, raising his voice. Black soil. Jiang Yu nodded in confusion. Sheng An fixed her gaze intently. How large? Jiang Yu replied, very large. The boundaries are shrouded in mist. I have not measured it precisely. Sheng An let out a slow breath. Hao Jingye sighed. So your space consists of black soil, flows at the same rate as the outside, is quite expansive, and you intend to use it solely for storing supplies, while lamenting its inability to preserve them. His gaze resembled that of someone observing a fool. Jiang Yu was increasingly perplexed. Hao Jingye, exasperated, turned to Sheng An. Having already been confronted by Sure Shao once, Sheng An now appeared more enlightened, stating calmly, Sure Shao is indeed that. It is precisely the Sure Shao that Sheng An finds disdainful. That black soil can be cultivated. In a world ravaged by catastrophe, such soil could serve as fertile ground for agriculture. Not to mention, it is the ideal experimental site for scientific cultivation. Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged glances, both discerning each other's thoughts. Jiang Yu felt an uneasy sense that they were not speaking favorably. Yet, her recollections of her previous life resurfaced in light of her space. You are not me. You cannot fathom my experiences. Yu Litian and Chan Jiaojiao, those wretches, robbed me of my space and systematically trampled me into the ground. You have no idea what they did to me. At this juncture, Jiang Yu's emotions spiraled, her eyes gleaming with fury. When the apocalypse struck, Chun Jiaojiao hoarded food using her space, while Yu Litian thrived alongside her. In my past life, I failed to recognize the issues with Yu Litian. We were still together as the world fell apart. They dragged me along, treating me as a slave. Her body trembled uncontrollably as she rasped. They denied me food. If I desired it, I had to scavenge like a dog, and they offered me to numerous ability users for their abuse. Whenever I attempted to flee, I was captured and brutally beaten. Later, during the chaos at the temporary base, Chun Jiaojiao shoved me in front of a gun, only to be savagely torn apart by the creatures. I barely escaped, but they deemed me useless and abandoned me to those monsters. How could she not harbor hatred for those despicable individuals? Sheng An approached and gently patted her shoulder. Jiang Yu felt as if she might shatter, leaning against her, drawing strength from Sheng An's solid frame, finally able to breathe. Sheng An's hand comfortingly stroked her back. Jiang Yu, tears streaming down her face, spoke with fervor. On the day of my rebirth, I nearly killed them all. Had I not retained my rationality, I would not have endured the humiliation of merely exposing their infidelity and breaking up with Yu Litian. The world had not yet descended into chaos. I could not kill indiscriminately, but I am suffocating. Sheng An affectionately ruffled her hair. It is entirely acceptable to harbor hatred. Revenge is warranted. They deserve it. Her tone was matter of fact. Jiang Yu gazed into her eyes, losing herself in the depths that seemed to encompass all understanding. The sensation of being comprehended and supported warmed her heart. Jiang Yu leaned in closer, as if drawing strength from Sheng, and continued to soothe her shoulder. Hao Jingye's lips twitched. Sister Sheng, truly, she can be fierce when she desires, gentle when she chooses. She has an uncanny ability to engender trust and dismantle defenses. Impressive. My sister. After a moment of adjustment, Jiangyu took a deep breath, regaining her composure, and inquired, I have revealed all that I know, yet I'm not a true space ability user. What else do you require of me? A notification pinged on her phone. Lao Zhang, bring it back. Sheng An ignored it, gently taking Jiangyu's hand, her phoenix eyes gazing at her with warmth. There is one final question. Can people enter your space? As her words settled, the room was enveloped in an almost palpable silence. On the other side, those in the conference room fixed their gazes intently on the screen. This was an exceedingly critical question. The extent to which Jiangyu's space could be utilized hinged on whether others could enter. If individuals were unable to enter, that expanse of black soil would yield nothing but earth. Jiangyu pondered for a moment, meeting Sheng An's trusting gaze, and with a firm resolve, she stated, I can enter, but others cannot. Pausing, she added, if others could enter, I would certainly ensure that you Litian and Shun Jiaojiao were drawn in, to erase their existence and eliminate them. She looked at Sheng An earnestly. Do you believe me? Sheng An gazed deeply into her eyes, then smiled gently. I certainly believe you. Her sincerity was striking, as though she held complete faith in Jiangyu. Under that unwavering gaze, Jiangyu's eyes flickered, averting her gaze. A hint of conflict and guilt lurking beneath the surface. Sheng An appeared oblivious, shifting her gaze away. Hao Jingye frowned, as if he wished to speak. Sheng An shot him a sharp glance, and he promptly fell silent. Jiangyu was not being entirely truthful. Yet it mattered not. The black soil would be utilized, and with ample land to cultivate, she would eventually reveal the truth. Sheng An felt no urgency. The conversation reached a natural pause. Let's exchange contact information. Would you like to accompany us to the Special Affairs Department? If you prefer not to, you may rest at home for a day and return tomorrow. Sheng An took out her phone. Jiangyu hesitated. What would I be doing there? Sheng An smiled faintly. There are certain items that need to be placed in your space. Jiangyu's eyes lit up. Indeed, now that she had aligned herself with the state and joined the Special Affairs Department in the apocalypse, she need not stockpile supplies herself. The government could prepare them for her. What the state provided would undoubtedly be more comprehensive than her own provisions. Moreover, certain regulated items could only be stored with governmental assistance. Guns and ammunition, an array of pharmaceuticals. What is it that the nation cannot procure? With this thought, Jiangyu felt a surge of excitement. She could hardly contain herself, on the verge of speaking. Outside, footsteps echoed, accompanied by a male voice calling out, Little you, are you home? Jiangyu's expression shifted, her demeanor turning fierce. Sheng An, Yuli Tian? Jiangyu nodded vehemently, her hatred palpable. Sheng An inquired, do you wish to see him? She patted Jiangyu's head, adding, if you prefer not to, I can ensure you never encounter them again. No. Sugbanunsa. I want to witness their suffering firsthand. Taking a deep breath, she rose, declaring, let him in. Why should she endure a year of torment while they found solace before the apocalypse? They must endure the agony of the impending end. Determined, Jiangyu instructed someone to let him in. Sheng An remained non-committal, opting instead to show respect. Chapter 7. Swiftly dealing with scum. Sheng An directed the personnel to stow away their equipment. This side is under my jurisdiction. You need not worry, she stated to the cameras. Jiangyu, puzzled, asked, who are you speaking to? The leaders at various levels, along with the researchers. Sheng An replied casually without lifting her head. Jiangyu was taken aback. Meanwhile, a deep voice emanated from the computer before Hao Jingye, Jiangyu. Welcome to the Apocalypse Special Affairs Bureau, where we shall combat the end together. Hao Jingye turned the computer screen around, revealing a vast conference room filled with countless heads. She recognized, seated in the front row, leaders she had only seen on television, who nodded in her direction. Jiangyu was stunned. The screen went dark, leaving her in a daze for an extended period. Then a thunderous shout reverberated through the building. Ah? I haven't washed my hair. Even in the face of an impending apocalypse, the honor of conversing with esteemed figures was overwhelming. However, she had not washed her hair. Only a woman knows the significance of appearing presentable when meeting others. Sheng An cast a puzzled glance her way, not comprehending her sudden frenzy. Jiangyu's eyes were filled with resentment. Distracted by this, she remained unprepared when Yuli Tian arrived. He was a remarkably handsome man. sported glasses much like Hao Jingyi. Whereas Hao Jingyi appeared overly serious, Yuli Tian exuded a sunny charm, reminiscent of a campus heartthrob. Little Yu, what is the matter with you? Yuli Tian exclaimed as he entered, his eagerness palpable. Your anger seems to have simmered down over these past few days. His voice trailed off as he noticed several others in the room. Yuli Tian frowned, surveying the others present. The three plainclothes officers appeared unremarkable. Yet Hao Jingyi was evidently no ordinary person. Yuli Tian's gaze lingered momentarily on Sheng An, a striking beauty that caught his eye. As he began to speak, a wave of nausea jolted Jiang Yu back to reality. In that instant, she thought, how could I have ever fallen for such a man? She spat out. What are you doing here? Yuli Tian, momentarily taken aback, disregarded Sheng An and the others. His expression filled with sorrow as he gazed at Jiang Yu. Little Yu, how long will you continue this temper tantrum? You've misunderstood my relationship with Chen Jiao. We are merely fellow townspeople. His acting was so convincing that had Jiang Yu not experienced rebirth, she might have been easily deceived. With a cold smile, she retorted, Yuli Tian, spare me your pretense. Your tricks hold no sway over me now. I would relish the opportunity to flay you alive. Throughout her university years, she had sensed something amiss. Yet she had quickly been placated by Yuli Tian's flattery and Chen Jiao's disdain for him. In hindsight, she felt utterly foolish. Her gaze was now icy, filled with a hatred that had never before graced her countenance. Yuli Tian faltered slightly, an inexplicable fear rising within him. Yet, recalling his purpose, he continued to plead. Little Yu, what has transpired? Were all the years we shared a lie? Do you not care for the 5 years of youth we spent together? How dare you mention it? She shot back. During those 5 years, you toyed with my emotions, reveling in your deceit. Jiang Yu's fist clenched, her fury boiling over. Yuli Tian feigned injury. How could you think such a thing? He stepped closer, grasping Jiang Yu's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Little Yu, how could I ever deceive you? Do you not remember the promises we made by the sea? Or when I carried you up the Great Wall when you could not walk? Do you forget the vows we exchanged at the edge of the world? In that moment, as he held her hand, Jiang Yu violently wrenched it away, feeling a wave of revulsion. She found herself astonished at how shameless he could be. Had she not been reborn, she would have undoubtedly been moved by his words. However, in the year leading up to the apocalypse, she had overheard him and Chen Jiao reveling in the happiness they had shared while betraying her. How could he dare utter such words? Sheng An and Hao Jingyi observed the exchange with intrigue. Sheng An remarked, who financed this? A soul-searching question. Yugoslavia Litiana Zitata. Sheng An mused. What a foolish investment. Jiang Yu seethed, wishing fervently to never hear those 3 words again. Her gaze bore into Yuli Tian as she exclaimed, I know everything you did. You were with that wretched girl in high school, and when you lacked money in college, you turned your sights on me. While we traveled and dined together, you were already entangled with her, acting lovey-dovey. Did you truly believe I was oblivious? Sheng An and Hao Jingyi gasped in astonishment. Yuli Tian's facade cracked for a fleeting moment, yet he quickly regained composure, retorting, Jiang Yu, I truly do not understand what you are talking about. Do you have any evidence? Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of derision. Is it you who strayed and now cast blame upon me? He scanned the room, his gaze skipping over the 3 unremarkable men and landing on Hao Jingyi. Pointing, is it him? Hao Jingyi, taken aback, quipped, what a mess you've made of things. Jiang Yu's hands tightened into fists, contemplating a lethal blow to Yuli Tian. Hao Jingyi, designated as the target of Yuli Tian's ire, adjusted his glasses with a calm expression. My friend, even if one is kept and becomes a gigolo, there must be some ethics involved. You cannot simultaneously be supported by someone while keeping a mistress. That is simply unethical. What did you say? Yugoslavia Litian Fumat. Hao Jingyi scrutinized him, shaking his head. With your current state, you should be grateful for whatever scraps of youth you once had. After all the money spent, what more could you possibly want? His gaze was filled with disdain. Yuli Tian, incensed, shouted, you are spouting nonsense. How ving yeshuruk. I have not exploited my girlfriend in such a manner. Your actions, however, lack any moral grounding. Jiang Yu pointed towards the door. Yuli Tian, leave. I may spare you now, but that does not mean I will forever. Prepare yourself for the reckoning when the apocalypse arrives. I will ensure you suffer greatly. Yuli Tian inhaled deeply, turning back to Jiang Yu. He could not comprehend her transformation. For years, He had believed Jiang Yu to be easily manipulated. Jiang Yu, you initiated the breakup and wrongfully accused me of betrayal, placing the blame on me. If you cannot provide evidence, you must compensate me. Otherwise, you shall not escape unscathed. His eyes gleamed with avarice. How yink ye remarket, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri, Türk Silahlı Kuvvetleri. As he shook his head, Yuli Tian shot him a glare before returning his focus to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu laughed in disbelief. You dare threaten me? You were the one who sought the breakup. If you wish to end it, then compensate me. Yuli Tian assumed an air of entitlement. What do you desire? She was eager to see what further absurdity this cad would utter. Yuli Tian, the bracelet you took. Jiang Yu gasped in shock. In that instant, she was engulfed by anger, overwhelmed by memories of a year in a post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Yu's eyes turned crimson as she fixed her gaze on Yuli Tian. Do you want that bracelet? Have you always desired it? So, you knew it was a valuable item. No wonder you stole it when you left. It is not merely a bracelet. It is an ancestral heirloom, a significant opportunity. With the impending apocalypse, possessing a space holds profound implications. These wolves are truly repulsive. Jiang Yu's chest heaved with rage, her eyes reddening. You initiated the breakup. If you are unwilling to return the bracelet, then you must compensate me with money. Yuli Tian's facade shattered, revealing his utter shamelessness. Otherwise, I will expose you in the class group and to your company. Sheng An suddenly stood up, putting away her phone, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Her brows knitted in displeasure, her face etched with impatience, as if all her patience had been exhausted. Jiang Yu, did you say he took your bracelet after your breakup? Jiang Yu, in a daze, instinctively nodded. Yes. Yuli Tian leaped in protest. She took it back. Sheng An disregarded him, continuing to look at Jiang Yu, inquiring, how much is your bracelet worth? Jiang Yu stammered, my grandmother gave it to me. Oh, I see. An ancestral treasure, priceless and invaluable. Sheng An nodded in conclusion. She glanced at Hao Jingyi, asking, how is theft and extortion judged? Hao Jingye's eyes brightened as he stood with his computer, proclaiming, if there is no familial relationship, it constitutes theft, and if the amount is substantial, one can apply for a prison sentence of 3 to 4 years. For substantial extortion, a sentence of less than 3 years. Sheng An smiled slightly. Then let us take them away. Yugoslavia Litian. Jiang Yu. Chapter 8. The Special Affairs Department of the Apocalypse. Jiang Yu was utterly bewildered, staring blankly at Sheng An. Your time is precious. And mine is even more so. You have already wasted 12 minutes. She seemed somewhat helpless. Doesn't this girl know that the apocalypse is only 21 days away? Why waste time on pointless banter? Is it amusing to watch a fool jump around? Jiang Yu remained in a daze. Sheng An, what? Are you dissatisfied? Do you want to deal with him directly? She pondered for a moment, nodding. Swift action, extraordinary measures for extraordinary times, that could work. So let us. Jiang Yu hurriedly interrupted her. Wait. She shook her head. No, he cannot die so easily. He must survive until the 21st day. Everyone in the last life said it was fortunate to die before the apocalypse. I don't want Yuli Tian and Shun Jiao to die so readily. Otherwise, I will be tormented by memories of being tortured by them without any means of retaliation. Sheng An's face reflected confusion, but also respect. She waved her hand. It's up to you. As long as you cooperate with the state, such trivial matters are yours to decide. This tone was indulgent. Yuli Tian was bewildered, but when 2 plainclothes officers handcuffed him, he suddenly realized these individuals were not ordinary, especially the woman who ordered his capture. Yuli Tian struggled. Wait, what are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting me? Sheng did not waste words. With a wave of her hand, the 2 officers dragged him out as if he were a dead dog. Outside, a woman's cries echoed. Li Tian, what happened to you? Why are you arresting Li Tian? Jiang Yu gritted her teeth. Chun Jiao. As her words fell, a woman rushed in, throwing herself onto Yuli Tian at the door. She turned her head. Jiang Yu, why did you let them arrest Li Tian? Sheng interrupted her. Oh, there's one more. Her expression remained calm, her tone devoid of emotion. Yuli Tian, did Chun Jiao instruct you to steal the bracelet? Just as Yuli Tian opened his mouth, Sheng stepped forward and twisted his hand sharply. Is it? It hurts. Yes, it was Jiao who told me. Sheng released his hand, her expression still impassive. Accomplice, take them both away. As her words fell, another plainclothes officer seized Chun Jiao. The 3 of them dragged the 2 out, their cries fading into the distance. Soon, The sound of police sirens pierced the air as the police car drove away, leaving no trace of Yuli Tian and Chun Jiao's voices. Jiang Yu remained in a daze. What just happened? From a moment Chun Jiao appeared to her being taken away, less than a minute passed. Within the confines of legality and compliance, resolving problems is quite simple. Did you not consider calling the police? Sheng An glanced at her. Jiang Yu, I truly didn't think of that. Jiang Yu's expression was conflicted. However, the apocalypse is approaching. Being imprisoned would be futile. Sheng An sighed. Foolish child, with the apocalypse imminent, the state will notify you to stock up. Or would they hoard supplies in the detention center? After 21 days, without money or food, wouldn't they fall into your hands? She appeared quite helpless. With Jiang Yu's temperament, even with rebirth and possessing a space, aside from seeking revenge on Yuli Tian, she truly wouldn't achieve much. Is this why Shi Xiao ultimately chose to live a secluded life with the male lead? Sheng An attempted to understand. Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Hao Jingyi nodded in agreement. If you seek revenge, do not grant them 21 days of leisure. Rest assured, I will ensure they are well taken care of in the detention center. Sheng An attempted to comprehend, but still found it perplexing. She spread her hands. I believe resolving it directly would be more efficient, but since you insist on keeping them, I will respect your choice. Her face still bore the expression of confusion mixed with respect. Jiang Yu, did you not just say it should be legal and compliant? This outcome is truly the best at present. Jiang Yu had always wanted to wait for the apocalypse to torment them. But allowing them to live freely in these 21 days was also disgusting. Tossing them into the detention center to suffer would be ideal. It wouldn't be a bother. In these 21 days, she could focus on stockpiling supplies. With this thought, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled as she looked at Sheng An. Sheng An affectionately patted her head like a cat. Good. By aligning with the state, Sister Sheng will protect you. Just serve the country well and refrain from overexerting that brain of yours. Primarily, it seems you are not particularly clever. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly, her voice resonating. Right? Sister Sheng. She now held a deep trust in Sheng An. Even if Sheng An was not necessarily older than her, the sincere address of Sister Sheng felt heartfelt. Sheng An smiled. Let us go report to the Special Affairs Department. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as she nodded vigorously. After reporting, will she be able to fill her space with supplies? Jiang Yu eagerly rubbed her hands together. Seeing her compliance, Sheng An was immensely satisfied. Jiang Yu, a girl whose mind was filled with matters of love and destiny, had officially joined them. On the way back, Hao Jingyi shared everything he could with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was already aware of the impending apocalypse, yet she remained astonished by the tumultuous undercurrents beneath the calm surface. Thinking of the other 4 anomalies, Jiang Yu lamented. I thought I was the most special one. I didn't expect there to be other reborn individuals, and even those with abilities. Even before the apocalypse has arrived, there are already those with powers. This was something that had never occurred in her previous life. Sheng An tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, her gaze profound as she murmured, Indeed, so many reborn individuals and those with abilities. One is a coincidence. But so many cannot simply be coincidence. She did not believe in coincidences. Hao Jingyi felt an unsettling weight in his heart. It seemed abnormal for one chosen one to exist, but so many chosen ones with abilities could be explained, especially with the meteor approaching. But rebirth? Jiang Yu shook her head, unable to comprehend. However, she felt a sense of disparity. She had thought herself a chosen one, but now it seemed she was merely one among many. Oh, still a chosen one under someone else's control. Jiang Yu stole a glance at Sheng An. It seemed she had thought of something. Curious. By the way, are the other 4 anomalies also under Sister Sheng's management? Hao Jingyi shook his head, no. The Apocalyptic Special Operations Division is divided into 2 groups. Sister Sheng oversees Group B, while the other group is led by the extraordinary individual Qiu, with the remaining 3 anomalies also assigned to her. Both groups must collaborate to combat the impending doom, yet they will operate separately and refrain from interference. Qiu? Jiang Yu inquired with curiosity. Hao Jingyi glanced at Sheng An and, noticing her lack of response, understood that these matters could be disclosed to Jiang Yu. Qiu is one of the anomalies, initially the head of the Apocalyptic Special Operations Division, but she and her direct superior, Li Lao, are rather radical figures. The higher-ups hesitated to entrust the entire department to them for fear of the anomalies spiraling out of control, thus assigning Sister Sheng to lead Group B, hoping she could restrain Group A. After a brief pause, Hao Jing added, of course, Group A also seeks to suppress Group B. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. She was more concerned about Qiu Yu's abilities. Hao Jingye took a deep breath and slowly explained, she possesses the ability of a puppet master, capable of controlling others' powers. Jiang Yu gasped in shock, instinctively raising her voice. Such a unique ability. Can Sister Sheng really suppress her? Hao Jingye chuckled. What you may not know is that both Sister Sheng and Qiu Yu hail from Team Zero. Before their fallout, Sister Sheng consistently kept Qiu Yu in check. And even after their disagreement, Qiu Yu has never triumphed over Sister Sheng during missions. Moreover, Qiu Yu merely awakened her powers early, with someone like Sister Sheng. Do you truly believe she would be powerless in the aftermath of the apocalypse? Hao Jingye stroked his chin, expressing his curiosity. I am quite eager to discover whether I might possess powers as well, and what they might be. Jiang Yu asked with intrigue. Fell out? Did they have a good relationship before? Hao Jingye pondered for a moment. Uncertain, it should be so. They've both emerged from Team Zero, which has always been highly cohesive, with every member willing to risk their lives for one another. Sheng An remained silent, her thoughts drifting to the past. Memories flooded back to years ago when both she and Qiu Yu were nurtured by the state, undergoing rigorous training at a tender age, and were the only two females to become members of Team Zero. Unlike Sheng An, who was always rational and restrained, Qiu Yu was cold on the outside yet warm-hearted. She often helped Sheng An with laundry and sewing, secretly preparing late-night meals for her, saving the best food for her like a devoted wife. Of course, that was in the past. Jiang Yu, with a gossiping expression, speculated, could it be that they liked the same man, leading to betrayal and a tumultuous love-hate relationship? Sheng An shot her a bemused glance through the rearview mirror, exasperated. Can you think of anything beyond romantic entanglements? Her demeanor remained composed, and under Hao Jingye's curious gaze, she replied coolly, it was due to a mission. After that, Sheng An fell silent. Hao Jingye withdrew his inquisitive gaze, realizing that Sister Sheng was clearly unwilling to elaborate. Jiang Yu still had questions, but, inexplicably, felt hesitant to voice them as she observed Sheng An's profile. Thus, she turned to Hao Jingye. Weren't we supposed to have Sister Sheng suppress Qiu Yu? Why are the other anomalies assigned to Qiu Yu? Is it because of her ability? Jiang Yu felt a twinge of displeasure. However, Hao Jingye smiled, adjusting his glasses. What a joke. Could our sister, Sheng, ever yield? There are certainly other reasons. Jiang Yu leaned forward with curiosity. What is it? Chapter 9. You want me to farm as a reborn? This question was answered by Sheng An. I requested the leader of Team Zero, Qi Lingwu, and all three anomalies are assigned to Group A. Team Zero. The mention of this term again piqued her interest. Remembering Hao Jingye's earlier words about Sheng An and Qiu Yu both being from Team Zero, she widened her eyes in confusion. What exactly is Team Zero? Is it formidable? Indeed, it is formidable. Hao Jingye replied with a look of reverence. When I was in the information group, I eagerly anticipated collaborating with Team Zero. To put it succinctly, Team Zero is a group of individuals capable of anything, primarily tasked with executing the nation's most secretive and challenging missions. After a brief pause, he summarized. They are human weapons, flesh and blood combat machines. Jiang Yu's breath hitched. Such a terrifying description of human weapons, flesh and blood combat machines. Instinctively, she glanced at Sheng An, only to see her cold and sharp profile. Jiang Yu felt doubtful. Sister Sheng appeared quite slender. Could she really be that strong? Hao Jingye noticed her skepticism and rolled his eyes. Jiang Yu, never doubt Sister Sheng. In time, you will understand. Jiang Yu hesitantly nodded. Is that truly the case? She asked, half convinced, moving on to another inquiry. If Team Zero is so powerful, then Qi Team must be exceptionally strong as their leader? Hao Jingye nodded, proudly raising his chin. Absolutely. Qi Team is also a legend. He is a top-notch sniper. We privately remark that Qi Team's vision is limited by human eyes, but his range is not constrained by that of a sniper. Qi Team has no limits. Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of awe. Hao Jingye rubbed his hands together. Somewhat smug, with Qi Team joining Group E, it also means that Sister Sheng can command the entire Team Zero. Tell me, isn't this a significant advantage for Sister Sheng? Jiang Yu instinctively shook her head. Sheng An, driving the car, spoke lazily. I have encountered those two elemental users, even in the present. They would not stand a chance against Team Zero, even if they were to become powerful in the future. While extraordinary individuals can be formidable, Team Zero is already incredibly strong. They're a delightful yet terrifying group of people, and I hail from that place. Jianyu had another question. She leaned closer to Hao Jingye, her eyes sparkling. Since Chi Team is so formidable and represents Team Zero, why would the leader of Group A, Qiu, agree? Group B aims to suppress Group A, and Group A seeks to suppress Group B as well. Hao Jingye suddenly broke into a grin, though he quickly composed himself, adjusting his glasses seriously. It's simple. After all, Chi Team is our sister Sheng's lover. Even if Qiu were to steal him away, she would fear being betrayed by him. Jianyu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Sheng An, hardly able to believe that this person actually had a partner. Wait, Jianyu exclaimed. Why is he referred to as a lover and not a boyfriend? Hao Jingye sighed. That's a question for Sister Sheng. Jianyu looked at Sheng An, blinking her eyes, starry-eyed. Sheng An glanced at her through the rearview mirror, smiling faintly. Stop prying, and don't fill your mind with romance. Think about your health. Jianyu pouted. Is dating unhealthy? Resting her head against the front seat's backrest, gazing at Sheng An, Sister Sheng is truly beautiful. The more I look, the more I wonder what kind of person could possibly be worthy of her. Hao Jingye shot her a disdainful look. Honestly, it's only the first day, and you're already a little fan of Sister Sheng. Hey, do you remember when Sister Sheng had her gun pointed at you? Amidst their banter, the trio returned to the unit. The so-called unit was actually a temporary camp established on a mountainside, secluded yet heavily guarded, surrounded by several experimental bases and office buildings. After all, with extraordinary individuals, a small space would be inadequate for their capabilities. Jianyu observed in awe, exclaiming, having lived in the capital for so many years, I never knew there was a mountain here, nor what lay within. Hao Jingye replied, of course, a confidential place is not accessible to ordinary people. Sheng An led the two through the entrance. This building is shared by groups A and B, housing several laboratories and researchers, meaning they could encounter members of Group A at any moment. Hao Jingye lowered his voice. Jianyu instinctively leaned forward to take a look. Hao Jingye pulled her back. Don't look. Team leader Qiu took the 3 members of Group A to find the other anomalies. They won't be here now. Perhaps you'll see them tonight. Jianyu retracted her gaze. Are there more anomalies? Of course. Every extraordinary individual must be investigated. You are the 3rd one we are examining today. The previous 2 were misunderstandings, but you are indeed an anomaly. Moreover, a rather rare one, Hao Jingye explained. Jianyu felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing she was not the one and only destined child. However, curiosity struck her, so we still need to continue investigating other anomalies? Is there a target? Hao Jingye nodded. There are some. Sheng An swiped her card and led them into the elevator, pressing a button for a floor. The logistics team has been preparing along the way. First, you need to report and undergo an inspection, and then we will go together to store the items in the space. Additionally, there are some arrangements for you. Sheng An stated. Jianyu, unable to contain her curiosity, felt a surge of excitement. She had only stored supplies herself, leaving vast areas of space empty. Although items might expire, filling the space to the brim would be delightful. If it could be filled with weapons and controlled substances, that would be simply magnificent. How reassuring that would be. Jianyu ascended the stairs, undergoing thorough inspections inside and out, with several photographs taken and blood drawn. After utilizing her space to retrieve items and even extracting a pot of black mud, she was respectfully escorted out, fearing the prospect of being dissected. She was accompanied by Sheng An for security. Just looking at her brought Jianyu a sense of unexplainable comfort. Once everything concluded, Jianyu sighed in relief, exclaiming, Let us gather supplies now. Sheng An nodded, walking alongside her while saying, You can extract items from your space. The nation is stockpiling food, and you will not lack sustenance in this apocalypse. Pausing, she considered that Jianyu had only recently joined the Special Affairs Department and may not possess complete trust in the nation. Never mind, leave it be. Your stored supplies are not plentiful. It is safer for you to keep them there. Jianyu nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. How splendid. The nation would surely provide her with an abundance of resources. Otherwise, why would they have her clear out space? Sheng Jie even thoughtfully suggested she leave her supplies. Jianyu felt a surge of emotion, yet simultaneously, she harbored some guilt. Sheng glanced back and promptly noticed Jianyu's mixed expression of excitement and unease. A smile tugged at her lips. Jianyu's thoughts were easily discernible. She had told a fib. Her space could certainly accommodate more than just herself. After all, it was a golden finger, and hiding a little was only natural. Sheng An understood this slight concern. However, her eyes sparkled with mirth as she walked with an easy gait. Sheng An led Jiang Yu to a warehouse adjacent to the camp. As they approached the enormous warehouse doors, Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with anticipation, almost bursting with joy. As they drew closer, a middle-aged man emerged from within, his expression serious. Sheng, everything is prepared and stored in the warehouse. The researchers are already gathered. Sheng An nodded. Confused, Jiang Yu inquired, researchers? As they neared, Jiang Yu finally discerned the contents of the vast warehouse. Tractors, tillers, seeders, sprinklers, fertilizer spreaders, chemical fertilizers, seeds, and an array of saplings and peculiar plants. Nearby, a group of elderly men in white lab coats moved cautiously. Ah, finally they have arrived. These items must be handled with care. Let's plant them swiftly. One elderly man exclaimed, waving them over. Jiang Yu was perplexed, glancing at Sheng An. What does this mean? Where are the supplies I am to gather? Sheng An met her gaze, grinning. These are the items you will be storing in your space. Your task now is to preserve the hope seedlings. Experiment with the hope seeds and ensure your space bears abundant fruit. Even if the earth turns to scorched earth, your space will remain vibrant. The words were somewhat convoluted, leaving Jiang Yu feeling dazed. She murmured, seedlings, seeds, fruit, and vibrancy. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her pupils widened in disbelief as she pointed to herself, looking incredulously at Sheng An. So, you want me to farm? Sheng An beamed brightly. This is called cultivating hopeful seedlings. That vast expanse of black soil must serve a purpose. Although it may not be as picturesque as the space of Sher Shao with mountains and waters, it will suffice. Jiang Yu protested. Isn't that still farming? At that moment, an elderly man approached, visibly excited. So, you are the space ability user? Oh, at last you have arrived. We have been in despair since receiving the apocalypse notice. Thankfully, we found you. In a world turned to ash, your space is the last hope. Hurry, I will teach you how to plant these. Who are you? Jiang Yu replied impatiently. Sheng An smiled slightly. Academician Zhou, one of the world's most authoritative botanists. If you are unfamiliar with planting, they will be your teachers, guiding you on how to sow the seeds. Jiang Yu was taken aback, nearly believing she had misheard. Sheng An held her hand, her smile radiant. They are all experts in this field. In the future, for scorched earth farming and apocalypse agriculture, your space will be essential for research. They are your instructors and will accompany you. Jiang Yu felt a wave of confusion. What does this mean? They are under my responsibility? Sheng An reassured her. Rest assured, as an exceptional contributor, the food you receive will be more than sufficient to sustain them. Jiang Yu was bewildered. Is that what I meant? Wait, so I laboriously cultivate the land solely to support a group of people who will instruct me on how to farm? Sheng An shrugged, feigning regret. What can be done? After all, your space only permits you to enter. Jiang Yu suddenly grasped the meaning of lifting a stone to drop it on one's own foot. Chapter 10. Who among normal people builds fortresses? Jiang Yu opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. Sheng An looked at her, patiently waiting. After a moment, Jiang Yu gritted her teeth. Fine, I will go farm. Is it not merely farming? Could it possibly be more arduous than her previous life? The space was her golden finger and her trump card. If others discovered that her space could accommodate more than herself, it would undoubtedly be subjected to relentless scrutiny. She did not understand why the bracelet contained a space, nor could she be certain if it could be taken by someone else. After all, it was not her ability. In this situation, keeping her space closed would provide her with greater peace of mind. Jiang Yu resolved to hide this secret by learning to farm. Upon hearing this, Sheng An raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. All right, you may stay here and learn from your teachers. I will see you in the evening. Jiang Yu instinctively looked at the sky. Was it not already evening? The sky was almost dark. Sheng An's words were laden with meaning. Only 21 days remain. Do you think our rest time will arrive so soon? Keep up the good work, Xiao Yu. She patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Just then, Hao Jingye hurried over, his tone urgent. Sheng Jie, another anomaly has made significant moves today. Sheng An's expression turned serious as she turned to leave. Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued by the mention of the anomaly's movements. She tugged at Sheng An's sleeve. Sheng Jie, take me with you. I want to see what the other anomalies are like. Sheng An rejected her firmly. No, you have your tasks to attend to. If I complete my tasks, can I come find you? Jiang Yu asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Sheng An's gaze shifted slightly. Completing her tasks? She replied with a smile, yes. As long as you finish your tasks, I will send someone to fetch you. The emphasis on the word tasks was not lost on Jiangyu, who nodded enthusiastically, brimming with determination. All right, Sheng Jia, wait for me, she called out. Sheng An had already left with Hao Jingye, the hem of her jacket fluttering gracefully behind her. Hearing this, she waved her hand without turning back. Jiangyu took a deep breath and turned around. So what must I do? First, undergo basic training. If you know nothing, we cannot allow you to handle these seeds and plants, academician Zhou stated, pointing to several items being carried out by the researchers. Start by reviewing these books. I will highlight the key points for you. Also, these videos and materials must be gone through. Jiangyu followed his pointing finger to see two large boxes filled with thick books. On the table, stacks of materials towered as high as her arms. In an open computer displayed a folder occupying 1 terabyte. Academician Zhou said, finish these tonight, and we will continue tomorrow. Jiangyu felt a wave of despair wash over her. A discreet vehicle traversed the road. Sheng An drove swiftly and steadily, while Hao Jingye sat in the passenger seat. Reporting the situation, Yu Litian and Chen Jiaojiao have already reviewed it. The desire for the bracelet was coincidental. Chen Jiaojiao believes Jiangyu's ancestral bracelet is quite valuable. She nodded, signaling him to continue. Hao Jingye quickly skimmed through the materials in his hands. Li Wanyun, aged 23, lost her parents a year prior, leaving behind a substantial inheritance. Just 7 days ago, she was embroiled in disputes with her cousin over her parents' company. 3 days ago, she unexpectedly proposed selling her shares to her cousin for the sum of 3 billion. Concurrently, she began liquidating her assets, selling cars and houses in a hurried manner, having already amassed 1 billion, with another billion in assets still on the market. Sheng An nodded, signaling to continue. Hao Jingye reported that today, 3 billion had been credited, alongside 10 billion from fixed assets, all monitored by the bank's transaction oversight, leaving a total of 40 billion in her bank account without any expenditures. His computer displayed a notification. Hao Jingye glanced at it and added that Li Wanyun had contacted a professional agent, urgently requesting to expedite the liquidation of assets, hoping to convert everything into cash within 7 days. This repeated insistence suggested she had made several similar requests prior. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, pondering if the apocalypse was imminent, prompting her to amass 5 billion for the purpose of stockpiling supplies. Hao Jingye's expression was complex. If Li Wanyun were also a reborn individual, she would be akin to Sheng An, who noted the script of Su Qingqing. Jiangyu exists within rebirth in the apocalypse. The boss dotes on me, while Li Wanyun seems to inhabit starting with 50 billion. I have no shortage of food in the apocalypse. What had Li Wanyun been up to in the past 3 days? Sheng An inquired. Hao Jingye immediately responded that 3 days prior, Li Wanyun had a fierce argument with her grandmother and cousin, even to the point of bloodshed, yet suddenly proposed selling her shares to her cousin for 3 billion. Suddenly? The information gathered indicated that her shift in stance came unexpectedly, raising suspicions of her having experienced an unusual event leading to her rebirth. Hao Jingye's voice took on a serious tone, fully immersed in his work. Sheng An nodded in agreement. Hao Jingye continued, explaining that, due to the disagreement over the 3 billion, Li Wanyun contacted other businessmen that very day, offering her shares for sale while secretly engaging with a professional agent to liquidate her assets. It was evident that Li Wanyun was anxious 3 days ago, selling her stocks while simultaneously liquidating other assets in a frantic attempt to raise funds, likely confirming her awareness of impending doom. The following morning, Li Jianli consented to the transaction, but she only allowed a mere 2 days for fundraising. The 3 billion must be credited today, or she would sell to another party. Li Jianli employed various means to gather the 3 billion for her, suggesting that the shares were worth far more than that amount, thus explaining his agreement. After Li Jianli consented to purchase the shares, Li Wanyun relentlessly continued selling assets, including jewelry and luxury items. Sheng An's brow furrowed slightly. That evening, Li Wanyun dined at a restaurant, exhibiting an appetite vastly different from her usual behavior. Hao Jingye turned the screen towards Sheng An, who glanced at the surveillance footage revealing a long-haired woman indulging voraciously in a high-end restaurant, seemingly oblivious to her image, as if the food before her held an irresistible allure. Sheng An smiled, increasingly convinced of her rebirth, suggesting that having endured hardship and hunger, she displayed a reaction akin to PTSD. If she were merely liquidating assets to consolidate liquidity, one could speculate she might have received advance warning. Given the government's extensive actions, complete concealment was improbable. Despite the temporary news blackout, some individuals would inevitably receive or deduce the truth through various means. Intelligent individuals are never in short supply. However, certain details about Li Wanyan raise suspicions of her being an outlier. For instance, her abrupt change in stance regarding her shares during a heated argument 3 days ago, alongside her sudden, gluttonous behavior, likened to a ravenous spirit reborn. Hao Jingye concurred, noting that while no direct evidence existed, his intuition strongly indicated that Li Wanyan was indeed an anomaly. He paused, quietly contemplating how strikingly similar she was to Su Qingqing. As he read to Sheng An, he briefly reviewed the information himself. Li Wanyan and the protagonist Su Qingqing, who hoard supplies worth 1 billion, left an identical first impression. What had she done yesterday? What unusual activities did she engage in today? Hao Jingye recalled his prior inquiry, noting that this anomaly had taken significant action today. Upon hearing this, Hao Jingye's expression turned complex. Sheng An looked puzzled. Hao Jingye clarified that after signing the sales contract yesterday, Li Wanyan sought a group of individuals to renovate her villa. Investing a substantial sum. She worked tirelessly from last night until this afternoon, with the renovation already taking shape. As they arrived at their destination, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, causing Sheng An to furrow her brow. She pressed on, drawing nearer to the site where the sounds of workers laboring were clear, accompanied by heavy machinery in operation. The villa renovation resembled a bustling construction site. Hao Jingye pointed ahead, his voice laden with complexity, urging Sheng An to observe. She lifted her gaze, momentarily taken aback. The villa was undergoing extensive renovations, brightly illuminated by construction lights, revealing its exterior in vivid detail. Sheng An's lips twitched in surprise. A fortress? Who would suddenly transform their villa in such a manner? Li Wanyan increasingly resembled a reborn individual. Her sources of information likely did not stem from the government. Sheng An spoke with conviction. Hao Jingye nodded in full agreement. Regardless of how information was obtained from the government, anyone bold enough to act so openly was undoubtedly astute. Directly commissioning the construction of a fortress suggested a familiarity with a world devoid of governmental oversight, or perhaps a complete disregard for it. While definitive evidence was lacking, Sheng An was already convinced of yet another reborn individual. Her fingers tapped rhythmically on the steering wheel, harmonizing with the sounds from the construction site. This developing villa community, devoid of any residence save for the construction workers, was eerily quiet. A stray calico cat peeked out from the greenery, boldly crossing in front of their vehicle. She closed her eyes momentarily, her face hidden in the shadows. The construction lights illuminated through the car window, casting her features in a half-lit gloom. Her voice was hoarse as she remarked on the location, recalling the planning documents indicating it was designated as a core shelter area by the government. This newly constructed community, situated in the outskirts of the capital, was priced exorbitantly, resulting in few sales, and had only recently begun marketing efforts, with no homes yet delivered. Hence, when they initially entered, the area appeared dark and deserted. The community featured villas at the front, with larger houses and high-rises at the back, encompassing a vast expanse of land. The houses were well constructed, and the underground garage was robust. According to the plans, the basement could serve as a shelter. Reinforcing the underground garage and implementing straightforward planning would render it an ideal location for a refuge. Hao Jingye took a deep breath, nodding in agreement. Both fell silent for a moment. The government had calculated and theorized that this area might serve as a safe haven in the event of an apocalypse. The location of core shelters in the capital was of utmost importance, still under governmental consideration, yet unconstructed. Even a state could not guarantee absolute safety in this area. Yet, Li Wanyan had accurately identified it. She had survived the apocalypse, thus she knew this was a secure zone. Another reborn individual. Yet another who had returned from the aftermath of the apocalypse. Even Hao Jingye couldn't help but exclaim at the sheer number of reborn individuals. If more were to be discovered, the world would resemble a sieve. Wu Ji, Jiang Yu, and Li Wanyan, all hailing from the capital. Beyond the city, it was implausible that there were no other reborn individuals. The density was overwhelming. Sheng An concurred, acknowledging the unusual concentration. Rarely does the extraordinary occur without reason. In the face of reborn individuals and those with abilities, Sheng An felt little unease. Her sole concern was finding ways to ensure they serve the nation, preventing any potential chaos. However, the reason behind the multitude of reincarnators eluded her understanding. Sheng An suddenly felt the urge to smoke. She pulled out a cigarette and placed it between her lips. With a flick of her fingers, a lighter appeared. The lighter sparked to life. But as she brought it closer, it flickered out, and she slowly lowered it. Sister Sheng? Hao Jingye queried, perplexed. The way Sister Sheng held the cigarette was undeniably stylish, both fierce and beautiful, and he found himself entranced. Yet, she restrained herself. Sheng An returned the cigarette to its case and tossed it to Hao Jingye. Having decided to quit, what? He asked, surprised. In that moment, Sheng An's thoughts drifted to Qi Lingwu. They had both received the news of the impending apocalypse simultaneously. That night, they remained on the phone, enveloped in silence. Both were strong-willed individuals, yet the prospect of their nation facing imminent peril left them anything but calm. For half an hour, they exchanged no words. Finally, Qi Lingwu broke the silence, saying, Sheng An, you should quit smoking. It won't be as convenient in the apocalypse. Sheng An chuckled lightly. Do you think I want to be able to find cigarettes in the apocalypse? Or perhaps you lack the ability to procure them for me? Qi Lingwu laughed in response. In those simple exchanges, they both accepted the harsh reality of the forthcoming disaster. Before hanging up, Sheng An declared, then I shall quit. She had always been rebellious. During her missions, she seldom cared about her own survival, focusing solely on the task at hand. But when the world suddenly threatened humanity with extinction, her rebellious spirit ignited, and she no longer wished to perish. While the craving for tobacco might seem trivial in the face of the apocalypse, it ultimately held no greater significance. Hao Jingye received the cigarette box, somewhat astonished. He obediently tucked it away. If Sister Sheng had resolved to quit, it was unlikely she would smoke again. Is there any other news? Sheng An inquired. Not at the moment. He seemed to recall something and added, by the way, Li Wanyan has purchased a ticket from Jingsheng to a major grain-producing province in the northeast for tomorrow, and another for the night after to the grasslands. She has also browsed tickets from the grasslands to the southwestern regions and coastal cities. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Is she stockpiling? After all, it's 50 billion. Hao Jingye replied. Sheng An laughed, realizing she was indulging in a fantasy. Hao Jingye paused, then understood, and laughed in return. Indeed, she was dreaming. Where does Li Wanyan reside? In a hotel. Her mansion is up for sale. Sheng An flexed her fingers and started the car. Let's go see the mansion that Li Wanyan is selling. Hao Jingye nodded, understanding. Li Wanyan was selling the house left to her by her parents, filled with their memories. If she had her own space, she would likely take her belongings. Someone with a space who was staying in a hotel would not waste time and effort hiring movers. If Li Wanyan was thorough, the house would not resemble a fortress. Should we not capture her now? Hao Jingye asked. Let us first assess her cards. After a moment, she smiled slightly. If she possesses a space capable of holding 50 billion resources, I may have other plans for her. Hao Jingye noticed the smile at the corner of her lips and felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Sent a message to Old Li. The location for the core shelter can be confirmed. The reincarnators have already helped us determine it, haven't they? Chapter 12. Beginning with 50 billion, Li Wanyan was nearly laughing aloud. Today, Li Jianli transferred the funds to her, and the old hag immediately called, threatening her to sign the papers and relinquish the company. Without hesitation, Li Wanyan signed on the spot. Ha ha, it's hilarious. In 21 days, the stocks and the company will turn to foam. Why should I drag this out? Grinning, she collapsed on her bed, clutching several bank cards. She could hardly wait to see the regret on her family's faces in 21 days. In her previous life, they had tormented her. This time, they deserved to be tormented by her. The smile on Li Wanyan's face gradually faded, her eyes becoming cold, filled with indifference and hatred. She had been reincarnated. 3 days prior, she was embroiled in a fierce dispute with her uncle's family over the company left by her parents. That wretched cousin, Li Qiansheng, had pushed her, causing her to crash into the doorframe and injure her head. Li Wanyan touched the wound on her head. That impact had brought forth the Li Wanyan of 2 years later. In her previous life, she had suffered a similar injury, which deepened her resentment towards her uncle's family. leading her to stubbornly refuse to yield. Until the apocalypse arrived, she and her uncle were still at odds over the company. However, in 21 days, the apocalypse would arrive. Everything would turn to foam. She would have nothing as she stepped into the end of the world. Originally, her uncle's family was in the same predicament. But damned Li Qiansheng awakened his powers and became a water-type ability user. With that, the Li Jinli family's status shifted drastically. They loathed Li Wanyun, believing she stubbornly clung to the company, causing their entanglement, which led them to overlook the signs of the impending apocalypse. What a joke. That company was built through her parents' hard work. Why should it be handed to them? In her previous life, after Li Qiansheng awakened his abilities, his family sought to eliminate her, taking advantage of their status as ability users to steal the food she had painstakingly acquired, beat her, and even attempted to kill her. Li Wanyun, blessed with survival, escaped to another city. 6 months into the apocalypse, she finally awakened her spatial abilities. How unique in existence is a space ability user? With her spatial powers, she endured hardships and suffering, and by the 2nd year of the apocalypse, she managed to live somewhat decently. At that point, her detestable uncle's family reappeared. Li Laotai, claiming to be her grandmother, insisted she support them. Li Jinli and Li Qiansheng sought to gain benefit from her as well. Later, Li Wanyun's breath quickened, her gaze grew colder. Bound by blood, she only crippled Li Qiansheng, sparing the rest of his family. To her surprise, Li Jinli spread rumors that she possessed resources and colluded with several ability users to attack her. Ultimately, Li Wanyun met a tragic end in the 2nd year of the apocalypse. Not every space ability user possesses abundant resources. In fact, Li Wanyun had very little. Her awakening came too late. Fortunately, she was reborn and everything returned to the beginning. This time, she could become the wealthiest person. Li Wanyun felt overwhelmed with joy at the thought of her space. In her previous life, her space had grown gradually, and by the time of her death, it was only as large as a football field. However, upon her rebirth, for reasons unknown, her abilities, though only at the initial level, bestowed upon her an immense space. It must be at least 10 football fields in size. Heaven truly treated her well. Not only had she been given a second chance at life, but she had also received such a grand opportunity. In this life, she would live exceptionally well. She would make Li Jinli and his family pay the price. Contemplating the 50 billion in that vast space, Li Wanyun couldn't help but smile. Such an opportunity was unlikely to exist again in this world. The Chosen One is nothing less than this. Who would dare provoke her? Stepping on ability users and kicking down villains is the treatment befitting the Chosen One. Ha ha. Meanwhile, Sheng An and Hao Jingye stood inside the mansion Li Wanyun was selling. The house was empty, devoid of furnishings. Sheng An's expression remained impassive. Xiao Hao, how large must the space be for someone to clear out all the furniture of a mansion while possessing 50 billion? Indeed, Li Wanyun had emptied the entire villa of its furnishings. 50 billion could stockpile countless resources. Why waste space with her parents' furniture? Hao Jingye swallowed hard, silently affirming. The space must be vast, incredibly vast. The two large figures serve as both description and exclamation, having acquired yet another significant piece of information. Hao Jingye, perplexed, inquired, Sister Sheng, how did her space come to be? It cannot simply be the power of a space ability user, right? Yet, I have not heard of any ancestral connections either. Based on their current information, the spaces of space ability users typically begin quite small. If Li Wanyun's space is vast, it contradicts the logic of ability users. Sheng An cast a glance at him, noting the plethora of reincarnators present, and mused whether logic was still necessary. This group of chosen ones, both sons and daughters of destiny, possess golden fingers that do not require logical justification. Hao Jingye conceded, that makes a lot of sense. Her space is indeed expansive, and with her urgent need for funds, it is highly likely that her space can preserve food. Given its proximity to areas of grain and meat production, the possibility that she is a space ability user is substantial. With the vastness of her space remaining an enigma that might need to be unraveled directly from her, it is not impossible that she herself is unaware of the reason. Judging by her various actions, it appears she has experienced reincarnation and has endured considerable hardships during the apocalypse. If this lifetime has not yet seen the arrival of the end times, she must be a space ability user. meaning she was likely one in her previous life as well. At the onset of the apocalypse, food beneath the ruins was not yet contaminated. Early awakening space ability users could not have suffered greatly. It is plausible that she awakened her space ability 3 months after the onset of the apocalypse. Sheng An succinctly summarized, Su Qingqing, or rather, Li Wanyan, a space ability user reincarnated from the apocalypse, possessing a vast space. Awakening her abilities 3 months into the previous apocalypse, having suffered significantly, and now seeking to amass 50 billion to stockpile supplies. The two, through logical deductions, had thoroughly dissected Li Wanyan's circumstances. Hao Jingye asked, Sister Sheng, you mentioned having arrangements for Li Wanyan's space? Sheng An smiled knowingly, a splendid arrangement indeed. Let us return for now. Once we confirm Li Wanyan's situation tomorrow, we can proceed with the plan. Hao Jingye felt a tinge of confusion, but refrained from asking further as he followed Sheng An back to the Special Affairs Office of the Apocalypse. Jiang Yu vowed that she had never endured such hardship during her senior year. A group of so-called academicians and experts buzzed around her, reciting information as if chanting scriptures. Goodness, I've explained it to you twice, and you still haven't memorized it? Who can remember the contents of half a book after just 2 listenings? She gestured in frustration. Look at this. Do you remember what was discussed in the video just now? What plan is this? She expressed her gratitude, knowing that the video was 2 hours long and introduced 100 types of plants, even with fast forwarding. Surely you know this one. It's basic biological knowledge. What? Your basic knowledge is about plant diseases and pests? Jiang Yu clutched her head. I can't take it anymore. The crowd around her cast disdainful glances in her direction, repeating their disdainful stares. Academician Zhou sighed. I have truly never encountered such a dim-witted student. Academician Liu offered consolation. Come on, Zhou. You think I've dealt with someone as slow as her? Dr. Chung sincerely lamented. Her IQ may not exceed 120. Jiang Yu protested. What happened to the chosen daughter of destiny? Why, with space abilities and a second chance at life, must she still endure such disdain? It was at that moment that Sheng An returned. Jiang Yu, with tears in her eyes, cried out, Sister Sheng, I need saving. Chapter 13. A reincarnator's journey of learning the scene before her had been anticipated. Sheng An remained remarkably composed as she ruffled Jiang Yu's hair and smiled. Little fish. What troubles you? Jiang Yu, her eyes glistening with tears, replied, Sister Sheng, I don't want to study anymore. It's too painful. She lamented. How is this any better than my university days before my reincarnation? Sheng An reassured her. You have endured much, but there is no other choice. You're the only one who can enter the space. Please study diligently. Academician Zhou and the others aim to train you as a planting specialist within 15 days. Jiang Yu reflected. How ironic. I've truly shot myself in the foot. During her university days, she had been too busy with romance to earn a proper degree. Her field of study was rather superficial. Yet now, a group of academicians and experts sought to transform her into a professional in record time. She had crammed an overwhelming amount of information into her mind in a single night, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. This was not the privilege of a chosen daughter. It was the plight of a beleaguered student. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, thinking, no, I can't do this. It's not that I am unwilling. It's just that she resolved to quit. What could the nation possibly do to her? Sheng An, unfazed, slowly revealed a smile, her voice gentle. I fear that may not be an option. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Why not? Can the nation force me to do something I don't want to? Sheng An, maintaining her cheerful demeanor, replied, of course not. However, the nation may choose not to entrust Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao to you. They are, after all, citizens of the state and could be supported by it to ensure their survival during the apocalypse. Of course, if they put in the effort, they might even have enough to eat and wear. Hianjuit Uptith. No, absolutely not. That is cruel. Each word is a dagger to my heart. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth. I will study. Letting Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao live well is more unbearable than killing me. Behind Sheng An, Hao Jingye cast Jiang Yu a sympathetic glance. What a joke. Did they really think that Sister Sheng had arbitrarily taken control of Yu Litian and Chun Jiaojiao? This was Jiang Yu's Achilles heel. Now that she was in Sister Sheng's hands, did she still dare to wish for freedom? Did they think Sister Sheng was a benevolent sister? Jiang Yu, grinding her teeth, was once again dragged away by the anxious academicians and experts. It was not until the following morning that Sheng An saw Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu appeared like a lost soul, drifting into the temporary camp's cafeteria. Her eyes dark and sunken, murmuring to herself as if reciting something. Sheng An beckoned, "Little fish, come eat." Jiang Yu glanced at her. Her gaze filled with resentment as she approached, her voice hoarse. "Did you sleep well last night?" "Fair enough," Sheng An replied, "but what happened to your voice?" Jiang Yu explained, "I was memorizing." She forlornly added, "I didn't sleep well. They only gave me 2.5 hours of sleep and played recordings next to me, saying that I shouldn't let sleep interfere with my studies." Sheng An reassured her, "Enduring a bit of hardship is necessary. After all, you are the only one who can enter the space." This was Sheng An's standard consolation, a sentiment laden with meaning that Jiang Yu had never truly contemplated. Jiang Yu opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Sheng An regarded her with anticipation. Jiang Yu, gritting her teeth, finally declared, "All right, I will eat. I can endure this hardship. I must keep my golden finger hidden." Nearby, Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, somewhat exasperated. Is it really necessary to wear such a grim expression over learning how to farm? Jiang Yu, unable to express her frustration towards Sheng An, seized the opportunity to vent at Hao Jingye, exclaiming, "You have no idea how much knowledge is required for farming, do you? Do you think it's as simple as just planting seeds?" Previously, she had believed farming to be easy, but to her chagrin, academician Zhou and his peers insisted that many research plants were precious and required specific cultivation methods, each one different and all needing to be memorized. Furthermore, there was talk of space as an experimental field, and she had to learn how to compare how Jingye, maintaining his impassive expression, interjected, comparing the growth conditions of different grain varieties in the same environment, as well as the growth conditions of the same grain variety in different environments, and even the growth conditions of different grain varieties under varied conditions, evaluating survival of the fittest, and even human intervention to cultivate desired plants. Jiang Yu was taken aback, her expression one of utter confusion. "How do you know all this?" Hao Jingye, with an expression of calm composure, casually adjusted his glasses and replied, "During my doctoral studies, I was bored and happened to read up on applied biological sciences." At that moment, his glasses seemed to gleam with a newfound brilliance. Jiang Yu, in a daze, muttered, "Bored? By chance?" Hao Jingye casually remarked while sipping his porridge, "Indeed, I have acquired a considerable amount of expertise, over 20 fields, I believe. Later, I was specially recruited by the state and honed my focus to a few directions, mastering more than 10 languages." He sighed, however, with the impending apocalypse. "All those languages seem futile." Jiang Yu tilted her head, her face a canvas of confusion and bewilderment, her lips twitching slightly as she doubted her own hearing. Sheng An interjected, "Don't compare yourself to him. His memory is impeccable." Jiang Yu responded incredulously, "Is there truly someone with a photographic memory in this world? Why else would I be assigned as Sheng Jie's assistant to manage such a critical department during the apocalypse, if I didn't possess some unique talents? How could that be possible?" Hao Jingye rolled his eyes. Before today, Jiang Yu had never perceived Hao Jingye to be so remarkable. She glanced from him to Sheng An, reflecting on the group of researchers who lamented not having an IQ of 120. What kind of individuals were they? They were all supposed to be the chosen ones, reincarnated. Why did she suddenly feel so ordinary and mediocre? This defied logic. Jiang Yu spiraled into self-doubt, feeling utterly deflated. Sheng An motioned with her chin, "Let us eat. Academician Zhou specifically arranged this breakfast for you. You can order whatever you wish for lunch." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu looked at the meal laid before her. A bowl of rice accompanied by several exquisite dishes, both meat and vegetables, some even comprising expensive ingredients, steaming as if freshly cooked by a master chef. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable sense of gratitude. At least he has a conscience. Was this an attempt to make amends for the harsh treatment? She would not forgive him. Sheng An swallowed her food and casually remarked, "He said you were too dull and should eat more to nourish your brain." Jiang Yu exclaimed, "Ah, let it all be destroyed." Her breakdown went unrecognized. Hao Jingye had already finished his meal, fiddling with his tablet, then turned to Sheng and Sister Sheng. "Li Wanyan boarded a plane early this morning and is en route to the northeast now, with Lao Zhao and the others following her." Sheng An nodded, chuckling lightly. "What a wasted trip." Hao Jingye inquired, "Should we follow her?" Sheng An replied, "No need. You control her phone and access the surveillance footage. With Lao Zhao and the others, we can ensure she remains safe. We shall wait in the capital for her to return empty-handed. Jiang Yu could not contain her curiosity. What are you discussing? Sheng An replied, your future colleague, the spatial ability user Li Wanyan. Yes, she can be considered part of their future team. Jiang Yu was taken aback. There is already a spatial ability user. A pang of envy surged within her. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and asked, why return empty-handed? Hao Jingye flashed a mischievous smile and glanced at Jiang Yu. Because in the face of the state machinery, all personal actions are rendered futile and powerless. Jiang Yu exclaimed, can't you say something she understands? Can I join you? She implored eagerly. Sheng An smiled gently. No. You should focus on your studies and preserve the hope of the seedlings, the hope of experimentation. Jiang Yu felt an urge to cry. If we're farming, let us just farm. Why say it so grandly? Hao Jingye asked, what do you plan to do this morning? Jiang Yu replied with a blank expression. Learn to drive a tractor. Chapter 14. Starting with 50 billion. No supplies hoarded after Sheng An and Hao Jingye departed. Jiang Yu wished to delay her fate, but was caught by academician Zhou and others, who dragged her off to learn how to operate a tractor and other agricultural machinery. The entire apocalypse department appeared quite busy. Jiang Yu had arrived just yesterday, yet had not encountered a single member from Team A or Team 0. She didn't even have the chance to ask Sheng An. Although the apocalypse department seemed understaffed, its actual coverage was vast. Her presence alone involved the entire agricultural research system. And while those individuals were not direct members of the Apocalypse Department, they were nonetheless part of it. Not to mention, there were national armed forces and pervasive information retrieval at their disposal. As Jiang Yu sat atop the tractor, she curiously inquired, where did Team A go? And Team 0? Why haven't I seen any of them? Academician Zhou sat beside her, his expression unyielding, focus on driving. Jiang Yu protested, Professor Zhou, don't be so stern. It's just driving a tractor. What is so difficult about it? In her exuberance, she inadvertently veered the tractor into a ditch. Jiang Yu lamented, as the surroundings echoed with the repetitive chants akin to Tang Xing's scripture recitations. There were still 20 days until the apocalypse arrived. Sheng An and Hao Jingye had numerous tasks to attend to, managing their responsibilities while overseeing Li Wanyan's situation. Jiang Yu no longer needed to worry. However, for Li Wanyan, the journey had only just begun. At this moment, Li Wanyan had disembarked from the plane and was heading straight to procure food supplies. Not wanting to attract attention, she had rented a large truck to drive herself. Yet in reality, she was already under surveillance. The vehicle she rented near the airport had been equipped with monitoring devices by their personnel. On the screen, Li Wanyan's excitement was evident. She was a woman whose character starkly contrasted with Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu, known for her good temperament, found Li Wanyan, whose gentle name belied her haughty demeanor, to exude a sense of aggression and menace, a woman who had seen her fair share of bloodshed in her past life. Sheng An calmly withdrew her gaze. Nearby, Hao Jingye was sifting through information. What is the update? Sheng An inquired. Among those who issued the apocalypse warning yesterday, how many are suspected heretics? Heretics do not appear simultaneously. Daily online information must be scrutinized. At midnight, the information department intercepts anomalies for preliminary screening. Subsequently, from midnight to 8 in the morning, background checks are conducted as the second round of filtering. After these 2 rounds, few cases make it to their attention. Yesterday, over 200 posts have been made regarding the apocalypse warning, and after the information department has screening, 9 suspects emerged. Hao Jingye responded promptly. 9 is not many, considering they're merely suspects. The information department aims to leave no stone unturned. If they cannot be completely ruled out, they will be submitted directly to us. Most of the time, none are guilty. Sheng An asked, any anomalies? Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, summarizing, 2 posts stand out as peculiar. One was a warning about the apocalypse posted yesterday at an internet cafe in Dong'an district, pinpointing a precise timeline of 21 days. Despite the world's current stability, various rumors abound, speculating about the end times. However, most can be readily dismissed as not being heretical. Yet, if someone can predict a specific time, that certainly raises suspicion. This individual is a suspect. The other post is even stranger. The poster claimed to have seen Iron Man in their neighborhood, who warned them of the impending apocalypse and urged them to stockpile supplies. As he recounted this, Hao Jingye's expression turned quite peculiar. It was likely due to the approaching apocalypse that, as Sheng An's assistant, he had to sift through all sorts of bizarre information daily. However, today's case was particularly difficult to articulate. Sheng An nodded, maintaining her composure. What makes you regard this post as significant? Firstly, the poster's background check reveals that they are a rational researcher. They suddenly began hoarding supplies yesterday and are adamant about having seen Iron Man. The police have interrogated them. Their claims seem nonsensical, yet they do not appear to be lying, Hao Jingye stated seriously. Sheng An understood. This indicated that regardless of the truth, the researcher genuinely believed they had seen Iron Man. If true, the possibility of them being an ability user could not be dismissed. Is Iron Man a metal ability user? Sheng An's brow furrowed slightly. Hao Jingye had arrived at the same conclusion. What is the second reason for suspicion? Sheng An inquired. Hao Jingye continued. The poster lives in the same neighborhood. Last night, a resident reported a home invasion, which also distressed their child. Sheng An looked at him with intrigue. Yesterday, that family had an engagement outside, leaving their child alone at home. They secured all doors and windows tightly. Upon their return, they found the child leaning out of an open window. Was the window opened by the child? Sheng An inquired. No, the child cannot reach the height of the window. And upon inspection, it was confirmed that the window could only be opened from the outside. A handprint devoid of fingerprints was left on the outer windowsill. Hao Jingye inhaled deeply and said slowly, that family resides on the 21st floor of a 32-story building, making it quite challenging to access their window from above or below. Additionally, the child claims to have seen Iron Man. Two individuals from the same community claiming to have seen Iron Man, and a fingerprint-free handprint outside the 21st floor? The suspicion appears significant. Is there any surveillance footage? Hao Jingye shook his head. Currently, there is no surveillance captured. Sheng An frowned. So, there's no direct evidence. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she questioned, what did they report to the police as the reason for the break-in? What was stolen? Hao Jingye's expression became peculiar in an instant. They reported the theft of several Ultraman figurines belonging to the child. According to the child, Iron Man asked him if he believed in light, and then took his figurines. What? Sheng An responded, her calm demeanor faltering, her expression morphing into one of incredulity with her lips twitching in disbelief. If this is true, then we are dealing with an Iron Man who believes in light? After a prolonged silence, Sheng An suddenly declared, let us investigate the first-person situation further. We will first engage with the original poster predicting the apocalypse in 21 days. The second case, I am not particularly inclined to pursue. Just as Hao Jingye was about to speak, a message popped up on his phone. He glanced at it, his expression complex as he looked at Sheng and Sister Sheng. Team Leader Chiu and the others have already gone to monitor the first case. This meant that only the second anomaly remained for them to investigate. An Iron Man who believes in light. Sheng An fell into silence. In the northeast, after traversing mountains and rivers, Li Wanyun finally arrived at her destination. She intended to stockpile a vast quantity of goods. Purchasing from a wholesale market was not an option, nor could she afford to rely on takeout or online shopping. It was inconvenient and excessively costly. Considering herself clever, she devised the best plan to stockpile directly from the source, obtaining the maximum quantity at the most favorable price. When the apocalypse arrives, what would she have to fear? However, what? There is no food for sale. Li Wanyun exclaimed incredulously, her voice rising. How can there be no food? Rice? Flour? Sorghum? Corn? None at all? What a joke. She had traveled so far to buy grain, only to find none available. The owner of the private farm she approached nonchalantly dug at his ear and replied, no, it has all been purchased. Who bought it? It has all been sold? Li Wanyun stapat kluze. Yes, the owner waved his hand dismissively. The granaries have been cleared out long ago. Li Wanyun gasped in shock. She urgently asked, where can I buy food now? If you require a small amount, supermarkets and wholesale markets can suffice. But if you need a large quantity, that is impossible. It has all been bought up. The owner seemed disinterested in her and waved his hand, turning to leave. Li Wanyun, breathless, had no choice but to depart. She ran to several private farms, state-owned farms, and even intermediary vendors and rural farmers. Yet, she received the same response, none available. Li Wanyun was bewildered. She couldn't understand. Why? Who had purchased all the food? Finally, someone answered her. The Grain Bureau. All food is managed by the Grain Bureau, which allocates it to local supermarkets and intermediaries. Li Wanyun, a decisive individual, gritted her teeth and headed straight to various breeding farms and slaughterhouses. If bulk purchases of grain were not feasible, she would start by buying meat. Thus, she promptly bought a plane ticket to leave. However, she jumped up in shock. What? Purchasing more than a ton of meat requires a permit from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Chapter 15. The International Courier, the owner of the breeding farm. Smoking a cigarette, nodded. Yes, it's a new regulation. What are the requirements for obtaining a permit? Li Wanyan asked, confused. They need to know what you intend to do with the meat. Generally, individuals do not require such a large quantity. For business purposes, present your business license and previous transaction records, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau will naturally grant approval, the owner explained matter-of-factly. Li Wanyan retorted, the issue is, I have nothing. She took a deep breath and added, if I need a permit for over a ton, what if I buy 900 kilograms? Will that work? The owner of the breeding farm scrutinized her with narrowed eyes. What do you need so much meat for? That's none of your concern. I will buy 900 kilograms at market price, plus an additional 20%, and then you help me contact other breeding farms for the same purchase. Little girl. The owner interrupted, don't waste your effort. All the meat here has already been allocated. The excess has been sold, and the remaining has been pre-ordered. Selling to you would breach our contract. Although she was willing to pay more, the profit from 900 kilograms of meat was minimal. The cost of breach of contract will be far greater. The owner of the breeding farm was not foolish. Why would he agree? Li Wanyan's breathing became increasingly rapid. What she thought would be a solid plan for stockpiling was already encountering obstacles before she could even buy meat or grain. She refused to give up, continuing her search. If the larger breeding farms wouldn't work, what about the smaller ones? The farm owner replied, the meat has long been pre-ordered. All upcoming production has been claimed. Li Wanyan exclaimed, no, who has cleared the shelves so thoroughly? This leaves no room for rebirth. She spent an entire day running, her legs growing thin from the exertion. In total, she managed to purchase a meager 200,000 worth of goods. Standing on the street, she felt utterly lost. This was not at all what she had anticipated. 200,000 in a day. By the time the apocalypse arrived, she wouldn't even be able to spend $1 billion. Moreover, this 200,000 was a hodgepodge of various items. Purchasing a single type of resource in large quantities would require a permit, unless she resorted to buying small amounts from supermarkets and shops. Even running until her legs gave out would not suffice to stockpile what she needed. Why? Why had the state suddenly begun controlling grains, oils, and meats? Had they discovered something? Darn it. How was she supposed to spend her $50 billion? She paced in frustration. Regardless of the reason for the state's control over food resources, she could not afford to dwell on it. Her immediate priority was singular: stockpile, stockpile, stockpile. Yet at present, she was utterly incapable of accumulating supplies from the market. On the screen, the street outside the hotel showed Li Wanyan alternating between standing and squatting, visibly conflicted. Hao Jingye could not help but exclaim, how could she possibly stockpile 50 billion worth of goods? Setting aside the fact that the state is currently consolidating food and other resources, just consider her purchasing power. Such a sum would surely create a considerable impact. The state could not possibly overlook that. Sheng An remained silent. Both of them had anticipated such an outcome. At that moment on the screen, Li Wanyan suddenly came to a halt, raising her head. It was as if she had conceived a plan, her eyes sparkling with determination in the darkness. She murmured, if I can't buy domestically, then I must go abroad. Indeed, she could procure grain overseas. While domestic resources were controlled by the state, the situation was different abroad, where there were not only farmers, but also a black market where anything could be purchased. She had initially intended to stockpile some weapons abroad. Now she could simultaneously gather grain, meat, and other supplies. Li Wanyan's smile returned. She knew that, with a second chance at life, it was impossible for her to be rendered powerless. Such minor issues could not deter her. Li Anun esprit de remerget. On the other side, Sheng An removed her headphones and looked at Hao Jingye, her voice calm. The fish is on the hook. Arrange for her to go abroad as soon as possible. Once it was confirmed that Li Wanyan had ample space, she planned to facilitate her departure from the country. This was her strategy for Li Wanyan. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Suddenly, he came to a realization. Shang Jie, you wish for her assistance in procuring supplies abroad? He gasped, murmuring, indeed. With only 21 days until the apocalypse, our country's extensive procurement from overseas cannot be concealed. Many nations, though unaware of the reasons, instinctively oppose us. Since Li Wanyun's spatial abilities can accommodate items, she should help us procure them. However, Sheng An shook her head, her expression serene. This is merely one aspect. Hao Jingye inquired, puzzled. Are there other uses? Sheng An chuckled knowingly. Have you forgotten what Team Zero is engaged in? Hao Jingye was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in shock. Meanwhile, Sheng An had already dialed a number. On the other end, the voice of Yuan Wan, responsible for communications in Team Zero, rang out. Sheng Jie, why have you contacted us so suddenly? His breath quickened, even deliberately lowering his tone. What's the matter? Sheng An frowned. Alas, the quantity of this batch of arms is substantial. Some individuals are bound to take notice. Yuan Wan paused before laughing. Team Qi is here. They will handle it shortly. Sheng Jie, please hold on and speak with Team Qi. It's fine to speak with you too, Sheng An replied nonchalantly. Don't be like that. Yuan Wan insisted. Sheng Jie, please do us this favor and await Team Qi. Each time you contact us, Team Qi is elated for days. If he doesn't get to speak with you, I won't have a good day ahead. Yuan Wan's voice was tinged with frustration. Beside him, Hao Jingye wore an expression of curiosity, while Sheng An felt exasperated. She understood that as long as Yuan Wan objected, she could not unilaterally end the call. The call did not keep Sheng An waiting for long. A cold voice emanated from her phone. Who? Team Qi, it's Sheng Jie. Yuan Wan chuckled. The other end hesitated slightly before the cold voice returned, softer yet still husky, as if whispering in her ear. What's wrong? Hao Jingye could not resist rubbing his cheeks. My goodness, is this really Team Qi? Sheng An propped her chin on her hand, casually asking, how are things on your end? In a carefree tone, Qi Lingwu replied, quite well. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Wan muttered, what do you mean quite well? We are being relentlessly pursued, and bringing this batch of arms back is no easy task. Qi Lingwu ignored him. Turning back to Sheng An, how about you? Sheng An smiled. Things are also quite well, and moreover, I have found you a helper. You need not worry about that batch of arms. They will soon be transported back. Before Qi Lingwu could respond, Yuan Wan leaned closer to the microphone. Raising his voice, really? He could barely contain his excitement. Sheng Jie, what plan do you have? The quantity of these arms is enormous. Had we not been stationed here, they would have been discovered long ago. How do you intend to transport them back? Sheng An gazed at the ecstatically Wan Yun on the screen and slowly articulated. A spatial ability user. Team Zero remains stranded in M country due to a batch of arms. The quantity is alarmingly large, and Team Zero's mission is to transport back as much as possible before the apocalypse. Given the recent unrest in our country, M country has intensified its scrutiny. Even Lao Zhang was ready to give up. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon us with the arrival of Li Wanyun. Hao Jingye's lips twitched. On the screen, Li Wanyun's account had just received over 10 million, and she appeared sprightly, her demeanor arrogant and content, completely unaware that she had been envisioned by Sheng An as a transnational courier. Chapter 16. A bit clever, yet not much. Without further ado, Sheng An into the call. Hao Jingye's eyes sparkled as he eagerly looked at Sheng An. Sheng Jie, shall we contact Li Wanyun now? Not yet. Sheng An smiled gently. Li Wanyun's personality differs from Jiang Yu's. She is not so easily swayed. Individuals are most attentive when it comes to protecting their own assets. Thus, let her undertake this errand for herself, allowing Team Zero to return promptly. Different approaches are required for different anomalies. Jiang Yu can leverage emotional appeals, but Li Wanyun cannot. She turned to Hao Jingye, her posture straightening. Let us now prepare our courier for a smooth commencement. Hao Jingye immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Meanwhile, after confirming her plans to travel abroad, Li Wanyun promptly initiated the visa application process on a certain treasure website. She clicked on the most popular agency and inquired, can you process a visa for M country? M country is the largest grain producer, and its firearm regulations are lax. Perhaps she could procure some weapons from the black market. The customer service representative, Xiao Hao, quickly responded, yes, dear, we can indeed. Please contact our agent, Xiao Hao, at this number, 152. Without hesitation, Li Wanyun made the call. It was answered instantly. Hello, dear, I am delighted to assist you. I am Agent Xiao Hao. Are you looking to apply for a visa to M country? A young male voice resonated on the other end. Li Wanyun reclined on the hotel bed, her tone nonchalant. Yes, how quickly can it be processed? She could not afford to waste time. After all, she needed to buy food and find ways to acquire weapons from the black market which would require time. Naturally, obtaining a visa for M country is no simple task. If time runs short, she would have to consider other countries. Yes, it can be processed in 2 days. So quick? Li Wanyan was taken aback, sitting up. Indeed, dear. How much? Just 99, dear. The agent Xiao Hao smiled slightly. Hao Jingye remarked. 99. 2 days for completion. You must be tempted. Li Wenyun skufa, kuld li raturting. Fraut. She hung up the phone. Hao Jingye exclaimed. Oh no, we overacted. He nervously glanced at Sheng An, who remained expressionless, smiling at him. Hao Jingye inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly grabbed his computer, pretending to be serious. On the other end, Li Wanyan scoffed. Do you really think I'm easy to deceive? The visa application for M country is rather troublesome. It cannot be done in 2 days for just 99. Isn't that a scam? Do you think I'm a gullible reincarnated girl? Dream on. She clicked back onto the treasure website, still on the same page. Dismissing the previous option, she sequentially opened the second and third listings, sending inquiries. One after the other. Both replied instantly. Yes, dear, please contact Agent Xiao Jing, phone 135. Of course, dear, click on the above link to view the materials required for the M country visa. If you're in a hurry, you can also contact Agent Xiao Yi, phone 139. Li Wanyan selected the second option, Xiao Yi. The call was answered immediately. A deep male voice on the other end greeted. Hello, are you looking to apply for a visa to M country? Li Wanyan got straight to the point. How much? The standard process, including expert one-on-one consultation, phone training, and face-to-face signing, costs $29.99, dear. Li Wanyan felt somewhat reassured and inquired. How long will it take? The standard process takes about 25 days. I cannot guarantee it, you know. The apocalypse is coming in 20 days. Li Wanyan calmly asked. What is the fastest you can do? If you opt for the VVP service, it can be completed in 3 days for just $49,999, dear. Are you certain? If it cannot be completed, there will be no charge, dear. Without hesitation, Li Wanyan replied. Fine, proceed with the application immediately. The agent Xiao Yi suddenly added. If you are particularly anxious, you can pay an extra $99.999 for the VVVIP process, and you will receive your visa by tomorrow. For an additional $599.999, we can arrange a private flight to M country tomorrow. Li Wanyan sat up abruptly, astonished. You can complete it by tomorrow? How is that even possible? Xiao Yi replied. That's why you need to pay more. As long as you spend money, we can accomplish anything. Our travel agency has connections to ensure you will definitely receive the visa. You can pay after you obtain it. We operate with integrity. Li Wanyan was half convinced. Which travel agency possesses such connections? She switched screens and saw the store name on Taobao, Tiching Travel Agency. Fortunately, payment was after the service, and it could be resolved by tomorrow. Li Wanyan replied nonchalantly. Then I will add $99,999. I need the visa by tomorrow, with $5 billion in hand. She was not short of this amount. As for the private flight, she doesn't need anything. She only desires safety. What if these people notice her wealth and set their sights on her? Xiao Yi. All right, dear, this number is my WeChat. Please add me, and I will send you the necessary materials. Feel free to contact us with any needs. We are capable of anything, both domestically and internationally, including large loans. Li Wanyan's heart stirred. Wait, large loans? Xiao Yi, yes, dear. Is it reliable? Rest assured, we follow all bank procedures. Li Wanyan felt somewhat tempted. However, she remained skeptical of the intermediary's credibility and needed to see if they could secure the visa by tomorrow. As for fear, she, an unyielding space ability user, feared nothing before the apocalypse arrived. Once the end times came, what would she have to fear? Being able to borrow money was quite advantageous. The more she borrowed, the more supplies she could stockpile. When the apocalypse strikes, who would care about her debts? Xiao Yi, then I won't disturb you any longer. Feel free to reach out anytime. Good night. After hanging up, Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An. Sister Sheng, the task has been successfully completed. He switched to a certain treasure interface and couldn't help but exclaim. Li Wanyan is quite guarded, much harder to deceive than Jiangyu. Sheng An did not look up, remarking, a bit clever, but not excessively so. She sent a message to Wan Yuan. Done. Once she arrives in M country, she will definitely contact the intermediary. You reach out to her. The response came swiftly. Received. Thanks, Sister Sheng, my dear sister. Hao Jingye stroked his chin. Although Li Wanyan has yet to mention the loan, once her visa is secured tomorrow, she will likely bring it up. How much should we offer her? Li Wanyan remains unaware that her trip abroad is as an international courier. The more money she brings, the more food she can purchase, which also aids in stockpiling for the country. It matters not how much we allocate to her. Sheng An pondered for a moment, shaking her head. Do not offer too much, lest it raise her suspicions. Let us allocate 5 billion. Hao Jingye. To be frank, 5 billion is also quite suspicious. Nevertheless, his task is to ensure that the target does not harbor any doubts. Li Wanyun, in Sheng An's assessment, is somewhat clever, but not excessively so. She tends to overlook details. Of course, it could also be due to her confidence as a reborn ability user, believing that no one can harm her, hence her audacity. With matters concerning Li Wanyun settled, Sheng An inquired, has anyone seen Iron Man's neighborhood? Did anything noteworthy surface today? Hao Jingye quickly checked for feedback. He subsequently shook his head, reporting no leads. After reviewing all surveillance footage, there were no traces of the so-called Iron Man. Currently, only the 2 anomalous witnesses and the fingerprints outside the window remained. Sheng An stood up and moved toward the exit. Let us go meet those 2 witnesses, one large and one small, and discern the circumstances surrounding the Iron Man who believes in light. Chapter 17. The Iron Man who believes in light. Huayu community. It was already evening, yet the police arrived and the question parties were exceedingly cooperative. During the actual inquiry, the police remained outside, while Sheng An and Hao Jingye were inside with the interviewee. The researcher who posted the information was named Song Linwei, and he bore an expression of excitement. Before Sheng An could even begin her questioning, he eagerly spoke up. Have you determined that the apocalypse is imminent? The police do not believe me, but you must be from a higher authority, right? Sheng An's expression remained neutral. She did not respond, but rather casually inquired, do you truly believe in this so-called Iron Man? Song Linwei laughed. Your repeated inquiries to confirm merely indicate the existence of anomalies, right? If everything were tranquil, that post would not have drawn your attention. A post predicting the apocalypse garnered interest, yet the police entirely disbelieved him, repeatedly questioning him. Tonight, they even brought someone with seemingly higher authority to continue the interrogation, with the police stationed outside, while the 3 remained inside. Could there be no issues here? Sheng An glanced at him. This individual is quite astute and possesses a clear mind, indicating he can fully control his awareness. This implies he is neither insane nor speaking nonsense. Sheng An placed her notes on the table and suddenly asked, what research are you conducting? Song Linwei appeared somewhat taken aback by her question. After a pause, he answered candidly, related to physics. Sheng An nodded and continued. Then you must be a believer in science. I am curious. What convinced you of this Iron Man-esque existence? She leaned forward, intently gazing at him. Song Linwei, his existence is fundamentally unscientific. He pointed to his eyes, for I witnessed it firsthand. Sheng An remained non-committal, slowly reclining back against the sofa with a smile gracing her lips. Very well, Mr. Song. Could you describe what the Iron Man looked like when you saw him? Song Linwei's smile faded. He frowned. I've already communicated this to the police. I wish to hear you say it once. Sheng An maintained her smile. Song Linwei shrugged and sighed. All right, I will recount it once more. Yesterday morning, before I left for work, I suddenly noticed something flash outside my window. Being a sensitive person, I went to take a look. I saw Iron Man, a figure entirely clad in gold. No, it should be described as a humanoid figure made of metal, and we were face to face. Can't see his features? Hao Jingye pressed. Song Linwei shook his head. Rather than a golden person, it is more accurate to say it resembles a humanoid metal. Upon seeing it, you would immediately recognize its peculiarity, quite extraordinary. Sheng An, what did you discuss? Song Linwei, I was initially startled and took several steps back. My instinctive reaction was to grab a broom and strike him, but he suddenly spoke, declaring himself Iron Man. Sheng An's brow arched. Hao Jingye also furrowed his brow. He indeed resembled Iron Man, true iron. I announced my intention to call the police, and he stated that the apocalypse was approaching, rendering a police report futile. Instead, it would be wiser to stockpile supplies. Song Linwei sighed. Thus, you firmly believe the apocalypse is imminent? Such anomalies have appeared, compounded by the meteorite issue. Is it unreasonable to suspect an impending end? There is no issue. You are quite astute. Sheng An shook her head, able to discern the Iron Man's gender as male. But what is age? Song Linwei shook his head. Age is indiscernible. He sighed again, turning to Sheng An. Everything I know has been shared. The Iron Man is indeed real. Should you see him, you would be astounded. Yet we have not seen him. Sheng An chuckled softly, her eyes unfathomable. Do you genuinely have nothing else to convey? Song Linwei shook his head, none. As if recalling something, he leaned forward, a troubled expression on his face. It seems Iron Man is quite confident that you cannot capture him. Do you think you can? Sheng An refrained from answering, instead posing a counter-question. Naturally, I wish to know more information. Will the apocalypse truly arrive? He glanced at them, pursing his lips, softly inquiring. So, can you tell me if the apocalypse is real? His question was cautious yet filled with trepidation. Hao Jingye was about to shake his head. Suddenly, Sheng An spoke. Yes. In 20 days, a meteorite will descend, heralding the apocalypse, and the world will face a catastrophic disaster. Song Linwei's pupils trembled. Hao Jingye was equally astonished, evidently taken aback by Sheng An's declaration. In an instant, Song Linwei lost composure, his face reflecting shock, confusion, and a dawning despair. His entire demeanor slumped, voice hoarse. Indeed. Sheng An, now that you are aware, what plans do you have moving forward? Song Linwei shook his head, eyes vacant. I do not know. With the apocalypse approaching, what plans could there be? He inhaled deeply, licking his parched lips. Rest assured, I will keep this confidential. There was nothing more to extract from him. Sheng An stood up. Then we shall take our leave, Mr. Song. Should any further information arise, please remember to contact us. Song Linwei nodded, seeing them off. Hao Jingye was filled with confusion. As soon as they exited, he lowered his voice and asked, Sister Sheng, why did you tell him? The latest news remains under wraps and, by all accounts, should not be casually disclosed. With police nearby, Sheng An shook her head and refrained from answering. The two were then led to another household. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, recognizing it as the adjacent building. Hao Jingye nodded, lowering his voice. Indeed, they are neighboring structures, which lends a degree of credibility to the sightings of Iron Man. This household contained a child, and Sheng An's inquiries were minimal. Little one, what did Iron Man look like when you saw him? She asked softly. The child pondered for a moment, then pouted. He was nothing like on TV. He was quite unpleasant. Oh, in what way was he unpleasant? Sheng An pressed. He stole my Ultraman. The child was nearly in tears. He was too much. Sheng An crouched down and produced a delicate Ultraman from her bag, smiling as she offered. How about this Ultraman, dear? The child's eyes lit up as he took it eagerly. Looking up at Sheng An with sparkling eyes, he exclaimed, Thank you, sister. Sheng An gently ruffled his hair, her smile growing warmer. So adorable. Can you tell me what he looked like? Also, what did he say to you? Share everything, and we'll help you find him and get your Ultraman back. Upon hearing this, the child's eyes brightened even more, tightly clutching the Ultraman and nodding earnestly. He was diligently recalling the event. However, the logic of children can be quite disjointed. His fragmented recollections led Sheng An and Hao Jingye to piece together the following. Yesterday, the child had been confined at home when he suddenly heard a commotion outside the window. Unable to open the window, he merely pulled back the curtains. He then saw a glittering Iron Man. Who are you? He had asked, showing remarkable courage and no fear. Iron Man, upon hearing the voice, opened the window and leaped inside, causing the child to burst into tears. Ignoring the child's distress, Iron Man remarked, Stop crying. You're so annoying. At that moment, he noticed the Ultraman figurine on the wall. Iron Man then asked the child, Do you believe in light? The child, already frightened, continued to wail. Iron Man shrugged and, after muttering something indistinct, took the child's Ultraman and left. Hao Jingye pressed further. Little friend, do you truly not recall what he said? The child shook his head, too busy crying to remember. Hao Jingye sighed. Sheng An patted the child's head and, after inspecting the handprint, led Hao Jingye away. Upon exiting the community, they bid farewell to the police and entered their vehicle. Hao Jingye remarked, Their accounts share considerable overlap, and these two individuals are complete strangers with no prior interaction. Although the child's words differ slightly, the core information remains consistent and truthful. It seems Iron Man might indeed be real. He is indeed real. A Jinsei type of ability user, Sheng An replied, starting the car, her expression serene. Continue investigating Song Linwei. Gather information regarding his living conditions, family circumstances, relatives, and anyone he has interacted with in the past 3 days, and compile it for me. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Are you suspecting him? He straightened in his seat, urgently asking, Is there something wrong with Song Linwei? No matter how many times I inquire, the answers remain the same. And he doesn't seem to be lying. Sheng An's revelation about the apocalypse had already astonished Hao Jingye. Now, noticing her altered demeanor, he inquired further. Sheng An smiled. He has not lied, but he has certainly chosen to selectively conceal certain truths. Could he be that Jinsi-type ability user? Hao Jingye boldly speculated. Chapter 18. Stockpiling abroad, Sheng An responded incredulously. Could you not think even further? She gazed ahead, her eyes twinkling with interest, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He is not, but if I am not mistaken, he knows who the Jinsi ability user is. Song Linwei actually knows who it is. Hao Jingye gasped, his breath quickening. Sister Sheng, aren't we going to pursue this further? Sheng An shook her head. He is a clever individual. He has not uttered a single lie throughout the entire exchange because he understands the scrutiny he would face and knows how to avoid leaving traces of deceit. They are all interrogation experts. If Song Linwei were to lie, it would undoubtedly be discovered. Therefore, he has chosen to withhold information, presenting only what he wishes to convey, maintaining flawless logic with hardly a hint of abnormality. Such a clever person is exceedingly difficult to interrogate. While we possess methods to elicit his confession, employing them would severely jeopardize our harmonious relationship. It is not the best choice. There is no need to rush. I have other means. Hao Jingye ceased to press her, his expression complex, and asked Sister Sheng, how did you discern that? He regarded her as an undeniable genius. Yet, moments ago, he had been unable to perceive it, where she had seen through it effortlessly. Remarkable. If only he could learn such tactics. Sheng An replied, intuition. Hao Jingye conceded, very well, I suppose I cannot learn that. The countdown, 19 days. The state intervened, and Li Wanyun's visa was swiftly processed. Hao Jingye met with her. Li Wanyun was astonished. It's all settled so quickly? No interview required. Hao Jingye smiled enigmatically. I mentioned we have connections. Otherwise, how could we dare to charge you 150,000? The fee for merely processing a visa is quite steep. Li Wanyun remained somewhat skeptical. Hao Jingye produced the contract and, adopting a serious tone, stated, you are indeed a straightforward person. Willing to spend 150,000 on a visa, you must be quite well off. We are not concerned about you defaulting on the agency fee. You can choose to pay after reaching country M. This indeed demonstrated significant sincerity. Li Wanyun reviewed the contract multiple times, ensuring its reliability. The document was straightforward, devoid of hidden clauses, merely stating that she could opt to pay after arriving in country M. If the visa did not facilitate her smooth entry and exit, she would incur no charges. It also emphasized her obligation to purchase a flight ticket to country M within 2 weeks. Everything was logical and reasonable. After thorough examination, she confirmed that the agent was indeed trustworthy. The service is quite commendable, she remarked. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, nodding amiably. Certainly, although our prices are high, we strive to provide the best and most impeccable service. That is our agency's principle. Li Wanyun signed the contract, taking her copy. Upon hearing this, a thought sparked in her mind. Hao Jingye, having retrieved the contract, purposely inquired, Dear, do you have any other requests? Li Wanyun lowered her voice. Can I exchange for M currency? Of course, Hao Jingye replied, his smile unwavering, maintaining an official demeanor. This was already part of their plan. After a brief hesitation, Li Wanyun continued, the amount is substantial. Are you certain you can manage it? Hao Jingye assured her, absolutely. As long as the agency fee is settled, everything can be arranged. 50 billion is acceptable? Hao Jingye feigned a dramatic pause. Then, he exaggeratedly gasped, raising his voice, 50 billion. Li Wanyun's expression remained calm, her eyes glimmering beneath her sunglasses. Yes, 50 billion. Can it be exchanged? And it must be swift. Hao Jingye appeared conflicted for a moment. Then, gritting his teeth, he conceded it can be done, but the agency fee is quite steep, and the exchange rate will be lower than the official rate. Li Wanyun maintained her composure, internally sighing with relief. Wonderful. I can indeed have it exchanged. As for the exchange rate, if he had claimed it would match the official rate, she would have suspected foul play. Now, however, it only reinforced her belief that this operation stemmed from an unregulated, yet capable channel. Was she afraid? Someone intending to venture abroad to procure black market weapons would hardly be intimidated. Instead, this assurance further solidified her trust in their capabilities. The swift execution of travel arrangements, currency exchanges, and so forth would be impossible through ordinary channels without special privileges. Thank you, we are indeed privileged, Hao Jingye thought. Li Anun smiled, no problem. How will we proceed? Hao Jingye led her to the official bank. In less than 3 hours, 5 billion, after deducting the intermediary fees. The entirety was exchanged for M coins, perfectly resting in her account. It was almost unbelievable. This travel agency was far more capable than she had imagined. Li Wanyun was astonished, her expression somewhat dazed. She murmured, "What exactly is your travel agency's background?" Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "Our boss has connections." Li Wanyun suddenly understood. Confused, shocked, and then elated, she gazed at the currency lying in her account and lowered her voice. "What about the loan? How much can you arrange for me?" After a pause, she added, "You need not worry about the intermediary fees." Hao Jingye regarded her, also lowering his voice, "Dear, the amount you can borrow is directly proportional to what you possess. However, for large sums, our loan duration is limited." Li Wanyun nearly laughed aloud. With the apocalypse looming in 19 days, who would demand repayment after that? She suppressed her smile and inquired, "Is it truly possible to secure 5 billion? I have some plans for that amount. It cannot be used as collateral." Hao Jingye reassured her, "No worries. You are a person of substantial wealth. You certainly possess the means to generate income. As long as you accept the high interest and provide collateral, I can facilitate the 5 billion for you." Li Wanyun observed him closely, not missing the fleeting glimmer in his eyes. She realized they believed in her assets and earning potential because she possessed 5 billion. They were extending her high-interest loans, banking on her as a golden goose. Perhaps they were even scheming to seize her 5 billion. Once she comprehended this, the prospect of borrowing 5 billion no longer seemed incongruous. They likely did not believe she would spend 100 billion so swiftly. And high-interest loans? With the apocalypse imminent, everything would become void. Li Wanyun smiled, "Let's proceed." Hao Jingye displayed a barely noticeable smile. Sister Sheng was right. Although their plan had many flaws, Li Wanyun, having experienced the apocalypse and rebirth, was not one to consider losses from others' perspectives. She preferred to weigh gains and losses from her own viewpoint. Thus, as long as it benefited her and fulfilled her demands, she would rationalize everything and hasten to achieve her advantageous goals. 3 hours later, she had mortgaged her property and secured a loan of 5 billion from the official bank. Additionally, Xiaoyi had exchanged it all into M coins, quietly resting in her overseas account. Naturally, she had also mortgaged her only property, a villa she had lavishly decorated into a fortress. Although she had spent considerable money on that villa, it was worth far less than 2 billion, so she did not suffer a loss. Furthermore, when the apocalypse arrived, everything would be nullified, and it would still belong to her. Li Wanyun had the confidence and assurance for this. Looking at her balance, she murmured, "You truly are capable, managing to accomplish everything, and 5 billion arrived so swiftly." Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "As long as there is money to be spent, we can accomplish anything." He added, "Of course, we only serve premium clients. You're a VVVP, so I have the privilege to assist you in applying. If you were just an ordinary customer, we wouldn't have accepted this." Li Wanyun grasped the situation. They were after her money. However, it mattered little. This time, they were destined to return empty-handed. After all, the apocalypse was approaching. After all, she was a reborn space ability user. Li Wanyun esa lips curlatu puerts. She was glad to have found the right channel. Was she truly the chosen one? Although purchasing grain had not gone smoothly, alternative methods emerged immediately, and whatever she desired materialized. It was precisely because of the difficulties in purchasing grain that she could amass 100 billion. It was worth it. Heaven had not allowed her rebirth to be in vain. With everything in order and feeling uneasy about Xiao Yi potentially mishandling the funds, she decisively purchased the nearest flight ticket to M country. Stockpiling supplies and acquiring weapons, she needed to spend this money swiftly. Xiao Yi drove her to the airport. Li Wanyun waved her hand, taking nothing with her, and boarded the plane with ease. As the plane was about to take off, gazing at the land beneath, Li Wanyun finally revealed a radiant smile. Everything was different now. Having returned from her rebirth, everything flowed seamlessly. She could purchase 100 billion worth of supplies to stock in her space, and when the apocalypse arrived, she would be the richest person in the world, effortlessly dealing with Li Qiansheng and the others. Her space contained everything. She would live a life entirely different from her previous one. In her rebirth, She would be the protagonist of the world. This was the treatment of the fated daughter. In this world, who dared to contend with her? Li Vanyun lifted Herchin, casually tapping her phone, and noticed that a recent friend request had been accepted. Special Travel Agency M, Country Local Guide Xiao Wan. Hi, dear. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye was driving swiftly to pick someone up. Sister Sheng, Li Wanyun has boarded the plane. Old Zhao is on the flight to ensure her safety. And Team Zero is waiting for her. Brother, one has already made contact with her. Everything is proceeding smoothly, Hao Jingye exclaimed with excitement. Sheng An nodded calmly, clearly not taking the matter to heart. Li Wanyun was already a fish in their pond, unable to escape. They would execute their plans step by step. When she returned with the goods, it would be their time to net her. Her fingers glided across the tablet, her brows slightly furrowed. Sister Sheng, what's wrong? Hao Jingye asked, puzzled. I'm reviewing the investigation results on Song Lin Wei, Sheng An replied. Hao Jingye sat up straight, eager to inquire, what are the findings? There is something odd. Sheng An swiped the screen. She had requested an investigation into Song Lin Wei's living conditions, family background, relatives, and the people he had interacted with over the past 3 days. It was an extensive web of information. However, Sheng An had already sorted it out. Song Lin Wei's background was pristine. His parents were university professors, currently reappointed, still working at the school. His sister and brother-in-law were in business and doing quite well. He himself graduated from the best university in the country and engaged in research related to physics. This family resided in the capital and was busy with their respective careers. Additionally, Song Lin Wei had a 16-year-old nephew who was currently in his second year of high school. The investigation indicated that this family had commendable personalities. Moreover, Song Lin Wei himself was exceptionally intelligent, receiving excellent evaluations in both his studies and work. Their living environment was moderately prosperous, the family atmosphere was good, and the relatives were all thriving, leaving no room for criticism. Furthermore, since he posted his message, Song Lin Wei had not gone to work, taking leave to stay at home. Over the past 3 days, aside from meeting family, he had remained secluded in his home. Monitoring his communications revealed nothing unusual. Additionally, he had very few interactions during these 3 days, which included a delivery person, a courier, and a supermarket clerk, all appearing normal. Therefore, based on the investigation results, Song Lin Wei seemed extraordinarily normal. Hao Jingye remarked, that seems quite normal to me. What do you find it strange, Sister Sheng? Sheng An countered, what type of person do you think Song Lin Wei is? Without hesitation, Hao Jingye replied, a good person who is intelligent. He is considered smart due to several interactions and background checks. He is deemed a good person because he posted a warning about the apocalypse, intending to alert everyone. Sheng An smiled. Let's reverse engineer this. If my intuition is correct, and he has issues, then if not a single anomaly can be detected, it suggests he is even more intelligent than we imagine. Hao Jingye nodded. Then, if that is the case, why would such a clever person post a message that, aside from attracting our attention, serves almost no purpose? Sheng An narrowed her eyes, her phoenix eyes filled with significance. Hao Jingye exclaimed, indeed, that is contradictory. Moreover, it is entirely plausible to continue speculating. If Sheng An's intuition proves erroneous, and Song Lin Wei is indeed untroubled, then he must have encountered the Iron Man, a brilliant scientist. Should he post online or seek assistance? It is the latter. He would promptly inform the nation of the existence of Iron Man. Posting itself is an act that hardly aligns with the demeanor of an astute individual. Hao Jingye gasped. Thus, if Song Lin Wei is genuinely in distress, what is his aim? What secrets does he conceal? If that Iron Man is not he, then who could it be? Song Lin Wei's investigation is still underway. Do you know the results of today's inquiry? Sheng An teased. Hao Jingye shook his head, his gaze filled with urgency. Sheng An continued. Prior to today, his parents, sister and brother-in-law, and nephew continued their daily routines of work and school. She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, but today, they all requested leave to return home. Hao Jingye was taken aback. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly spoke. So, he only confirmed the apocalypse last night. Then, that post. Sheng An tilted her head and softly remarked, yes, the Iron Man, who believes in light, must be someone close to him. He is protecting that individual. As for the post, Song Lin Wei is fishing for the nation's attention. He needs to ascertain whether the apocalypse is imminent and connect with them to gather information. After a moment, Hao Jingye exhaled slowly. Indeed, Song Lin Wei is remarkably astute. His scheme is sound, but alas, he has encountered Sheng, and Hao Jingye gazed at Sheng An, suddenly understanding why the nation appointed her as one of the heads of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department. They trust her ability to suppress those heretics. Keen, intelligent, and formidable. She can already manage deviants without any special powers. What if she awakens formidable abilities? Hao Jingye suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. The Song family, having digested the news throughout the day, finally accepted the impending apocalypse. Song father furrowed his brow, appearing aged. Song mother, equally bewildered, questioned, how can it be the apocalypse? Song Linwei's sister, Song Linlin, inquired, why did you post to attract the nation's attention? What if the nation? Song Linwei sighed and explained, I wanted to ascertain whether the apocalypse is real. It was merely an ordinary post. Unless the nation is monitoring, it wouldn't attract any attention. However, their immediate response indicates they have been vigilant, and they're not merely concerned about who posted about the apocalypse, but are actively seeking individuals with extraordinary abilities. Last night, he gleaned the answers he desired from a national representative. A terrifying yet anticipated answer. Song Linlin asked, so now the nation is paying attention? Will they notice? Xiao Xin? Song Linwei shook his head, asserting that it should not happen. There have been no lapses. I merely revealed the existence of those with special abilities, not exposed Xiao Xin. In the vehicle, Hao Jingye asked, Sheng Jie, who do you think it is? Sheng An pointed to a name, her expression calm. Li Xin, Song Linwei's nephew. Her tone was not speculative, but certain. Song mother expressed concern. Your post was too specific. Exposing Xiao Xion's abilities is too dangerous. You must conceal him well, lest the nation discovers him. Li Xin's Futta, Li Wei, shook his head. The nation is searching for individuals with special abilities. Li Xion need not remain hidden indefinitely. If the apocalypse is indeed approaching, special ability holders are more likely to survive than ordinary individuals. Song Linwei concurred. Precisely, this is why I highlighted Xiao Xion's abilities in the post. If the apocalypse is imminent, then Xiao Xion should not be the most unique, yet he possesses significant uniqueness. He glanced towards the closed room, inhaled deeply, and continued, we can use this to negotiate with the nation. Of course, we must do so before they discover Xiao Xion. Time is running short. Only 19 days remain. Song Linlin expressed concern. You think of Xiao Xion, but that rascal is unruly and disobedient. Song Linwei replied, I must fight for his rights. After all, Xiao Xion is special, so it should not be difficult. Sheng An remarked, if I am not mistaken, Song Linwei exposed his nephew's metal-based ability to negotiate with us. Seeking rights for his nephew. That simplifies matters. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, stating that it was merely a negotiation and that they needed to ascertain. Sheng An interrupted. No, not a negotiation. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Sheng An scoffed. This heretic wants to negotiate. That one wants to negotiate. There is not enough time for such trivialities. Enter my department, and you will obey without question. She raised her hand and tapped the steering wheel. Let us return first to see Xiao Yu's learning outcomes. And tomorrow we will capture that Iron Man who believes in light. Capture. Hao Jingye's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first time Sheng An had used that term. Chapter 20. Why are you crying? Upon returning to the camp, it was already midnight. Shortly after their arrival, Jian Yu had also concluded her day of classes, entering the dormitory with a light and airy step. The dormitory for the deviants was located on the same floor, featuring a one-bedroom suite layout, fully equipped with smart technology, providing a relatively comfortable living experience. Sheng An and Hao Jingye had also moved into this dormitory. You finally returned. Jian Yu's expression was flat, her eyes devoid of emotion. Hao Jingye was startled, exclaiming, what happened to you? Jian Yu smiled faintly. Learning. Hao Jingye, with a complex expression, asked, is it really that distressing? It is just acquiring some knowledge, after all. Jian Yu turned her head away, disinterested in conversing with the top student. Ahead, Sheng An beckoned. Come here. Jian Yu obediently approached. Sheng An inquired, how is your studying going? Will you be able to transplant the seeds before the apocalypse? Can the experimental field be properly planned? Jian Yu's voice was weak. I don't know. Today we transplanted a batch. And old Joe and the others are planning the experimental field. Once I can skillfully use the agricultural tools, we will officially begin farming. She tugged at her hair, greasy from lack of washing, and exclaimed in despair, Shang Jie, I really can't take it anymore. Farming is just too hard. Moreover, my tasks are overwhelming. With both studying and farming, in just 2 days, I feel utterly exhausted. This is nothing like the rebirth I envisioned. Jiang Yu clutched her head in frustration. She was on the verge of a breakdown. No one should disturb her during this breakdown. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly resonated. Comrade Jiang has worked hard for the nation. We all see it. With great power comes great responsibility. We appreciate your efforts, Comrade Jiang. You can rest assured that the nation will not treat you unfairly. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Who? She looked around in confusion, then lowered her head. Sheng An was seated on the sofa, a computer before her, the screen displaying what appeared to be moving figures. Jiang Yu instinctively leaned in closer to see clearly. Then, she found herself face-to-face with a group of elderly men on the screen. Jiang Yu blinked. Before her were the familiar faces from television, the leaders of the nation. This was her second encounter. The first was at her home, where they exchanged greetings. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Suddenly, her pupils dilated, a look of sheer terror crossing her face. Oh no, I haven't washed my hair again. On the other end, an elderly man hesitated for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Sheng An, perhaps it would be better to send a few professional psychologists to assist you. Comrade Jiang seems to be under considerable stress. The leaders had never witnessed a young person losing their composure at home, so they questioned her mental state. Jiang Yu. Her pupils initially appeared unfocused, then gradually sharpened, and finally began to tremble as she succumbed to despair. With a wail, Jiang Yu dashed back to her room. What happened to Comrade Jiang? Old Jiang asked, puzzled. Sheng An waved her hand. Ignore her. She will be fine shortly. Very well. As long as you handle matters, we trust you. Before Jiang Yu returned, Sheng An had been discussing the work of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department with the leaders. At that moment, old Jiang continued the previous topic. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the number of ability holders will increase, but none will hold as much significance for us as the current deviants. Sheng An nodded. Understood. Now, with the presence of an additional superhuman, at the moment when the apocalypse descends, we can harness more strength, preserve greater resources, and save more citizens. The significance of your work at the Mori Taiching Chu is profound. With merely 19 days remaining, do strive to gather more talent. Lao Zhang rubbed his temples. It wasn't just Jiang Yu and Sheng An who had suffered from sleepless nights. The leaders shared the same fate. Each individual was burdened with numerous tasks, and time was slipping away. Sheng An nodded in agreement. After discussing a few other arrangements, the brief video conference concluded. Jiang Yu, with damp hair, rushed out of her room, only to find Sheng An shutting his laptop. Jiang Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it over?" Sheng An glanced at her freshly washed hair and nodded. "Yes, it is." Grasping her head in frustration, Jiang Yu lamented, Darn it. I was on video with greasy hair, and now that I finally washed it, the leaders didn't even see it. How infuriating." Jiang Yu was exceedingly disheartened. As they prepared for supper, Hao Jingye opened the door. The logistics team wheeled in a hot pot cart, laden with delectable and extravagant ingredients, one after another. Distracted, Jiang Yu found herself puzzled. Why such a lavish meal? Typically, they enjoyed good food, but this late-night feast was unprecedented in scale. Moreover, the camp's cafeteria leaned more towards health-conscious options. This luxurious hot pot clearly had been ordered from outside. Sheng An found a seat and sat down. Hao Jingye, seated across from him, grinned, thanks to our future teammates' generous donation of 150,000. It's the commission earned from Li Wanyan. He felt that if they did not accept her money, it would seem deceitful. Thus, they had to accept the more expensive option. Jiang Yu's face was one of shock. She is that wealthy? Sheng An had already begun to eat. Hao Jingye, while cooking the hot pot, replied, she has 5 billion, plus what the state provided her, a total of 100 billion. Jiang Yu responded incredulously, why does the state give her 50 billion? That's not fair. Sheng An, not lifting his gaze, replied, she procures goods for the nation. Li Wanyan, I thank you. Jiang Yu retorted, and I cultivate land for the nation? As she chewed on the hot pot beef, she felt despondent. Farming hardly sounded prestigious. She sighed, my space ability is utterly useless, especially compared to other space manipulators. Others can stockpile goods, but mine can only be used for farming. The mere mention of farming made her head throb. She glanced at another space manipulator, extravagantly spending 100 billion, and then at herself, wielding a hoe to dig the earth, while being chastised by the old folks for her inadequate efforts. The comparison was infuriating. Suddenly, Sheng An looked up at her, a smirk forming on his lips, his voice laced with humor. Who says your space is inadequate? As I mentioned before, in comparison to other space manipulators, your ability holds far greater value. As Jianyu looked on, he continued casually, there are diverse types of superhumans, including earth and plant manipulators. If only your space could accommodate others. Jianyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hao Jingye quietly added, then you could bring people in. The earth manipulators could till the land, the water manipulators could irrigate, and the plant manipulators could activate their abilities. Jianyu was elated. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Noticing her expression, Sheng An smiled and continued. Then your space would yield bountiful harvests in batches, likely requiring trucks for transport. It could serve not only as an experimental field, but also sustain a vast base. Jianyu beamed with joy. Indeed, her space could synergize with plant and earth abilities, as well as water powers. It was an unparalleled source of productivity. She felt exhilarated, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged knowing glances. Sheng An sighed. Alas, your space cannot accommodate others. Jianyu instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but the words caught in her throat. Sheng An looked at her expectantly. Jianyu tightened her grip on her chopsticks. No, she couldn't reveal her trump card. This was her golden opportunity. How could she divulge all her secrets? What if they decided to bypass her and take her space away? No, absolutely not. She had to restrain herself and keep this secret hidden. Sheng An blinked. What were you about to say? Jianyu, lowering her head to eat the hot pot, replied weakly. I just thought it was a pity that earth and plant manipulators can't enter my space. Sheng An smiled slightly. Indeed, what a pity. Thus, such vast fertile land can only be cultivated little by little, nurtured gradually, and harvested bit by bit. Upon hearing this, Jiangyu's hands trembled, her legs shook, and tears streamed down her face. Hao Jingye asked, why are you crying? Jianyu lifted her head, her eyes misty, and after a moment, managed to utter two words, spicy. Sheng An and Hao Jingye exchanged glances. Hao Jingye questioned, shouldn't we push her a bit more? Sheng An replied impassively. Let's see how long she can hold it in. With the plant manipulators yet to appear, there was no urgency. That night, Jianyu wept as she devoured a pot of hot pot. It wasn't about transforming her sorrow into strength. Rather, farming was labor-intensive. Chapter 21. Off to Save the World Apocalypse Countdown. 18 days. Once again, it was an early start to the day. Before leaving with Hao Jingye, Sheng An did not forget to rouse Jianyu from her slumber. Jianyu, with dark circles under her eyes, floated on her feet. Hao Jingye inquired, why do you look so sleep-deprived? You should have had 6.5 hours of sleep last night, which is quite ample. Jianyu retorted with deadpan eyes. You don't scroll through your phone while lying in bed? No. Jianyu was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Sheng and maintained a neutral expression, a slight smile gracing his lips. No. These individuals did not share the common addiction to modern smartphones. For them, phones were tools for work, not entertainment. And even their devices differed from regular smartphones. They used military-grade, customized phones, which were highly secure. Jianyu exclaimed, you are all a bunch of devils. In the next moment, Sheng An handed Jianyu off to Academician Zhou and his team, departing with Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye, puzzled, asked, what have Team Leader Qiu and the others been up to? Why haven't we seen them for several days? Sheng An, absorbed in her phone for feedback, replied nonchalantly without looking up, they must have found some formidable superhumans in other regions, possibly more than one. Hao Jingye wore a complex expression, bewildered by Team Leader Qiu's intentions. Sheng An remarked, that person appears gentle, but is quite proud, especially when facing me. So you guessed correctly. She is preparing a significant move to impress us upon her arrival. Are you not anxious, Sheng Jie? Hao Jingye pressed, already feeling the urgency. Sheng An replied calmly, not at all. She continued navigating her interface with poise. Hao Jingye, wanting to say more, ultimately held his tongue, realizing her demeanor indicated all was well. Truly, it was the emperor who was calm while the eunuchs were anxious. Preparations had been made. The special police had surrounded the Fuan community, and it was time to meet the Iron Man who believes in light. Sheng An stowed her phone away. Last night, she had issued orders, and by 6 a.m., other departments had coordinated with the Mori, Te, Qing, Chu to finalize arrangements. By 7 a.m., the special police had stealthily surrounded the Fuan community. Everything was in place. Hao Jingye stood upright, entering work mode. All right, Sheng Jie, I've arranged for people to assemble the interrogation room for the metal ability user. We can use it once we bring Li Xian back. Sheng An nodded and entered the vehicle. The discreet black car headed towards the Fuan community. By 8 a.m., the vehicle halted at the community entrance. Sheng An met with the special police and took the boxes they had brought. Upon seeing the contents, Hao Jingye's expression turned complex. Sheng Jie, Li Xian is our future teammate, and it seems the Song family is quite cooperative. Are we really going for a violent capture? He remained concerned about jeopardizing team relationships. Sheng An understood his concerns. However, Sheng An smiled gently. Do you really think a 16-year-old boy, who believes in light and calls himself Iron Man, will obediently listen to his parents and cooperate with us after acquiring superpowers? In truth, a metal ability user like Song Linwei or Li Xian's father is far preferable to Li Xian. At least the former two are composed and can communicate through reason. Yet, Li Xian, a boy plagued by adolescent delusions, is the most difficult to control and predict. Who knows what strange thoughts occupy his mind? If it weren't for the utility of his metal abilities, Sheng An would certainly choose to overlook this aberration. Just imagine a metal ability user snatching a child's Ultraman figurine. It gives one a headache. Hao Jingye replied, understood. Meanwhile, at Fuan community, the Song family awaited Li Xian's return. Song Linwei had not returned to Huayu community, but remained with his parents, and Song Linlin's family was also present. In the face of impending doom, matters of career and work seemed trivial. After a day of calm discussion, they gathered again early this morning to continue their deliberations. Song's mother inquired, Has Shao Xian not woken up yet? Song Linlin shook her head, Not yet. He always sleeps until 11 during holidays. Just leave him be. Song's father asked Song Linwei, When shall we negotiate terms with the government? Song Linwei replied, Let us wait a couple more days to gather information. I'll reach out to the officials. The one named Sheng An likely holds considerable authority. I have her assistant contact number. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the door burst open, startling everyone. The metallic doorknob had melted, and a young boy rushed out, brimming with energy. Clad in gold, he sported shimmering mechanical arms, a metallic mask, and a helmet that concealed his face, giving him an almost robotic appearance. Yet, upon speaking, his voice rang with youthful exuberance. Why contact the government? I refuse to be studied or restrained. The apocalypse is upon us. As the chosen one, I shall dominate the world and reign over the end times. His words echoed with adolescent bravado. The Song family reacted. Song Linwei rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and uttered helplessly, Shao Xian, how have you transformed again? I've told you repeatedly not to use your special abilities carelessly. What if the government finds out? Call me Iron Man. Li Xin Saotet, slamming his hand on the table, which shattered under the impact, sending dust flying. Coughing, he awkwardly cleared his throat but quickly regained his composure and proudly declared, If they find out, let them. The apocalypse is coming, and besides, superheroes fear no government. With a mechanical hand pounding on his chest, he proclaimed, I am no longer the old Li Xian. I am the superhero Iron Man Li Xian. I am invincible. Not even bullets can pierce my indestructible form. Beneath the mask, his face radiated triumph. Even though his expression was concealed, his arrogant tone allowed one to vividly imagine his demeanor. Song Linlin felt a throbbing pain in her head. Li Huai felt a surge of irritation, tempted to grab a weapon. Li Xian flexed his mechanical arms and declared, Rest assured, from now on, I shall protect you. However, superheroes belong to all humanity. With that, he strode towards the door. Li Xian, what are you doing? Li Huai could no longer contain himself, shouting in panic. Li Xian stood by the window, glanced back, and flashed a boastful smile. I'm saving the world. With that, the window flew open, and he leaped out. In truth, he had longed to do this. The day after awakening his powers, he had skipped school to flaunt to his uncle, and had even visited the neighbor's house. When his uncle learned of this, he ordered him back to school, which Li Xian was reluctant to follow. However, his uncle insisted on verifying whether the meteorite truly heralded the apocalypse. Li Xin Gui. Now, having confirmed it through official channels, he knew the end was indeed nigh, and the government was concealing this from the public. With a smirk, he resolved to no longer remain hidden. He would set out to save the world. Chapter 22. Arresta. Song Linlin gasped, rushing towards the window. The Song family's expressions shifted dramatically. Li Xian, come back. Song Linwei shouted, his face pale. However, it was futile. Li Xian had already jumped out of the window. Song's mother felt her vision darken, nearly fainting from shock. Song Linwei rushed to the window to look down. He understood Li Xian's abilities. Leaping from the window, he could easily slide down using the metal railings outside. With metal, he could utilize his powers fearlessly. Of course, even if he fell straight from the 17th floor, his indestructible body would prevent any fatal injuries. This scene appeared more alarming than it truly was. Yet, the issue remained. It was broad daylight. The apocalypse had not yet arrived. Song Linwei felt as though he might crumble under the pressure. Below, the golden figure moved like a gecko, twisting and turning as it scuttled down the exterior wall. Growing more distant, Song Linlin clutched his sleeve, her arm trembling violently. What should we do? Linwei, what should we do? Song Linwei took a deep breath, his complexion wan, and set off to pursue him. Jumping down in broad daylight would undoubtedly attract significant attention. Li Xian claimed he was saving the world. Who knew what other reckless acts he might commit? Song Linwei dashed outside. Li Xian lived in Building 9 on the 17th floor. Since yesterday, this family had remained indoors, only venturing out in batches to procure supplies. Hao Jingye remarked as they walked. Sheng An is carrying a suitcase. Song's family was already aware of the impending apocalypse. In the face of doom, ordinary people had no means of defense. Stockpiling food and supplies was merely a primal instinct. They had no space and had not purchased much. As if struck by a thought, Sheng An quickened her pace. We must hurry. The night before last, Song Linwei learned of the apocalypse. And yesterday, he informed the Song family to negotiate. Li Xian has been bottling up his emotions for a day. He could erupt at any moment. At first glance, the Song family appeared harmonious. The grandparents were esteemed intellectuals, still teaching at the university. The parents were formidable business people, commanding respect in the commercial realm. Even the uncle was a distinguished researcher, engrossed in his work. Such a family could easily overlook a child's behavior. Upon confirming that Li Xian was a metal ability user yesterday, Sheng An reviewed his investigation results. While not much else stood out, his grades were abysmal. With such accomplished relatives, the pressure was palpable. Typically, pressure breeds rebellion. They needed to apprehend him before he caused a scene. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious, and he immediately quickened his pace. Yet in the next moment, someone gasped. Simultaneously, a loud crash resounded. A golden object landed mere 5 steps in front of Sheng An. She halted. As the golden object hit the ground, a hand supported it as the figure half knelt. The scene was strikingly ceremonial, perfectly orchestrated. Who can stop me? The boy exclaimed amidst the gasps, his tone brimming with arrogance, confidence, and excitement. His blood surging with fervor. He raised his head, locking eyes with Sheng An from 5 steps away. Sheng An regarded him, unmoving. Li Xian grinned widely and slowly stood up under Sheng An's gaze. In that moment, he felt himself soaring to new heights, becoming valiant and powerful, shining brighter than any superhero from the movies. Lady, have I captivated you? However, contrary to his expectations, there were no screams, no astonishment, nor inquiries. The young woman standing before him raised a hand to her forehead, seemingly at a loss, perhaps even slightly pained, gazing at him with an incredibly complex expression. This reaction stunned Li Xian, leaving him bewildered. Aren't you afraid? Sheng An inhaled deeply, gazing at him, and slowly spoke. Li Xian, why are you awake so early in the morning? You've arrived a bit late. This lad had risen far earlier than usual today, but fortunately he was still timely. Li Xian responded with confusion. This question seems a bit peculiar. Behind him, it was as if someone were ill, yet Li Xian interjected, do you know me? He glanced down at himself, adorned in a dazzling golden attire that was tightly wrapped. Even his uncle had failed to recognize him at first glance. How could this woman possibly know him? And who was she anyway? Li Xian inquired, who are you? Sheng An smiled gently. I am your future superior. Even through the shimmering mask, one could perceive the bewilderment and uncertainty reflected in Li Xian's expression. At the age of 16, when a youth acquires formidable superpowers, it is indeed a moment of great significance. Suddenly, a woman appears, asserting her authority as his superior. Li Xian still wanted to utter those 3 words. Who are you? The first was filled with curiosity, but this time it bore a tone of challenge and displeasure. His mind felt troubled. He promptly disregarded Sheng An and attempted to leave. However, she blocked his path. Though the 16-year-old boy was not short, standing even taller than Sheng An, his radiant golden appearance accentuated his stature. Yet, she remained undaunted, exuding an aura of respect. She retrieved a badge from her pocket, raised it, and calmly stated, "I am Sheng An, the leader of the End of Days Special Affairs Division." Li Xian paused for a moment, then suddenly realized. So, she was a government official. But what of it? "Do not obstruct my path. Step aside," he retorted nonchalantly. "Grandpa." Hao Jing's lips twitched slightly. Sheng An remained unfazed, continuing to regard him with a serene expression. "Li Xian, come with us." She took a piece of paper from Hao Jing's hand, raised it for Li Xian to see. "This is your arrest warrant." Li Xin. He laughed in anger, his tone brimming with arrogance. "You wish to capture me? Dream on. You lack the capability." With that, he exerted force with his feet, leaping upwards to cling to the exterior wall of the building. In the distance, someone gasped in astonishment. Li Xian looked down at Sheng An. Though her mask obscured her expression, he could hear the arrogance in his own voice. "Huh. Come on. Try to catch me." Sheng An stood her ground, unmoving, watching him. Just as Li Xian thought she was helpless, special police officers had already emerged, guns drawn, surrounding the entire 9th and adjacent 10th buildings. Black muzzles were aimed squarely at him. Li Xian's heart raced, but soon he became smug again. "Do you think guns can intimidate me? Ha ha ha. I fear nothing." Without pausing, he began to scale the metallic protective railing of the building, moving upward like a gecko. He felt no fear. He was even provoking Sheng An and her team. Below, shots were fired in his direction. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was silenced. Yet the bullets struck the metal, producing a resounding noise. It had no effect on him. Above, Li Xian continued to climb, laughing. "Ha, I am the indestructible Iron Man. Your weapons are useless against me. Do not hinder my quest to save the world." Indeed, the bullets proved ineffective against him. Hao Jingye's expression hardened. No wonder this boy was so arrogant. He possessed considerable ability. Meanwhile, Sheng An maintained her calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the ineffectiveness of the bullets. She squinted at Li Xian, then slowly raised her hand, donning protective goggles and retrieving an item from her case. At this moment, Li Xian had reached the 10th floor. He reveled in the strength of his superpowers and the impotence of national weaponry against him. In this instant, Li Xian's confidence reached its zenith. The state's firearms could not harm him. He was a superhero, a paragon of strength, who does not harbor a dream of heroism. He considered himself the favored child of fate, the destined one. He could shamelessly play the hero and fulfill his aspirations. "Ha ha 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 ha. Li Xin Lauet Zau Si Li." Hao Jingye glanced at Sheng An, urging her, "Sister Sheng." Sheng An remained composed, preparing her firearm, aiming at Li Xian, her voice steady. "Li Xian." The term indestructible originates from Buddhist scriptures, and Iron Man is a superhero from Western comics. Please refrain from cultural miscegenation. It only highlights your lack of knowledge. As her words landed, Sheng An squeezed the trigger. This time, instead of the sound of metal colliding, a different sound emerged, a piercing scream from Li Xian. With that cry, he plummeted from the heights, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Sheng An calmly stepped back. Li Xian writhed on the ground, clutching his arm, which had been struck, a significant hole forming in his metallic limb, sizzling as if corroded by something. He cried out in agony, "What is this? What have you done to me?" His voice was filled with torment. Sheng An crouched beside him, looking down with a smile that sparkled like sunlight. "If I were you, I would promptly retract my abilities and sever the metal from my arm." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's helmet and mask vanished. The golden glow enveloping him dissipated instantly. One segment of his mechanical arm broke away, reverting to his natural hand, allowing him to regain composure. His true appearance was now fully revealed to Sheng An. He was a rather handsome 16-year-old, youthful yet defiant, with wide eyes brimming with fury, his hair slightly long, partially obscuring his brows, clad in a bear-patterned pajama. Gasping for breath, he was about to speak when suddenly a gun was pointed at his forehead. Above, Sheng An smiled at him. Li Xian remained rigid, motionless. Moments later, the metallic point of the gun transformed into flesh. Just as he was about to resist, Sheng An maintained her unchanging smile. If it were skin, this gun might pose a challenge. However, should you transform into metal, then it shall prove effective. Li Xin, throw the... In the next moment, the metal beneath the gun vanished, reverting to his ordinary flesh. Ultimately, he was still afraid of death and pain. All around, the special police officers enclosed them, their weapons aimed at Li Xian. At this moment, whether he remained metal or returned to flesh, he was entirely at their mercy. Li Xian gritted his teeth. What kind of gun is this? How can it harm me? This is impossible. I'm indestructible. Sheng An replied. Those possessing metallic abilities can manipulate metal and even transform it into their own bodies. You have become a metal element. Just by observing your color, one can deduce that the metal you have transformed into is primarily composed of copper and gold. Copper is manageable, while gold presents a challenge. Your confidence in being impervious to bullets indicates that your metal contains other elements, enhancing its hardness. Li Xin, what was she saying? Sheng An continued. But do not worry, your educational level is rather limited. The metals you have transformed into are mostly common elements, which are not difficult to handle. The bullets contain a chemical substance of my own design, a mixture of concentrated nitric acid and concentrated hydrochloric acid in a 1:3 volume ratio, commonly known as aqua regia. Li Xin, his gaze became vacant, confusion etched on his face. It seemed she was mocking him, yet he had no evidence to substantiate this. Sheng An added, aqua regia can dissolve most metallic elements, particularly since your outer layer of metal is composed of common elements, CuNO, which are easy to process. Had you produced any rare elements, that would indeed be troublesome. We might even need to dispatch a chemistry expert. Li Xin. Sheng An smiled softly, tapping the barrel of her gun against his forehead. So, young man, perhaps you should read more before aspiring to be a superhero. Li Xian, is this person mocking him? His mind buzzed with confusion, leaving him in a state of stupor. He had prided himself as the child of destiny, believing his superpowers to be invincible. Little did he expect that Sheng An would defeat him using only basic high school chemistry concepts, involving familiar elements like copper, gold, concentrated nitric acid, and concentrated hydrochloric acid. Li Xian felt utterly disoriented. Before him knelt Sheng An, aiming a firearm loaded with special bullets directly at his forehead. Surrounding them were special police officers, effectively sealing off any escape route. Gritting his teeth, Li Xian declared, I will not cooperate with you. If you have the guts, just kill me. Defeated, the youth experienced a surge of frustration, yet beneath it simmered an even greater anger. He was seething with indignation and mounting his final resistance. Sheng An maintained her unwavering smile. Oh, is that so? You refuse to cooperate? Then I shall have to involve your parents and family. She raised her gaze towards the unit door. Startled, Li Xian turned abruptly. The elevator entrance had been secured by the special police, but the Song family could still emerge. At that very moment, they stood at the unit entrance, watching the unfolding scene with palpable fear. Song Linwei felt as though his head might explode. They had witnessed Li Xian's arrogance and Sheng An's decisive actions throughout. If the situation had permitted, he would have lost control and delivered a severe beating to Li Xian. Yet, even more eager to act were Song Linlin and Li Huai. You dare threaten me? Li Xian's eyes burned with fury. If it were just Sheng An, he might have fought back, perhaps even considered eliminating this villain. However, the presence of the special police, who could easily restrain his parents, weighed heavily on him. You may believe that, but I perceive myself as merely analyzing the situation for you, Sheng An replied coolly. Clenching his fists, Li Xian cursed, Sheng, and you are shameless. At that moment, she bore a striking resemblance to the nefarious antagonist thwarting the hero in Tale. Indeed, I am shameless, she affirmed, her smile unwavering. And what of your theft of a child's Ultraman figurine? Li Xian felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Sheng An rose, addressing the Song family with a gentle demeanor. Children should not be indulged excessively, lest they become unruly and invite disaster. Just now, it was a glaring act of defiance. Li Xian had descended from the 17th floor. After provoking Sheng An, he had climbed back up to the 11th floor, traversing the area like a gecko, brazenly shouting as the Song family observed. Li Wai, bratin habili, had stealthily grabbed a broom before descending. Unable to contain himself any longer, he charged forward. Li Xian, if I don't beat you today, I am not your father. A cry of anguish escaped Li Xian, and in that moment, he even forgot to transform into his metal form. Father, why are you hitting me? He wailed. It's clearly they who are stopping me from saving the world. Ouch, stop hitting me. Sheng An calmly holstered her firearm, no longer paying heed to the familial drama unfolding before her. She turned to Hao Jingye, instructing, I will take this one away first. You handle the aftermath. Hao Jingye nodded silently, already devising numerous plans for damage control. Today's commotion was substantial, and the cleanup would not be a simple task. Certainly, the blame lay with this individual who insisted on scaling walls like a character from a fantasy tale. Watching Li Huai deliver a beating to Li Xian, Hao Jingye couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Want to be a superhero? You should consult your father first. After Li Xian was thoroughly chastised, Sheng had departed with a dejected Li Xian in tow, the Song family following closely behind, accompanied by the special police, while Hao Jingye remained to manage the aftermath. Thus, the dreams of the metal-enhanced Li Xian of becoming a superhero shattered before he even exited the community. Chapter 24. The pitiful shattering of pride once in the vehicle. Sheng An busily responded to messages. The Song family wore expressions of dread, maintaining silence. Unable to restrain himself, Li Xian attempted to speak, only to receive a fierce glare from Li Huai. Immediately, he shrank back, sulking in his seat. Song Linwei, feeling a headache coming on, turned to Sheng An and inquired, is the aftermath going to be troublesome? Will it have any negative impact on society? This was the expected reaction of a rational individual. Their family had suddenly revealed a superpowered individual, causing such a commotion, and they still had to inhabit this community. If the repercussions were severe, the state might not be lenient. Sheng An glanced at him, slightly raising an eyebrow. He was indeed a clever man, possessing a rare sense of broader perspective. Not to worry, we can simply say we were filming a scene. The information department will handle any videos circulating online, she replied casually. This truly was not a significant issue. Before Li Xian could create a major uproar, they had apprehended him. Even if someone recorded the incident, the information department could manage it. They had ample experience in such matters. But surely, using filming as an excuse won't convince everyone. Song Mu questioned anxiously. Most people can be misled by that, she acknowledged. Yet there are too many witnesses today. Some will undoubtedly see through it and refuse to believe. Sheng An continued to respond to her messages without lifting her gaze. If they choose not to believe, then let them be. The state will eventually notify the populace to prepare for the apocalypse. It's not a significant concern. With only 18 days remaining until the end, it cannot be concealed for long. Li Xian gasped in shock, his voice rising incredulously. What? The state will notify the populace? He had always assumed that the government would keep the populace in the dark. Hence, he sought to save the world and alert everyone of the impending doom. Yet now he was being told that the state would inform them? Sheng An was at a loss for words. She looked at him, her expression impassive. What purpose would it serve for the state to conceal information from masses? Would it benefit the government if all humanity perished? It is, of course, an urgent notification to arrange and devise ways for more people to survive. Young man, stop concocting wild notions. Li Xian remained silent, but his chin was raised defiantly. Song Linwei shot him a glare, prompting Li Xian to retract his neck and slouch into his seat. Song Linwei turned back to Sheng An, puzzled. How did you end up here today? Wait, did you already suspect that Shao Xian was that Iron Man? It's not difficult to deduce, is it? The only ones you strive to conceal such things from your loved ones. Aside from Li Xian, your family is quite astute. Naturally, only Li Xian would dare to steal a child's Ultraman figurine. Sheng An paused momentarily before adding, if we hadn't been here today, he would have caused even greater chaos. Thankfully, we arrived in time. Song Linwei fell silent, his gaze toward Sheng An laden with complexity. He had thought he was concealing himself well, only to realize that the other party had already deduced everything. Of course, it was also partly Li Xian's fault. Song Linlin could hardly believe her ears. What? You stole a child's Ultraman? When did that happen? At her words, Li Xian shrank back. He hesitated for a moment before muttering, it was because he didn't believe in light, so I wanted to give him a little punishment. Li Huai was once again tempted to grab the broom. Song Linwei stopped him, feeling exasperated. I know he went to someone else's home afterward. Worried that his superpower might be exposed, he decided to bait them instead. Due to the meteorite incident, rumors of the apocalypse have been rampant, and Li Xian is one of the believers. He even refused to attend school because of it, until Li Huai beat him and sent him back. After Li Xian awakened his powers, he became even more convinced that the apocalypse was near, believing it was his time to save the world and showcase his abilities. Song Linwei was uncertain, choosing to bait them. Little did they know, they had caught a shark instead, one that would swallow them whole. After speaking, he cautiously glanced at Sheng An. She showed no reaction, so he tentatively continued. What is the situation now? How do you intend to proceed with Xiao Xin? Sheng An replied, does he not wish to save the world? Naturally, he will join us in this endeavor. She lifted her gaze towards Li Xin, a smile playing on her lips. Young man, how about joining us in saving the world? Li Xin instinctively lifted his chin, a defiant expression on his face. He scoffed. You aim a gun at me. I'm not so easily intimidated. Sheng An interrupted him with a slight smile. I am merely informing you, not negotiating. Li Xin was incredulous, nearly leaping from his seat, raising his voice. Hey woman, I am Iron Man. What is this attitude? Sheng An recognized his arrogance. Despite being captured, this youth still believed himself to be formidable. It was understandable, given his superpowers. However, Sheng An had little patience for arrogance in her presence. She raised an eyebrow. Do you think you're Superman, endowed with special abilities, the chosen one, distinct from all others? Li Xin said nothing, but continued to hold his chin high. The Song family tugged at him, but he remained unyielding. After all, he was indeed impressive. Since the nation seeks to win him over, it ought to adopt a friendly demeanor and elevate his status. How can it possibly exhibit such an attitude towards him, especially this woman before him, who insists on making him bow down? Sheng An smiled faintly and said, Oh, you are mistaken. You are not at all extraordinary. You are merely a gold element ability user. When a meteor falls, countless ability users will emerge globally. The powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are not the most formidable. There are also ancestral returns, mutations, and even space, healing, and dark abilities, among others. Li Xin's expression shifted slightly, yet he stubbornly held his chin high. So what? They haven't appeared yet, have they? I possess superpowers right now. Ah, this lad is rather quick on the uptake. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Who says they haven't appeared? Otherwise, what is our Doomsday Special Operations Department for? Besides you, there are many other ability users who have emerged, water and fire abilities, to name a few. Li Xin Zito, Defianti. They are not as strong as I am. His fists clenched tightly, embodying the last vestiges of his youthful stubbornness and pride. Sheng An smiled gently. There are also quite a few reincarnators. Li Xin was taken aback. What on earth? There are even reincarnators? Isn't that something only found in television dramas? Yet, reincarnators seem more like protagonists than ability users. He had to concede this point. A few days ago, a teammate named Jiang Yu joined us after being reincarnated 1 year after the apocalypse. She possesses a vast space filled with fertile black soil that can be cultivated. Sheng An's voice was calm. Li Xin et Golim. Sheng An continued. Oh, and another teammate named Li Wanyan is a reincarnated space ability user. Not only does she have an immense space, but she also started with 50 billion, and she is currently hoarding supplies for the nation. Additionally, there are unknown powerful ability users. Our other team is fully mobilized. Suddenly, a crashing sound echoed. Something had shattered. Ah, that was the poor boy's fragile pride. Chapter 25. Sister Sheng. My only sister feeling thoroughly disheartened. Li Xin returned to the camp, sulking in his seat, even feeling a bit wronged. How could this be? He was supposed to be an indestructible Iron Man, a superhero. How could he not be the protagonist? How could a multitude of reincarnators emerge? If they are all reincarnators, then who is the true protagonist of this world? Li Xin felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Song's mother cast a concerned glance at him, while Song's father calmly remarked, It is time to bring him down a notch. Otherwise, he may become uncontrollable. This boy simply needs discipline. Previously, they only interacted occasionally, and he could still put on a facade. Now, with his abilities, Li Xin's true, overconfident nature was laid bare. Afterward, he reprimanded Song Linlin and Li Huai. You too as well. As parents, how can you not know the importance of properly educating your child? You seem to be busy with nothing every day. Both attempted to retort, but fell silent. Li Huai shot a glare at Li Xin. Hearing this, Sheng An nodded in agreement. This boy indeed requires education. If you cannot manage him, why not hand him over to the state? Serving the nation is a noble cause. If he commits any misdeeds, then handing him over to the state is justified. Li Xin wanted to argue, but the Song family glared at him in unison, forcing him to swallow his words. He then secretly glared at Sheng An, grinding his teeth in frustration. Clearly, he still found her quite displeasing. Sheng An pretended not to notice. As the vehicle entered the camp, she led them directly to the interrogation room. This interrogation room was unlike any other, having been modified by Hao Jingye the previous night. It was a special interrogation chamber. Their return was perfectly timed for its utilization. Sheng An opened the door. At first glance, the room appeared empty, devoid of anything. However, its peculiar design was immediately apparent, with walls and floors that were anything but ordinary. Sheng An pointed inside. Li Xan, please step in for a moment. I need to have a word with your family, and we'll come and find you afterward. Li Xan protested. Why should I stay in here alone? Sheng An smiled slightly. Because I said so. With that, she raised her hand and pushed him inside. Li Xan, furious, attempted to resist. Sheng An coldly laughed and lifted her hand. Bang! With a resounding noise, Li Xan was tossed inside like a chick. The next moment, Sheng An decisively closed the door. Inside, amidst his painful cries, Li Xan cursed. Damn it, how can this woman be so strong? Sheng An ignored him and led the Song family in another direction. The Song family exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Indeed, Li Xan was in need of some discipline. In the interrogation room, after enduring some pain, Li Xan surveyed the empty space. There was nothing inside, not even a light turned on. The door was tightly sealed, evidently thick and difficult to open. Li Xin Sudelis my Ohat? You think locking me in here will stop me? He realized he was not as unique as he had imagined. Nevertheless, he knew that as long as he did not act foolishly, the state would not harm him. That instinct remained. Thus, he refused to simply comply with being confined here. Waiting inside would mean he was being controlled by that woman. No way. Li Xan grinned slyly, his body instantly transforming into a metallic form, ready to charge at the door. Ding! The lights flickered on. Then he found himself stuck against the wall, tightly adhered to it. Li Xin. He struggled a couple of times, but his body remained immobile, still pressed against the wall. Li Xan was bewildered. What was happening? I am not Iron Man. How could I be magnetized? He was incredulous. From the four corners, a calm voice of Sheng An echoed. Who said this was magnetism? The power of science is beyond your grasp. Young man, you should read more. Li Xan cursed inwardly. Damn, is this woman mocking me again? Hanging on the wall. He gritted his teeth, abruptly transforming back into a human. With a crash, he hit the ground. Ow! Li Xan let out a painful cry, his face contorted in agony. After a moment, he regained his composure and glanced at the surveillance cameras, clenching his teeth, refusing to give up so easily. Thus, he approached the door. This door had no locks and was not made of metal. He attempted to manipulate it, but failed. Grinding his teeth, Li Xan transformed his hands into metallic hammers, intending to smash the door. Then he was sucked up to the ceiling. Hanging there, Li Xan was once again bewildered. He blinked, looking down from a height of 3 meters at the hard floor below. If he fell, he would be done for. Li Xin Hestita, he shouted at the surveillance. Sheng An, let me down now. However, there was no response from the surveillance. In another room, Sheng An smiled, clearly satisfied. What happened? Song Linwei inquired, puzzled. Sheng An shook her head and cleared her throat. It's nothing. Let us continue our discussion. In the interrogation room, Li Xin was vociferously shouting at the surveillance. You dare not let me down? If you have the guts, fight me with real weapons. This is just a trick. I refuse to comply. Let me down. Half an hour later, Li Xin was gritting his teeth. You let me down first, and we could talk slowly. One day, he would make that female antagonist pay dearly. An hour later, Li Xin was dejected. You can't hang me here for a lifetime, can you? Hey, Sheng An, are you even there? 2 hours later, Li Xin hung his head in despair. All right, I admit defeat. Just tell me what you want. 3 hours later, Li Xin was desperate. Sheng An. 4 hours later, Li Xin's throat was dry, and he spoke weakly. I concede, Sheng An. 5 hours later, Li Xin feebly admitted, I was wrong, Sister Sheng. My only sister. After much discussion, Sheng An warmly invited the Song family to lunch. Sensing her favorable attitude, the Song family exchanged glances and felt a slight sense of relief. Her demeanor was quite amiable, indicating that the nation's stance towards Li Xin was friendly. In the afternoon, Hao Jingye returned. Sheng An guided the Song family on a tour of the training grounds, dormitories, and cafeteria, also allowing them to learn about the preparations being made by the nation. This served as a morale booster, reassuring them as they entrusted Li Xin to the state. After all, this young man, afflicted with a touch of adolescent delusion, was still a minor. Meanwhile, she and Hao Jingya busied themselves with other matters, seemingly forgetting about Li Xian, who was not mentioned at all. As evening approached, Sheng An invited the Song family to dinner. After the meal, she wiped her mouth and smiled faintly, suggesting they go see their Iron Man Chapter 26. Sister, I was wrong when Sheng An opened the door. Li Xian felt as though he were on the brink of collapse. He had endured 6 long hours without food, drink, or even a trip to the restroom. Thankfully, he had not consumed much, or else his body would have become a veritable prison of metal. Enduring such an experience for 6 hours would have likely left him in a most embarrassing predicament. The room was devoid of any presence, and Sheng An had offered him no response throughout this ordeal. Li Xian felt utterly defeated, as if he had ceased to exist. Upon Sheng An's entrance, Li Xian remained silent, hanging there like a lifeless body. Hao Jingya lowered his voice. Is he gone? Sheng An's expression was impassive. Oh, then we might as well drag him out and bury him. Slowly, Li Xian raised his head, eyes wide with alarm. I'm still alive. Don't bury me. Sheng An was not the least bit surprised. After all, this boy was an ability wielder, and being of the metal type, he was unlikely to perish so easily. Through clenched teeth, Li Xian exclaimed, You're being too harsh. ISNT the state trying to recruit me? Why treat me this way? He could not comprehend the situation. Sheng An corrected him. It's called consolidation, not recruitment. These terms bear entirely different meanings. The state apparatus does not fear these so-called anomalies. My aim has always been to consolidate them, not to recruit. Li Xian ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes filled with resentment. Sheng An inquired, Do you not wish to come down? Li Xian replied, As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the wise. Sister Sheng, I was wrong. Starved and parched. He felt he might go mad. Satisfied, Sheng An nodded. Very well, come down. Li Xian was taken aback. You want me to come down directly? No, Mott. If he could have descended safely, he would have done so long ago. This was not a simple jump. He was suspended above, and turning back into a human would mean plummeting face first to the ground. Sheng An reassured him, I will catch you. Li Xian looked skeptically at Sheng An's slender limbs. She continued, Moreover, why would you revert your legs to normal before transforming your upper body? You are currently suspended. If your legs return to normal, they will be below you. At this height, you can jump down. Li Xian was struck dumb, thinking only, how did I not consider this sooner? He felt an urge to blame Sheng An, but also himself. If he had thought of the solution earlier, he could have avoided hanging for 6 hours. Gritting his teeth, he manipulated his legs to return to their normal form, freeing them from the suspension, causing his feet to naturally fall, soles facing downward. Next, he reverted his upper body, and as his body plummeted, he instinctively gasped. Having hung for so long, his body suddenly turning flesh and dropping left him weak and nearly crashing down. Sheng An reached out and caught him, preventing a harsh landing. As his feet hit the ground, Li Xian leaned against Sheng An, breathing heavily. In that moment, he felt an unexpected sense of reliability from her. Li Xian, somewhat moved, stood obediently, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Hao Jingya, pleased with his newfound compliance, asked Li Xian, Are you now willing to cooperate with us for some examinations? Li Xian hung his head, speechless. A glance from Sheng An made him feel a sudden wave of discomfort, prompting him to raise his hands and surrender. All right, I will cooperate. The examinations for Jian Yu's abilities, derived from the bracelet, were relatively straightforward. However, Li Xian's tests were far more complex. He was subjected to numerous examinations, blood samples drawn repeatedly, and various imaging studies conducted. The entire process of assessments could take a day or two. Often, after a single test yielded results, it prompted further inquiries. Of course, Li Xian was not the only one undergoing this scrutiny. The previous water and fire ability wielders were also included. What is the current status? Sheng An inquired. In a laboratory, Li Xian wore an expression of impatience as he was directed to manipulate metal, forming mechanical arms. Each time his patience waned, he caught sight of Sheng An's threatening gaze from beyond the glass. This compelled him to comply once more. This formidable female antagonist was not to be trifled with. He chose to bide his time. Nearby, Dr. Yin was engulfed in a mix of emotions before finally declaring, This is quite peculiar. What do you mean? Hao Jingya asked. Intrigued, Sheng An turned her attention to Dr. Yin as well. He leafed through the numerous results in his hands, his expression grave. Similar to the two water and fire ability users, there are unusual components present in their bodies, embedded within their blood and flesh. The special substances found within the three of them share similarities and differences. They are all unknown materials. With more samples, we may draw further conclusions. At present, it remains unclear how they manipulate the elements, but it is certainly related to these special substances. These materials affect their bodies. Sheng An is even more unique than the other two. While they can merely manipulate and release water and fire, he can transform into a being of metal, integrating metal with his body. Sheng An and Hao Jingye shared a serious expression. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An, hesitating before speaking. Sister Sheng. Sheng An took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Continue." Dr. Yin resumed. "We have captured various comparative images of Sheng An in his metallic form and in his natural state, discovering that he seems to utilize these special substances to achieve metal transformation. However, the results of many tests have left us puzzled, with few conclusions drawn. The researchers involved are among the most elite in the field." After speaking for some time, Dr. Yin pursed his lips. "We will continue our research. Once we have more samples, we may arrive at clearer conclusions. Additionally, we will request more researchers to assist." Sheng An nodded in agreement. "That is acceptable. Sheng An and the others will cooperate." After concluding, Dr. Yin returned to focus on Sheng An's examinations. Sheng An and Hao Jingye remained outside. After a moment, Hao Jingye remarked, "It does seem rather strange." Sheng An gazed at Sheng An, her voice steady. "He has just awakened his abilities, yet he is exceptionally unique. According to the examination results, Sheng An possesses an unimaginable level of control over metal. This is indeed quite perplexing." Hao Jingye rubbed his head. "Everything about him suggests he has only recently acquired these abilities." Dr. Yan's findings support this. The special elements in his body are not more numerous than those in the water and fire wielders, yet his control over metal is far superior. Sheng An articulated her thoughts clearly. It is as if he has already become a formidable ability wielder. Based on the current research, ability users typically gain mastery over their elemental powers in due course. Sheng An has already acquired abilities beyond that stage. He may lack formal education now, but once he comprehends the elements and their compositions, his potential will be beyond measure. This is not merely Iron Man. This is the metamorphosis of metal. Hao Jingye inhaled sharply, filled with both confusion and intrigue, ultimately expressing, could he truly be the Chosen One? Sheng An remained silent. The Chosen One? With Jiangyu, Li Wanyun, and now Sheng An, whether they are reincarnated beings or not, each possesses something extraordinary. Li Wanyun's vast space and Sheng An's unparalleled control over metal indeed necessitate further sampling. Sheng An narrowed her eyes, lost in thought. Countdown to the apocalypse. 17 days. In the interrogation room, Sheng An dared not transform into his metal form. He could only curl his hands within his sleeves, crouching pitifully in the corner, embodying a portrait of misery. Sheng An stood impassively before him, unyielding. Song Linwei was called over shortly after awakening, feeling somewhat dazed and inquiring, "What happened?" Chapter 27. Submission to the nation. Sheng An maintained her expressionless demeanor, her voice devoid of emotion. "It's nothing significant. It's just that during the inspection, he managed to break all the testing machines, nearly injuring a researcher in the process." Song Linwei inhaled sharply. Sheng An, squatting on the ground, protested with a hint of grievance. "This isn't my fault. That lab coat told me to reach in and manipulate the gold element. They kept directing me this way and that. I couldn't help it, and the elements went haywire, damaging the machines." His tone was innocent, but under Sheng An's gaze, his voice dwindled, and he appeared increasingly guilty. Sheng An observed him calmly, causing him to instinctively avert his gaze. Upon noticing this, Song Linwei could easily deduce the situation. He understood Sheng An well. After a night without rest and being subjected to incessant inspections, he had grown impatient. With Sheng An absent, he deliberately caused trouble by being uncooperative. Since awakening his abilities, this young man had considered himself the Chosen One, brimming with arrogance. The destruction of the machines, coupled with nearly injuring someone, was inexcusable. With this thought, Song Linwei shot Sheng An a fierce glare. It must be noted that he was indeed correct. Sheng An had not slept all night, and now, confined in the interrogation room, he leaned against the wall, his agitation palpable. Coupled with a sense of unwarranted guilt, he decided to take a reckless stance. Defiantly stating, "I've already apologized. What more do you want? It's just a few machines. I can pay for them." His tone was stubborn. At this, Song Linwei's heart sank. However, Sheng An merely laughed. A smile graced her face, her eyes curving gracefully as she slowly spoke. "You wish to pay? Very well. Let's tally the costs." Hao Jingye swiftly flipped through a tablet and soon adjusted his glasses, stating, "Li Exen, the machines you destroyed were the latest specialized instruments from the laboratory. Not available for sale outside. We'll calculate the cost price for you, a total of 97 million. How will you be making the payment?" Li Exen nearly leaped up in disbelief. "What? Those things are worth 100 million. Why wouldn't they be?" Sheng An responded, her gaze steady. "When one acts recklessly, they must face the consequences. Since you're a minor, I will have to contact your guardian." This time, Li Exen truly jumped up. His parents were business people with considerable wealth, but not nearly enough to cover 100 million. Moreover, how could he face his family after carelessly destroying property? Li Exen protested vigorously. "Why should I pay? I was cooperating with your research. Any losses incurred cannot be blamed on me." Sheng An replied, "If the damage was due to your cooperation, you would not be held accountable. However, these machines were intentionally destroyed by you, and someone was nearly injured in the process, which is quite severe. I didn't know they would break so easily. I merely extracted the metal." "Oh, so you admit it was intentional? Then that 97 million can be sought from the Song family." "Sheng An, you can't just throw out that number. How do I know it's not inflated? On what grounds do you demand this?" "Rest assured, we will provide a quote when it's time for compensation." Li Exen gritted his teeth in frustration. "The apocalypse is upon us. The world is about to end. Who cares about compensation? Yet it has not arrived yet," Sheng An replied calmly. Li Exen clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly, wishing he could lash out. Nonetheless, no matter how he argued, Sheng An countered him effortlessly. His intentional destruction left him feeling both furious and anxious. Sheng An reiterated, "Li Exen, one must consider the consequences of their actions." Suddenly, Li Xinsha shouted pet. He retreated to the wall, lowering his head, his voice muffled with anger. "Don't involve my parents. I'll handle it myself." "Oh, and how do you plan to repay?" Sheng An asked with a half-smile. How could he repay? As a 16-year-old minor, he was essentially broke, with the most money he ever had being during the new year, which would be spent shortly thereafter. 97 million? Even producing 970 would be a challenge. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly suggested, "I could write an IOU?" The apocalypse was imminent. Even if he wrote an IOU, who would honor it afterward? After the end, money would lose its meaning. Li Exen's eyes brightened. Thinking this was a brilliant idea, Sheng An smiled faintly. "Li Exen, do you think me foolish?" Li Exen's enthusiasm dimmed, and he deflated visibly. Yet Sheng An unexpectedly spoke again. 3 months. What? Li Exen was bewildered. Sheng An stepped closer, slowly kneeling to meet his gaze. Her tone calm. "You will work for the state for 3 months. After that, the 97 million will be forgiven. How does that sound?" Her voice was serene, yet her gaze was enticing. Work for 3 months? Li Exen was momentarily stunned, unable to process her offer. Sheng An continued, "That's equivalent to 30 million a month, with food and lodging provided. The compensation package is unparalleled. Even Iron Man couldn't match this. Do you still find it unacceptable?" Realizing the opportunity, Li Exen's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Really just 3 months? No pressure to join your ranks?" Sheng An smiled gently and nodded in affirmation. Behind her, Hao Jingye instinctively took a step back, sensing that Sheng An was digging a deep pit. Li Exen's mind raced, then he added, "But I also want." Sheng An stood up, her expression icy. "Song Linwei, let us discuss the compensation matter." "Wait." Li Exen grasped her sleeve, pouting, "Come on, don't be so heartless." I agree. Is that enough?" This woman was impossible to negotiate with. It was only 3 months after all. Li Exen rationalized that since he had already been apprehended by the state and his parents were under Sheng An's control, escape was futile. 3 months of work didn't seem too terrible. He thought Sheng An would insist on him joining the post-apocalyptic task force. "Just 3 months, right? You'll keep your word?" Li Xin vets. Sheng An nodded. "I keep my promises, but I worry you might not follow through. Let's sign a contract." Li Exen eagerly agreed. Sheng An studied him. "What's the matter? Is there something else?" Li Exen asked. Sheng An coldly glanced at his hand, still grasping her sleeve, and smiled slightly. "Shouldn't you let go?" Embarrassed, Li Xian quickly withdrew his hand. Song Linwei observed the entire exchange, feeling helpless as he rubbed his temples. This foolish boy truly believed it was just a simple 3-month commitment, with 18 days remaining until the apocalypse. Those final days leading up to the end and the subsequent 2 months will be the most perilous and crucial period. Sheng An had calculated this time frame perfectly. The foolish boy was blissfully unaware, congratulating himself for merely needing to endure 3 months. Moreover, Song Linwei cast a discreet glance at Sheng An. She did not strike him as the type to release anyone after 3 months. He understood the situation clearly. Through a full day of discussion yesterday, their family had resolved to submit Li Xian to the state. Rather than risk his unpredictable behavior, it was preferable to have him under government supervision. Given his uniqueness, the state would ensure his survival. Furthermore, Sheng An insisted on allowing him, as his uncle, to witness the process of enticing Li Xian, which was a show of sincerity. Song Linwei comprehended the implications. Hao Jingye drafted the contract while Sheng An sat beside him, with Li Xian opposite them. Hao Jingye stated, Li Xian has damaged laboratory equipment valued at 97 million. In exchange for labor, the term is 3 months. After 3 months, the debt will be forgiven. Should he fail to fulfill this? He glanced at the two, clearly uncertain how to conclude. Li Xian, lifting his chin defiantly, scoffed, It's just 3 months. If I can't do it, I'll pay. Sheng An shot him a sidelong glance, her lips curling upward. 3 months from now, who knows what the world will look like? You think it will be easy to obtain that amount of money, then? Unable to do so, there is no need for you to repay. After digging such a pit, how could she possibly allow him to backtrack when the end comes? This young man, still in his adolescence, is quite immature and his thoughts are ever-changing. So what now? Li Xian pondered, genuinely perplexed about how to draft a contract that would effectively bind him. When the apocalypse arrives with the world in chaos, and he possesses formidable powers as a superhero, he could simply leave with his family. What could they do? Upon contemplating this, Li Xian silently chuckled to himself. At that time, he would certainly make this woman kneel and beg for mercy. Sheng An, her phoenix eyes glimmering with amusement, slowly spoke, proposing that if Li Xian were unable to fulfill his duties, he would be deemed unworthy of being a hero, a faithless bear, a promise-breaking scoundrel, a monster beaten by Ultraman, an enemy of Iron Man, and a defeated foe of the Special Operations Department in the Apocalypse. Chapter 28. You are quite devious, Li Xian. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei. Can this really restrain Li Xian? As the two were contemplating this, Li Xian suddenly shouted, You are quite devious. This woman had struck precisely at his weak spot. Clearly, this threat weighed heavily on him. To deal with someone with delusions of grandeur, one must employ equally grandiose methods. Curses of dire consequences are not only beneath consideration, but may also fail to elicit concern from Li Xian. For someone who aspires to be a superhero like Iron Man, losing face is the most intolerable outcome. Sheng An remained composed, tilting her head slightly. Will you sign? Li Xian's expression shifted repeatedly, a tumult of emotions crossing his face. Finally, he clenched his fists and gritted out a single word. Sign? The agreement was finalized in duplicate. Just as Li Xian was about to sign, he suddenly frowned, looking at Sheng An with suspicion. You aren't deliberately trying to trap me, are you? Did you already know I would damage the equipment? Hao Jingye, you finally guessed it. Song Linwei, this child still has some sense. Sheng An blinked innocently. How could that be? You were the one who destroyed the equipment. How could I have anticipated that? You're overthinking it. Really? Indeed. Sheng An spread her hands, feigning innocence. Li Xian snorted, lifting his chin. That's true. I'm not so easily fooled. With that, he flamboyantly signed his service contract. No, it was a labor contract. Seeing this, Sheng An smiled slyly. This young man with delusions of grandeur was evidently not so easy to manage. Threats alone would not suffice. He did not heed her other comments. It was better to dig a pit first and let him fall into it. He would surely believe it was merely for 3 months and that he could endure until then. However, once on board, there would be no getting off. She had stayed up all night. Could she not sense that his patience was wearing thin? Satisfied, Sheng An stored away the agreement, signifying that their department had gained another member. Although he was a young man with delusions of grandeur and a novice with gold abilities, he possessed some capability nonetheless. Li Xian lounged in his chair, casually crossing his legs, a defiant expression plastered on his face. Go ahead, tell me what you want me to do. Let me make it clear. I am incredibly powerful, and if it's merely trivial tasks, don't bother me. They lack challenge. His face radiated arrogance, as if awaiting others to plead with him. Sheng An, uninterested in his bravado, merely replied, we will discuss your matters later. With that, she turned her attention to Song Linwei. Song Linwei looked back at her, puzzled. Sheng An, now, let us discuss the conditions for Mr. Song S joining us. Song Linwei was taken aback. Li Xian, what do you mean? He appeared utterly bewildered. Are you suggesting that my uncle join the Special Operations Department? Sheng An tapped her fingers on the table, nonchalantly stating, yes, I am inviting Mr. Song to join our Special Operations Department for the Apocalypse as a member of Team B. It seemed she was oblivious to the gravity of her words, leaving even Hao Jingya somewhat astonished. Song Linwei was silent for a while before responding, I am not an anomaly. I possess no special abilities. Nor am I a reborn individual. Sheng An shook her head, gazing at him earnestly. The Special Operations Department seeks to gather anomalies, but the objective is to combat the apocalypse. Naturally, we require more than just anomalies. We need individuals who can contribute. You are an intelligent person. Your agile mind is your greatest strength. The value of a reborn individual lies in their memories, while the number of ability users is currently scarce. Yet when the apocalypse arrives, there will be countless ability users. However, intelligent individuals like you are few. You are one of them. Sheng An was unaware of the origins of these anomalies, but among those she had encountered, each was more peculiar than the last, each with a distinct personality. And placing them together would undoubtedly lead to frequent issues. Moreover, without intelligence, abilities cannot be effectively utilized. She needed clever individuals to help them maximize their potential. Hao Jingye was one, and Song Linwei was another. Song Linwei remained silent. Li Xian, with an odd expression, leaned forward and interjected, hey, don't think that by bringing my uncle in, I will join you. Sheng An looked at him expressionlessly. Oh, I never intended for you to join. You are merely a contractor. Your uncle is the talent I seek for a formal position. So, young man, could you please be quiet? Li Xin. He found himself questioning his own value. Was it truly not about recruiting him, but rather inviting his uncle? Was he really that insignificant? Sheng An turned her gaze back to Song Linwei, her eyes focused. So, Mr. Song, are you willing to join us? Song Linwei appeared dazed. It was evident that Sheng An valued him, and this was not solely due to his nephew. He could sense this, yet he had not anticipated being regarded with such importance as the apocalypse approached. This feeling was quite complex. In truth, upon learning of the impending apocalypse and the arrival of numerous ability users, he felt quite anxious. He would wonder if the absence of abilities would render him without value. Now, Sheng An was telling him that even without abilities, he still held significant value. Such recognition was rare and deeply moving. Are you willing? In truth, there was no need for much deliberation, not only for Sheng An's trust, but what was the Special Operations Department? It was a high-level entity specially established by the nation, directly subordinate to the highest authority of the state, and one of the most crucial places after the apocalypse. Once the apocalypse arrives, as the nation fights against it, following in the footsteps of the nation would provide the best chance of survival. This was the best choice. Furthermore, to be part of such a unique department and to struggle alongside someone like Sheng and at the forefront of combating the apocalypse. How could he not aspire to that? Song Linwei breathed rapidly, his voice hoarse. All right, I will join. Sheng An smiled, extended her hand. Welcome, my teammate. Song Linwei also extended his hand, grasping hers gently. Thank you, team leader Sheng. Their hands clasped in midair, creating an inexplicable sense of ceremony. Li Xin stot bi utli dumbao. This self-proclaimed destined superhero appeared utterly bewildered. So, was he, the Iron Man, inferior to his uncle, an ordinary man? His uncle was a formal member with a position, while he was merely a contractor. Holding the 3-month contract, Li Xian felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. Where was the promised Iron Man? Where was the superhero destined to save the world? Why was this so different from what he had envisioned? Sheng An turned to Song Linwei. Shall we arrange jobs for your parents and sister and brother-in-law? Consider it a benefit of joining us. She smiled with a meaningful expression. Song Linwei was once again taken aback. Then, meeting Sheng An's gaze, he suddenly realized. Song Linwei grinned. All right, this was a benefit for him, but not solely for his own sake. With just a few words, his grandparents, parents, and uncle would all have jobs in the apocalypse, and it was clear that they would be formal positions. Meanwhile, Xin, the Iron Man, was still sitting there with a 3-month contract, looking dazed. Unable to contain his urgency, he asked, "What about me? What am I supposed to do?" Finally, Sheng An turned to him, smiling slightly. "First to 10 classes." Xin, what? What do you mean? Chapter 29. Awakening abilities requires learning. Xin suspected he had misheard. Since awakening his extraordinary abilities, his first thought was to drop out of school. However, after being sent back to school by his uncle, he did not hold back for long before receiving confirmation of an impending catastrophe and immediately requested leave to return, preparing to save the world. From that moment on, he felt that studying was irrelevant to him. With the apocalypse approaching, who would still concern themselves with academics? Xin erupted in frustration. "Hey, Sheng An, get this straight. The end of the world is coming. The apocalypse, the destruction of the world. What is the point of studying? A poor student like me can't stand to hear the word study." Song Linwei frowned and admonished. Xin, how can you speak like that? Show some respect. Haven T, I taught you manners? Address Sheng as team leader Sheng. Xin curled his lip, clearly dissenting. Sheng was unfazed by the title issue. She merely regarded Xin with a gentle smile. "Do you think that after awakening your powers, you no longer need to study?" Xin did not respond, but it was evident he believed so. Sheng An continued, "Are you under the impression that studying is futile? Is that not the case?" The disdain on Xion's face was palpable. The things he learned were of no practical use in daily life, and now with the apocalypse looming, how could they be of any value? Wasn't that a waste of time? Moreover, if the apocalypse arrived, what school would even exist? Sheng An stroked her chin and nodded. You have a point. But that applies to others. When the apocalypse arrives, they may temporarily avoid studying, but you cannot. Why? Xion's eyes widened in disbelief. Sheng An raised an eyebrow and slowly explained, "Because you are a metal-type ability user." Li Xin. "So being a metal-type ability user means I must study. The Research Institute has already provided your report. You surely understand that you can manipulate metals and even transform your body into metal, just like when you turned into a little golden figure before." Sheng An pushed a thick stack of inspection reports towards him and continued. "However, due to your limited knowledge and lack of understanding of elements, you can currently only use existing metals or convert to the most basic metallic elements. This restricts your ability to maximize the potential of the metals you manipulate, resulting in significant shortcomings in combat effectiveness. In other words, you must quickly comprehend and master all metal elements." Sheng An gazed deeply at him. Xin felt perplexed, a bit dazed, yet as if he were beginning to understand. He mumbled, "I just transformed directly." He transformed directly. What knowledge or understanding of metal elements could he possibly have? And why must he master metal elements? Hao Jingye could not contain himself any longer and rolled his eyes. "Let me put it this way. Do you know why the metal you transform into primarily consists of Cu and O with a small amount of Fe?" Xin instinctively shook his head. "Because you only understand these few common elements." Hao Jingye exclaimed, throwing up his hands. "What direct transformation are you talking about? All changes are based on an understanding of matter. Your body's elements allow you to control all surrounding metals. But if you wish to transform your body into metal rather than using nearby metals to form armor, you need to understand the elements." Sheng An leaned forward, locking eyes with him. "Do you really not want to learn? Once you master it, you can seamlessly shift between various metal states, presenting different colors in different environments." Xion's eyes brightened. "Wow, doesn't that mean I could not only be Iron Man, but also a chameleon?" Sheng An added, "Moreover, you can utilize different metals in various battles based on their properties, sometimes soft as clay, other times incredibly hard, and you might even be able to fly." "Fly?" Xian was astounded. "You can make me fly?" "Yes, fly. Some metals are very light. With the assistance of magnetic fields and your teammates, you can minimize the effects of gravity and take flight." Sheng An paused momentarily before continuing. "Of course, you can also suddenly change your metal composition when others target you. If yesterday I had attacked you with Aqua Regia, you had transformed your body's metal to tantalum or iridium, I would not have been able to catch you." Xion's eyes were now as bright as light bulbs. He held his breath and eagerly inquired, "Really?" "Indeed," Sheng An confirmed. Xian leaned forward, facing Sheng and swallowing hard. Are you really willing to teach me how to transform and how to fly? That is flying. The ultimate dream of every adolescent with grand ambitions and martial arts enthusiasts. Moreover, the last time he was easily captured by this woman left a psychological scar. If he could transform, as she suggested, wouldn't he become invincible? Invincible. What a delightful notion. Li Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sheng An smiled, her voice rich with temptation. Certainly, although you are merely a contract worker during the contract period, the state will tailor a learning plan for you to help you enhance your abilities and better utilize your mental powers. You will become a model for future mental ability users. Li Xian's heart raced with exhilaration. He even thought that if this woman had informed him of this sooner, he might have considered aligning himself with the state much earlier. I will learn. I will. Li Xian's voice was resolute. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. She then took the papers handed to her by Hao Jingye and laid them out before Li Xian. You need to focus on studying mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Mathematics serves as the foundation, facilitating a better understanding of the other two subjects. Physics is essential for harnessing your abilities, and chemistry, needless to say, is for comprehension. This is a preliminary list of the books you will study. Li Xian scanned the titles, a dense array of book names that immediately gave him a headache. Do I really have to study all of this? At that moment, he felt somewhat dazed. Oh, right. Many of these topics are ones you will encounter only after university, graduate school, or even doctoral studies. But do not worry. You will have a professional teaching team to help you catch up on the relevant content. Getting straight to the core. Sheng An presented another sheet filled with names. These are all related professors and academic luminaries who will be your teachers. Crafting a customized learning plan for you. Li Xian, he was once again bewildered, staring blankly at the sheets. Before he could comprehend, Sheng An produced another sheet and placed it on top with a gentle smile. This is your current timetable. Classes in the morning, inspections at noon, training in the afternoon, and more classes in the evening. Your teaching team will adjust the next day's courses and plans based on your daily inspection reports and training results. You will also become a template for future mental ability users. Li Xian, he glanced at the timetable, which only outlined the first 3 days. Wake up at 6 a.m., sleep at midnight, and aside from meal times, the total rest time would not exceed half an hour. What a schedule that would make even a dog weep. Sheng An explained, since this is a template for the evolution of mental ability users, your schedule is quite tight and the courses are arranged rather urgently. But rest assured, they are seasoned experts, highly capable, and skilled in teaching, with methods to ensure you stay focused in class. Li Xian, he blinked, feeling dazed. Multiple teachers for one student? I can't even daydream or sleep in class. Sheng An responded, by the way, your grandparents are also among your teachers. One specializes in mathematics, while the other focuses on chemistry. As luck would have it, your uncle can also serve as one of your physics teachers. Li Xin, Shaw, their job is to teach me? Sheng An replied, with over a dozen expert teachers dedicated to you alone if you're dissatisfied. We can even arrange a 100-strong teaching team, just for you. Li Xian, a 100-strong teaching team? No way. Sheng An continued, your parents will also work at the camp, supervising your physical and mental health, as well as your academic performance. Li Xian, in his mind, a terrifying image emerged of his parents overseeing his studies. Sheng An concluded, the apocalypse is approaching. You may not enter your senior year, but your efforts will not be any less than those preparing for it. Young man, persevere. You can do it. I believe in you. Upon hearing this, Li Xian felt darkness envelop him, and he stumbled backward. Sheng An, with a stoic expression, urged, hurry, summon the doctors for rescue. There's no need to send him to the hospital. It would waste precious time. The class begins in half an hour. Li Xian, indeed, felt a wave of dizziness envelop him. Chapter 30. Life in Hell at Midnight. After attending classes all afternoon, Li Xian felt utterly disoriented, even to the point of nausea. After all, he was a student who struggled academically. In the past, he often slacked off during lessons, but back then, there were many students, allowing him to occasionally drift off or doze without the teacher's notice, as he was lost in the crowd. Now, however, dozens of eyes were fixed on him. Previously, teachers would randomly select students for questions, making it rare for him to be called upon. But now, every question seemed aimed solely at him. In the past, teachers paced their lessons to cater to the entire class, speaking at a moderate speed, making it relatively easy to grasp the content if one paid attention. But now, the teachers were in a hurry, demanding his undivided attention and bombarding him with a high intensity of information. Li Xian felt as though he was on the brink of madness. This was no less than the pressures of the final year of high school. It was 100 times more terrifying. His grandparents were incredibly loving, especially his grandmother, who doted on him with affection. Initially, at the start of class, she was gentle and caring. But 10 minutes later, she transformed into a fearsome figure, launching terrifying verbal assaults. Once, she had praised him, saying, "Look at my wonderful grandson, so well-behaved and spirited." Now, however, she scolded, "How does your brain even function? I've repeated it thrice, and you still haven't memorized it. You're no longer my grandson." His grandfather was equally formidable. Li Xian finally grasped why his grandfather's students referred to him as one of the 4 great hang gods. Truly, it was terrifying. The power of such teachers was something one would hope never to experience in a lifetime. Moreover, there was a group of so-called experts and researchers wielding their self-authored textbooks, subjecting him to relentless mental torment. It was nothing short of a nightmare. Li Xian could not comprehend why things had turned out this way. He was constantly tempted to give up, yet his parents were like 2 small whips, occasionally circling around, ready to suppress him at the slightest hint of rebellion. The notion of becoming stronger and soaring high dangled before him like 2 carrots, while his parents loomed behind him like 2 sticks, forcing him onward. He felt like a donkey caught in the middle, compelled to endure this torment. He even pondered whether it would have been better had he not awakened his abilities. Li Xian trudged back to the dormitory, his face pale and darkened, resembling a ghost in despair. The teachers had all advised him to rest early. He himself felt utterly exhausted, yet he could not sleep just yet. He needed to meet someone. Another member of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Group, Jiang Yu. Who was Jiang Yu? She was a reborn space wielder. Even if Li Xian considered himself the child of destiny, he could not deny that Jiang Yu was the daughter of fate. Rebirth, space, the ability to cultivate. This was undoubtedly the hallmark of a female protagonist. How impressive! Although Li Xian did not voice it, he felt a mix of envy and admiration, eager to meet Jiang Yu and witness the legendary figure for himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had spent the day operating tractors and seeders, her head filled with agricultural knowledge imparted by academician Zhou and others, returning home covered in dirt and grime. At this moment, she felt dizzy and merely wished to collapse into a deep slumber. But she could not. She needed to see the new member, Li Xian. Jiang Yu forced her eyes wide open, striving to stay alert, hoping to see clearly. After all, he was a metal-type ability user. During lunch, she had synchronized information from the outside world with the Special Affairs Group and learned that Sheng An and others had not returned last night. She quickly inquired about Li Xian's existence. In her previous life, Jiang Yu was an ordinary person and understood how lofty and powerful ability users were. A metal-type ability user? That was an immensely powerful gift, capable of controlling metals and wielding omnipotence. Not to mention, Li Xian was particularly extraordinary. He had awakened his abilities even before the apocalypse and was rumored to have already achieved the ability to transform into a metallic form. This was a skill reserved for advanced ability users. Sheng An had sought her out for information, so she naturally learned about Li Xian's situation. He had just awakened his abilities, but his capacity to metalize was remarkably unique. What level of strength would he attain after the apocalypse, once the meteorite fragments arrived? Surely, he would emerge as a formidable child of destiny. Jiang Yu thought to herself as she quickened her pace, eager to meet the future powerhouse. Both of them drifted like phantoms, disoriented yet rushing forward, colliding in the corridor. Jiang Yu had yet to regain her composure. The boy who collided with her raised his voice in anger. "What are you doing? Can't you see where you're going?" Jiang Yu initially intended to apologize, but instead coldly huffed, "You're the one who can't see where you're going. You clearly bumped into me. What kind of brat are you? What are you doing here?" Li Xian was anxious to meet Jiang Yu. Having finished class, it was already quite late, and he feared she might have gone to bed, making him even more impatient. When he heard the woman in front of him call him a brat, he instantly fumed. As a self-proclaimed child of destiny, he despised being called a child as it struck a nerve. Li Xian retorted, "I was about to ask who you are. You look filthy like you've been cleaning." Jiang Yu widened her eyes and pointed at him. You. Which staff member brought this brat along? You can barely walk straight. You must have been glued to your phone, right? Get out of here, or I'll have someone drag you out." She certainly had the authority to say so. Aside from the relentless studying, the state treated her exceptionally well. She could have anything she desired. Drag me out. Li xin lauget hotiti li. You think you can have someone drag me out? I'm an important figure here. No one would dare to do that. It's you who should be the one dragged out. Now move aside. Jianyu scoffed. What kind of kid are you to be so arrogant? Huh. I'm protected by the state, and they have my back. Neither was willing to back down, their eyes locked in a fierce stare. The state supports me too. I'm a child of destiny and a member of the Special Affairs Group. I'm also a member of the Special Affairs Group, and I'm an aberration. Personally brought back by Sheng An. Wait, an aberration? A member of the Apocalypse Special Affairs Group? Personally brought back by Sheng An? Both paused simultaneously, their eyes reflecting bewilderment and shock. Jianyu tentatively asked, "What type of aberration are you?" Li Xian hesitated, lowering his voice, "A metal-type ability user. And you?" Jianyu replied, "A reborn space wielder." In unison, they both exclaimed, "You are Jianyu, Li Xian?" The world fell silent in that instant. Chapter 31. Granting an opportunity for zero-cost purchase, Li Xian gazed at Jianyu, who was caked in dirt, appearing as though she had been through a grinding process. Her eyes were shadowed, and beads of sweat dotted her face, resembling someone who had labored in the fields all day. Jianyu looked at Li Xian, who appeared utterly depleted, his eyes sunken and disoriented, like a high school senior immersed in rigorous study, burdened with immense pressure. This was not how he had imagined her at all. "How come you look like this?" They both inquired simultaneously. After a moment, Jianyu offered a wry smile. "Studying." Li Xian donned a mask of anguish, studying. Their gazes met, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a complex understanding. "So you have to study too." Li Xin mumut. At this moment, his feelings were a tangled web of empathy for Jianyu, self-pity, and an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Jianyu felt similarly deflated. Her voice weary, "Not just studying, I have to learn a myriad of agricultural subjects." Li Xian replied, "I need to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry. As a second-year student struggling academically, they expect me to advance directly to a doctoral program. Who isn't in the same boat?" Those videos and books seem to pile up endlessly. The textbooks are stacked high and unending. Your plight pales in comparison to mine. I'm surrounded by a multitude of instructors. The entire research institute seems to revolve around me, fixated solely on my progress. Still, my situation is dire, for I have an entire team of lecturers scrutinizing my every move in the pursuit of knowledge. The lecturer team? To the students, it is akin to a devilish presence. My circumstances are even more lamentable. I'm not only tasked with studying, but also with agricultural duties, operating tractors and seeders daily, and even installing irrigation systems. Alas, I am the most unfortunate of all. The complexities of mathematics and science are profoundly intricate, each symbol capable of suffocating me with their weight. In truth, I bear the greatest burden, the most grievous of all. The two of us, initially engaged in a contest of superiority, soon devolved into a comparison of our misfortunes, growing ever more animated in our lamentations. Ultimately, we found ourselves in tears. Li Xian remarked, "Sister isn't being a Jinxia adept about saving the world, flaunting prowess, and slapping faces? Why does my high school life devoid of awakened abilities seem more torturous?" Jianyu replied, "Brother, isn't space meant for stockpiling? At most, grow some vegetables and fruits, and after the apocalypse, we could still enjoy a good life. Why must it be so miserable? Sister, brother." We wept profusely, exclaiming in unison, "This is not what was written." In that moment, Li Xian appeared to have an epiphany, abruptly releasing Jianyu and fixing her gaze upon her, lowering her voice, "Sister, do you not wish to resist?" Jianyu was taken aback, but soon her heart stirred, and she too lowered her voice. "How do we resist?" Li Xian gritted her teeth, "We can't." At that moment, the dormitory door swung open unexpectedly, and instinctively, both turned to look. Sheng An, clad in pajamas, possessed a visage still attractive yet piercingly cold, sending chills down their spines. As her gaze swept over them, they stood rigidly, akin to students caught skipping class. She took a few steps forward, leaning against the ajar door, observing the two with a slight smile. "Still awake? It seems your mental state is quite well. I shall instruct the teachers to increase the intensity tomorrow." The two let out simultaneous cries of despair and hurriedly retreated to their respective rooms. Jianyu muttered, "I'm tired. I'll sleep soon." Li Xian echoed, "The intensity is already overwhelming. I'll sleep immediately. With two loud thuds, their doors were shut, plunging the area into silence. Sheng An finally withdrew her gaze, expressionless, and closed the door. Inside the room, the computer displayed a shaky screen, evidently in the midst of a video call. Wang Yuan inquired, "Sheng Jie, what's the matter?" Sheng An returned to her seat, casually replying, "Nothing much. Just two immature kids gathering at this hour to vent. I've sent them back." Wang Yuan grimaced, reflecting. It seems the anomalies in the Special Affairs Department are troublesome to manage. Not too bad. How about your end? Sheng encountered. While Jiang Yu and Li Xian lamented outside, Sheng was engaged in a conversation with the M country. She was unconcerned about Team Zero, but she felt compelled to check on Li Wanyun, inquiring about the progress and when she and Team Zero would return. She did not concern herself with Group A. However, Team Zero's leader, Qi Lingwu, and Li Wanyun were both her subordinates. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's expression turned complex, lamenting. Li Wanyun's spatial abilities are indeed vast and useful, but Sheng Jie, she is truly a handful. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Wang Yuan sighed. She is excessively bold and reckless, contacting local guides upon her arrival and directly purchasing large quantities of supplies, spending money without restraint. Sheng An was not surprised and chuckled lightly. She has always been like this, and that is precisely why I entrusted her to you, so you could cover her. Were it not for Team Zero being in M country, I would never have allowed Li Wanyun to venture out. The girl was utterly unaware that every country is particularly wary of foreigners, especially M country, given the tense relations. Moreover, even without considering this factor, her blatant spending would undoubtedly attract attention. If she were to venture out alone, she would certainly not return. Wang Yuan lamented, "We've been cleaning up her mess daily. She has nearly been spotted several times, and we've managed to resolve those situations. Qi Ling is exasperated. Why must she flaunt her spatial abilities?" Sheng An felt assured about them and continued her inquiry. "What about the arms? What is the current status?" Upon mentioning this, Wang Yuan perked up, revealing a smile. "It's almost ready. I have managed to acquire a batch at a low price, around 1% or so. If I can procure a bit more, even she should start to take notice." In reality, the money Li Wanyun provided could not buy even 1%. It was simply because she was oblivious to the arms trade. Yet, she had begun to take notice of us. Qi Ling instructed his team to provoke her deliberately, leading her to offend them gravely. This girl was indeed audacious. Recently, while buying supplies, she had also been tailing us, and once she finished her purchases, we would stage a performance for her. Wang Yuan chuckled, a confrontation, and then provide her with an opportunity for a bargain. Chapter 32. Is love expressed so subtly? This indeed aligned perfectly with Li Wanyun's inclinations. She would not miss such an opportunity for a bargain, as long as her space could accommodate it. This batch of arms would return smoothly. At that moment, it would be time for her to meet Li Wanyun. Nothing in this world comes without a cost. If everything goes smoothly and one finds themselves in possession of all they desire, it is highly probable that someone is digging a pit beneath them. Sheng An chuckled softly, cautioning, "Be careful not to harm her, but also do not put yourselves at risk. That girl is capable of murder." Unlike Jiang Yu, Li Wanyun is truly ruthless. Rest assured, with Qi Ling around, Wang Yuan replied confidently. Upon mentioning that name, his expression soured. "Sheng Jie, why don't you contact Qi Ling directly? Ever since you last reached out, he has been carrying his phone constantly." Sheng An smiled. "Isn't contacting you the proper procedure?" Wang Yuan handled communications, and when Team Zero was out on missions, they would always reach out to him, which was indeed protocol. Although she longed to see Qi Lingwu, there was no rush. Wang Yuan pouted. With the world on the brink of change, why adhere to procedures? Qi Ling has been with me these past few days. He just stepped out for a mission now, making it the perfect time for you to reach out. After several days without contact from Sheng An, they finally managed to communicate, only for Qi Lingwu to be absent at that moment. Wang Yuan could easily imagine Qi Ling's reaction when he returned. With this thought, he could not help but sigh. These individuals had long devoted their lives to their country, rarely seeking companionship, fully aware that they might not see another dawn. They were destined to become martyrs, their blood spilled in the line of duty, ultimately becoming mere names etched upon the countless memorials that stood guard over the land they protected. Every parting could potentially be a final farewell. The relationship between Sheng An and Qi Ling Wu was unexpectedly poignant, yet like flowers blooming on withered bones, it tugged at the heartstrings. Throughout the year, they scarcely met, especially after Sheng An was reassigned from Team Zero. For a fleeting moment, her gaze became distant. She spoke softly, "I await your return to continue fighting side by side." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan immediately brightened, his smile radiant. Yes, they would once again fight alongside each other, even in the face of the apocalypse. With trusted comrades by their side, they were unafraid. Before ending the call, Sheng An suddenly said, "Tell Qi Ling that various foreign factions are investigating us. It is unwise to linger abroad, and it would be best to escort Li Wanyan back swiftly." Wang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this common knowledge? Why emphasize it? Even after hanging up, Wang Yuan could not grasp the meaning behind Sheng An's words. When he finally met Qi Ling Wu, he relayed their entire conversation, including the final remark. Upon hearing about the missed call, Qi Ling's lips tightened momentarily, and the atmosphere grew tense. However, when he heard the last statement relayed, his expression relaxed, and a faint smile graced his lips. Wang Yuan, puzzled, inquired, "Qi Ling, what does Sheng Jie's last statement mean? Is there some hidden message? Or is she conveying something to us?" He suddenly felt anxious. Qi Ling Wu cast a glance at him, paused for a moment, pressed down the corners of his lips, and slowly stated, "It's nothing. This remark is unrelated to the task." His voice, hoarse yet magnetic, revealed a pleasant mood to those who truly understood him. After speaking, he turned to leave. Wang Yuan stood there in confusion, murmuring, "Unrelated to the task? Wait a minute." Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his pupils shook, and his eyes widened in disbelief. So that statement was actually meant for Qi Ling Wu, implying, "I hope you return soon?" Wang Yuan was perplexed. Is romance really this subtle nowadays? The single Wang Yuan found this utterly baffling and was taken aback. Li Wanyan was savoring a hamburger by the street. Acquiring supplies in Country M was indeed exhilarating, but the poor quality of food made her long for the diverse delicacies back home. Nevertheless, this trip was worthwhile. The thought of the substantial resources she had purchased for 100 billion and the abundance of stock in her space made Li Wanyan feel an overwhelming joy that nearly propelled her to leap with excitement. However, she restrained herself. Moreover, not only did she procure supplies, but she also acquired the coveted hot-blooded weapon. Of course, due to the high cost of these weapons, she was unable to buy many. Originally, she planned to spend her money in return, but unexpectedly, she stumbled upon the warehouses of those arms dealers. What did this signify? It meant she could potentially obtain a large batch of firearms. With a fortress-like house, countless provisions, and a significant number of hot-blooded weapons, coupled with her spatial abilities, who could possibly rival her? In this apocalyptic world, no one would dare to offend her. The thought of possessing so much while others remained oblivious made her unable to contain her laughter. Several passers-by glanced at her in surprise, but Li Wanyan paid them no mind. She was indeed the destined woman. Rebirth aside, she could have whatever she desired, and everything unfolded seamlessly, as if under a divine blessing. What else could she be if not the destined one? This remarkable fortune would surely continue into the apocalypse, allowing her to lead an extraordinary life. Li Wanyan strolled down the road, hamburger in hand, laughing uncontrollably. Not far away, members of Team Zero remarked, "Fool. Countdown to the apocalypse, 16 days. Sheng An inquired, "How is it?" Hao Jingye withdrew his gaze from the computer and shook his head. "Currently, there are no particular subjects that require investigation. The recent screenings of posts yielded little fruit, and among the reports I have received, there are no signs of heretics." Sheng An nodded, feeling no disappointment. While the number of heretics was considerable, they were certainly not commonplace, nor could they be easily found, especially with experience gained. Many suspects could be ruled out without further investigation. Hao Jingye continued, "I have ordered an expansion of the screening scope, including online information and even procurement details. Time is of the essence, as we still have too few leads on heretics." Hao Jingye looked at her helplessly. "Sister Sheng, there are definitely those hiding deeply. It's fine. Let's continue to sift through the details. We will surely find some clues." Sheng An seemed to recall something and added, "Check the reports of incidents from various locations. If they are heretics, they will inevitably leave traces, just like Jiangyu." Sheng An, "Also, let's re-examine all wholesale markets. They're the places where awakened individuals are most likely to frequent. The national screening is quite comprehensive, but these two areas require repeated scrutiny by Sheng An. Hao Jingye nodded and immediately began to edit and dispatch the information. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Report. Come in. What's the matter? Sheng An raised her head. The person replied. Group leader Qiu has returned. Hao Jingye abruptly stood up. Looking at Sheng An, Qiu is back. She had been away for several days, and this time she must have brought back some heretics. Moreover, according to Sheng An's previous deductions, the heretics she returned with would undoubtedly be significant. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Hao Jingye hesitated. Shouldn't we go take a look? Sheng An replied, no need. Hao Jingye, this is not how I imagined it would unfold. Chapter 33. You actually reported me. Hao Jingye was quite perplexed. Qiu Yu and Sheng An were colleagues. Yet they also qualified as rivals, especially since their respective leaders wished for them to outshine one another and fully control the Special Operations Unit during the apocalypse. Although the unit appeared to have few members, it was exceedingly vital, serving as the nucleus for the future group of awakened individuals. The significance of awakened individuals in the apocalypse is self-evident. Now, as they both held leadership roles, cooperation was essential, yet competition was also necessary. Why had Qiu Yu ventured out in search of heretics and remained away for so long? Was it not because Sheng An had taken Qi Lingwu, instilling a profound sense of crisis in her? Now that Qiu Yu returned with heretics, it was a crucial moment. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of the Special Operations Unit or her relationship with Qiu Yu, Sheng An should be curious enough to investigate. Why was she not intrigued? Hao Jingye's eyes widened, his glasses perched precariously on his nose, his expression quite complicated. In contrast, Sheng An remained relaxed and unconcerned. Qiu Yu's return undoubtedly meant she held important cards, waiting to be displayed. Why should she go watch someone else's performance? As for the nature of the heretics, she was untroubled. Qiu Yu would surely present them before her. There was no need for her to investigate personally. After completing her tasks, Sheng An stood up. Hao Jingye, who had been absent-minded, immediately followed suit, his eyes brightening. Are we going to see? Sheng An, no, it's time to eat. With that, she strode purposefully toward the cafeteria. Hao Jingye. Upon entering the cafeteria, Jiang Yu and Li Xian also arrived. They approached from two directions, both appearing ghostly and melancholic, dragging their feet. Upon spotting Sheng An, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, hurrying over. Li Xian clenched his teeth, similarly approaching with frustration. Sheng An inquired with curiosity, what's wrong? Did you get scolded again? Jiang Yu nodded pitifully. Yes. I forgot most of what I learned yesterday and ruined a few plants. Old Zhou nearly scolded me to death. Sheng An gently patted her head, reassuring her. Be good. Focus next time. Your space can only be accessed by you, and you must master these planning techniques. Zhan Yu, it's another day of wanting to expose my golden finger. Li Xian chimed in, grumbling. You need to get rid of those teachers. They are infuriating. They think I'm stupid, yet I haven't complained about their inability to teach. They're just a bunch of researchers. Where are the awakened individuals in the apocalypse? Sheng An looked expressionlessly at Li Xian's back, her voice calm. Uncle Song, you're here. Li Xian instantly covered his head, wailing, Grandpa, Grandma, I was wrong. I won't dare again. The surroundings were eerily silent. Li Xian paused, cautiously looking up, only to notice Jiang Yu stifling a laugh. He abruptly turned around. Finding no one there, Li Xian was furious. Sheng An playfully slapped his head, smiling slightly. If you speak like that again, I will inform your grandparents and parents, and ask them if they think you, an awakened individual, are more noble than others. You actually reported me. Li Xian's eyes widened. Not only will I report you, but I will do it repeatedly. Sheng An maintained her smile. Li Xian suppressed his anger, covering his head and grinding his teeth in frustration. How infuriating. This female demon was truly insufferable. From being a woman to a female antagonist, and now to a female demon, Li Xian's attitude towards Sheng An was clearly reflected. Sheng An took Jiang Yu's hand with one hand and pulled Li Xian with the other. Let us go, it's time for lunch. Are you two wasting time because you think lunch is too long? Jiang Yu hurriedly waved her hands. No, absolutely not. Lunch is far too short. It's incredibly brief. She spoke sincerely. The lunch period was indeed too short. There was hardly time to eat, let alone rest. Li Xin, even angrier. This little time is more terrifying than senior year. That detestable teacher even wants me to eat in the classroom. Absolutely outrageous. Jiang Yu nodded vigorously, affirming indeed. Old Zhou has also mentioned not to let it happen. They have so little time to breathe. If it were to be monopolized, how could it possibly end well? Sheng An shrugged her shoulders and responded, "All right, I will give them a heads up. From now on, you will continue to dine in the cafeteria." She added, "If one pushes too hard, it may lead to trouble. It is still wise to occasionally leave a small opening." Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she embraced Sheng An's arm, exclaiming, "Ah, thank you, Sister Sheng." Even Li Xian felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. This woman was not entirely insufferable, after all. Behind them, Hao Jingye remarked, "PTSD? Have you forgotten who the true culprit is?" The 4 members of Team B gathered for lunch. Their meals had already been prepared, and as they reached the door, the kitchen staff began serving dishes and tea, arranging everything neatly on the table. A small nameplate was also placed, indicating their names. The dishes exuded steam, as if freshly cooked. Jiang Yu's lunch remained lavish. Sheng An and Hao Jingye had their preferences catered to, while Li Xian faced a rather plain bowl of broth. Li Xian was bewildered. He glanced at Jiang Yu's banquet, then at his own modest meal, before turning to Sheng and with gritted teeth, demanding, "What is going on? Give me an explanation." Hao Jingye interjected, "This is the Academy S arrangement for you, aimed at assessing the impact of different diets on your current health. Li Xin Vito. So now they're overseeing what I eat." As Li Xian appeared ready to explode, Sheng An picked up her chopsticks and casually remarked, 3 months. Li Xin, feeling his anger subside, lowered his head and began to eat. To his surprise, the simple broth was quite delicious. His pace quickened, and Jiang Yu, equally focused on her meal, found herself unable to resist. They were both too exhausted and hungry. The cafeteria soon fell into a hush. However, the tranquility was soon interrupted by the sound of footsteps. This was the cafeteria for special operations personnel, typically reserved for them alone. Suddenly, the footsteps drew everyone's attention, except Sheng An, who remained unfazed. The others looked up in confusion as a group of 7 entered. Leading them was a young woman, slightly shorter than Sheng An. Her expression colder, dressed in casual yet refined attire, unlike Sheng An, who casually donned a windbreaker. Her exquisite features presented a beauty that starkly contrasted with Sheng An. As she and her 6 companions strode in, they exuded a commanding presence. Jiang Yu and Li Xian watched intently. Sheng An continued her meal with calm demeanor, not even sparing a glance. Hao Jingye followed suit, returning his gaze to his plate. Jiang Yu, perplexed, looked towards Hao Jingye, who silently mouthed, "Qiu Yu." Jiang Yu's eyes widened in realization. Having long been aware of the Special Operations Department's dynamics, she immediately diverted her gaze and resumed eating, all while discreetly tugging at Li Xian. Li Xian looked utterly bewildered. The group approached, and Qiu Yu halted, prompting her followers to stop in unison. Clearly attentive to her commands, she scanned the 4 of them, sneering, "Oh, isn't this team leader Sheng? Finally, you have 2 team members?" The emphasis on 2 was palpable. She glanced back at her 6 companions, a stark contrast that seemed to overshadow Sheng An's group. Chapter 34. Taking Action. Qiu Yu was clearly provoking Sheng An. Unable to contain herself, Jiang Yu retorted, "Of course, there are more than just 2 members." Qiu Yu shot her a cold glance, her demeanor indifferent. Are the remaining ordinary people even of value? She clearly understood Team B's situation. Currently, aside from the 4 of them, only Qi Ling Wu from Team 0 and Song Linwei represented ordinary individuals, neither reincarnators nor endowed with special abilities. Qiu Yu evidently did not regard them as worthy. Jiang Yu felt a surge of anger. While she possessed a space, it was not a special ability, and having lived as an ordinary person for so long, she understood Qiu Yu's condescending attitude all too well. Some endowed individuals viewed ordinary people as insignificant, even believing they wasted resources and that only those with abilities deserved to survive in an apocalypse. Yet, in this world, no one is a true protagonist. When the apocalypse arrives, how many endowed individuals are there? Anyone could be an ordinary person among the masses. Just as she was about to voice her indignation, Jiang Yu's expression gradually dulled, and she slowly raised her hand, seemingly ready to slap herself. Sheng An swiftly grasped Jiang Yu's hand, pulling her back to reality. Jiang Yu's face paled as she looked at Qiu Yu in terror. Sheng and equally unfazed by Qiu Yu, remarked, Jiang Yu is a national resource, a talent valued by the nation, one of the hopes for the apocalypse. Should you use your abilities against her, I will report it. Qiu Yu's expression darkened slightly before she coldly replied, I was merely making a jest with Ms. Jiang. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. But it seems my teammate, Jiang Yu, has been frightened by you? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized Sheng An's intent. Oh no, I was just terrified. My head hurts now, and my chest feels tight. What should I do? Am I going to die? Will I miss my afternoon class? She lamented. Song Lin Wei suddenly appeared. Looking anxious, I will contact the medical team immediately. Hang in there, you. His reaction suggested that Jiang Yu was on the brink of death. Ouch, it hurts. Jiang Yu cried out, clearly determined to feign her distress. Sheng An found the scene amusing. Qiu Yu's expression grew icer, her gaze fixated on Sheng An as she hissed. Sheng An, you remain so protective, which is rather unappealing. Leaning back in her chair, Sheng An placed her hand behind her head, smiling as she responded. I believe I am quite likable, gentle, and kind. They all appreciate me. If you find me unappealing, perhaps that is your own issue. She turned to Hao Jingye and the others. ISNT that, right? Hao Jingye nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Song Linwei added, indeed. Jiang Yu, still moaning, managed to nod yes. Only Li Xian remained skeptical, thinking, this woman is gentle and kind? Likeable? He almost thought he misheard. However, since Hao Jingye, Song Linwei, and the others were all looking at him, Li Xian, despite his doubts, understood it was time to present a united front, clenching his teeth and reluctantly uttering, yes. Sheng An shrugged, see, it's your issue. Behind Qiu Yu, a tall man frowned, appearing ready to speak, but Qiu Yu raised her hand, silencing him instantly. Clearly, she held absolute authority in Team A. The puppet-like abilities were indeed formidable. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Yu decided to cease her verbal sparring with Sheng An, knowing she could never win. Since childhood, she had never triumphed over Sheng, and reflecting on the past, Qiu Yu momentarily lost herself, but her expression hardened further. Sheng An, what does it matter if you win verbally? I have awakened my abilities, while you have not. This time, I emerge victorious. The arrogance of endowed individuals was palpable. Hao Jingye frowned. Does being an endowed individual make you superior? When the apocalypse arrives, Sheng Jie may yet awaken. Qiu Yu laughed. After encountering so many anomalies, do you not understand the uniqueness of endowed individuals awakening before the apocalypse? Hao Jingye felt a weight in his heart. It seemed their prior speculations were indeed true. Endowed individuals who awakened before the apocalypse were exceptionally powerful, exhibiting capabilities comparable to high-level endowed individuals despite having just awakened. While the apocalypse had not yet arrived, current assessments indicated that endowed individuals awakening during the apocalypse would be less formidable than those awakening beforehand. The reasons remained unclear, yet it was likely factual. For some reason, however, Hao Jingye felt an inexplicable conviction that Sheng An would not be inferior. She had yet to awaken her abilities and even remained uncertain if she would. He harbored an odd intuition that Sheng An would not be outdone by anyone. This intuition was peculiar, yet he kept it to himself. Sheng An had finished her meal and, at this moment, laid down her chopsticks, displaying no emotional reaction to Qiu Yu's words. She calmly wiped the corner of her mouth, stood up, and said with composure, whether we win or lose is not for us to decide at this moment. You should consider how to explain this to your superiors. Regardless of the circumstances, Qiu Yu's use of supernatural abilities against Jiang Yu would not please the higher-ups. Qiu Yu clenched her fist tightly. Sheng An scanned the remaining individuals. Raising an eyebrow, have you finished eating? We have. Several quickly set down their chopsticks. Then let us depart. Sheng An stepped forward, nonchalantly walking outside. The others immediately followed suit. Qiu Yu's expression darkened. Behind her, the tall man who had been restless could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Stop!" In that instant, a bolt of lightning struck towards Sheng, and Song Linwei happened to turn around, his pupils constricting as he raised his voice. Be careful. Sheng An leaped suddenly, gracefully sliding past the dining table, evading the lightning. However, where the lightning had struck, a pit immediately formed, emitting thick smoke and dust, instilling fear in all. One could only imagine that had that strike landed on Sheng An, it would have resulted in severe injury. Everyone was taken aback. It was a lightning ability user. At that very moment, Sheng An flipped over the table, sliding to the opposite side. Her hand pressed against the table, her legs coiling around the man's neck. She forcefully flipped him, causing him to crash to the ground with a thud, his face contorted in pain. Yet Sheng An did not cease. She exerted pressure. With a crack, she broke the man's arm. If you don't know how to use it, then don't. Sheng An's voice remained calm. The man twisted in agony, letting out a pained scream. In his other intact hand, a ball of lightning instinctively appeared, crackling ominously. Sheng An stepped on him, her other hand gripping his neck. Her gaze icy. You can try to strike me down, or I can crush you first. The pressure was unyielding. Her fingers around his throat, presenting an absolute threat of death. The man was terrified, his cries abruptly silenced. Sheng An glanced at his other hand, a cold smile gracing her lips. If you cannot wield your powers with that hand either, I would not mind breaking it as well. Almost instinctively, the lightning in the man's hand vanished, his complexion pale, eyes filled with dread. Behind Qiyu, another person grew anxious. Let go of Lu Mingwei. Team A glared fiercely at Sheng An, their expressions grim. Jiang Yu refused to back down, glaring right back at them. Song Linwei's face was also filled with fury. Li Xian transformed into a metallic form, his eyes guarded. The two sides faced off. Hao Jingye furiously stated, Team Leader Qiu, your subordinate has violated the rules by using lightning abilities against Team Leader Sheng. The cafeteria surveillance has already captured this. What are you trying to do? Eliminate dissenters. She injured Lu Mingwei as well. On the opposing side, Geng Liqian retorted. Song Linwei took a deep breath. Slowly speaking, I have read the regulations of the Special Affairs Department. The first rule is that one must not take action against others without permission. Team Leader Qiu, your subordinate has broken this rule. Qiyu clearly did not expect this, her expression turning quite grim. Sheng An continued to grip Lu Mingwei's neck, looking down at him, as if addressing him and everyone else. Ability users are not invincible. I have yet to draw my weapon. You may test whether you seek my life first or if I shall execute you. With that, Sheng An forcefully released her grip. Lu Mingwei, with a broken arm, writhed in pain on the ground. Sheng An straightened, coldly sweeping her gaze over all of Team A, finally resting her eyes on Qiyu. Team Leader Qiu, it seems you will indeed need to reflect on your actions this time. After 2 offenses, it's time for serious contemplation. With that, she turned and walked outside, her demeanor elegant and composed. Jiang Yu shot them a fierce glare before joining Sheng An. They departed under the furious stares of Team A. On the ground, Lu Mingwei was helped up by others, drenched in sweat, his face pale and ghastly. Team Leader Qiu actually broke my arm. Slap! Qiyu struck him hard across the face. Lu Mingwei froze. Qiyu's gaze was predatory, fixated on him. If you dare lay a hand on her again, I will kill you. Lu Mingwei's eyes reflected terror. They all understood Qiyu's methods and were deeply afraid of her. She was an ability user capable of stripping away one's soul. Outside the cafeteria, Song Linwei frowned. Team A is too arrogant. Hao Jingye replied. Qiyu is such a person. Her subordinates reflect her nature. Now do you understand why the higher-ups support Sheng Jie more? Song Linwei nodded slowly. Jiang Yu looked at Sheng and with starry eyes, exclaiming. But Sheng Jie was just so cool. Li Xian instinctively nodded, then snapped back to reality, snorting in dissatisfaction. Why didn't you let me fight them? They are too much. I want to beat them up. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Are you foolish? Look at how many of them there are compared to us. Team A has at least 5 supernatural users, and we only have Li Xian, who is still underage. How could we possibly win against them? Besides, that Lu Mingwei is a lightning user, a tough opponent. Jiang Yu sighed deeply. Nearby, Sheng An similarly let out a long sigh. Jiang Yu asked, Sheng Jie, do you feel worried too? Sheng An glanced at them, speaking softly. No, I am pondering why Qiu's subordinates are so obedient while you all are so rebellious. The group exclaimed, Sister, can we focus on the main point? Hao Jingye was not one to dwell on emotions. He was a diligent worker. At this moment, he had already pulled out a tablet, tapping away while pursing his lips. I need to see the current situation in Team A. Sheng An gestured with her chin. Let us head over there. The group hurriedly made their way. They arrived at the outdoor training ground, a vast expanse, with a flag standing in the center. They seated themselves on the steps beneath the flag. Sheng An had someone bring over some cola. She tossed a can to each of them, speaking casually. By all rights, we should be drinking alcohol now, but drinking during the day would hinder our work. Let us settle for this sugary delight. Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Sheng Jie, you even know that cola is a comfort drink? Li Xin was equally astonished. Sheng An opened the can, exasperated. Thank you, I am 25 this year, not 250. The two awkwardly rubbed their noses. For some reason, when interacting with Sheng An, they often overlooked her age, perhaps because she was so reliable, always exuding a serious and earnest aura. It was difficult to associate her with internet slang. Song Linwei chuckled, having just experienced a whirlwind of events. He understood that Sheng An gathering them was not solely for analyzing Team A's situation, but also to enhance team cohesion. Drinking cola while discussing the gravest matters created a peculiar sense of dissonance. Song Linwei shook his head with a smile and took a sip from his cola. Hao Jingye, being diligent, was already discussing serious matters. Team A currently consists of 7 members, originally 5. Chiyu, her assistant Gu Cheng, the reborn Wu Ji, fire ability user Geng Liqian, and water ability user Huang Weiyang. The lightning user Lu Mingwei and earth ability user Yang Chuan were just brought back by Chiyu. They're the strong ones she values. Lu Mingwei stands out more, yet Yang Chuan should not be underestimated, as he is the reborn individual who posted online. During recent screenings, 2 were identified. One is a precise predictor, and the other is Iron Man. The latter is Li Xin, while the former is Yang Chuan. Sheng An fell into deep thought. Jiang Yu gasped, raising her voice. There's even an earth ability user. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, glancing at Jiang Yu. If your space could accommodate others, that would align perfectly with you. Jiang Yu awkwardly averted her gaze, her voice faint, but that's not feasible. Sheng An remained non-committal, retracting her gaze. Indeed, your best match will be a plant ability user. Li Xin straightened, seriousness etched on his face. Hey, why are you all so composed? Team A has so many formidable individuals. Wood, metal, water, fire, and earth. They occupy 3 of those elements, plus the powerful lightning and unique puppet abilities. Being anxious won't help, Sheng An replied calmly. Li Xin, exasperated by her demeanor, clenched his teeth, his frustration palpable. Indeed, it is often the case that those who are least involved feel the most urgency. While Sheng An remains untroubled, others around her seem on the brink of despair. Song Linwei lets out a sigh, acknowledging that fretting is futile. It would be wise to seek out the heretics swiftly. There are ample heretics within the capital, and if necessary, they could expand their search to other provinces. Observing their concern, Sheng An shakes her head with a light chuckle, reassuring them, do not fret too much. Our team is not as dire as it seems. We still have members yet to return. Jiang Yu's eyes brighten, and he raises his voice. Ah, yes. There is Li Wanyan. She is an extraordinary spatial ability wielder, and moreover, a reincarnated one. She starts with 50 billion. Clearly, she is the quintessential protagonist. Li Xin muses. Is she another destined child? He strokes his chin, reflecting. Indeed, though our team is small, it appears we possess remarkable individuals. Sheng An taps his forehead lightly, exasperated. What do you mean by destined child? Team A has its own reincarnated members and ability wielders, does it not? Doesn't the thunder ability sound impressive? Li Xin responds, indeed, it does seem more akin to a protagonist ability. Sheng An clarifies, when I speak of members, I do not refer solely to Li Wanyun, but also to Team 0. She gazes deeply at Jiang Yu and Li Xin, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. If you underestimate Team 0, do not blame me for not warning you. Jiang Yu expresses anticipation, while Li Xin scoffs. They are merely ordinary people. What could be so impressive about them? How can they compare to us, the chosen ability wielders? Jiang Yu remains anxious. We are searching for people, and Team A is doing the same. What if they truly surpass us? What then, Xingjie? Are you not worried? Not at all, Sheng An replies, sipping her cola with a calm demeanor. I do not believe you are inferior to them. Your abilities surpass your own expectations. Furthermore, even if Team A is indeed stronger, it is of no consequence. She is challenging you. Li Xin exclaims, nearly jumping up in urgency. What if their team truly is superior? After the apocalypse, what if she eliminates you? That will not happen, Sheng An asserts confidently. Jiang Yu inquires, why not? Sheng An responds, she may wish to push me aside, but she would not kill me. The same applies to you. Team A and Team B may be rivals, yet they're also allies. Chiu Yu and I share a common origin. We have been nurtured by our nation and will always prioritize national interests over personal grievances. Really? Jiang Yu seems skeptical. Sheng An smiles without elaborating. Some matters are beyond others' comprehension, as they are woven into the very fabric of one's soul, an unwavering pillar of spirit. Li Xin, puzzled, asks, what is your mindset? The apocalypse is upon us, yet you remain so patriotic? What if the nation ceases to exist? Sheng An suddenly tilts her head, smiling. What is my name? Sheng An, they reply. Which Sheng? Which An? The flourishing Sheng, the peaceful An? Incorrect. It is the Sheng of a prosperous age, the An of national stability and peace. As she speaks, she rises and tosses her can into the trash with precision. With a light step and a serene smile, she departs, her silhouette elegant and poised, yet her spine remains straight and resolute. Sheng An, may this era of prosperity bring the peace of Sheng An. Chapter 36. The mental state of university students, the Sheng of prosperity, the An of national peace. Jiang Yu and Li Xin are momentarily taken aback, struggling to process the implications of Sheng An's words. Let us go. You have classes to attend, she states bluntly. Oh, they snap back to reality, both exclaiming in dismay. Jiang Yu clutches his head, lamenting, Xingjie, my head hurts. I just encountered Qiu Yu's ability. Without turning back, Sheng An retorts, guess whether I believe you. Hurry and head to class. She waves her hand. Hao Jingye, Song Linwei, come, let us continue our search for heretics. Li Xin and Jiang Yu think, oh, we thought she truly did not care about Team A's strength. It seems she is working diligently in silence. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei follow Sheng An, while Li Xin and Jiang Yu remain rooted in place, akin to children reluctant to leave for school, wanting to prolong the moment. Li Xin grimaces, this life is unbearable. It is worse than before I awaken my ability. Jiang Yu, with a vacant expression, sighs, come on, you are a high school student. You need not adapt. I have already graduated, yet I am forced to relive the days before the college entrance examination. What is this nonsense? Li Xin grits his teeth. If it were not for the strength it grants me, I would never endure such a life. Jiang Yu nods in agreement. I can barely hold on. It is truly miserable. So very miserable. In the distance, someone calls out, Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Come practice cultivation. Li Xin, are you skipping class again? Do you seek a beating? Hurry and attend class. The chosen girl and chosen boy exchange glances, then simultaneously sigh in unison. This life is truly unbearable. The entire afternoon passes with Sheng An guiding Hao Jingye and Song Linwei in filtering information. Song Linwei gazes at the screen, somewhat lost in thought. Sheng An pours him a cup of water, raising an eyebrow. What occupies your mind? Song Linwei snaps back to reality, releasing a long sigh. I am contemplating the apocalypse. Just thinking that in 16 days, the world will change. My emotions are quite complex. It is not merely complexity. It is intertwined with anxiety and unease, even bordering on fear. The concept of global destruction, worldwide crises, these phrases alone evoke terror. Sheng An comprehends fully, offering a comforting pat on his shoulder. Suddenly, Song Linwei asks, Team Leader Sheng, with the apocalypse approaching, is there anything you wish to accomplish before that day? In jest, one might ponder what to do if the end were nigh. Yet when faced with such reality, many things lose their significance. Sheng An has already returned to her seat. Without lifting her head, she replies, to swiftly gather the heretics and transition smoothly into the apocalypse. Song Linwei counters, but the apocalypse entails not only meteor disasters, but subsequent calamities. Even if we navigate this initial phase successfully, there remains the threat of ever-changing anomalies. Disasters can be managed, but anomalies? Sheng An pauses, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Her expression tranquil. Do what is within our power. Song Linwei is momentarily taken aback. After a moment, he realizes, murmuring, yes. Do what is within our power and leave the rest to fate. They can only strive for what is achievable and entrust the remainder to the heavens. Sanguinin defects. No. Merely do what is within our power. Do not leave it to fate. She smiles slightly. When the apocalypse arrives, must we submit to fate if heaven demands death? Her tone is calm, yet it carries an inexplicable defiance. Song Linwei is left speechless, staring at her in a daze. At this moment, he seems to grasp Sheng An's essence. She is a person of the state, undertaking noble deeds for the nation and its people. Yet, she is not the archetypal virtuous individual. She possesses a rebellious spirit, harboring a wild tenacity beneath her calm demeanor. She is remarkably suited for the apocalypse. Have you completed your tasks? Sheng An inquires, smiling gently at him. Song Linwei responds, I suppose I should continue. He touches his nose. After all, with unfinished work, who has time for sentimentality? Meanwhile, Hao Jingye remains silent, deep in thought. Sheng An notices and approaches him, asking, "Have you discovered something?" Hao Jingye replies, "I am reviewing the reports of alarm situations. It pertains to the neighboring Shishir. It is a bit peculiar. I am unsure if it qualifies as a heretic." The report was submitted in a yellow folder. The folders are color-coded. Red indicates urgency, yellow is general. It is a situation that subordinates do not understand. Thus, they report it. "What is it?" Song Linwei inquires. Also looking over, Hao Jingye explains, a police station in Shishir received a report where the informant, rather secretively, stated that he had something significant to discuss with the leadership. Yet, he refused to disclose any details, only insisting that he possesses evidence that requires a meeting with the leaders. Song Linwei furrows his brow. At first glance, it appears unusual, but ever since they began filtering information, he has recognized that similar reports are commonplace. Citizens seeking to meet leadership is not an uncommon occurrence. What makes this particular case special? His curiosity is piqued. However, Sheng An has already shifted her attention to the computer, studying it intently. Hao Jingye shakes his head. It is not particularly unusual, yet I sense he seems somewhat pleased. Song Linwei is confused. How can someone who is anxious assert they have something significant to share, yet appear happy? What kind of reaction is this? Sheng An opened the attached video and watched it repeatedly twice. Inside was a tall, slender young man who, from his self-introduction, appeared to be a university student. Regarding his reason for calling the police, he insisted on meeting with a leader, and although the police were impatient, he remained silent despite his anxious demeanor. Sheng An said nothing and watched a third time. Subsequently, her hand clicked the mouse, pausing the image. Sheng An smiled. "Contact him to arrange a meeting for tomorrow. If all goes well, we shall welcome a new teammate." Hao Jingye and Song Linwei stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Hao Jingye questioned, "Does he have a situation? Could he be an aberrant?" That would explain his excitement. Song Linwei suddenly understood. However, Sheng An shook her head. "No, he is not an aberrant. If he were, he would not seek the police, nor would he insist on meeting the leader to speak." The two were immediately puzzled. If he is not an aberrant, then perhaps he has discovered one? Song Linwei inquired. They harbored no doubts about Sheng An's judgment, merely curiosity. Sheng An nodded and instructed, "Get in touch with him." Hao Jingye promptly issued a notification to the relevant police department. Song Linwei, curious, asked, "Team leader Sheng, how did you come to this conclusion?" Sheng An pointed at the screen, displaying the young man's image. She magnified his face. "Is there something strange?" Song Linwei did not comprehend. Sheng An chuckled softly, tapping the screen on that face. Fear, anxiety, tension, and urgency were all emotions visible in the video. Although Hao Jingye mentioned some happiness, it was evidently more than that. This was excitement. Huh. Song Linwei was taken aback. He discovered an aberrant, hence his nervousness, fear, and anxiety, but also his excitement. His eagerness to partake was precisely why he insisted on seeing the leader. The lower-ranking personnel could only report and lacked the authority. Sheng An's gaze was filled with interest. Song Linwei was bewildered, struggling to grasp the logic. He understood the tension and fear, but excitement? Eagerness to participate? He could not untangle the rationale. Who discovers an aberrant and feels excitement? Shouldn't it be fear? No, there was no fear. Sheng An smiled faintly, suggesting that they underestimated our university students. Upon discovering an aberrant, our students not only are not afraid, but are quite exhilarated. Song Linwei. Hao Jingye. First, there are the world-saving delusions. Now there are the crazed university students. The apocalypse has yet to arrive, yet everyone's mental state seems somewhat concerning. Chapter 37. High acceptance rate, countdown to the apocalypse, 15 days. Early in the morning, Sheng An left with Hao Jingye, while Song Linwei remained at the camp, responsible for internal matters and continuing the search for aberrants. After contacting the individual yesterday, he was proactive and proposed to arrange the meeting in the capital. Hao Jingye reported the situation, but his voice suddenly halted. He spotted Qiu Yu, who was also preparing to leave, accompanied by assistants Gu Cheng and Lu Mingwei, as well as Geng Liqian. Lu Mingwei's arm was still in a sling, evidently indicating that Sheng An had not been gentle the previous day. Both parties noticed each other. Their gazes met, and Lu Mingwei's expression instantly soured. Sheng An calmly nodded, as if nothing had happened, and walked towards the parking area. Lu Mingwei could not restrain himself and spoke up. Team leader Sheng, where are you off to? Hao Jingye mimicked Sheng An's emotionless smile. Matters of team B should not require a report to Team A, right? What about you all? I heard you were asked to write self-reflections. Have you completed them? Lu Mingwei clenched his uninjured hand, his eyes filled with anger. Gung Liqian stepped forward gently. Don't take it out on Brother Lu. He has a fiery temperament, but he genuinely cares about you. Aberrants, to some extent, have unique circumstances and are not easily subdued, but Team Leader Chio's abilities are quite exceptional. If Team Leader Sheng needs assistance, we can help. Although it appeared gentle, it was laced with veiled barbs, implying that Sheng An was inferior to Chio Yu. Hao Jingye scoffed. You think our team is weak just because you say so? Since when is strength determined by the number of ability users? Lu Mingwei suddenly laughed, lifting his chin in disdain at them. Yesterday's unauthorized action was my fault. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Lu Mingwei was apologizing? And yet, who apologizes while looking down on others? Indeed, the next moment he added, however, since this is a special circumstances department, most members are ability users. Naturally, we should exchange experiences. Last night, we reported to the higher-ups. Enli Lao mentioned that as long as both parties agree, a friendly sparring session could be arranged. He emphasized the last 4 words heavily, as if he were crushing them, his tone expectant yet ill-intentioned. Upon hearing this, Hao Jingye felt a weight in his heart. Sparring? Their team had no advantage at all. Besides Li Xian, there were currently no combat-ready ability users. Even if Li Wanyan returned, her combat capability was uncertain. Meanwhile, Team A had numerous ability users. Sheng An smiled, quickening her steps towards Lu Mingwei. Her pace was swift, her aura commanding. An immediate pressure enveloped them. Approaching Lu Mingwei, he instinctively recoiled, shrinking his head, his expression wary and fearful. Sheng An tilted her head, feigning innocence. What are you hiding from? I'm merely driving. With that, she pressed the car key, and the nearby vehicle emitted a sound. Lu Mingwei, damn. His heart sank. She was doing it on purpose. However, being frightened into retreat was embarrassing. Regret and frustration washed over Lu Mingwei in an instant. Yet, Hao Jingye beamed, trotting over to open the passenger door on the other side. A victorious smile illuminating his face. Lu Mingwei stiffened his neck, grinding his teeth as he enunciated, Wait. Team leader Sheng, you haven't mentioned the sparring yet. When can our 2 teams engage in a friendly match? Sheng An stood by the car door, observing him. Lu Mingwei mocked, What? Afraid? Your team only has 1 combat ability user. Could it be that team leader Sheng is overly protective? Having suffered a setback at Sheng An's hands the previous day, he had not learned his lesson and instead harbored even more resentment. The recent embarrassment only fueled his desire to regain face. Hao Jingye rolled his eyes. Such an obvious provocation. However, if the higher-ups agreed to their occasional sparring, it would indeed be difficult to refuse. Continuously declining would imply fear of them. Yet how could they possibly defeat Team A? As Hao Jingye mused, Sheng An glanced at Lu Mingwei, who had moved even closer. He was provoking her, naturally standing at a close distance. At such proximity, Sheng An inquired, How is your injury? Huh? Lu Mingwei was momentarily stunned. Then his expression soured, gritting his teeth. Very good. The physique of an ability user is not comparable to that of an ordinary person. This little injury. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig rang out. Sheng An grasped his fractured hand and shook it. Lu Mingwei instantly cried out in pain. His recently healed hand was now in worse condition. Oh dear, it seems you haven't fully recovered. As for sparring, this Thunder-type friend should focus on healing first. Sheng An smiled slightly. She then entered the vehicle, waved goodbye to the 3, and departed. The car drove away, leaving behind the pained Lu Mingwei and the supportive Gung Liqian. Team leader Sheng was truly ruthless. Chio Yu ignored Gung Liqian, watching Sheng An's car recede, his eyes inscrutable. Inside the car, Hao Jingye was speechless. Lu Mingwei acted as if he were deranged. He had just been reprimanded yesterday. Yet today, he resumed his antics. Group leader Chio was no fool. Why did she allow him to frolic about unchecked? Sheng An, driving with an expression devoid of emotion, understood their folly. Hao Jingye looked at her in confusion. As the apocalypse loomed ever closer, the nation required the full strength of the Taiqing Chu. And the presence of 2 group leaders was a product of circumstance rather than an optimal solution, especially considering their mutual animosity. if discord erupted among the subordinates, exacerbating tensions. One of us, either I or Chiou, would inevitably have to be removed. Chiou's allowance of Group A's unrest was a direct provocation for the higher-ups to make a choice. Sheng An perceived this with clarity. Hao Jingye, agitated, questioned whether Chiou was so confident that the higher-ups would inevitably choose her, simply due to her ability to control the ability users. Indeed, her powers were undeniably useful. Sheng An replied with a hint of indifference. Hao Jingye exhaled heavily, feeling somewhat helpless. At such a critical juncture, why were they still scheming? Sheng An remarked that it was normal. As long as the larger picture remained unaffected, where there are people, there will be disputes. Furthermore, this was Chiou, who had always sought to outshine Sheng and Hao Jingye's side, although it bore little consequence, and the one at a disadvantage was the other party. It was indeed vexing to witness Lu Mingwei's incessant antics, how he wished for a more formidable ability user to emerge. Sheng An and team leader Qi could easily handle Lu Mingwei, yet he remained obstinate, relying on his own abilities. As it stood, among the ability users, those of the lightning type were exceptionally powerful. It was likely that only someone with even greater abilities could silence him. However, such individuals were not easily found. Sheng An suggested they discuss the person they were to meet today. Immediately, Hao Jingye cast aside his other thoughts and immersed himself in work. Today, they were to meet a university student named Zhang Jiaoyang, a local from Shishir, whose family possessed modest assets. He was studying in the capital and had taken his girlfriend to a guest house in the mountains 2 days prior, only to abandon her and return to the city that same day. He had entered the police station yesterday morning. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiaoyang had arrived at the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, sitting in the conference room awaiting the person he was to meet. He appeared somewhat anxious, a mix of excitement and trepidation. A police officer entered to pour water. Zhang Jiaoyang inquired about the authority level of the individual he was to meet. The officer, unaware, shook his head. Disappointment washed over Zhang Jiaoyang. Just then, the chief entered the room, his expression stern and voice grave. The person coming to see you shortly has high authority. You better have something significant to discuss. Zhang Jiaoyang gripped his phone tightly, sitting up straight as he earnestly replied, Of course, I assure you that what I have to say is extremely important. He was not merely recounting what he had witnessed. He possessed concrete evidence. Zhang Jiaoyang could only hope that the individual he was about to meet would be receptive and not intimidated by him. He's here, someone announced at the door. The chief immediately stepped out. Zhang Jiaoyang's anxiety heightened as he felt the sweat accumulating in his palms from gripping his phone. Chapter 38. I really saw a ghost before long. Sheng An entered with Hao Jingye. Zhang Jiaoyang peered behind Sheng An and Hao Jingye, noticing that aside from the chief and 2 officers, there was no one else. We're the leaders. The chief then spoke. This is the person you wanted to meet. Please share your concerns with group leader Sheng. Zhang Jiaoyang was taken aback. What? So young? Noticing his skepticism, Sheng An calmly reassured him. Rest assured. This is the Public Security Bureau. No one here will deceive you. Zhang Jiaoyang reflected and acknowledged that this was indeed the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau, and the chief had let him in. The young individual before him surely held authority greater than the chief, despite their youth. Furthermore, the fact that he was unwilling to divulge anything meant that meeting someone with authority even higher than the chief was the utmost limit. Seeing him relax, the chief closed the door and departed. Inside, the spacious conference room was left with only Sheng An, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jiaoyang, along with the unremarkable surveillance cameras. Zhang Jiaoyang, still somewhat tense, clutched his phone tightly. Sheng An sat across from him with a gentle tone. May we speak now? Comrade, Zhang Jiaoyang. What is the important matter you wish to discuss? Zhang Jiaoyang hesitated slightly. Then, leaning forward, he cautiously asked, Leader, are you open-minded? Sheng An instantly understood his concern. He feared she might not believe him. Without saying a word, she gestured for Hao Jingye, who promptly produced the credentials he had brought. The cover emblazoned with the words, Te Ching Chu. These 3 words startled Zhang Jiaoyang. Te Ching Chu, you can imagine what we handle, right? Hao Jingye put away the credentials, maintaining a calm demeanor. You can share whatever you discover with us. While you may find it astonishing, for us, it is not unusual. They had indeed encountered numerous bizarre incidents involving ability users, space manipulators, metal users, and lightning users. What Zhang Jiaoyang deemed shocking was, for them, hardly surprising. I saw a ghost, Zhang Jiaoyang blurted out, shocking them all. Hao Jingye's expression shifted, incredulous, as he furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Zhang Jiaoyang nodded vigorously, absolutely. I truly saw a ghost. Sheng An and Hao Jingye fell silent, neither of them speaking. Zhang Jiaoyang grew anxious, leaning forward further, his tone urgent. Please believe me. It was so strange and shocking that I wanted to meet with leadership to report this matter. The sighting of a ghost is utterly peculiar. If he were to approach ordinary officers, they would undoubtedly dismiss him. Of course, the leaders might also disregard him, but he possessed evidence. Yet the implications were too significant. Unless he faced someone with considerable authority, he dared not disclose his evidence lightly. Hao Jingye turned to Sheng An, blinking in confusion. Could it be that besides the aberrations, there are also ghosts? He would have scoffed at such a notion before, but with the impending apocalypse, it seemed increasingly plausible that anything could happen. Sheng An shot him a glance, exasperated. It's clearly a case of a special ability being misinterpreted. Has your once sharp mind been infected by Jiang Yu, Anli Xian? Hao Jingye awkwardly rubbed his nose. Admittedly, in that moment, he had not thought it through. His instinctive reaction was to entertain the idea that besides ability users and reincarnators, there might also be ghosts. Clearing his throat, he assumed a serious demeanor, placing his fingers on the keyboard to record Zhang Jiaoyang's words. Zhang Jiaoyang, concerned they might not believe him, reiterated, I am telling the truth. He placed his phone on the table, his body restless, observing his mounting anxiety. Sheng An spoke calmly. What you have described certainly raises suspicion, does it not? Pausing, she slowly continued, however, we at the Taiqing Chu have dealt with many similar incidents and have discovered some supernatural entities. You may elaborate on your ghost sighting. The first part of her statement had him worried, yet the latter part reassured him, with the ebb and flow of tension. Combined with the information that they had handled similar cases, Zhang Jiaoyang felt compelled to speak without further hesitation. Taking a deep breath to compose himself and organize his thoughts, he began, 2 days ago, I took my girlfriend. They were already familiar with the earlier events, but what transpired at the guest house was of greater significance. The guest house, situated in the mountains, was designed to be in harmony with nature, featuring a collection of small cabins scattered across the hillside. From the wooden corridor, one could gaze down upon the dense forest below, with a small grove at the foot of the mountain, nearly devoid of human presence. Initially, I had no time to explore, but while waiting for my girlfriend, who had gone to take a shower, I grew bored and decided to take a few photos with my new phone. As I zoomed in for a distant shot from the corridor, I saw the ghost. At this point, his voice trembled with a blend of terror and excitement, a complex swirl of emotions. Sheng An and Hao Jingye did not interrupt him. Zhang Jiaoyang swallowed hard and continued. My new phone has excellent pixels, so I witnessed a figure emerging from that small grove. No, it was a ghost. What did it look like? Sheng An inquired. Zhang Jiaoyang replied, I couldn't see clearly. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. How can you be certain it was a ghost? Zhang Jiaoyang stated, because I saw it with my own eyes. It came out of the grove and vanished without a trace the next moment. Hao Jingye frowned. Vanished without a trace? Could have simply fallen or hidden from your view. No. Zhang Jiaoyang shook his head vigorously. It's not terrifying that it vanished. What's frightening is that in an instant, it reappeared hundreds of meters away. In a heartbeat, several hundred meters. What else could it be if not a ghost? Are you certain? Absolutely. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded fervently. Sheng An extended her hand, her tone calm. Let me see the photos or videos you took. Huh? Zhang Jiaoyang was astonished. How did you know? You're convinced you have evidence and not the slightest doubt about your perception. You've been clutching your phone tightly. Isn't that rather obvious? Sheng An stated matter-of-factly. Zhang Jiaoyang asked, is that so obvious? After a brief moment of shock, he quickly unlocked his phone and handed it over. Sheng An glanced through it, her brow slightly furrowing, before passing it to Hao Jingye. Hao Jingye connected the phone to a computer, magnifying the images. Letting out a long breath, Zhang Jiaoyang continued. If it weren't for the photos, I would have doubted my own vision. But the photos are irrefutable evidence. Damn it. I really saw a ghost. He confirmed that the ghost had vanished on the spot, his eyes wide as he opted to take a picture. The photos were a series of continuous shots. In just 2 seconds, each image contained a blurred figure. Hao Jingye processed the photos. Sheng An looked at Zhang Jiaoyang, gently asking, do you have any other information? Did the figure emerge from the grove? What direction did it go? Zhang Jiaoyang instinctively shook his head. Then, as if struck by a thought, he added, I just happened to capture it. I don't know him. But judging by his build, he was a stout person wearing a hat. It was dark, so I couldn't see which direction he headed. Sheng An nodded in understanding and posed several more questions, which Zhang Jiaoyang answered one by one. At that moment, Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. Sister Sheng, the photos have been processed, along with a 3D map of the shooting location. Take a look. He moved the computer in front of Sheng An. The processed photos were much clearer. After reviewing them, Sheng An slowly nodded. The expert we anticipated may have emerged. Chapter 39. The remarkable imagination of university students. After Sheng An reviewed the photos, the figures were still vague. And due to the distance from which they were taken, they were not definitive. However, these processed images were significantly clearer. In 2 seconds, 4 photographs depicted the same man. His shape was visible, but his features remained indistinct. Nonetheless, it was certain that it was the same individual. His clothing and hat were identical. When the 4 photos were juxtaposed with the actual map, it was evident that in just 2 seconds, the individual had covered a distance of at least 800 meters. In the 2 consecutive shots, the first was taken beneath a tree, while the second was 200 meters beyond that tree. It is impossible for an ordinary person to traverse 800 meters in 2 seconds. The world record for 100 meters is 9.58 seconds. This was several times faster than the world record. Hao Jingye noted softly, there are no signs of photo manipulation. They are all original images. And the captured scenes are authentic. Sheng An nodded and turned her gaze to Zhang Jiaoyang, who looked back at her with anticipation. Sheng An stated, we have gathered the information we need. Thank you for your cooperation. I will arrange for someone to take you home, and you will receive a monetary reward. Zhang Jiaoyang's eyes widened in disbelief. That's it. Yes, that's it, Sheng An smiled. Of course, if you remember anything else, feel free to contact us. Zhang Jiaoyang's disappointment was palpable. Sheng An and Hao Jingye observed him, but he did not leave. Clutching the phone that had been returned to him, he fidgeted in place, clearly reluctant to depart. Is there anything else? Sheng An asked, feigning ignorance. Zhang Jiaoyang, through gritted teeth, straightened up. I was the one who first discovered the anomaly. And after going through such a long roundabout to inform you, you can't just dismiss me with a simple acknowledgement. What do you want? Zhang Jiaoyang replied. I want to know more about what happened. Is he really a ghost? And are there many other supernatural phenomena in the country? Is it a ghost or some creature from before the establishment of the nation? There are too many questions. Hao Jingye frowned, about to speak. Sheng An raised her hand to stop him, fixing her gaze on Zhang Jiaoyang. In response to his eager look, she spoke, he is not a ghost. But there are some supernatural circumstances surrounding him. As for other details, they cannot be disclosed at this time, and I hope you can keep this confidential. Zhang Jiaoyang's shoulders slumped, his expression one of dissatisfaction. Hao Jingye was puzzled. You're just an ordinary person. Why are you so curious about such mysterious matters? Aren't you afraid of encountering something dangerous? Zhang Jiaoyang exclaimed. It's precisely because it's mysterious that I'm curious. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. You all seem utterly unfazed. Has the government already grasped many supernatural entities like those within? Is there a cultivation department or a monster management bureau? A liaison between the realms of yin and yang? Hao Jingye and Sheng An replied, you are overthinking it. The imagination of our university students is truly remarkable, Sheng An remarked. Zhang Jiaoyang, undeterred, continued. So can I join you in your search for this ghost? I am genuinely curious. Curiosity may lead to peril, Hao Jingye warned. Zhang Jiaoyang retorted, I'm human. If I encounter such mystical occurrences, then so be it. Perhaps I could transform into a figure of the supernatural or travel through time. His eyes sparkled as he spoke. Sheng An rose to her feet. Zhang Jiaoyang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Is it possible? Sheng An replied, I will have someone escort you home. Zhang Jiaoyang felt exasperated. His visit had not only failed to provide answers, but had instead left him with more questions about Sheng An, the Special Operations Department, and the existence of supernatural phenomena. Yet they would not reveal anything to him. Fuming, Zhang Jiaoyang declared, I captured it on camera. I know about supernatural phenomena, so why won't you tell me? If you refuse to share, I will spread the word online. This was a threat. Sheng An's expression remained unchanged. Very well. If you wish to post it, go ahead. After a pause, under Zhang Jiaoyang's furious gaze, she continued, however, if you cooperate with us, I will tell you everything in 10 days. Really? Indeed, Sheng An affirmed. Zhang Jiaoyang thought, 10 days isn't too long. He could wait. Thus, Sheng An summoned a police officer to escort him home. He left with a proud stride, eagerly counting down the days. Once he departed, Hao Jingye suddenly asked, when will the country tentatively announce the final news? Sheng An replied, in 10 days, which will be 5 days from now. Hao Jingye noted, so we're just waiting for 10 days? At that time, not only will we inform Zhang Jiaoyang, but we will also notify the entire nation. Poor lad, deceived by Sister Sheng, Hao Jingye mused. Sheng An's expression grew serious as she instructed. Immediately investigate who the anomaly is. His abilities are quite unique. The photos were not clear. However, with the resources of the state, we will surely uncover the truth. Hao Jingye inquired, what kind of ability does he possess? Is it a speed ability? If it is a speed ability, then it is not particularly terrifying, he reasoned. Sheng then shook her head. I don't believe that that's the case. Covering 800 meters in 2 seconds suggests a mere afterimage. It shouldn't be possible to capture a person in the frame. Although I have never witnessed a speed ability, it is apparent that speed abilities are extraordinarily rapid. However, the faster one moves, the less clearly one can see, leaving only a fleeting shadow. This photograph is remarkably clear, not due to speed. It must be attributed to another extraordinary ability. Hao Jingye inhaled sharply. It is neither a speed-related ability, nor does it belong to the elemental powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. It can only be one of the rare abilities. To ascertain the specifics, one would need to inquire with him directly or consult Li Wanyan. Sheng An stepped outside, acutely aware that their understanding of these abilities remained insufficient. Among the known reincarnators, Yang Chuan was reborn from the end of the second year of the apocalypse, yet his memories were somewhat muddled and still in the process of being sorted out. Perhaps Li Wanyan possesses the most information. Hao Jingye hurried to catch up. When will they return? Assuming all goes as expected, Team Zero will return the day after tomorrow, while Li Wanyan will be a day later. Hao Jingye was puzzled. Would Team Qi return before Li Wanyan? Team Zero is flying back, while Li Wanyan, having procured an excessive amount of supplies, is returning by boat. Hao Jingye exclaimed, Chapter 40, the buffs are stacked high. Investigations into unknown ability users require time. And the two made their way back to the camp. They had just encountered Song Linwei and had not yet had the chance to discuss today's findings when he preemptively revealed a red flag document indicating that the grain warehouse in Shurshur had been robbed. It was confirmed to be the work of a space ability user, and Team A had already taken action. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, while Hao Jingye's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this a true zero-cost purchase? This was indeed a genuine zero-cost acquisition, directly targeting the national warehouse for grain. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and decisive action was already being taken. This individual is formidable. Hao Jingye's expression turned serious. Sister Sheng, we must act swiftly. We cannot allow Team A to get ahead of us. Previously, various teams have been gathering information on the aberrants, but this was a red flag document from above, directly confirming the presence of the aberrant, a piece of information shared between Teams A and B. In other words, first come, first served. Song Linwei nodded in agreement. The person who can abscond with the grain from the warehouse must undoubtedly be a space ability user. Team A currently lacks such abilities. Upon receiving this news, Qiuyu immediately abandoned her current tasks and rushed to the scene, evidently intent on securing the prize. Including Jiang Yu, there were 2 with space abilities in their ranks. While Team A primarily consisted of combat-oriented members and had yet to acquire any space abilities, naturally leading to their urgency. Sheng An, however, maintained her composure. To dare to directly execute a zero-cost acquisition from the national warehouse demonstrates the confidence of the perpetrator. It is likely that this individual will be difficult to apprehend, so there is no need for haste. Team A may act first, but it does not necessarily mean they will be the first to capture the individual. Their visit to the scene would merely be to gather more information rather than to immediately locate the perpetrator. Sheng An murmured, once again, it is Shurshur. The ability user we discovered is in Shurshur. Could this zero-cost individual also be there? Song Linwei queried, Shurshur? Right? Zhang Jiaoyang also hails from Shurshur. What insights have you gathered today? As they walked, Sheng An added, additionally, provide me with any existing information regarding the zero-cost acquisition. I wish to first examine the specifics of this aberrant. All information was contained within the folder. Various departments were actively engaged, with the information department and the reconnaissance department continuously updating the contents of the folder. Sheng An meticulously reviewed each line, while Hao Jingye recounted the details of today's investigation to Song Linwei. Since the confirmation of the apocalypse, cities had been preparing, not just for shelters, but also for stockpiling grain. Li Wanyan had previously failed to procure anything due to the national recovery efforts. And where was the recovered grain stored? In the face of a world-class catastrophic disaster, it could not possibly be housed in a single location. Vast quantities of grain have been stockpiled across various regions, with warehouses filled to capacity and undergoing fortification, even constructing underground storage facilities to relocate supplies. Shirshir was no exception. However, credible news from Jiangyu had indicated that Shirshir was to be struck by a meteorite. The grain reserves in Shirshir were limited. While the capital was intended to become the nation's most secure stronghold, with Shirshir serving as the transit point due to its proximity, all grain was stored in ground-level warehouses, with regular activity occurring. One of these warehouses was robbed today. In the brief moment that the warehouse was opened to release grain, it vanished into thin air. Those present were subdued, and the interrogation results from the folder indicated that both the psychologist and reconnaissance experts were responsible for the questioning, with reports being updated in real time. All individuals appeared normal. Song Linwei remarked, "Until more information is available, all personnel present in the warehouse today are under suspicion." The surveillance footage shows that aside from these staff members, no one else entered the warehouse. The footage clearly captures the instant the supplies vanished. Several staff members were in the process of moving grain, and then suddenly half of the grain disappeared, prompting exclamations of surprise. Naturally, this was not the only surveillance. It also included cameras surrounding the warehouse. Reports indicated that they had reviewed footage from the past 3 days, revealing no signs of any unfamiliar individuals approaching, and further investigations into older footage were ongoing. Simultaneously, the immediate report from the scene indicated that only the footprints of the staff were found inside the warehouse. In this scenario, it seemed most plausible that the space ability user was among the staff. Hao Jingye took a deep breath. This must be why team leader Qiu Yu rushed to the scene. She aims to engage with the staff promptly in search of the aberrant. Sheng An remained silent, her brow furrowed as she repeatedly scrutinized the surveillance footage of the grain theft, her gaze profound, lost in thought. Hao Jingye inquired, "Sister Sheng, shall we not head to the scene? Qiu Yu has already arrived. If the aberrant is among the staff, she will likely apprehend them quickly, effectively locking Team A into the hunt. We cannot interfere." Sheng An tilted her head, murmuring, "I have a hunch that the individual stealing the grain is not among the staff." The intuition of Sheng An, known for her perceptiveness, commanded attention. Hao Jingye countered, "But there are no other footprints. How could this space ability user have entered? Where might they be hiding? It is quite perplexing." Song Linwei's mind stirred. Could it be that the aberrant possesses another type of ability? Sheng An exhaled, raising her head, and spoke slowly. "We cannot rule out the possibility of a collaborative crime." Hao Jingye exclaimed in surprise. "Not just one person. Are there awakened ability users working together with other aberrants? If this were the case, it would indeed involve multiple abilities, evading surveillance, absconding with grain, and leaving no trace, which would make sense." However, it was a chilling thought. Song Linwei pondered, if it were two or more collaborating, how did they coordinate? Sheng An did not respond, continuing to peruse the latest transmitted information, and remarked, "Why do you think the aberrant targeted the warehouse in Shirshir? Is it because they are from Shirshir, a principle of proximity?" Hao Jingye speculated. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Sheng An paused before continuing. However, it cannot be excluded that the aberrant was aware that Shirshir would be struck by a meteorite, believing that the grain would go to waste, hence they took it in advance. Hao Jingye's pupils constricted as he exchanged glances with Song Linwei, both exclaiming in unison, "Reincarnator." Indeed, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. There exists a reincarnator, possibly one endowed with abilities akin to Yang Chuan and Li Wanyun, a reincarnated ability user. They are aware of who might awaken abilities and have conducted preliminary screenings. By holding the standard answers for comparison, they successfully connected with the aberrants who awakened early. Reincarnators, space abilities, and powers. This little group is certainly stacked with buffs. Sheng An smiled. "We must find this reincarnator, and we cannot overlook Li Wanyun. I have suddenly realized another purpose for Li Wanyun. I can hardly wait for her return with the supplies." Hao Jingye and Song Linwei instinctively touched the back of their slightly chilled heads. Strangely, they felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Wanyan. Unbeknownst to her, she was assisting the nation in delivering supplies. Yet to return, she would also have to face the colossal workload that Sister Sheng had in mind for her. What a tragic fate for the daughter of destiny. Hao Jingye stated, "Connect me with the interrogation team leader via video. I wish to converse with the staff." Sheng An had evidently found her direction. Song Linwei appeared perplexed, while Hao Jingye shared his confusion but dutifully contacted the team leader. The video call connected. On the opposite side stood not only the captain, but also a familiar face, Qiu Yu. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, gesturing a greeting. "Group Leader Qiu." Qiu Yu frowned. "Group Leader Sheng, I've been keeping an eye on this area. As I recall, you seem to have other targets." Sheng An smiled. "If Group Leader Qiu has already located the culprit, we shall not intervene. However, it appears that Group Leader Qiu has yet to find anything." Qiu Yu's expression darkened further. Sheng An spoke with conviction. "It seems we can ascertain that the perpetrator is not among the staff present. Previously, this had been mere intuition, but now Qiu Yu's reaction confirmed it." Song Linwei, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. Hao Jingye remained somewhat puzzled. Whispering, "Why does Group Leader Qiu's reaction indicate they are not staff?" Song Linwei lowered his voice. "Have you forgotten Group Leader Qiu's ability?" Hao Jingye. He comprehended the implication. Qiu Yu's power was that of puppetry. She could directly control the staff to speak the truth. If the culprit were among them, Qiu Yu would have already apprehended the individual. Her displeasure indicated otherwise. Hao Jingye looked at Sheng An with a sense of reverence. Indeed, Sheng Jie was remarkable. Her intellect sharp. Even Song Linwei sighed in awe, reflecting on how he ever thought he could deceive Sheng An. Though they spoke in hushed tones, their conversation was still audible to those across the room. Qiu Yu's demeanor grew colder, her voice frigid. "These staff members are indeed oblivious. The missing grain has nothing to do with them. If group leader Sheng seeks the true thief, it would be best to look elsewhere." This was the truth. Yet Sheng An maintained a cheerful demeanor. "No need to rush. I have but one question for them." Qiu Yu's eyes flickered with confusion, but she did not intervene. She was unaware of what further inquiries Sheng An intended, as she had already extracted all truths from the staff through her powers. These individuals genuinely knew nothing, were neither thieves nor accomplices. At the moment the grain vanished, their only reactions had been shock and terror. Chapter 41. Exploiting the nation's resources, the captain entered the interrogation room with a mobile device, gathering the previously separated staff in anticipation of Sheng An's remote questioning. Not only were Qiu Yu and the captain perplexed, even Hao Jingye and Song Linwei were equally in the dark regarding Sheng An's intentions. Observing the staff through the camera, Sheng An smiled gently and inquired, "Please think carefully. Before the grain disappeared, did any of you feel a chill at the back of your neck? Or perhaps, did you experience any supernatural encounters?" One odd question. Supernatural encounters? This description was disturbingly familiar. Hadn't Zhang Jiaoyang reported seeing a ghost? The individuals present were clearly taken aback, their expressions revealing confusion. Sheng An continued, "This is the final question for today. I hope you can recollect every detail, as every fragment is vital in our pursuit of the truth." The captain promptly added, "Feel free to share anything that comes to mind. Indeed, even if it was merely an illusion or a fleeting doubt, it was worth mentioning." Sheng An's tone was exceedingly gentle, assuring them that it was fine to speak freely. They were all aiding the nation. Upon hearing this, the captain instinctively glanced at Qiu Yu. Unlike Qiu Yu's authoritative demeanor, which instilled trepidation, Sheng An's approach was soft and disarming. Even after asking a couple of questions, Qiu Yu had resorted to her powers. It was undeniable that while Qiu Yu operated with efficiency, Sheng An fostered a more relaxed atmosphere. Several staff members began to ease, their faces pensive as they earnestly recalled the events. Some shook their heads, others looked puzzled. One individual slowly raised his hand. Sheng An promptly encouraged him. "Please, go ahead." The individual hesitated visibly. Sheng An reassured him. "It's all right. You can share anything with me." With a warm smile, the captain directed the camera toward him. The individual stammered, "I think I might have encountered something supernatural recently." The room erupted in disbelief. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei immediately straightened up, and even Qiu Yu and the captain turned serious. The individual continued, "Last night, as I was heading home from work, I felt something bump into me, but when I looked back, there was nothing there. I thought it was just fatigue making me hallucinate. But my mother said I encountered a ghost, and even burned talismans for me. Xiaoyu frowned. This incident seemed unrelated to today's theft. During her inquiry, she had not mentioned this matter. The individual also felt it was irrelevant and did not bring it up. She felt a mix of emotions, but chose not to interrupt Sheng An. Earlier at the warehouse, I had the strange sensation of a breeze at my back, he added. Pausing as if fearing misunderstanding, he quickly added, of course, I was facing away from the door. It could have been the wind from outside. Standing where he was, it was indeed possible to feel a breeze behind him. Sheng An nodded with a smile. Very well. I appreciate your cooperation. The individual appeared bewildered, lost in thought. Sheng An addressed the captain. I have finished my inquiries. In situations of non-natural phenomena, any detail is crucial. Since he felt the wind, even if it was merely an illusion, it warrants investigation. Immediately check his position from today and examine the scene closely. The captain responded solemnly. Understood. We will investigate at once. After concluding the call, Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, her expression grim. Sheng An was astute. She was not foolish. The ghost encounter yesterday and the sensation of wind today, at such a critical moment for the grain theft, were pieces of information that could not be overlooked. Xiaoyu had been present at the scene, personally questioning, yet had missed this detail. Meanwhile, Sheng An had deliberately asked about it remotely. It was evident that Sheng An had already deduced something significant, perhaps even pieced together a considerable amount of information. Once again, Xiaoyu felt she had lost. Her fists clenched tightly. The culprit had yet to be found, and she refused to believe that her powers could not unearth the thief. She could not afford to be bested by Sheng An again. Simultaneously, as the call ended, Sheng An reclined in her chair, hands clasped behind her head. Speaking leisurely, now we wait for the results. What of the investigation into the anomaly reported by Zhang Jiaoyang? Is there any news? She unexpectedly shifted focus to another anomaly. Hao Jingye paused, hastily checking for updates, as their departments had already initiated investigations on the way back. He quickly organized the real-time investigation data. However, Song Linwei remained curious about the anomaly related to the theft, unable to restrain himself from asking, Sister Sheng, why did you suddenly inquire about encounters with ghosts? And how are you so certain that someone truly had an experience? Who would think to use the term ghost so suddenly? In response, Sheng An stroked her chin. I cannot be certain, which is why I needed to inquire. If someone truly encountered a ghost, it would corroborate my suspicions. Of course, this is merely a hypothesis and requires further investigation. I shall inform you shortly. She turned her gaze to Hao Jingye, who handed over all the documents he had compiled. It's the same as before. I have retrieved the surveillance from the homestay and all nearby road cameras, and we are currently comparing and screening them. The satellite surveillance from the relevant time frame is also being retrieved. Sheng An nodded, picking up one of the photographs taken by Zhang Jiaoyang and scrutinizing it closely. The image merely showed an individual wearing a hat and dressed in black. Placing the four images together, it was apparent they depicted the same person. Moreover, the photos were time-stamped and geolocated by retrieving the surrounding road cameras and satellite surveillance. They would soon be able to identify the individual. This was the formidable power of the national apparatus, an unfathomable force from which nothing could hide. Ding! A notification chimed, and the folder updated. Hao Jingye promptly opened it. The examination based on the staff member's position revealed additional, peculiar footprints. Strangely, there was only one print throughout the entire warehouse, which had been overlooked during their initial investigation. Had they not pinpointed this staff member's location and conducted a thorough examination, they would have likely missed this faint impression. Both men gasped in astonishment as they printed out the photographs. Sheng An smiled, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. Indeed, she possessed remarkable skills and understood the art of leaving no trace, far more cautious than the heretics we previously encountered. Jiang Yu placed successive food orders from home. Li Wanyan was busy raising funds to construct a stronghold. As for Li Xian, there was no need to mention him. If they did not pursue him, he would leap into action himself. Among the heretics discovered so far, the one involved in the warehouse theft was the most vigilant. Of course, there were even more cautious ones yet to be uncovered. Cautious, yet rather audacious. With merely 15 days until the apocalypse, they had already begun to exploit the nation's resources. Hao Jingye spoke urgently. Sister Sheng, what shall we do next? Song Linwei replied, this information is public. Team leader Qiu must have received it as well. They will likely commence their investigation immediately, and we must act swiftly. Upon hearing this, Sheng An flicked her fingers against the photo bearing faint impressions and said calmly, "Urge them to quickly utilize reconnaissance satellites to locate the heretic captured by Zhang Jiaoyang." Hao Jingye exclaimed, "Sister, focus on the main point." He spoke anxiously. "Although this individual is formidable, can we not set him aside for now? There may be more than one heretic involved in the grain theft. We should prioritize this matter." Song Linwei concurred. "Indeed, we cannot allow Team Leader Qiu to discover the critical information first and identify the target. Or else this heretic will become one of Team A's concerns." On one side stood an ability user, while on the other was a small gang. Clearly, the latter was of greater importance. They should now compete with Qiu Yu to see who could uncover the crucial information first. Only by finding significant leads could they pinpoint the target heretic. However, Sheng An shook her head. She placed two photographs side by side, one depicting the ghost captured by Zhang Jiaoyang, and the other showing the faint impressions in the warehouse. Sheng An smiled. "We have already found it. Who says they do not overlap? This little ghost is indeed the key figure in the theft." Chapter 42, Brother Long. "You are the protagonist of the world, what?" "They overlap." Upon hearing this, the two widened their eyes in disbelief. It was utterly unexpected that the two heretics they sought were indeed one and the same. The ghost captured by Zhang Jiaoyang was also involved in the theft. Their expressions shifted as they pondered the implications, and soon enough, they gazed at one another with astonished eyes, realizing their earlier oversight. Sheng An set down the photos. Tapping them lightly with her fingertips, her tone relaxed. "They are both sure. I had already wondered if these two incidents could be connected. Why would that person utilize their abilities in an uninhabited area at the foot of the mountain? It is highly likely that they sought a secluded spot for training. And training must serve a specific purpose, such as stealing grain. The characteristics of this individual's abilities are quite evident. They disappear instantly and reappear elsewhere. According to the four photos captured by Zhang Jiaoyang, the distance they vanish spans a limited range, implying that they must land at intervals." Hao Jingye slammed his palm on the table and interjected, "Just like the speed ability, as long as one is fast enough, they become indistinct. If they activate their abilities twice in succession with almost no interval, ordinary cameras will likely fail to capture them." Song Linwei had another question. "But what about the ghost encounter?" Sheng An chuckled lightly, her tone completely unruffled. "While the activation of abilities can occur without intervals, a space ability user collecting grain would inevitably elongate the time between activations, ensuring that the two instances are not consecutive, thus making it possible for the cameras to capture the action." Resting her chin on one hand while twirling the two photographs with the other, her eyes gleaming with interest, she continued, "Therefore, the little ghost requires a blind spot to evade the cameras, necessitating an understanding of the warehouse's layout. Installing a micro camera on a staff member for real-time monitoring of the warehouse, along with awareness of the camera's positions and blind spots, becomes essential. The staff member who encountered the ghost last night was likely the target of the little ghost camera installation. And today, sensing a disturbance, the little ghost retrieved the surveillance." Hao Jingye suddenly understood. Realizing something, he quickly opened the surveillance video, scrolled to the moment the grain vanished, and paused it. Song Linwei leaned in to observe, then pointed to the position beside the staff member, gasping in surprise. "It's here." The towering stacks of grain and this staff member's movements rendered the camera unable to capture this angle. Hao Jingye nodded, his expression complex. It was only for a fleeting moment. The individual would move afterward, and the grain would subsequently disappear. That brief interval suffices for the space ability user to collect the grain and swiftly remove the surveillance before departing. Sheng An pointed at the paused surveillance screen. Tilting her chin, "Have someone investigate this timestamp, location, and angle." Hao Jingye nodded, hastily issuing commands. Song Linwei shook his head. "What a clever scheme. Truly impressive." "Indeed," Sheng An praised without reservation. "This little ghost is exceptionally intelligent, with a clear objective and a well-defined course of action, from training to reconnaissance, culminating in identifying the individual to install surveillance, and finally executing the plan while erasing all traces. Quite the masterpiece." Song Linwei couldn't help but glance at her. His emotions complex. No matter how clear the course of action or how exquisite the method, it was all unraveled by Sheng An. Connecting the scattered clues and accurately pinpointing the target, encountering her truly spelled misfortune for the heretics. Song Linwei sighed. The nation truly has a knack for selecting leaders among the heretics. After sending the notification, Hao Jingye inquired, Sister Sheng, what kind of abilities does this little ghost possess? Sheng An referred to the little ghost, and he echoed her words. Such an exceptionally skilled ability user was undeniably influenced by that name. Sheng An picked up the 4 photos captured by Zhang Jiaoyang once more, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke playfully, a rather unique ability. It should be aptly termed blinking. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei's eyes widened in astonishment. Just then, a communication signal chimed, followed by the arrival of a high-definition photograph and a dossier from the fax machine. Hao Jingye glanced down at it, suddenly standing up, seizing the photo and dossier with a serious expression. Sister Sheng, we have located the file on the blinking ability user. Sure, an abandoned factory. Haha, this is going remarkably smoothly. As expected, when the boss takes charge, nothing can stand in the way. Another seemingly composed man spoke calmly. My abilities are unique, and this time we owe much to Zhang Kuen's spatial abilities. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to procure such a large quantity of grain. His tone appeared serene, yet the slightly raised chin and confident gaze betrayed his pride. Beside him, another shy man smiled, his voice gentle. It's Tianyu's abilities that are impressive, as well as the perfect plan devised by Tianyu. Otherwise, I would have accomplished nothing. Let's not be modest. Brother Zhang Kuen, your spatial abilities are incredibly useful, and Brother Long is indeed remarkable, possessing the blinking ability. Ku Jiaxue's eyes sparkled. Long Tianyu, the blinking ability user, was also the core of their team, the one who brought them together. At this, Long Tianyu's usually stoic face displayed a hint of pride, quickly retracting it to maintain his calm and composed demeanor. In just 15 days, no, soon it will be midnight, meaning only 14 days remain until the apocalypse arrives, and the world will undergo profound changes. We will awaken our abilities before the end. When the apocalypse strikes, we shall shine brightly. He surveyed the 2 individuals before him, whom he had painstakingly sought out as allies. Ku Jiaxue's eyes gleamed even brighter, wholeheartedly supporting him. Although I have awakened my abilities, if it weren't for Brother Long, I would have been oblivious to the impending apocalypse and would not have stocked up on supplies in advance. The shy Zhang Kuen also smiled, nodding with an expectant gaze. Though the arrival of the apocalypse is terrifying, Brother Long predicted it and guided us in preparing food supplies in advance. As long as we have ample resources and formidable combat prowess, we need not fear the end times. Upon hearing this, a stir of emotions welled up within Long Tianyu. He regarded the 2 with newfound seriousness. You are the teammates I have chosen, and I trust you both, knowing you will not betray me. Therefore, there are certain matters I can now disclose to you. As the 2 individuals listened, their faces were instantly filled with curiosity. In truth, I am not foretelling the apocalypse. Rather, I am speaking of rebirth, Long Tianyu articulated slowly. Diang Guwen, Kiskiviko Yaksue. Long Tianyu, will you blame me for concealing the truth from you before? Of course not, they replied in unison. Ku Jiaxue, becoming increasingly animated, felt her cheeks flush with excitement. Long Gu, I always sensed you were extraordinary. I never imagined you were a reborn individual. With such formidable abilities, you must surely be the protagonist of this world. She was merely a recent university graduate, in an age ripe for such fantasies. Zhang Kuen nodded in agreement, expressing his full support. It is indeed our fortune to follow Long Gu. According to the laws of the 2-dimensional realm, a reborn individual like Long Gu must be the chosen one. To ally with him guarantees prosperity, while opposing him would lead to inevitable demise. Kiskiviko Yaksue nodded fervently. Long Tianyu could no longer suppress the smug smile that curled at the corners of his lips, exuding both pride and arrogance. With the powerful abilities granted by his rebirth, he felt confident that even if he pilfered supplies from the national reserves, no one would uncover his actions. He truly was the chosen one. Chapter 43. The chosen one is penniless even before the apocalypse. Long Tianyu found himself without funds. Consequently, their meeting took place in a dilapidated factory, where drafts blew through the walls, and the 3 sat on the ground. A supermarket shopping bag filled with beer and snacks laid before them. The chosen one was still in his developmental phase, somewhat financially strained. However, the other 2 were equally oblivious to this, as they too were impoverished. As Ku Jiaxue munched on potato chips, she curiously inquired, Long Gu, what transpired before your rebirth? Can you share with us? Zhang Kun reached into the bag of chips, also eager for a glimpse into the past. There was nothing to hide. Long Tianyu thought as he retrieved a can of beer from the plastic bag, taking a hearty swig before slowly recounting the tale of his previous life. He had lived until the second year of the apocalypse, awakening his teleportation ability during the first year. However, the initial manifestation of his power was rather weak, with a limited range that led to many hardships. Yet, as his teleportation distance increased, he became a flawless assassin, capable of appearing instantaneously around anyone, striking when they least expected it, and successfully executing his targets. He gained some notoriety as an ability user and joined a formidable team of powers. Unfortunately, during an attempt to seize meteorite fragments, they were ambushed and slaughtered by a group of hidden aberrations. Even though he expended all his powers, he ultimately fell to their hands. The fear of death lingered ominously over him, but soon he lifted his chin, restoring his fighting spirit. Long Tianyu exhaled deeply. Fortunately, everything was different now. He had been reborn. Leveraging the memories from his previous life, he sought out many ability users from that era, but alas, most had not awakened. Only Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kun had done so. The water-based ability user Ku Jiaxue was merely a bonus. His true target was the space ability user, a rarity indeed. In his former life, he had only encountered a few space ability users, the most powerful of whom was a woman named Li Wanyan. Yet, since his rebirth, he had yet to locate her, pondering her whereabouts. Perhaps she was simply living a normal life, oblivious to the impending apocalypse. While he had not found Li Wanyan, he had discovered Zhang Kun. Zhang Kun's space was merely ordinary, unlike Li Wanyan's combat-capable space abilities. Yet, that was inconsequential. He could fight for himself. The value of a space ability user lay in their capacity to aid him in stockpiling supplies. As thoughts of battle surged within him, Long Tianyu's breath quickened. In his previous life, his maximum teleportation distance had reached 100 meters, but consecutive long-distance uses would deplete his powers. In contrast, after his rebirth, he had become significantly stronger. His maximum distance not only surged to 200 meters, but he could also teleport consecutively 10 times. What did this signify? Within a 2-kilometer radius, he was the mightiest king. Not only had he been granted a second chance, but he had also grown more powerful, truly the mark of a chosen one. This was his most potent advantage. However, Long Tianyu felt puzzled. I have been reborn before the apocalypse, and my powers have grown immensely. Yet you too, awakened before the apocalypse, are also remarkably strong, far more so than the newly awakened users of my previous life. This is indeed peculiar. Could it be that those who awakened before the apocalypse differ from those who did so after? Zhang Kun proposed a hypothesis. It is possible, Long Tianyu mused, frowning. Yet, in my previous life, I never heard of ability users awakening before the apocalypse. My interactions with Jiaxue were merely for water. At that time, her circumstances were quite dire, and she could only produce a limited amount. Yet in this life, she has already surpassed her previous capabilities. This is an extraordinary phenomenon. It is not just me. Zhang Kun and Ku Jiaxue are experiencing the same. The three fell into silence. Soon, Ku Jiaxue offered an explanation. It must be due to Long Ji's butterfly effect. Zhang Kun's eyes lit up with realization. Yes, it is very likely. With Qianyu's rebirth, according to the laws of the two-dimensional realm, he is the protagonist, and we are part of his supporting cast, thereby becoming stronger alongside him. He shyly smiled, his voice soft. Longue, I will always stand by you and will never betray you. After all, to betray the protagonist and oppose him would make one a villain, destined for failure. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu displayed a satisfied smile, nodding. Rest assured, we are a team. Even if our numbers grow in the future, I will always trust you the most, for we began preparing before the apocalypse. Reflecting on the supplies they had transported from the granary, Ku Jiaxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, knowing in advance about the apocalypse and stockpiling resources while others remained oblivious. Forming a team of ability users, this apocalypse may be our chance to thrive. Long Tianyu nodded emphatically. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person who had not yet seized his opportunity, but this time, with preemptive stockpiling and the formation of an ability user team, armed with formidable powers, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the king of the apocalypse. Ku Jiaxue exclaimed. Let's name our ability user team. Without hesitation, Long Tianyu declared, Ghostly ability team. Ghostly, Zhang Kuan murmured, coming and going without a trace. Are we not akin to phantoms? Eluding capture and direction. Hu Jiaxue chimed in. Then Long Gu shall be the Ghost King. Ha ha, how majestic. Ghost King. Long Tianyu beamed, realizing that the title suited his abilities perfectly. This time, he would surely earn the title of Ghost King. He raised his pull tab can, brimming with enthusiasm. Let us celebrate our first successful operation and the establishment of the ghostly ability team. Excellent. Hu Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan immediately raised their cans, clinking them together vigorously. The trio enjoyed a hearty drink of beer. As the effects of the alcohol began to take hold, Hu Jiaxue widened her eyes. Long Gu, what shall we do next? Long Tianyu also felt a bit tipsy, not merely from excitement, but from the alcohol as well. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, everyone was destitute, and there was little to drink, leaving him with a poor tolerance for alcohol. 2 cans were quite sufficient. With a slight flush to his cheeks and a glint of pride in his eyes, he declared, naturally, we shall continue stockpiling supplies. In my previous life, the entire Shushu city was lost, and it is only right that we reclaim its resources. With no money, they would have to rely on zero-cost procurement, taking advantage of state resources. Having acquired food, the next step was Zhang Kuan blinked, pondering. Long Tianyu chuckled. You all said that following me would lead to prosperity, so we must stockpile meat. At the special operations camp before the apocalypse, the one with the teleportation ability was this young man named Long Tianyu. Hao Jingye succinctly summarized Long Tianyu's entire life history. From his early schooling, the mistakes he made, others' evaluations, his salaries and employment status, to the information gleaned from his phone, including contacts, chat records, and purchase history. One could say they had thoroughly dissected his life. Sheng An calmly perused the information. Chapter 44. Sheng An, we invite you into the trap. Song Linwei lamented. This individual was quite ordinary previously, neither rising to great heights nor falling to depths. Possessing ambition, but lacking the corresponding strength. After a brief pause, he added, however, with the emergence of the ability to teleport, it can be considered a shortcut, proving to be incredibly practical. Hao Jingyan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Long Tianyu must have spent a considerable amount of time surviving in the post-apocalypse. Otherwise, such a transformation would not have been possible. Upon further reflection, he concluded, similar to Li Wanyan, individuals like them, possessing keen intellects, can readily discern the core issues at hand. Sheng An lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her tone leisurely. Quite well. His unique ability is versatile in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It can assist us prior to the collapse as well, and could help recall the identities of other ability users. Placing him alongside Li Wanyan would yield even better results. The two agreed. Excellent. We have already arranged the tasks. Just waiting for the capture. Just as Hao Jingye was about to inquire further, the communicator chimed again, indicating an update in the computer folder. He promptly opened it, and once he discerned the details, his expression reflected the truth of the matter. What is it? Song Linwei leaned in closer. Hao Jingye directed the screen toward Sheng An. Sister Sheng, your hypothesis was entirely accurate. He indeed utilized his teleportation ability to enter the warehouse, likely standing in the blind spot of the surveillance cameras. Positioned behind the staff, the images had been expertly processed. The timestamp captured the exact moment the items vanished. At that instant, the processed photographs revealed a shadow that became visible after the grain, which had previously obstructed the view, disappeared. The shadow was extremely indistinct. Without editing, it would be impossible to discern with the naked eye from the surveillance footage. In that fleeting moment, he was using his teleportation ability to escape. This shadow had been circled, outlining a speculative silhouette. Song Linwei's pupils constricted. This outline does not belong to a single individual. Long Tianyu is neither that tall nor that robust. Taking a deep breath, Song Linwei slowly articulated. There are indeed two individuals. Long Tianyu is acting in concert with a space ability user. Sister Sheng's previous deductions were entirely accurate. Hao Jingye inquired. So, this is a duo of aberrant individuals? Sheng An suddenly interjected. Who said there are only two? Both were taken aback and turned to look at her, noticing the meaningful expression on Sheng An's face. Song Linwei pondered for a moment and then had an epiphany. I see. Their team consists of at least 3 individuals. No, perhaps only 3. Considering that while there are numerous aberrants, they are not easily found. Song Linwei spoke with conviction. The national apparatus has only managed to identify this many aberrants thus far. How could Long Tianyu have found more? Therefore, this trio is the optimal solution: a teleportation ability user, a space ability user, and an unknown ability user. Hao Jingye remained puzzled. Why is there another person? Wouldn't T2 suffice? Sheng An chuckled lightly, because they require someone to provide cover. Supporting her chin with her hand, she twirled a pen between her fingers, her voice calm. His teleportation ability cannot be limitless in frequency or distance. That would be preposterous. After a moment, she continued. If Long Tianyu possessed an invincible teleportation ability, he would not need to hide from the warehouse cameras. He could act recklessly without a plan. The need for strategy and a flawless process indicates he is not yet powerful enough to act without concern. Thus, according to this reasoning, Hao Jingye slapped his forehead. His ability must have limitations. It is impossible for him to evade all surveillance directly. There must be someone outside providing assistance. Perhaps driving a vehicle, allowing him to teleport directly into it, escaping the warehouse, and avoiding detection. Realizing this, Hao Jingye immediately notified the team to investigate vehicles within a 10-kilometer radius of the warehouse. Sheng An, proceed with the investigation. Start with those who have recently interacted with Long Tianyu, as well as others associated with him, to identify the other two aberrants. Understood. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei responded in unison. Within 3 hours, a comprehensive report was compiled. The omnipresent surveillance and satellite technology were sufficient to track their target with precision. Additionally, it is exceedingly difficult for modern individuals to disconnect from their mobile devices. If Long Tianyu were to contact the others, he would inevitably utilize his phone. It was confirmed that there were 3 individuals: Long Tianyu, Zhang Kuan, and Ku Jiaxue. At the time of the incident, Ku Jiaxue was approaching the warehouse in a vehicle from 2 kilometers away, and at 1 kilometer, the car turned onto another road and departed. Thus, it can be inferred that Zhang Kuan is the space ability user, while Ku Jiaxue serves as the assisting aberrant. This is the investigative report on Ku Jiaxue, who visited a hospital 3 days prior for a health check. Here is her medical report. The first call between Long Tianyu and Ku Jiaxue also occurred 3 days ago, indicating that Ku Jiaxue had likely awakened her abilities. The timeline for Zhang Kuan's ability awakening remains unknown. But Long Tianyu first exchanged contact information with Zhang Kuan 2 days ago. This contains the profiles of Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue, detailing their interactions. This includes the chat logs and key excerpts from their phone conversations over the past 3 days. Here is their route map for the same time frame. At this moment, the locations of Long Tianyu, Zhang Kuan, and Ku Jiaxue coincided, all within an abandoned factory in the southwestern part of Shishir. The compiled documents and reports, completed in under 3 hours, provided a clear picture of the 3 individuals. Their clandestine actions were laid bare, revealing every word spoken. Under the might of the national apparatus, there is no room for concealment. Song Linwei swallowed hard. It was his first experience utilizing the highest authority to mobilize national resources for an investigation, and he was witnessing the power of it for the first time. How terrifying! How could he have ever thought he could evade the national scrutiny? Ultimately, he had underestimated the capabilities of the state machinery, as well as Sheng and Hao Jingye spoke with excitement. Sister Sheng, shall we proceed to apprehend them now? However, Sheng An shook her head, dismissing the notion. This individual is not easy to capture. There is no rush. This time, we shall employ a different tactic. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Sheng An smiled. They have already stolen grain from the Shishir granary, audacious enough to target a national warehouse, with several days remaining. Do you believe they will refrain from further actions? No, they will undoubtedly have additional plans. Song Linwei murmured. Their financial situation is rather poor. Now with the space ability, they will likely continue hoarding supplies. Precisely, Sheng An nodded. They will persist in exploiting the resources of the state. Shishir is a city destined for destruction, and they will naturally take advantage of the situation. Both turned their gazes toward her. Sheng An slowly rose, her tall figure casting a long shadow as her voice carried a hint of mirth. They have already stockpiled grain, and following Li Wanyan's strategy for hoarding. Their next step will be to accumulate meat. We shall concentrate the meat from the Shishir slaughterhouse and set a trap for them. Chapter 45. Dare to stir the waters under the sovereign? Both gasped in shock. Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue are relatively easier to apprehend. While capturing Long Tianyu will prove more troublesome, it is not that he cannot be caught, but rather the concern of potential conflict harming others. Setting a trap is indeed the most flawless method for apprehension. Sheng An always has a keen understanding of the aberrant styles, selecting the most suitable strategies for handling them. Their actions are bold. As long as we relocate the meat in sure. They will certainly act during this time to gather the maximum amount of resources in the shortest span possible. As for whether they will adhere strictly to the plan, that is not a concern. Since they have already identified the little devil, they can monitor his every move and adjust their plans in real time. Sheng An, the resources from sure are to be transported to a safe zone. Their theft merely assists in the logistics. A space ability user is far more efficient than a fleet of refrigerated trucks. Her tone was gentle, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. Yet, every word she uttered sent an unexplainable chill down one's spine. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei. Truly, Sister Sheng, you have maximized the potential of each individual. Whether or not you have joined the Special Operations Team for the Apocalypse is secondary. We shall utilize your skills regardless. As for your willingness to join, that is a jest. You have no choice in the matter. You must join. Countdown to the Apocalypse, 14 days. While enjoying her meal, Sheng An perused the materials in her hand. Jiang Yu and Li Exen, having endured half a day's classes, felt their minds swirling as they meandered into the cafeteria and settled down opposite Sheng, and noticing Sheng and eating while glancing at something with a peculiar expression. Jiang Yu inquired, "Sister Sheng, what are you looking at?" Upon hearing this, Sheng An exhaled, her expression a blend of complexity and bemusement, as if both speechless and entertained. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Li Xian, growing impatient, reached for the item without hesitation. Sheng An made no effort to stop them, allowing them to see. As they glanced over, their eyes widened in surprise. Was that a chat log? Several pages secured by clips, filled with substantial content. They began reading from the first page, discovering a chat log from a small group of 3. The group was named Gui, Mei, Yining Tuan. Had they received this log before the apocalypse, they might have dismissed it as a whimsical chat group. However, they quickly realized it was related to the new heretics that Sheng An and her team had been pursuing. Instantly, their dizziness vanished, and the thought of food was forgotten as they delved deeper. Gui Wang, tomorrow's operation. I'll scout the area today. Future Shueishan, is it the same plan as before? Kong Jianzhu. All right, Longa, I'm organizing the space. There's too much food, taking up 2/3. The meat can only fill 1/3. Gui Wang, future Shueishan, yes, more or less. There will be some changes in detail. I need to find out which warehouse has the most meat. Gui Wang, Kong Jianzhu, buy a ticket to Jingcheng. I'll give you the address. Rent the safest warehouse and put half the food inside. The food can be stored outside for a while, but the meat must be kept in the space. Future Shueishan, understood. Kong Jianzhu, got it. Future Shueishan. Longa, I just checked the wholesale market. The management bureau is reallocating supplies, probably due to the grain warehouse theft, concentrating the meat. Gui Wang, have you found out where it is? Future Shueishan, I followed a refrigerated truck. It's on the northern road. Gui Wang, drive over to pick me up. We'll discuss in person. Gui Wang, Kong Jianzhu, don't rush. If the meat is already concentrated, it will save us a lot of trouble. Once we confirm the location, let's rent a warehouse together. Kong Jianzhu, sure. With Longa leading, nothing can stop us. Future Shueishan, no kidding, he's our boss. Gui Wang, Jiang Yu, Li Xin. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Yu queried, what does this mean? Are they plotting to steal state resources? Li Xian paused, then slowly nodded, indeed. They both exclaimed in unison, are they out of their minds? This is a blatant challenge to authority. Jiang Yu lamented, I merely bought extra food. And Sister Sheng caught me. Li Xian added, I only wanted to save the world, yet I got apprehended. Where did these individuals find such audacity? They were courting disaster, contemplating their earnest plans to pilfer state resources, while Sheng An seemed to be indulging in their chat logs, even finding amusement in it. Jiang Yu lightly tapped his chest, lighting a candle for these 3 heretics. At that moment, Hao Jing entered the cafeteria, briskly approaching with a folder in hand. Sister Sheng, the latest news. They've bought tickets to Jingcheng to rent a warehouse, choosing a location in the Western District around the core refuge area. But those warehouses are currently storing state supplies. Sheng An replied calmly, let us rent them an empty one. We can't refuse the help they offer in transporting food. Hao Jingye agreed. After a moment, he retrieved his phone. Here are the details of their meeting. I've only extracted the important information. Sheng An nodded, and Hao Jingye sat beside her, pressing play. 1/3 of the food must remain, just in case. The rest should be converted into meat, as meat is scarcer than food. Can't future land be cultivated? It seems the Jingcheng Academy of Sciences has developed hydroponics, and plant-type ability users can produce food, albeit in limited quantities. Conversely, meat is more precious. The same meat can be exchanged for several times the amount of food from plant ability users. Then it's settled. We'll reserve 5 square meters for other items, with the rest filled with meat. Following the grain warehouse theft, the state has concentrated the meat, which conveniently allows us to take it directly. Is the cold storage heavily monitored? Of course, but what has to fear? We have Longo. Haha. The state will surely be baffled by the disappearance of those supplies. They might think it's haunted. How amusing. Just imagining their confusion brings me joy. After tomorrow, they'll be even more bewildered. Yes, we shall demonstrate that before formidable power, all is but a paper tiger. The era of the state is past, and the strong shall inherit the future. At this point, Jiang Yu and Li Xen suddenly felt a chill, a shiver coursing down their spines. They quickly turned to Sheng An, who, indeed, was smiling. A gentle smile, her eyes twinkling with depths unfathomable, radiating warmth yet chilling the air around them. The two straightened in their seats, hearts racing. Good heavens, she is the true warrior. In the face of their formidable strength, is the state merely a paper tiger? Is Sister Sheng a paper tiger? These 3 individuals are utterly fearless. Chapter 46, of course. It is because the Chosen One is too poor. Countdown to the apocalypse. 13 days. The small team prepare to set off to commit their heist, aiming to seize a substantial cache of meat from the state's cold storage. Long Tianyu was resolute, building on their previous experience. This time they would execute their plan with even greater efficiency, swiftly clearing the cold storage. Diankun nodded emphatically. Ku Jiashue, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, Long Ge. Zhang Ge, don't we resemble the heroes from television, capable of scaling walls and achieving the impossible, effortlessly pilfering state resources while leaving the authorities powerless? Diankun replied. The officials are not just powerless. They're completely unaware of our existence. He rubbed his hands together with a shy smile, reflecting on how unimaginable it once seemed that he would one day possess such extraordinary abilities. Long Tianyu remained silent, but his eyes clearly conveyed agreement. Who could have anticipated their transformation into such formidable beings? The fantastical scenarios from television were unfolding in reality, and they were the protagonists. Long Tianyu smiled, lifted his chin, cleared his throat, and adopted a serious demeanor. Let us set forth. We shall first stop at a breakfast stall to procure some food, and we will resolve our breakfast on the way to our destination. Ku Jiashue hesitated for a moment, then shyly smiled. Long Ge, Zhang Ge, do you have any money left? I spent all mine on renting the vehicle and refueling. Her words instantly deflated their previously buoyant spirits. Long Tianyu, who had been holding his head high, let it droop slightly. Lowering his voice, he admitted, I ran out of money yesterday when I rented the warehouse. Zhang Kuan chuckled wryly. I'm out too. I spent everything on train tickets. Why did he only take advantage of the state without stockpiling anything else? The answer was simple. They were broke. Long Tianyu paused for a moment and inquired of Ku Jiashue, do you have nothing left? What about Huabei or Baitiao? Ku Jiashue lowered her head, stammering, I used everything to pay off my credit card at the beginning of the month. Zhang Kuan rummaged through his pockets for a long time, finally producing 5 yuan. Long Tianyu declared, that's enough. Let us buy a few buns. Kiskiviko yaksue hesitative. Long Ge, the price of grain has risen. Now buns cost 3 yuan each, 2 for 5. This isn't sufficient. Long Tianyu exhaled deeply, taking a moment before responding. Then let us buy 2. We'll make do for now. At this point, the 3 exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of despair. Ku Jiashue shook her head, banishing the strange thought from her mind, her voice firm. We have an entire warehouse of grain, and soon we will have a space filled with meat. Yes, Zhang Kuan reassured himself. In this apocalypse, we shall be richer than nations. Long Tianyu regained his confidence, raising his chin high. With abundant supplies and formidable powers at his disposal, what else could possibly compare? Money was merely paper, worthless in the face of the impending apocalypse. We should set off immediately to seize the most precious resources of the end times. The trio, brimming with confidence, excitedly made their way to a breakfast stall, purchasing 2 steamed buns. Once in the car, Zhang Kuan handed both buns to Long Tianyu, who intended to share one with him. Zhang Kuan grinned and produced another bun, saying, "I just happened to grab an extra." Long Tianyu gazed at the bun, feeling a twinge of unease. Was it really appropriate to use space abilities to pilfer a bun? It felt somehow off. Long Tianyu cautioned Zhang Kuan during the apocalypse. It's best not to use your space abilities to steal food from other ability users. Huh, why not? Zhang Kuan asked, savoring his bun, looking puzzled. Long Tianyu explained, when space ability users are gravely injured, they may release some of their stored resources. If they die, all their resources will be released. This means that space ability users are prime targets for those lacking food abilities. Zhang Kuan was taken aback, losing his appetite for the bun. Don't worry, I will protect you. And besides, we are still pre-apocalypse, Long Tianyu reassured him. Zhang Kuan felt a bit more at ease, being timid and perceptive. He decided to cling to Long Ji's leg to avoid being exploited for food. What is food worth? Just think of the supplies we have stockpiled. Ku Jiaxu bit into her bun and declared fiercely. Long Tianyu and Zhang Kuan exchanged smiles. The thought of their stockpile and today's plans made even the tasteless buns seem delectable. Not far away, a burly man slapped his son, who was watching intently. What are you staring at? Never seen someone gnawing on a bun? His son withdrew his gaze, scratching his head. They're so strange with their chins held high, each devouring a white bun, and they seem to relish it. The man bellowed, "Hurry off to school. Listen here, if you don't study hard, you'll end up like those 3 ruffians, gnawing on buns without any sides." The boy pouted and took a big bite of his sandwich. Meanwhile, before the trio set out, the Special Operations Department had already commenced their preparations. Early in the morning at the Special Operations Base, Sheng An donned her combat uniform and set out with Hao Jingye and Song Linwei. Jiang Yu and Li Xian clung tightly to Sheng An's legs, pleading, "Sister, take us with you. Please take us with you." Sheng An moved her legs, but they held on tightly. She maintained a stoic expression. "Aren't you supposed to be in class today?" "No class. Li Xin Zip Li. We can make it up tonight. I want to see." Jiang Yu insisted. "This is a showdown with 3 aberrants. Unlike before, this time the aberrants are quite tricky, and we may even need to fight." From the background checks, it was evident that Long Tianyu was raised by his grandparents, who had since passed away. Ku Jiaxue faced familial favoritism, leading to strained relationships. And Zhang Kuan was a direct product of an orphanage. In other words, all 3 were solitary figures. To subdue such individuals, one could only resort to forceful suppression. Both the curious Jiang Yu and the self-proclaimed impressive Li Xian were unwilling to miss out on the spectacle and insisted on following along. Song Linwei frowned. "Don't make trouble for team leader Sheng." Li Xian grimaced but dared not retort against his uncle. Jiang Yu countered, "You usually stay at the base, and yet you're coming along today? Don't lecture us." Song Linwei responded, and Sheng An sighed, "All right, let's go." "Oh yeah," the 2 exclaimed joyfully. She added with a slight smile, "Anyone who dares to cause trouble for me will find their classes doubled and will not leave the base." The 2 straightened up, their backs chilled, replying yes. Chapter 47. She has resources. This was Jiang Yu and Li Xian's first experience witnessing a special operations mission. Dressed in combat gear, Sheng An appeared valiant and composed, her expression stern as she issued commands through a miniature radio. "Team 1, report." "Team 1 is here," came the response, indicating they were in position. "Team 2, report." "Team 2 is here, stationed around the cold storage facility, traffic control in effect within 10 kilometers. The target has left and is en route to the breakfast stall. Team 832 is in position once the target vehicle heads towards Anchang Road. All surrounding vehicles will be diverted." "Acknowledged. Roadblocks are being set up in the midsection of Nanshan Road." "Team 2, report." "Team 2 is in position, lying in wait around the cold storage. The drone team is ready." On the screen before Sheng An, a red that was flashing, representing the vehicle where Long Tianyu and the others were parked. Surrounding this vehicle, the movements of the 3 individuals were meticulously tracked, forming a sprawling web of surveillance. The net was being cast, awaiting the target to fall into its grasp. "Lixin watched the intrepidation," he murmured. "So this is the magnitude of the net when they come for me. How could I possibly escape?" Realizing this, he felt a strange sense of comfort. Sheng An glanced at him, her tone indifferent. When they captured you, they only deployed 1/10 of their forces today. What? He instinctively raised his voice. Why? Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Song Linwei smacked him on the back, unable to restrain his admonishment. Are you out of your mind comparing this? What? Are you dissatisfied that they didn't send more people to deal with you? The weight of his uncle's lineage successfully silenced Li Exen, who sulkily slumped into his seat. Sheng An chose to ignore him and turned to Hao Jingye. What's the status of Team Zero's return? Hao Jingye glanced at the time. They should have just arrived. Their flight was last night. Sheng An, send the address to Team Zero. Instruct them to head directly to Sure. Hao Jingye was taken aback. Sheng An's gaze was piercing. Her voice calm. This is our first confrontation with aberrants. Team Zero will inevitably engage with them in the future, and today is merely an opportunity to gain experience. After a pause, she added, it is also a precaution against the aberrants. Why was there such a significant deployment today? Because the apocalypse was imminent. Aberrants and more aberrants were about to emerge, and they needed combat experience. This was the perfect opportunity. Moreover, one must remain vigilant against Long Tianyu. He had returned from the apocalypse, bearing the scars of its brutality. No one could predict his actions. With Team Zero's arrival, they would be even more secure. Simultaneously, Wang Yuan disembarked from the plane alongside Team Qi, accompanied by a member of Team Zero, Yu Feng. Team Zero was already few in number, and a substantial portion had been assigned to accompany Li Wanyun for her safety, leaving only a handful of them returning. Yu Feng stretched his neck and raised his arms. His voice raspy from just waking up. Today, as first-class cabin was pleasant, and the food was surprisingly good. Let us hurry back and welcome Sheng An. Wang Yuan playfully slapped him, grinning as he whispered, call her sister Sheng. Are you trying to get yourself killed by addressing her as an in front of Team Qi? Yu Feng instinctively straightened up at that, quickly correcting himself. Oh, right, Sister Sheng, let's go back and have Sister Sheng welcome us. Though Sheng An was younger than them, everyone defaulted to calling her Sister Sheng. Of course, behind Qi Lingwu, various names were used, such as an in or an bao. Sometimes, Sheng An would scold them, while at other times, she would simply ignore them. Qi Lingwu was busy on his phone, not looking up. Your combat awareness has deteriorated recently. I'll have you train harder when we return. You Feng what? He exclaimed in horror. Ah, Team Qi, I'm sorry. This outburst attracted the attention of many, as three tall, handsome men standing there were a striking sight. Almost everyone found their gaze lingering on Qi Lingwu. Some approached, calling out handsome. As they did, Qi Lingwu lifted his head, his piercing gaze sweeping over, causing a girl to freeze. Her face paling as she stiffly turned to Yu Feng, asking, can we add each other on WeChat? Yu Feng instinctively replied, of course. Meanwhile, Qi Lingwu had already started walking towards the luggage carousel, with Wang Yuan quickly following suit. The two individuals retrieved their luggage, and Wang Yuan yawned as he glanced at Yu Feng, who was still engrossed in a lively conversation with a beautiful woman not far away. The words of Feng Zi echoed in his mind. Indeed, today, this airplane meal was quite delectable, undoubtedly prepared by chef in their homeland. For foreign cuisine had proven rather unpalatable during this arduous journey. Shaking his head, he remarked on the sheer discomfort they had endured. Qi Lingwu shot him a look, suggesting that he ought to escort the target back to their country. Wang Yuan thought of the individual assigned to accompany Li Wanyun, who was anxious about the potential customs inspection concerning her vanished 10 billion. Resolute in her decision, she chose to drift across the sea and return by boat, despite the long distance. Unfortunately, they could not assure her that there was someone to support her through customs. All they could do was watch as she boarded the vessel, the very same one they had traversed on multiple occasions during their missions. A thought that sent a shiver down Wang Yuan's spine. He tightened his grip in distress and abruptly shook his head, exclaiming, damn it, I wonder how Li Wanyun is faring now. As Yu Feng approached, he replied, Old Zhao and the others are tailing her. She'll be fine, though I fear she may face considerable hardship. The two exchanged a knowing glance, filled with a sense of lamentation. Originally tasked with escorting military arms, they returned in the comfort of first class on a plane, well-rested and well-fed, while their courier, Li Wanyun, was likely enduring trials upon the vast ocean. Poor child. At that moment, Qi Lingwu received a message. He lowered his gaze to check, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. We have a mission. Let us move. On the open sea, Li Wanyun was bewildered. She knew it would not be pleasant, but she never anticipated it would be this arduous. Gazing at the plate before her, filled with salted fish and kelp, she recalled the same from breakfast, and with the boat swaying, her stomach churned, threatening to rebel. Turning her gaze away, she reflected on the previous night and today's inadequate meals, coupled with the reliance on sheer willpower in M country. She felt as if she were on the brink of starvation, guarding an enormous storage space filled with supplies and arms. Yet suffering from hunger was enough to bring tears to her eyes. Hugging her knees, she felt utterly despondent. She could only direct her thoughts into the space to inventory her supplies, spanning 10 football fields and nearly devoid of a ceiling. Li Wanyan had filled it to capacity with resources and weaponry, far beyond her expectations. In the impending apocalypse, she would no longer need to fear for her provisions. Wealthy enough to rival nations? In the end times, she would possess more resources than anyone else in the world. As this realization dawned upon her, a proud smile graced her lips as she picked up her chopsticks. What did it matter if she suffered now? She had supplies. What did it matter if her situation was dire? She had supplies, plentiful supplies. Her smile blossomed radiantly, filled with such splendid anticipation. As she took a hearty bite of the salted fish, what of eating salted fish? She had resources. Yet, perhaps it would be best to retreat to the restroom to consume her provisions stored within the space. Chapter 48. No one? Because the state clears the path for you. At 11 o'clock, Long Tianyu and his companions traversed Anchang Road and Nanshan Road towards the location of the cold storage. Laughter and banter echoed within the vehicle. Shall we leave a mark in the cold storage today? Zhang Kuan rubbed his hands together. Ku Jiaxue responded with curiosity. What purpose would leaving a mark serve? Zhang Kuan explained. In anime, things mysteriously vanish, leaving behind a special symbol that thereafter represents taboo and evokes fearsome power. Essentially, it's just for show. Long Tianyu pondered for a moment and shook his head. There's no need to complicate matters. Let us be swift and decisive. However, the ghostly squad could certainly have a symbol, serving as our emblem for future use in the apocalypse. Ku Jiaxue exclaimed excitedly. Long go, since we'll need it eventually. Let's use it this time. They won't be able to catch us anyway. We have nothing to fear. Zhang Kuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as well. Long Tianyu considered and nodded in agreement. All right, but what shall the symbol be? The ghostly squad should relate to ghosts. Something terrifying. Lightning? That is associated with lightning element abilities. I believe we should focus on the emblem itself. As they engaged in a heated discussion regarding the emblem, several drones in the distant sky maintained a steady distance, tracking their movements. In another vehicle, Li Xian listened to their conversation, suddenly falling silent. Jiang Yu empathized with Li Xian's thoughts, lamenting. I really don't know where they find their confidence. They even have time to discuss what mark to leave behind. They should focus on survival. Li Xin Guetstein. Do we really want to team up with such people? Sheng An shot him a glance, stating coolly, you steal a child's Ultraman figurine and still aim to save the world. From any perspective, this ghostly squad is at least more normal than you. Of course, none of them are truly normal. Suddenly, memories of the deceased began to stir. At this moment, Long Tianyu remarked, strange. Why haven't we encountered any vehicles on this route today? Ku Jiaxue responded cheerfully. Isn't that a good thing? We can move freely, reducing the risk of being discovered. Besides, my driving skills are average. I prefer the solitude of a road with only my vehicle. The sight of an empty road is a dream for many novices. Long Tianyu furrowed his brow, murmuring, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Zhang Kuan suggested, it's probably because it's a weekday, and since the cold storage is in a remote area, it's normal not to see many vehicles. Long Tianyu nodded in agreement. At the same time, Sheng An's communicator buzzed. The target is 10 kilometers away, approaching Anchang North Road. Received. The barriers on Anchang North Road have been cleared. Jiang Yu and Li Xian exchanged glances. But aren't there's supposed to be no vehicles? The state has cleared the entire road for you. At noon, the vehicle drew ever closer to the cold storage. Ku Jiaxue announced, we're just 2 kilometers away from the cold storage. Long Tianyu took a deep breath, scrutinizing the footage from the miniature cameras installed for the workers. On the screen, these workers were busy clearing stored meat within the cold storage, the frigid air swirling around them, making it an even better hiding spot than a granary. Moreover, the workers, preoccupied with their tasks, had their backs turned, presenting a perfect opportunity. He hoisted Zhang Kuan onto his back, raising his chin according to plan. I'll enter the cold storage S blind spot in 600 meters. Joshua, just drive. Understood. She replied from a vehicle parked behind the cold storage. Sheng An stated, the target is 2 kilometers away. We'll act when we reach 600 meters. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, mechanically calculating at the target S speed. We anticipate 1 minute and 28 seconds. Prepare all departments, Sheng An commanded. 600 meters to go. Action. Long Tianyu and Sheng An declared simultaneously, each carrying out their respective missions with distinct objectives. Long Tianyu's aim was to lure the cold storage, while Sheng An's was to reveal the extraordinary abilities of Long Tianyu. At the same moment, they both surged towards their targets. In an instant, Long Tianyu vanished from the vehicle, taking Zhang Kuan with him, leaving behind only a faint breeze in his wake. Joshua was unfazed, having witnessed such occurrences many times before. Yet each time, she couldn't help but marvel at Long Gu's incredible strength. Such formidable abilities were akin to invincibility. She quickly adjusted her course, steering towards a side road, knowing that Long Gu could reappear in the vehicle in mere moments. However, just as he departed, she redirected her path, when suddenly 3 drones swiftly closed in, forming a triangular formation around her. Simultaneously, figures emerged from the surrounding foliage, armed with rifles. Clad in military green uniforms, helmets adorning their heads, their faces painted in camouflage. The ominous barrels of their guns were aimed directly at Joshua. Exit the vehicle. Joshua froze in place. Everything had gone smoothly. Long Tianyu had executed 3 consecutive flashes, slipping into the cold storage S blind spot. Diankun swiftly coordinate, moving with remarkable speed to collect the meat from the cold storage. The quantity was overwhelming. His space was filled to capacity, leaving dozens of tons unable to fit. Long Tianyu's face broke into a smile, his body on the verge of vanishing. Above him, the spotlight suddenly blazed to life, its brilliance blinding, rendering him helpless. In that instant, both their pupils constricted, the action of disappearing halted. The cold storage door was abruptly closed, several laser guns aimed at Long Tianyu. Simultaneously, a faint female voice resonated. Long Tianyu, may we have a conversation? Long Tianyu and Zhang Kuan were taken aback. What was happening? How did they find them? And how did they know who they were? This was impossible. Long Tianyu instinctively raised his voice. Zhang Kuan carefully descended from his back, swallowing hard. The two stood in the spotlight, seeing nothing but the red dots of the laser guns on each other's foreheads. Outside the cold storage, Sheng An said, we possess a wealth of information, and your maximum range is merely 2 kilometers. Everything within 5 kilometers is under our control. Can we talk? Brother Long and Zhang Kuan were flustered. Long Tianyu was equally disoriented, narrowing his eyes to discern the situation. However, within the cold storage, nothing remained. Even several staff members had been evacuated in the moment the spotlight obscured their view. Sheng An continued, friends, the temperature inside the cold storage is extremely low. Please come outside. The lights abruptly extinguished, and at the same moment, the door opened. Outside, numerous special police officers clad in black uniforms aimed their semi-automatic rifles at them. The red dots of their laser guns fixed firmly on their foreheads. Zhang Kuan's legs went weak in an instant. Sheng An reassured, do not worry. We harbor no ill intentions, nor do we wish to capture you for dissection. What do you say, can we talk? The prospect of discussion was increasingly terrifying, each option more lethal than the last. Zhang Kuan instinctively glanced at Long Tianyu, who surveyed Sheng An, then the dark muzzles of the guns. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, accompanied by the declaration, you want to catch me? Dream on. Chapter 49. Captain Qi Lingwu. Such arrogance. Yet he indeed possessed the strength to be so. As his words fell, he had already disappeared. By the time Hao Jingye reacted, a sharp alarm blared 200 meters away. The underground sensors emitted a prolonged, piercing sound, immediately projecting a red circle on the ground. Simultaneously, in that fleeting moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted from both drones and special police, targeting the location of the alarm, right in the center of the red circle. Sheng An had not lied. Within 5 kilometers, a complete lockdown was enforced, and within 2 kilometers, the ground was monitored by infrared detection. This was a contest of technology and superhuman abilities, a confrontation between the state and extraordinary individuals. It was both a capture and an exercise. Long Tianyu's figure reappeared, his form wavering. A bullet grazed his arm, and he instantly looked over in terror. Then exhaled a long breath. A tranquilizer gun. Impressive. He had only been hit once. Sheng An approached him like a cat stalking a mouse. Not in a hurry to order another shot. Long Tianyu remained ever vigilant. His voice turned icy. That shot was unexpected. Do you think I couldn't evade your bullets? Sheng An raised an eyebrow slightly. Hao Jingye's heart raced as he exchanged a glance with Song Linwei, both astonished at the realization in each other's eyes. There was no doubt about Sheng An's marksmanship or the speed of the drones. According to their plan, a few shots would inevitably take Long Tianyu down. Yet, unexpectedly, he had only been hit once. This fellow, during his moment of flashing, had exhibited astonishing speed and agility. This was not merely a gift of extraordinary ability, but also a result of his extensive combat experience, something Hao Jingye and the others had not anticipated. Sheng An was somewhat surprised. The ability to flash also seemed to confer a speed advantage. Clearly, this ability was an upgraded form of speed, exponentially stronger. During Long Tianyu's flashing, he was undetectable by infrared. Only when he landed 200 meters away would he be captured, regardless of his speed. Sheng An stepped before Long Tianyu, calmly stating, "You have 6 more chances to flash, covering 1,200 meters. You cannot escape our encirclement. Long Tianyu, may we discuss this?" The 4th invitation to converse. Long Tianyu gasped, his breath hitching as a buzzing filled his mind. How did they know? How could they even be aware of how many times he could use his powers? He scanned the sky, filled with drones, the special police surrounding them, and the piercing alarms of the red circle that confined him like shackles. He had underestimated the might of the state apparatus. Long Tianyu finally fixed his gaze upon Sheng An's face, her beauty momentarily causing him to pause. Then he clutched his arm, his voice hoarse. "You could indeed kill me, yet you refrain from doing so. Is this an attempt to recruit me?" Sheng An regarded him, her tone indifferent. "This is an arrest." Long Tianyu and she locked eyes. A subtle contest of wills, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, standing off against one another. In the distance, Li Xen, unable to approach, bared his teeth. "What are they doing?" Jianyu replied, "What should we do? I suddenly feel this guy has the demeanor of a male protagonist, arrogant, expressionless, rather handsome, and his powers are formidable." Li Xian retorted, "What male protagonist? He's Iron Man, the chosen one." Long Tianyu scrutinized Sheng An, then suddenly smiled. "I am willing to converse with you and am open to official recruitment. I will be delighted to have a companion like you, such a beauty. But I have 3 conditions." He was perceptive. In this intricate web, escape was no longer an option. Moreover, he was curious about what the state knew and intrigued by the woman before him. Long Tianyu's face lit with interest, his chin slightly raised, his gaze fixed on Sheng An, his eyes sparkling with admiration and satisfaction. Sheng An brushed off the dust from her tactical jacket, her voice languid. "First, you must talk to us. Second, I will be your superior. Lastly, we do not agree to your demands." As her words landed, she raised her hand and gestured, "Proceed." Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, the surrounding special police opened fire simultaneously, the cacophony of gunfire ringing out. Long Tianyu's brow twitched as he vanished in an instant. His body became a fleeting shadow, appearing in various locations. Simultaneously, his voice echoed from all directions. "Indeed, I can only flash 6 times at long range. But short-range flashing consumes far less power." Sheng An remained unfazed, coolly responding, "Your abilities will eventually deplete." This was, after all, an exercise. They were not concerned about running out of time. After a brief pause, Long Tianyu spoke again. "How about we make a bet? If you capture me before my powers are exhausted, I will comply with your requests. However, if you fail to catch me, you must agree to my 3 conditions." Sheng An remained silent, her eyes narrowing slightly, her gaze seemingly drifting ahead, her eyebrows flickering. Not far away, Song Linwei exclaimed, "What an impressive ability! Li Xin Gapet." Suddenly feeling that he might not be able to match this individual, this power was indeed formidable. However, he was Iron Man. As long as he maintained his hardened exterior, this fellow could never harm him. Perhaps he could even turn himself into a porcupine, ensuring this guy would have no way in or out. With that thought, he realized he was not inferior to him at all. Li Xian felt a surge of satisfaction. The training during this time had proven beneficial. He began to think in the right way, strategizing to maximize his powers and unleash terrifying strength. Jiang Yu, however, was already entranced. She murmured, "Damn, the more I look, the more I feel this guy has the aura of a male protagonist, while Sister Sheng is the female lead. A superpower wielder and a police flower? This pairing seems quite fitting." Beside him, Hao Jingye similarly gazed ahead, mimicking Sheng An's expression and tone, a faint smile gracing his lips. First of all, Sister Sheng is not a police flower. She is not even a flower at all. Secondly, this fellow is not the protagonist. Lastly, do you all assume that Captain Qi is dead? Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Gunfire echoed incessantly, while Long Tianyu darted about, his presence barely a fleeting shadow. Occasionally, a muffled groan punctuated the air, indicating he had been struck by a tranquilizer dart, rendering his fleeting form more susceptible to capture. If this continued, he would inevitably collapse. Clenching his teeth, Long Tianyu feigned nonchalance, taunting, "What is the matter? Afraid to gamble with me? Woman, your courage is rather lacking. Shooting at me. Does it serve any purpose?" A facade of bravado. Sheng An scoffed lightly. "I won gamble, but should you lose?" She refrained from wagering. It had already pinned his fate. Long Tianyu paused, gritting his teeth, then coldly chuckled. "Then let me show you, woman, how many times I can blink at close range." It was destined for him to be captured, but before that he must act. He could not be treated like a soft persimmon. Long Tianyu lunged toward Sheng An. Bang. 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 6 distinct gunshots rang out, muffled yet unmistakably clear. Each shot was accompanied by Long Tianyu's grunts of pain, even cries of agony. The barrage of 6 shots concluded. Long Tianyu fell rigidly before Sheng An. 2 bullets pierced his palms, narrowly missing the arteries, embedding themselves into flesh, the most excruciating yet non-fatal locations, symmetrically placed. 2 bullets penetrated the soles of his feet, anchoring him to the ground. 1 bullet skimmed his scalp, embedding itself in the earth above him. Another grazed between his legs, also pinning him down. A man's voice rang out clearly. "0, you can only blink 0 times." Before Long Tianyu could discern the speaker, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Sheng An withdrew her raised arm, raising an eyebrow as she glanced forward. It seemed her intervention was unnecessary. Jiang Yu and the others gaped, following the sound with their eyes. A young man, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in a sleek black tactical outfit. Buttons fastened to his neck, exuded an air of distinction. Even clad in identical black uniforms like the other special police, he stood out remarkably. In an instant, he captured everyone's attention. Beneath a black cap, his face bore several camouflage markings, yet his striking and flawless features were undeniable. His thin lips, high nose, and sharp brows evoked an involuntary sense of intimidation. A powerful hand gripped a semi-automatic rifle, casually resting it on his shoulder. He walked with a straight back, his pace measured yet commanding. Jiang Yu, supporting Hao Jingye, stammered, Who is he?" Hao Jingye took a deep breath. "He's Captain Qi Lingwu." Chapter 50. A collision of emotions. Jiang Yu's face flickered with shock, quickly transforming into realization. She had been pondering what kind of man could possibly be worthy of being Sister Sheng's lover. How formidable he must be to stand by her side. At that very moment, it was him. It could only be him. In the presence of Qi Lingwu, Long Tianyu's bravado seemed utterly insignificant. Compared to the true coolness of Qi Lingwu, Long Tianyu, who had only moments ago seemed to exude protagonist charisma, appeared merely expressionless, cold yet not devoid of emotion, powerful without pretense. Gazing at his face, Jiang Yu could not help but murmur, "So handsome." Even disregarding everything else, that breathtaking countenance was more than enough. He was unquestionably deserving. Sister Sheng had struck gold. Overcome with excitement, she instinctively tightened her grip. Nearby, Hao Jingye winced as her fingers dug into his arm. Gritting his teeth, "I say, enough already. Captain Qi belongs to Sister Sheng. Don't look so lovesick." Smack! Jiang Yu slapped him, exclaiming, "What do you know?" She continued to beam, her eyes sparkling, her face radiating infatuation. Sheng An withdrew her gaze, surveying the fallen Long Tianyu, her tone flat. "Take him back to the camp for treatment. The rest of you retreat. Hao Jingye, bring Zhang Kuan and Kajiashue. He possesses some skill, but his arrogance is boundless. To challenge the state is tantamount to courting death. Others wield tranquilizers, but Team Zero is not so restrained. Long Tianyu must learn a lesson. The special police reholstered their weapons and sprang into action. Meanwhile, Kajiashue and Zhang Kun, who had been brought over, stood side by side like two compliant quails. Particularly after Long Tianyu was pinned to the ground by several bullets, both swallowed hard, their expressions betraying their apprehension. They obediently raised their hands, complying with every command. Sheng An finally turned her attention to Qi Lingwu. Since his appearance, his gaze had not strayed from her, as if, in that moment, she was the sole entity of significance on this land. The two exchanged glances across the prostrate Long Tianyu. Simultaneously, smiles graced their faces, their eyes twinkling with mirth. As Long Tianyu was carried away and the others withdrew, Qi Lingwu quickened his pace. Sheng An stepped forward, unhurried yet purposeful. As he approached, Qi Lingwu, holding his gun in his right hand, effortlessly caught Sheng An with his left, cradling her with one arm as if she weighed nothing at all. His movements fluid and steady. One lifted chin met one lowered gaze, their lips brushed lightly, foreheads touching. Long time no see, Captain Qi. Long time no see, Sheng An. It was wonderful to reunite. It was wonderful that they were both still alive. Li Xin stared wide-eyed. Beside him, Jiangyu covered her face, silently screaming. I'm dying. How do these two exude such an inexplicable chemistry? Moreover, the imposing figure of the man clad in black tactical gear, exuding strength and power, alongside the languid yet beautiful and fierce woman, left her at a loss as to whom to envy more. Hao Jingye calmly extended his hand, covering her eyes, pulling her away. Time to return to camp. I want to see more, protested Jiangyu, while Li Xin echoed her sentiments. However, Song Linwei ruthlessly suppressed them, dragging Li Xin away. Underage, stay away. Li Xin grumbled. What's the big deal about a kiss? What is there to be ashamed of? I've kissed my girlfriend before. It was much more intense. Yet he could not deny that the moment he had just witnessed was breathtaking, despite the palpable restraint. Why did it make one feel inexplicably flushed and exhilarated? As Li Xin pondered, he suddenly noticed the people around him had fallen silent. He paused, his pupils dilating in shock. Wait, what did I just admit? Song Linwei dragged him away, his expression impassive. Li Xin, you're in trouble for dating early. Let us go find your parents. The group waited in the vehicle for less than 5 minutes before Sheng An's silhouette emerged in their view. The tall Qi Lingwu followed closely behind, maintaining half a step's distance, sunlight streaming from behind, casting a shadow that enveloped her smaller form. The sun shone just right. Lazy yet gentle, Jiangyu exclaimed in surprise. Aren't you going to be affectionate for a while longer? We can wait for you. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, lifting her hand to lightly tap Jiangyu's forehead. Adult matters are not for children to meddle in. Time is of the essence. We have serious business to attend to. Jiangyu rubbed her forehead, speechless. I'm only a month younger than you. They were both 25, born in the same year. Sheng An ignored her, directly entering the vehicle. Qi Lingwu followed her closely, not uttering a word, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, instilling a sense of fear that made it difficult for them to meet his eyes, sending chills down their spines. Particularly Zhang Kun and Kajiashue, whose faces turned pale. He was a man who had just shot their brother Long 6 times without mercy. They were seated in the second row, with a space left for Sheng An. Qi Lingwu sat behind her, with Li Xin and Song Linwei beside him, while Jiangyu and Hao Jingye occupied the front row. Yufeng drove, with one Yuan in the passenger seat. Since Qi Lingwu took his seat, Li Xin felt inexplicably stiff, struggling to breathe, restless. Yufeng curiously observed Jiangyu, Zhang Kun, and the others, intrigued. So these are the reincarnated and the extraordinary beings, the destined son and daughter of fate? Zhang Kun and Ku Jiashue felt their toes gripping the ground, their scalps tingling. Until today, they had shared the same sentiments, but now, Sheng An shot him a glance, urging him to drive without further ado. All right, Sister Sheng. Yufeng obediently complied, maintaining his gaze forward, his eyes blinking with curiosity. Zhang Kun and Ku Jiashue exchanged glances, silently reassuring one another while also comforting themselves. It's fine. They haven't made a move yet. They must be trying to win us over. But boss, he's just too reckless. If we cooperate a bit, we definitely won't get beaten up. True enough. We are unique abilities users, and their attitude towards us can't possibly be negative. The two instinctively straightened their spines. Sheng An noticed their silent exchange, but chose to disregard it, allowing them their unspoken dialogue. She inquired, "What is the current situation with Li Wanyan?" The latest news indicated she was still adrift at sea. Old Zhao reported she often sneaked away to the restroom to prepare meals, suffering from seasickness, her face pale. Wan Yuan clicked his tongue in dismay, expressing his concern. Qi Lingwu, aware of her primary concern, succinctly responded, "The target is safe and will arrive smoothly tomorrow evening." Upon hearing this, Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. As long as Li Wanyun returned safely, she would bear the hardships of the journey alone. Nearby, Ku Jiaxue could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Preparing meals in a restroom?" Her expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Hao Jingye, speechless, remarked, "What are you thinking? Use your brain. That's a space ability user." Zhang Kun raised his voice. A space ability user? His recently regained confidence faltered as he straightened his back, only to realize he was not special even before the apocalypse. Hao Jingye added, "Moreover, her space is much larger than yours." Zhang Kun, his confidence utterly deflated, slouched back down. After a brief pause, Sheng An finally looked at them, her eyes devoid of emotion, merely glancing over them. Compared to Long Tianyu, these two were quite cooperative and perceptive. Initially believing Long Tianyu to be the protagonist, firmly clinging to him, this too was a sign of their perception. Now, in the hands of the state, they remained equally obedient. Ku Jiaxue quickly discerned that among this group, Sheng An was the one in charge. Carefully, she extended the mineral water bottle she held, offering a sweet smile. "Sister, please try this. It's my ability, very clean." Sheng An replied, "Indeed, this girl is quite perceptive." She accepted the bottle, not to drink, but to toy with it in her hands, her gaze lowered, masking her emotions. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kun felt a weight in their hearts. Sheng An suddenly stated, first, stealing food from the granary, and now, pilfering meat from the cold storage. The quantity is substantial, and it's state property. Do you know how serious this is? Her voice was icy, each word sharp as a blade, devoid of emotion. Chapter 51. Sister Sheng is truly busy. Everyone wants to see her in an instant. Both of their pupils constricted, their faces as pale as paper. It was over. The state truly knew everything. Behind them, Qi Lingwu raised his hand, the ominous barrel of a gun aimed at them, as if he would pull the trigger at any moment. Zhang Kun slumped in his seat. Ku Jiaxue's eyes reddened, her legs visibly trembling. Sheng An's tone shifted as she smiled slightly. "Of course, if you cooperate fully and join our Apocalypse Special Operations Department, obediently following our arrangements, then the Apocalypse Special Operations Department." The state was even aware of the apocalypse. What else did the state not know? The two were momentarily dazed, grappling with existential doubts. Sheng An continued, Zhang Kun, helping the state transport goods, Ku Jiaxue assisting him. Is only natural. Pausing, she gently asked, "What do you think?" The two replied, "Do they have the right to refuse?" As if reading their thoughts, Sheng An hauntingly remarked, "Helping the state transport goods means becoming a member of our Special Operations Department, which will be favored by the state. But if someone steals state resources at such a critical time," Hao Jingye interjected, "special circumstances require special handling." Click. Qi Lingwu chamber round. In that moment, their hair stood on end. Ku Jiaxue forced a stiff smile. "I think that's wonderful. It's precisely how it should be. We are helping the state transport goods. We are part of the state, and we will do as the state says. Look at that. How much more perceptive compared to Long Tianyu." Sheng An's smile deepened as she turned to Zhang Kun. "And you?" Zhang Kun glanced at Sheng An's eerie smile, then at the gun aimed at him, and the multitude of eyes surrounding him. He swallowed hard. Yes, yes. I am helping the state transport goods, and once we reach our destination, I will unload everything without leaving a single item behind. What about the Phantom team? Sheng An asked, her smile enigmatic. Both Zhang Kun and Ku Jiaxue chimed in unison. There is no Phantom team, only the Apocalypse Special Operations Department. Damn, the state truly knew everything. It was terrifying. Sheng An inquired, Master of Space? Zhang Kun strichternet. Raising his voice, that S non-existent. I'm the State-S warehouse, moving goods wherever needed. Sheng An asked, Future Water God? Keskiviko Yaksue Riplid Ernestle. I'm the State-S mobile water source. At Sister Sheng An's command, I will release water immediately. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. She turned to Jiang Yu and Li Xin, saying, Look at how they cooperate with our work. Learn from them. Jiang Yu and Li Xian remarked, "Thank you. With Captain Chi's gun aimed at our heads, anyone would cooperate fully. Come on, continue your confession." Sheng An rested her hands behind her head, leaning back in her seat, sunlight streaming through the window onto her face, resembling a languid cat, her demeanor increasingly relaxed. Qi Lingwu lowered his weapon and picked up an orange nearby, peeling it. The atmosphere instantly lightened, and both of them sighed in relief. They began to thoroughly confess. Not stealing, but transporting food and meat from the State's warehouse. It was Long Tianyu's idea. "I'm just an ordinary space ability user." Yes. Long Tianyu not only has teleportation abilities, but is also a reborn one. "I'm merely an ordinary water system ability user. I awakened my space ability suddenly. After a nap, I found I had a space. I was taking a shower when the water stopped. Wanting water, I called out a couple of times, and then I could release water. Long Tianyu found us. It seems he looked for others before us, but he didn't mention this. You can ask him, right? He was a teleportation ability user in his past life, saying we were in our past lives. They not only sold themselves out, but also thoroughly implicated Long Tianyu, who was currently receiving treatment." Sheng An, munching on the peeled orange, listened intently, her expression contemplative. Indeed, their speculations were all correct. The journey back to the base unfolded amidst their revelations. They relayed everything necessary along the way, and Sheng An instructed Hao Jingye to take them for routine inspections of the building. From this moment onward, Zhang Kuan and Ku Jiaxue became members of the Apocalypse Special Operations Department. Soon after, Li Xian was dragged away by his parents for questioning. Jiang Yu, with a glum expression, was taken by academician Zhou to tend to the fields. Sheng An leaned against the corridor, her legs casually draped, while Qi Lingwu stood beside her. "Has it been tough during this time?" Qi Lingwu softly inquired. Sheng An shook her head. "Compared to the tasks I've undertaken before, this is actually simpler." After a pause, she slowly added, "But there are only 13 days left." A seemingly nonsensical statement, yet Qi Lingwu immediately understood. "You are worried that the Special Operations Department has too few personnel." He hit the nail on the head. Sheng An gazed at the ceiling, murmuring, "The state has high hopes for the Special Operations Department, granting us the highest authority, unconditionally trusting that I can lead the department to play a role when the apocalypse arrives." It was trust and certainly pressure. Yet, the Special Operations Department was too few in numbers and time was too tight. 13 days from now would be a world-class disaster. As can be inferred from the snippets shared by the Reborn, it would mean the immediate demise of several nations, the extinction of civilization. What the Special Operations Department needed to do was to assist the state in weathering such calamities as best as possible. Moreover, there were countless civilians at stake. The weight of Sheng An's pressure was evident. Qi Lingwu said nothing. He merely stood resolutely by her side. Because he understands Sheng An, she is a stubborn individual capable of transcending limits. Every task assigned to her is pursued with unwavering resolve, resulting in an impeccable record. He, too, remains determined to assist her. Sheng An leans against the wall, her face illuminated by the interplay of light and shadow, caught in a realm of half-light and half-darkness. In this seemingly perfect world, where civilization flourishes, a cataclysmic meteor strike looms ominously on the horizon. Reborn souls, precocious awakened beings. And future anomalies harbor countless secrets within their depths. It is as though an unseen hand manipulates humanity like mere pawns on a cosmic chessboard, callously steering them towards a fate already inscribed by the puppeteer. Sheng An smiles, lifting her face with a blend of defiance and fervor. "Qi Lingwu, this time may require us to embark on an audacious venture. The more they wish to extinguish our existence, the more we shall thrive, and we shall bring others along with us." She is not content to merely safeguard herself, nor does she seek righteousness for its own sake. Rather, she yearns to lead others in a battle against the heavens. The game has commenced, and only death can herald the end. Qi Lingwu gazes at her, his profound eyes revealing a mix of obsession and indulgence. Very well, his voice remains steady. At that moment, Hao Jingye rushes in, as though he has urgent news to convey. Upon noticing the expressions of Sheng An and Qi Lingwu, he momentarily falters, bewildered. What has happened? Why does it feel like Sister Sheng has transformed? Sheng An raises an eyebrow. What is the rush? In response, Hao Jingye hastily discards his chaotic thoughts and promptly states, "Two matters. First, Zhang Jiaoyang has come, insisting on meeting you. Second, Long Tianyu has awakened and also wishes to see you." As he speaks, he cannot help but exclaim how busy Sister Sheng is, as everyone seems eager to meet her. Chapter 52. Far ahead, Sheng An raises a brow. Qi Lingwu inquires with curiosity, "Who is Zhang Jiaoyang?" "The one who reported Long Tianyu." Sheng An chuckles softly. That fellow has quite the audacity, likely unable to contain his curiosity regarding awakened beings. "How'd he come to find us?" Qi Lingwu asks, recognizing the significance of the question. Hao Jingye, feeling somewhat helpless, explains that after he returned Zhang Jiaoyang to Shishir, the latter has been persistently curious about us and Long Tianyu, often wandering around with his phone. This morning, he caught wind of the roadblock and stealthily approached the vicinity, capturing images of the drone squadron with his phone. He immediately sensed something monumental was afoot and promptly made his way to the Capital Public Security Bureau. Hao Ding's. The individuals below were unaware. When he mentioned any special abilities, they reported it to Team Leader Chiu, leading Team A to believe there was vital information, thus bringing him to the camp. What a dramatic turn of events. Zhang Jiaoyang captured a photograph of Long Tianyu, which Sheng An and the others had already seen. But Team A was oblivious, thinking they had discovered yet another awakened being and brought him in for questioning, only to find out that this was already Team B's intel and that the individual was seeking Sheng An. One can only imagine the expression on Qiu Yu's face at that moment. Sheng An finds it amusing. She steps outside. "Since they are here, let us visit our injured comrades together." Zhang Jiaoyang is particularly curious about Long Tianyu. Let him encounter him. Long Tianyu lies in bed, his face pallid, gritting his teeth in frustration. Qi Lingwu's aim was remarkably precise. His wounds are not fatal, nor will there be any lingering repercussions. Yet it is immensely painful. He cannot comprehend how, despite being so assured of victory and all plans meticulously laid out, an unexpected throng emerged and apprehended him. Where did those people come from? How did they acquire knowledge of his whereabouts? Most critically, who was the man who pinned him to the ground with 6 shots? He was still in the midst of blinking in and out of existence. How could he shoot so accurately? As a powerful flash ability wielder, the destined child of the heavens, how could he be so easily captured? With such a formidable state apparatus, how will he ever reign supreme? Consumed by this train of thought, Long Tianyu slams his palm against the bed in frustration. However, he forgets that he still bears wounds, causing him to wince in pain, his entire demeanor faltering. Ouch! Long Tianyu cries out in agony. Despicable. Even the bed is against him. Just then, footsteps echo from outside, accompanied by a male voice pleading. "Leader Sheng, please allow me to join. Even if it's in logistics, or even just sweeping the floor, just let me be part of it. Why do you desire to join us so fervently? This is no easy place to be, but it is exceptional. This is a gathering of awakened beings." Long Tianyu has yet to grasp the situation when, in the next moment, Sheng An, Qi Lingwu, Hao Jingye, and Zhang Jiaoyang enter. Zhang Jiaoyang attempts to continue his plea. Sheng An raises her hand, and he promptly falls silent, maintaining his composure. Upon their entrance, Long Tianyu instantly alters his expression, concealing the agony and frustration etched on his face, adopting an air of arrogance and nonchalance. Sheng An glances at him. "You wish to see me?" Long Tianyu raises his chin, smirking. "You went to great lengths to capture me. It is you who must be eager to see me, is it not? Speak, what is your true intention? What is your stance towards us?" He attempts to cross his legs, but the pain in his foot prevents him from doing so. He quickly straightens them, afraid to exert any force. Subsequently, feeling that lying down lacks gravitas, he prepares to sit up. Ouch! It hurts! The mere movement causes Long Tianyu to nearly cry out. "Sheng An, is it quite painful? How can that be? I am an awakened being." Long Tianyu smiles faintly, using his hands to support himself as he slowly sits up, his arm quaking in pain. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Not painful at all. Not in the slightest." "Really?" Sheng An tilts her head. Long Tianyu is now sitting upright, releasing the tension in his arms, his entire being relaxing. He continues to hold his chin high, gazing at Sheng An with a smile. "Of course, you ordinary folk should not underestimate us awakened beings. Once awakened, we exist on a different plane, no matter how formidable your armed forces are. In the future," Sheng An hands him an apple with an innocent smile. "Since it doesn't hurt, why not have an apple?" Long Tianyu grits his teeth, trembling as he reaches out to take the apple. The moment the apple touches his hand, he feels an overwhelming urge to hit the bed in pain. But he suppresses it with great effort, veins bulging on his forehead. Struggling, he brings the apple to his mouth and takes a hearty bite. Zhang Jiaoyang diverts his gaze. His expression complex. Is it really not painful? Why are you sweating so much? Just watching you makes me feel the pain. Not painful at all. Long Tianyu smiles faintly, his palm bleeding, staining the bandage red. It's merely warmth. Yes, warmth. Hao Jingye instinctively glances outside. It is raining today, colder than usual. Long Tianyu shifts the focus back to Sheng An, smiling. This beautiful lady, what is your name? Qi Lingwu shoots him a glance, his eyes icy. Sheng An crosses her arms, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes. What is it that you truly wish to ask? Long Tianyu hesitates momentarily. Then his forced smile fades, and his expression turns serious. I want to know, how much does the state actually know? How did you discover us? To the first question, the state knows a great deal. Everything you are aware of, we are as well. Sheng An replies with a hint of smile. Impossible. Long Tianyu raises his voice. Sheng An shoots him a glance. There is nothing impossible. You are not unique. The words not unique possess a devastating impact on someone who prides themselves as the destined child. Sheng An, we will discuss the first question later. I have a question for you as well. Long Tianyu immediately inquires. And what about the second question? He underestimates the might of the state apparatus. The power of the state could undoubtedly ascertain every detail about him. However, the state cannot monitor every individual at all times. There must first be a discovery before investigation can commence. How did they uncover his existence? Long Tianyu is utterly perplexed. In response, Sheng An chuckles lightly. You may inquire of him yourself. She gestures towards Zhang Jiaoyang. Initially, she had no intention of allowing them to meet, but Zhang Jiaoyang insisted. Since Long Tianyu is under her watch, he dares not act against Zhang Jiaoyang, so this can serve as a commendation for his report to the state. Zhang Jiaoyang instinctively puffs out his chest. From the moment he entered the hospital room, he gazed curiously at Long Tianyu. Is this the specter he had seen that day? Long Tianyu also turned his attention towards him. Such an unremarkable man, clearly devoid of any awakened abilities, even less impressive than Sheng An or Qi Lingwu, who were evidently remarkable individuals. He was merely an ordinary university student, someone Long Tianyu had never regarded in either his past life or this one. He furrowed his brow and asked, How did you discover me? Zhang Jiaoyang replied honestly, I saw you. Long Tianyu's expression morphed into one of bewilderment and confusion. He could be seen? Zhang Jiaoyang produced his phone and approached, showing him 4 photos. Look, I even captured you. I almost thought you were a ghost. Long Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Jiaoyang swiftly touched him, and due to the speed of his action, Long Tianyu was caught off guard, momentarily stunned by the force of the touch. Before he could regain his senses, Zhang Jiaoyang turned and dashed towards the door, his excitement barely contained. You wait outside for us. We'll find you shortly. Sheng An nodded. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded emphatically. He had touched him. He had made contact with a superhuman. Would this change him forever? Zhang Jiaoyang was filled with exhilaration. Long Tianyu's hand already ached, and being slapped hard only intensified the pain, nearly causing him to cry out. Once he regained his composure, disregarding the pain, he raised his voice. No, that's impossible. How could you see me? I carefully surveyed the surroundings before. There was no one. Absolutely no one. His disbelief was palpable. Just as Zhang Jiaoyang was about to leave, he turned back and asked, What kind of phone do you have? Long Tianyu, puzzled by the question, frowned and replied, curtly, Apple. Zhang Jiaoyang waved his phone, grinning. I'm ahead of you. Chapter 53. Sheng An, eliminate him. Long Tianyu. He never anticipated such a reason. He felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. Zhang Jiaoyang had already exited. His purpose for coming was merely to glimpse a ghost and to appeal to Sheng An for a position in the Special Affairs Department. It was evident that Sheng An and Long Tianyu had matters to discuss, so he wisely chose to wait outside. Long Tianyu sat dazedly on the bed, lost in thought. Sheng An lounged in a chair nearby, while Qi Lingwu stood silently behind her, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Sheng An spoke, stealing from the National Reserves, Long Tianyu. Your audacity is remarkable. Long Tianyu snapped back to reality, scoffing. You seem to know quite a bit, having thoroughly investigated us. I suppose you are aware that the apocalypse is approaching. How can you utter such naive words? Once the apocalypse arrives, those resources will be utterly destroyed. By taking them early, we are actually helping the nation conserve more supplies. Is there a problem with that? Sheng An's expression remained impassive. So, because Shurshur will be struck by a meteorite, you feel justified in your theft? Long Tianyu was astonished, you know. Sheng An replied, I mentioned that we are well informed. Experts are calculating where the meteorites will land. In 13 days, they will determine suitable places for human evacuation, while we are already relocating supplies underground. What you intend to steal are still national resources, crucial sustenance for countless lives in the future. They are not unclaimed items, nor will they perish in the apocalypse. Taking them constitutes theft, and you have no right to assume otherwise. Long Tianyu pressed his lips tightly together. After a moment, he asked, what else do you know? He was probing. Sheng An candidly responded, your abilities, the apocalypse, calamities, anomalies, even your past life. Long Tianyu gasped, clenching his teeth as he cursed. Those two traitors must have sold me out. Traitors? I had considered them my future allies, the cornerstone of the ghostly abilities team, and now, before the apocalypse has even arrived, they have already fallen apart. Oh no, the entire ghostly abilities team had been wiped out. Sheng An extended her hand, her demeanor serious. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Sheng An, leader of Group B in the Special Affairs Department for the Apocalypse. Welcome to join us. Long Tianyu contemplated reaching out. However, he hesitated, a cold smile forming on his lips. What if I refuse? Sheng An narrowed her eyes, her gaze dangerously fixed on him. Long Tianyu declared, do not threaten me. Since the state is aware of the impending apocalypse, they must understand the significance of superhumans. I'm not an ordinary anomaly. I awakened prematurely, already possessing advanced abilities. He looked at Sheng An, a smug smile on his face. The state would never eliminate me. Everything that had transpired previously indicated as much. The state's attitude towards them was serious, yet it was certainly not one of annihilation. Long Tianyu felt emboldened. Sheng An remained silent, her eyes narrowed as she regarded him. For some reason, Long Tianyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, he shook his head, dismissing the feeling, and continued with arrogance. Do not think that your weapons make you invincible. In the apocalypse, human strength is the most helpless existence. Ordinary people cannot survive. Only superhumans have a chance at life. As a high-level superhuman, I can play a significant role in the apocalypse. How could you bear to kill me? Long Tianyu grew increasingly self-satisfied, even shaking his legs in excitement. However, due to the pain in his feet, he grimaced but quickly regained his composure. Sheng An regarded him, slowly retracting her hand. Her voice was calm. So, you're certain you do not wish to join? Hao Jingye immediately stood up, shrinking back into the corner. It was over. Sister Sheng was angry. Long Tianyu, oblivious to the tension, chuckled. Not necessarily. I mentioned before that I would only join if you agree to 3 conditions. As a powerful superhuman, how could he submit to anyone? The first condition was for the state to acknowledge him as the leader. He would be the leader of this woman. At that moment, he was eager to see her reaction after he presented his demands. She always wore a calm expression. It was time for her to change her demeanor. Sheng An replied softly, I have also stated that I will not agree. Long Tianyu's smile faltered, and he snorted coldly. It is a moot point. If you want me to join, you must agree to my 3 conditions. Sheng An commanded, eliminate him. Her gaze was icy, her voice sharp and devoid of emotion. Qi Lingwu drew his gun without hesitation. Bang! The time from drawing to firing was less than a second. Inside the room, the sound of clattering echoed as Long Tianyu suddenly moved, knocking over the force stand and other equipment. Long Tianyu was filled with terror. Had it not been for the countless life and death crises he faced in his past life, he would not have been able to evade that bullet. They truly intended to kill him. Long Tianyu raised his hand to touch his neck. At that moment, under the threat of death, he overlooked the pain in his limbs, feeling the warm blood streaming from his bandaged hand to his neck. He had narrowly escaped, had it not been for his combat instincts from his past life. His body's innate sense of crisis and his short-distance teleportation, that shot would have certainly been fatal. Thump, thump, thump. Long Tianyu could hear the frantic beating of his heart, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. Before he could steady himself, before he could comprehend the scene before him. Crack! At that sound, he screamed, I will join. Qi Lingwu had already aimed his gun at his forehead. Sheng An stood across from him, her expression icy. the murderous intent on her face unmistakable. Upon hearing his exclamation, she shot him a cold glance, turned, and walked away. With long strides. Sheng An's voice was hoarse and frigid. Hao Jingye, take him for treatment, then register him. As her words fell, she had already exited the hospital room, followed closely by Qi Lingwu. Inside the room, Long Tianyu remained dazed, unable to regain his senses for a long time. Hao Jingye blinked, snapping into work mode. Long Tianyu. Welcome to Group B of the Special Affairs Department for the Apocalypse. I'm Assistant Hao Jingye. Let's proceed. I will take you to treat your wounds. And after the rescue, we will officially register you. Long Tianyu stiffly turned his head. Rescue? He was still in daze, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest, and his mind buzzing with chaos. Just moments ago, he had brushed death twice. He was certain that if he had taken even a second longer to utter the words "I just joined," he would have met his demise. That woman truly intended to kill him. He lowered his head stiffly, realizing that his chest was drenched in blood, and the wound on his neck was more severe than he had imagined. Yet at this very moment, he felt nothing. Long Tianyu's voice was hoarse. Who is she? Hao Jingye looked at him with admiration, stating proudly. She said her name is Sheng An, our Shangjia. Long Tianyu muttered, Sheng An. Such a woman was unlike any he had ever encountered in 2 lifetimes. Clutching his blood-soaked neck, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost, he smiled. This woman was indeed intriguing. He slowly spoke, his eyes filled with interest, a devilish grin spreading across his face as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Do not harbor any intentions. Our Shangjia has a partner. Hao Jingye remarked with disdain. Long Tianyu's charming smile froze on his face, and he gritted his teeth. Who is it? Who dares to steal the woman I have my eyes on? Hao Jingye smiled slightly. The one who nearly killed you. Long Tianyu exclaimed, What? The very man who just attacked me. Hao Jingye nodded, adding, The same man who shot you down this morning, our Captain Qi. Long Tianyu. Being shot down is really unnecessary to emphasize. He wanted to shout, to challenge that man, to say how blind Sheng An was for being interested in him. However, he recalled the man's physique, his face, his marksmanship, and his imposing presence. Before awakening his abilities, he had to admit he could not even compare to that man. And after awakening his powers, he had been bested twice, nearly dying at the man's hands. Long Tianyu could not utter a word of bravado. His breath quickened. Hao Jingye, clutching a folder, continued to smile. Do not get agitated. If you do, the blood from your neck will flow even more. Huh? Long Tianyu loosened his grip and looked down at his chest. It had already been soaked, but now more blood was flowing down, creating a pool on the ground. What? His injuries were this severe. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Hao Jingye, familiar with the situation, shouted, Rescue. Outside, after Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exited, they exchanged smiles. Sheng An's eyes curved with delight. Well done, Captain Qi. You still cooperate so well, and you haven't truly taken his life. If a child misbehaves, one must discipline them. Long Tianyu resembled a dragon in his pride and arrogance. Yet he possessed the rare quality of trust in his teammates. Willing to share a meager meal among 3, choosing to strike at what he believed would annihilate the national warehouse rather than his personal circle. For this reason, Sheng An was willing to mentor him, not intending to kill him. She had displayed intense killing intent, yet Qi Lingwu understood her. Qi Lingwu remained expressionless, but a faint smile graced his features as he spoke in a low voice. Your future teammate, you only intend to teach him a lesson. Naturally. I will not go too far. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Oh, not going too far? Qi Lingwu averted his gaze slightly, feeling guilty. His words were harsh. Therefore, I may have been a bit too forceful with that shot. He might endure some pain for a while. Sheng An tilted her head, intentionally observing Qi Lingwu's expression. He, feeling embarrassed, turned away again. Sheng An stood on tiptoe, reaching out to tousle his hair before bursting into laughter, as if teasing him for being jealous while enjoying the spectacle. Qi Lingwu's ears turned slightly red. He gently grasped Sheng An's hand. Their hands were not delicate. Sheng An's were calloused from martial arts training, while Qi Lingwu's were rough from handling guns since childhood. Yet these calluses, familiar to them, brought a sense of reassurance. They had witnessed each other's journey to develop these calluses, even participating in that process, making it an integral part of each other. Their fingers interlocked. Qi Lingwu firmly enveloped Sheng An's hand. Sunlight streamed through the corridor, casting their shadows, one tall, one short, elongated along the floor. Zhang Jiaoyang did not wait long. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu emerged, their expressions calm, leading Zhang Jiaoyang to inquire. Was it smooth? Long Tianyu seemed rather unruly, unlikely to comply easily. Sheng An nodded. Yes. It went very smoothly. I did not expect him to cooperate quite well. As soon as Zhang Jiaoyang finished speaking, he turned to Sheng An with starry eyes, pleading, Sister, please let me join you. I'll do anything. Sheng An shook her head. Impossible. In our organization, without matching abilities, one could lose their life. It was not that she looked down on Zhang Jiaoyang, but their organization was not meant for ordinary individuals. Zhang Jiaoyang wanted to continue pleading. Sheng An interjected. You mentioned wanting to see the little ghost. I've already brought you to see it, brother. Isn't it time to go back? Meeting her serious gaze, Zhang Jiaoyang instinctively fell silent, ceasing his persistence, though his face displayed disappointment. Sheng An continued. If you also possess special abilities, you may come find me, and I will allow you to join us then. Zhang Jiaoyang. He incredulously raised his voice. Is it possible for me to have special abilities? Why? Could it be because I encountered that ghost? According to the laws, having come into contact with it, I might indeed have a chance to join. Sheng An softly said, Do you see? Zhang Jiaoyang blinked in confusion, nodding. Sheng An continued. You mentioned that many awakened abilities would be present? The term special abilities is not particularly unique. However, ability awakeners. Zhang Jiaoyang's pupils contracted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Sheng An. The news he was not supposed to receive for several days was revealed to him early. Zhang Jiaoyang suppressed his anxiety, swallowing hard before speaking. Thank you. I will head back now. The apocalypse is approaching. If that is the case, what he desires most is to return home and stay with his family, ensuring their safety. Zhang Jiaoyang hurriedly departed. Sheng An smiled. However, in the next moment, Zhang Jiaoyang ran back, breathless, gazing at her. If I become an ability user, can I really join you and fight alongside you in the apocalypse? Sheng An paused, then nodded. Of course you can. Zhang Jiaoyang smiled with satisfaction, waving his hand as he skipped away joyfully. After he left, Sheng An chuckled, her eyes curving. Our college student, though a bit peculiar and concerning in mental state, is quite an adorable fellow. Qi Lingwu. Quite well. Indeed, quite well. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu went to the cafeteria for dinner. As soon as they entered, they heard Jiang Yu call out, Shang Jie, Captain Qi, come quickly, sit here. Sheng An glanced around. Besides Li Wanyun, who was still at sea, and Long Tianyu, Hao Jingye, and all members of Team B were present. Jiang Yu, Song Lin Wei, Li Xian, Zhang Kuan, Ku Jiaxue. Members of Team 0, Wan Yuan, and Yu Feng were also there. She slipped her hands into her pockets and strolled over. You all seem to be in good spirits today. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. This question was primarily directed at Jiang Yu and Li Xian. The two, exhausted from farming and studying, typically drifted like ghosts upon their meetings. Yet today they appeared quite lively. Jiang Yu spoke excitedly. Our Team B has gained 3 ability users, surpassing Team A in one fell swoop. How can we not be happy? Moreover, Jiaxue and I get along splendidly, like long-lost best friends. Li Xian was just about to learn combat from Yu Ge. Having witnessed Yu Ji's impressive skills, he looked stunning. Li Xin notet vigo du xin. Clearly, their good mood stemmed from their teammates. Previously, there were only the 2 of them, both resembling bitter melons, sighing heavily upon meeting. Now, with a plethora of newcomers, the atmosphere has become lively. Yu Feng cleared his throat and raised a hand to signal for quiet. Be discreet, be discreet. We mustn't show off in front of Shang Jie and Captain Qi. Jiang Yu, puffing out his chest with pride, declared, of course, Shang Jie is unparalleled. Ku Jiaxue lifted a glass of water and handed it to Sheng An with a sweet smile, saying, Shang Jie, drink up. I saved this for you. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, accepting the drink while affectionately ruffling Ku Jiaxue's short hair. Good girl. Jiang Yu gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, What the heck? This person is vying for attention. This isn't a sisterly bond. It's a rivalry. Chapter 55. Everyone wants to be Shang Jie's number 1 little sister. Having been patted on the head, Ku Jiaxue returned to her seat with a beaming smile. She then noticed Jiang Yu's expressionless face, glaring at her with a deadly stare. What are you doing? Ku Jiaxue replied with conviction. I'm trying to win Shang Jie's favor. Jiang Yu, gritting her teeth in frustration, lowered her voice. You better keep it together. Do you understand the concept of priority? Joshua glanced at her, torn for a brief moment. Jiang Yu was a space user and bore a striking resemblance to the female protagonist within it. Before Sheng An's arrival, she had genuinely wished to cultivate a good relationship with her. Yet, it was evident that Jiang Yu would not allow her to become Sheng An's #1 little sister. How should she choose? Should she align herself with the destined girl, Jiang Yu, or with Sheng An? Joshua, beaming with enthusiasm, offered Sheng An a pair of chopsticks. Her eyes sparkling. Sheng Jia, I've cleaned these chopsticks just for you. Obviously, the choice was clear. It was undoubtedly Sheng, and reborn Li Wanyun was adrift at sea. Reborn Long Gu was hospitalized, and the space user, Zhang Kuan, remained submissively under Sheng Jia's command. Even Jiang Yu herself was tilling the land. This group of individuals indeed resembled the chosen ones of destiny, but Sheng An was their leader. Joshua demonstrated great perceptiveness. Observing this, Jiang Yu, incensed, quickly served some food from her own plate to Sheng An, vying for her affection. Sheng Jia, try this. It's fresh seafood we just received today. Let us start with some vegetables. Sheng Jia, you should eat this. Sven, it's mat. Sven, it's eggs. The two began frantically serving food to Sheng, and in the midst of their competition, their chopsticks clashed in midair, leading to an intense stare-off as they tugged at each other's hair ornaments. Others present, particularly the oblivious minorly Xen, looked to Sheng and with an elevated chin, declaring, I want to take a break. Those classes only last half a day. The other half, I'll learn martial arts from you, Ge. He spoke with righteous indignation. Sheng replied curtly, no. Li Xen, grinding his teeth, retorted, why not? Don't you know about being well-rounded? Don't you understand the importance of developing both intellect and physical prowess? If I learn martial arts, I will surely become even more formidable. In truth, he simply wished to avoid classes. Anything was more appealing than attending lessons, especially martial arts, which was the most coveted pursuit among youths. Sheng An continued to eat, glancing at him with barely concealed annoyance. If you focus on your studies, you will become stronger. But I want to learn martial arts. He was reluctant to delve into mathematics and science. He wished to play and acquire combat skills akin to Yu Feng's extraordinary capabilities. Without lifting her gaze, Sheng An replied, you can choose to listen attentively in class. Complete your studies quickly, and then carve out time to learn combat from Yu Feng. You're being unreasonable. Li Xin Fumet, Feling Oppa. Why should a powerful ability user be subjected to such suppression? He felt stripped of his rights. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fist, transforming it into steel, raising it as if to smash the table in rebellion. Song Linwei, visibly irked, was about to intervene. However, Qi Lingwu, sitting beside Sheng An, looked up at Li Xen, expressionless, and uttered 2 words, shut up. This was the first sentence he had spoken to Li Xen, consisting of merely 2 words. Yet, the intensity of his gaze rendered Li Xen frozen in place, instinctively halting his breath, struggling to regain composure. The image of Long Tianyu pinned to the ground by 6 bullets replayed in his mind endlessly. Qi Lingwu's abyssal eyes exuded a profound sense of oppression. How could he, an ability user, afford to cower? Yet, Long Tianyu was also an ability user. He was Iron Man, after all. What was there to fear? Yet, this person was ruthless, using 6 bullets to pin an ability user to the ground. It was a sight that invoked pain. Li Xen found himself in a mental battle. He instinctively felt intimidated, but was reluctant to lose face. He had just opened his mouth. Unbeknownst to him, Sheng An had produced a gun from somewhere, slamming it down on the table with a resounding clap. Without raising her head, her voice remained cold. Eat. Li Xen gradually relaxed his hand, returning to normal, grabbing his chopsticks and biting into his food with a scowl, muttering, I'm an ability user. I can manage my time, even if it means sacrificing sleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Joshua, who were still tugging at each other's hair ornaments, obediently resumed eating. Zhang Kuan remained silent throughout. Sheng An surveyed them with a nod of approval in her heart. Not bad. The team members are fairly obedient. Song Linwei's gaze fixated on the gun that had yet to be retrieved, but he quickly feigned ignorance, smiling as he inquired of Sheng and Captain Sheng. How will the 3 newcomers be assigned? Though he possessed no abilities, his intellect was sharp. Hao Jingye was Sheng An's right-hand man, responsible for logistics. managing and distributing these exceptional individuals. Upon hearing this, the others, despite eating, perked up their ears. Sheng An stated, Zhang Kuan will continue with his previous duties, assisting the transport team in moving supplies. A large quantity of materials needs to be stored in the newly constructed underground warehouse. Understood, Feng Ye. A space ability user had indeed become a laborer. Though Zhang Kuan felt helpless, some envied him. Jiang Yu, feeling wronged, asked Sheng Jie, why doesn't he have to study? Sheng An smiled slightly, because his space cannot accommodate others and cannot be cultivated. Jiang Yu opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately held back her words, fiercely digging into her meal. Sheng An cast a glance at her and then shifted her focus back to the task at hand. Jiaxu, I've arranged for you to have 2 teachers as well. The water ability user can currently only provide drinking water, but once your abilities are sufficiently developed to control water entirely, the possibilities will be endless. These 2 teachers will not only help you understand water, but will also assist you in unlocking the multifaceted applications of your water abilities. Li Xian protested. Why does she only get 2 teachers? Sheng An smiled lightly. Because her classes are fewer. Li Xian was taken aback. Just as he was about to voice another objection, he suddenly felt the bloodline suppression from his uncle, causing him to promptly shut his mouth. How infuriating! Song Linwei inquired further. And what about Long Tianyu? Sheng An paused momentarily before responding with a slight smirk. That guy is seriously injured and needs to recuperate. Let's not worry about him for now. Besides, the reborn ability user is unlike Li Xian. Long Tianyu is already quite skilled in combat and possesses ample experience in life and death situations. Training is not urgent. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. Was Long Tianyu's injury not severe? Wait, hadn't Sheng Jie and Captain Qi visited him recently? The group instantly stiffened, becoming increasingly compliant. Later that evening, a barely recovered Long Tianyu returned to the dormitory. One must admit, ability users are indeed formidable, with such severe injuries that would incapacitate a normal person for many days. He had already returned, wrapped in bandages. Of course, Long Tianyu had a purpose. He sought out Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan, and coincidentally, Jiang Yu had just returned. The 4 encountered one another in the corridor, standing outside a particular room. Long Tianyu had yet to officially move in and was unaware whose room it was. Leaning against the wall of the corridor, he panted heavily, clearly still in considerable pain and not fully recovered. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan greeted him awkwardly, Long Go. Long Tianyu, with a stoic expression, wanted to reprimand these 2 traitors but held back, thinking of his purpose. Wait a moment, I need to speak with you. Chapter 56. Even Grey Wolf isn't as stubborn as you. The 2 stood obediently to the side. Long Tianyu then turned to Jiang Yu. Raising an eyebrow, are you a reborn individual like me? Becoming a formal member, Hao Jingye synchronized all the information with him. Jiang Yu nodded silently and lowered her voice, saying, yes, I returned to life a year after the apocalypse. Long Tianyu, speaking rather loudly, replied, I came back 2 years later. Jiang Yu gazed at him with admiration in her eyes. Surviving an additional year in the apocalypse indicated that he was far more formidable than she was. However, was it truly wise to speak so loudly? Jiang Yu extended her hand, saying, it's an honor to meet you. Long Tianyu also reached out, politely shaking her hand. Did you know me from my previous life? Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. I did not. I was at a rather low level in my previous life and knew little about the ability users. She had only encountered the ability users known to Yu Li Tian and Chen Jiaojiao. Other experts, she barely recognized any. At that time, she was preoccupied with merely surviving, leaving little room for such concerns. Yet, she held great respect for a powerhouse like Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu paused, then retracted his hand and continued to inquire. You possess spatial abilities. Why was I unaware of you in my last life? Were you not at the temporary base in Jingshi? Huh? Jiang Yu was taken aback, about to explain. However, Long Tianyu continued, spatial ability users are quite rare, even at the temporary base, such as the later Li Wanyun, Zhang Kuan, and Chen Jiaojiao. Unfortunately, I only managed to find Zhang Kuan. I have no idea where Li Wanyun and Chen Jiaojiao went. Li Wanyun is an expert, and Chen Jiaojiao has a good temperament. They are both remarkable individuals. Mid-sentence, Long Tianyu suddenly noticed Jiang Yu's expression had turned unfriendly. The smile that once graced her lips had vanished. and her gaze had taken on a fierce demeanor. Long Tianyu, confused, asked, "What is wrong?" Jiangyu took a deep breath and smiled faintly. "Friend, what exactly are you trying to do? Do you think highly of Qin Jiao? That makes you her enemy." Beside them, Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan also looked on with curiosity. Seeing this, Long Tianyu hastily returned to the main topic. He tugged at the white bandage on his hand. Gritting his teeth, "I wish to form an alliance with you." "An alliance for what?" Jiangyu questioned, puzzled. Long Tianyu took a deep breath and slowly declared, "To unite and rebel, to fight for our rights as special ability users." His words were powerful and resonant, akin to a warrior filled with ambition. The three stood frozen in place for a moment. Suddenly, Jiangyu burst into laughter. Her previously subdued voice now rang out freely as she blinked. "Brother Long, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. Could you please speak louder?" Long Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, then raised his voice slightly and repeated, "I said, let us unite and rebel for the rights of special ability users." Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with amusement. "And then what?" Jiaxue cleared her throat and quietly interrupted. "Brother Long, isn't that a bit ill-advised? The Special Affairs Department is a state organization. Shouldn't we cling to the state and follow Xingjie?" Long Tianyu, furious, slammed his fist against the nearby door, his face flushed with anger. "What is so good about that? How has she treated us?" Jiaxue glanced at his hand. Gasping in shock, Zhang Kuan quickly chimed in. "It's quite good for us. We eat well and live comfortably. We no longer have to eat steamed buns without any side dishes. Last night, I had seafood, a giant lobster. It was delicious. Brother Long, you can try some tomorrow." As he spoke, he gestured to indicate the size of the lobster. Long Tianyu swallowed hard, then scolded, "You lack ambition. Are you really so easily swayed by a little food? You are all ability users." Jiaxue timidly raised her hand. "Brother Long, it's not just about the food. After dinner, Assistant How arranged work for us and conveniently provided a logistics contact number, allowing us to message for anything we desire. Moreover, if we see something online that we want, it can be delivered the same day, even faster than some online retailers. What is wrong with that? Such a wonderful feeling. With everything paid for by the state." Long Tianyu, furious, struck the door again, gritting his teeth. "Even so, what of it? The apocalypse is approaching. Soon, we won't be able to eat or buy whatever we wish. Just a matter of days. Does it really matter?" However, Zhang Kuan carefully interjected, "Staying with the state is certainly better than going solo, right? The state is preparing, and this life will undoubtedly be different from the last." Long Tianyu paused, then replied, "It's not about following the state blindly. It's about not being commanded by Sheng An, nor coerced by that man with a gun. We must fight for our status, for our rights." Upon hearing this, the three gasped in unison. Jiangyu suppressed her smile, raising her voice innocently. "Brother Long, do you mean to say you don't want to follow Xingjie, nor be under her control?" "Of course." Long Tianyu snorted. "Do we not have that qualification?" Jiaxue grew anxious. "Brother Long, please don't say that." Long Tianyu shot her a glare, irritated. "Jiaxue, have you forgotten our phantom ability team? We can join the state, but we must have status. I've already made up my mind. I want to establish the phantom ability team. It can be registered under the state and assist the state in completing certain tasks, but we..." Zhang Kuan interrupted him. "Brother Long, the Phantom Ability Team has already disbanded. Let us stick with Xingjie." Zhang Kuan. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. "When did the Phantom Ability Team disband? Do you not recognize me as your leader?" Zhang Kuan quickly corrected himself. "Tianyu, Xingjie is the leader now." He shrank back. "I acknowledge Xingjie." He even wanted to say that they would not bring him down with them. After being suppressed time and again, how could he still be so audacious? "Are you a wolf in sheep's clothing?" Zhang Kuan silently rolled his eyes. Long Tianyu glared at him fiercely. Jiaxue tugged at her clothes, murmuring softly, "But you really are not as formidable as Xingjie. You have been defeated by her. The Ghost King has been reduced to a mere shadow. Of course, we follow Xingjie." Zhang Kuan added, "Besides, with you, we only have steamed buns and no side dishes, but with Xingjie, we feast on seafood. With such a stark contrast, they are not foolish. Why not follow the right person? You little shadow." Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu clenched his fists, drawing blood. His teeth ground together as he spat out two words, "traitors." Jiaxue responded, "This is called capitulation, realizing one's mistakes in a timely manner, and aligning with the state's footsteps to determine the correct position." Her earnest expression was as if she were swearing an oath. Long Tianyu was too exasperated to engage with these two traitors any longer. He turned to Jiangyu, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "What about you? I heard you have been struggling here. Are you willing to ally with me? Join my Phantom Ability team." Currently, the Phantom Ability team consisted solely of him, but he did not believe he would remain alone forever. Jiangyu blinked her eyes, her face filled with longing. Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled with hope as he looked at her expectantly. "Are you willing?" Jiangyu smiled. "I am not willing." Long Tianyu. He felt as if he'd been dealt a blow. Furious, he pounded his fist against the door. Then, the tightly shut door swung open. Chapter 57. Chi Dui entered Sheng Jie's room. The quality of the dormitory room was quite high. Ordinarily, when the door opened, it would not make a sound. However, unfortunately, the person opening the door was in a terrible mood, and at the moment the door was forcefully opened, a gust of wind followed. Long Tianyu felt a chill run down his back, as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Jiangyu Jiashue and Zhang Kuan had already retreated the moment the door swung open. This was, after all, Sheng Jie's room. Furthermore, Jiashue had witnessed Chi Dui entering as well. Sheng An's voice was hoarse. "You want to rebel?" Long Tianyu froze. Then, his pupils widened in shock, and he stiffly turned his head. "What the hell? This is Sheng An's room?" However, instead of Sheng An, he saw the grim-faced Qi Lingwu. He was dressed in pajamas, the fabric loosely fastened, his muscular arm resting against the door frame, his atoms apple-bobbing, exuding an intense masculine allure. Yet, Long Tianyu had no time to appreciate it. He was being stared down by Qi Lingwu's murderous gaze. The ownership of the room was irrelevant. What mattered was that he was most likely doomed. Long Tianyu felt a sinking sensation. The moment he saw Chi Dui, he knew the situation had taken a turn for the worse beyond what he had anticipated. Instinctively, he swallowed hard and stammered, "I was merely joking." However, no one was inclined to hear his explanation. Sheng An coolly remarked, "Take him back to his room to sleep." Before Long Tianyu could react, Qi Lingwu extended his hand and dragged him away. Already grievously injured, he stumbled and fell to the ground under the force. Qi Lingwu did not pause, leaving with the air of dragging a lifeless dog behind him, casting a long shadow as he departed. Sheng An leaned against the doorway with arms crossed, glancing at the others with a faint smile. "Aren't you all going to sleep?" The tone was mild, yet sent chills down their spines. Jiangyu replied, "I'll go to sleep soon." She couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire, "Sister Sheng. That Long Tianyu is utterly uncontrollable. Do deal with him. He ought to learn that Chun Jiao has a good temper." With that, she turned and fled. Jiashue and Zhang Kuan quickly followed suit, retreating to their rooms. As for their brother Long, they mourned for him, who told him to ignore their repeated hints while continuing to flaunt himself. That night, the dormitory of the Special Affairs Department echoed with the sounds of agonizing screams. Yet not a single soul ventured out to investigate, as if they had grown accustomed to such occurrences. The countdown to the apocalypse read, 12 days. Before dawn, Long Tianyu emerged from the hospital, dragging his injured body, his face bruised and swollen, limping with every step. He refused to accept defeat. If he had been bested by a more powerful ability user, he could have reconciled with it. But who was Qi Lingwu? Not only was he a rival, but he was also merely an ordinary person. How could an ordinary individual subdue him to the point of utter helplessness? Long Tianyu gritted his teeth. It was merely because Qi Lingwu had a gun, and he, severely injured, found it difficult to evade, which allowed him to take advantage of the situation and leave him in such a state. He could not allow himself to concede so easily. He still had to struggle. Jiangyu and Jiashue were unreliable, but there was another metal ability user, Xian, whom he knew from his previous life. Long Tianyu was confident in how to persuade him, so disregarding his injuries, he ventured out early in the morning, seeking Xian. Meanwhile, Xian unusually woke up earlier than scheduled. To carve out time for combat training, he even skipped breakfast, hastily consuming a few bites before dashing out the door. He was eager to find Yufeng. On the training ground, he called out loudly, "Yuga, I'm here. I want to learn combat from you." An hour later, Xian limped away from the training ground, his face bruised and swollen, his expression somewhat dazed. How could learning combat involve taking hits? Xian did not understand. He posed his question to Yufeng, who explained, "It's what Team Chi said. We all learned this way. First taking hits, then dodging, and finally counterattacking. And ultimately victory?" Li Xin in does it. Yufeng rolled his eyes. "What a joke. Defeating Team Chi is a dream. The goal is to minimize the number of hits taken. Li Xin felt disillusioned, as this was not how he envisioned learning combat. Wasn't it about acquiring skills and becoming a top-tier master? No one had informed him that the process would be so excruciating. He touched his face, gritting his teeth in pain. He suddenly questioned whether squeezing out time to learn combat was truly worth the suffering. Lost in thought, he heard a voice ahead. Li Xin? Turning, he met another bruised face and hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Long Tianyu? They almost failed to recognize each other. In unison, they exclaimed, How did you end up like this? Long Tianyu touched his nose and forced a smile. I had a little accident. It's nothing. What about you? Li Xin mirrored the fake smile. I had an accident too. Just a minor issue. He quickly changed the subject. Did you need something? Long Tianyu seized the opportunity to shift the conversation. Yes, I want to see you. You might not recognize me, but I know you. We were acquainted in our past life. Li Xin froze for a moment. Then excitement surged through him as he stepped closer, asking, You really knew me? How was I my past life? Was I also a metal ability user? When there are reincarnators in the world, who wouldn't be curious about their past selves? This was akin to a curiosity about one's future self. Indeed, you awakened your abilities at the onset of the apocalypse, and later became one of the most formidable among metal ability users, known as the invincible Iron Man. Long Tianyu recounted, Lixin adopted Inje. A smile spread across Long Tianyu's face as he seemed to drift into memories. In our past life, we were both strong and worked together on several tasks, developing a good rapport. You were quite renowned during the apocalypse, free-spirited, and many respected you. Li Xin's smile widened, his excitement palpable, even making his recently bruised body feel invigorated. Indeed, he had been invincible in his previous life. The future Long Tianyu described aligned perfectly with his imaginings of his life in the apocalypse, where he envisioned being revered and respected. Li Xin Lauet Hertiti Li. However, Long Tianyu suddenly shifted the conversation. But in your past life, you didn't align with the government. You were a well-known lone wolf. Quite cool. Why have you joined the National Department this time? With a curious glint in his eye, he surveyed Li Xin and asked, Did they offer you tremendous benefits to join Special Affairs? By the way, what have you been up to recently? The smile on Li Xin's face vanished instantly, and his expression soured as he cursed. What benefits? It's a debt. Because of the debt, I have to study every day with no freedom whatsoever. I can't even skip half a day of classes. That Sheng An is a villainous. Long Tianyu suppressed a barely visible smile. He was not entirely truthful. In his past life, Li Xin was indeed a strong metal ability user, but he was a lone wolf who suffered numerous setbacks due to his arrogant and immature nature, making him quite unlikable. Few powerful individuals were willing to engage with him. They had worked on tasks together, but they were both domineering personalities and hardly got along. They had fought each other without resolution, and their relationship was strained. Furthermore, it seemed Li Xin had met an untimely end even earlier than him. In the days leading up to his death, he had heard that Li Xin had fought an ability user of a different kind and perished together. Naturally, Long Tianyu would not divulge any of this. Young ability users despise being controlled. How could Li Xin not resent Sheng An's authority over him? Long Tianyu looked at Li Xin expectantly. Chapter 58. The active reporting ability user. Just as Long Tianyu was about to speak, Li Xin suddenly exclaimed, It's all your fault. Reincarnation is a curse. If you all hadn't reincarnated, the government wouldn't have discovered us, nor would they have assigned that villainous Sheng An to keep us in check. It's all your group of reincarnators' fault, nearly preventing me from becoming Iron Man and forcing me into this situation. Long Tianyu thought, even with a second chance at life, this guy remains utterly unlikable, making one want to punch him. He took a deep breath and remained patient. Long Tianyu smiled at Li Xin. Actually, it's not entirely hopeless. As long as we ability users band together, that woman Sheng An won't be able to control us. Li Xin regarded him with skepticism, yet his expression revealed a flicker of interest. Seizing the moment, Long Tianyu stepped closer, enticing him. I happen to have a plan. You should join me. Together, we can form a team of ability users to fight for our rights against the government and gain our freedom, at the very least, to escape Sheng An's rule. What do you think? Sound good? Li Xin readily agreed, his enthusiasm evident. I've long found her intolerable and don't wish to be under her control. Brother Long, what do you propose we do? Unexpectedly smooth sailing. Long Tianyu's smile grew ever brighter, even as it pulled at the wounds on his face, causing him to wince. "Weaken first." Before Long Tianyu could finish, an elderly voice bellowed from a distance. "Li Xian, are you attending class or not? Have you grown so bold as to skip your grandmother's class? Do you want to get hit?" Li Xian nearly jumped out of his skin. He raised his voice. "Crap. Brother Long, I forgot that this morning was my grandmother's class. I am doomed." He turned around and was about to leave, urgently calling out, "Longo, wait for me. After I finish my class today, probably around 10 p.m., we can discuss the matter of rebellion." 10 p.m.? Long Tianyu was taken aback and quickly grabbed him. "We are on the brink of protest and rebellion. Why wait until 10 p.m.? What class do you still need to attend?" Li Xian hesitated for a moment. Not far away, an elderly lady appeared. The lady, exuding an elegant aura and wearing reading glasses, smiled slightly. "Such a foolish and disobedient boy, old man. Is this dim-witted child truly my grandson, and he is plotting rebellion with others? If it were feasible, this Long wouldn't be so battered and bruised. Moreover, this fellow clearly seemed to be deceiving minors. Only their foolish Li Xian would believe him. Their whole family consists of intelligent individuals. What caused Li Xian's genetic mutation? Is it possible that being physically strong, yet intellectually simple, is the quintessential trait of an ability user?" Song Fu hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should consult Lin Lin and Li Huai. Seeing that his grandparents genuinely doubted whether he was their biological grandchild, Li Xian exploded "Grandpa and Grandma." At that moment, Li Huai and Song Lin Lin rushed over. Song Lin Lin wore a stern expression. Li Huai said nothing but swiftly grabbed a broom and charged forward. "Dad, don't hit me. I was wrong. I didn't intentionally skip class. Longo wasted my time. I'm heading to class right away. I was wrong. Dad, be gentle, be gentle. Don't break the broom. You've already broken over a dozen in the last few days." Long Tianyu watched as Li Xian jumped around in distress, falling into silence. No one had informed him that Iron Man also had parents and grandparents. At present, it appeared that this candidate for an ally was also useless. Did he have any options left? Long Tianyu suddenly felt a twinge of pain from his wounds. He sighed, lifted his foot, and staggered towards the camp hospital. Perhaps he should seek further treatment. Long Tianyu was eager to find someone to join him in rebellion, to fight for the rights of ability users. Should intervention be considered? Hao Jingye inquired. Sheng An, spinning a pen with remarkable composure, responded, "Ignore him. He won't stir up any trouble." Jiang Yu and the others had already firmly chosen the nation. Li Xian indeed wanted to rebel, but his entire family of intelligent individuals was present in the camp, so no significant commotion could arise. Song Linwei frowned. He is truly stubborn. He refuses to settle down. Should we employ a soft approach? Sheng An shook his head. Getting straight to the point, a gentle approach will not work on him. 2 years of living in the apocalypse have forged his own survival logic. The more concessions we make, the more unruly he will become. After a pause, Sheng An added, "Of course. I find him quite irritating and wish to give him a good beating." Song Linwei asked, could he possibly express that he suspects the latter is the main reason? Long Tianyu resembled a crooked tree. What Sheng An needed to do now was first subdue him and then amend the disorderly branches according to the best plan. Song Linwei couldn't help but sigh. This is quite troublesome. Gathering these individuals one by one is no simple task. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with resignation. There's no other way. Unless we can control ability users directly like Xiaoyu, it's difficult to make them completely obedient. The Special Affairs Office is the core of the Apocalypse's ability user organization, requiring the most fundamental cohesion to influence those who will join in the future. Very few ability users awakened before the Apocalypse, and they all possessed formidable strength, capable of overwhelming those who awaken later, even if they couldn't maintain absolute dominance. The advantages brought at the onset of the Apocalypse were extremely beneficial for the nation. They could suppress those who awakened afterward. Once the Apocalypse arrived, the number of ability users awakening continuously would not be small. At that point, it would be impossible to subdue them one by one. The best order must be established in the initial stages. If ability users sincerely belong to the nation and fight alongside the Special Affairs Office, then regardless of what changes occur in the Apocalypse, no matter how many unexpected events arise, they will stand united. Thus, for the establishment of the best order, a different attitude must be adopted towards different individuals from the very beginning. Hao Jingye murmured, even if it's like Xiaoyu, it might still have negative effects. Due to the nature of abilities and personality, Sheng An and Xiao Yu were treading different paths. Ultimately, who is better is something no one knows at present. Upon hearing this, Song Linwei rubbed his forehead. Is there not a single ability user who is somewhat manageable? At the very least, one who can actively cooperate with the nation? Hao Jingye replied, regrettably, there are currently no heretics who have voluntarily reported to the nation. Otherwise, they would not be gathered together, meticulously sifting through information. Sheng An suddenly asked, when will Li Wanyan arrive? Hao Jingye's demeanor turned serious. Tonight at 8 p.m. Sheng An glanced at the time and nodded. That's still early. We'll go pick her up after dinner. Song Linwei paused. Are we really just picking someone up? The one being picked up may very well be terrified. Just then, all three of their phones lit up simultaneously. Sheng An casually glanced at her phone, her expression instantly sharpening. An ability user has voluntarily reported and is currently waiting at the Beijing Public Security Bureau for the Special Affairs Office to pick them up. Relevant information was attached. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei were also momentarily stunned. It was indeed a voluntary report. They had just said there were no proactive ability users. And here one appeared. Sheng An immediately leaped up, grabbing her coat and walking out while putting it on. Sister Sheng, why the rush? Song Linwei quickly stood up. Sheng An and Hao Jingye spoke in unison. We are going to seize the person. Chapter 59. Sheng An, you cannot always win. Intelligent individuals grasp things quickly. Song Linwei instantly comprehended. This ability user was a rare and astute individual, actively reporting to the nation and cooperating fully, unlike the individuals they were currently trying to gather. Most crucially, they were an ice-type ability user, another formidable strength. This news was not sent solely to Sheng An. Xiao Yu would receive it as well. Wouldn't this lead to a competition with Team A? Watching Sheng An and Hao Jingye depart, Song Linwei continued to handle his tasks at hand, including all the arrangements for Team B, as well as the daily schedules for those few individuals, even the assorted tasks thrown at him by Sister Sheng. Song Linwei rubbed his forehead. No wonder Sheng An was so eager to recruit him initially. He had once wondered if it had something to do with her nephew. Now, all those thoughts had changed. Sheng An truly did not lie. Team B of the Special Affairs Office indeed needed him. Sister Sheng was not someone who dealt with trivial matters. She had previously handed everything to Hao Jingye, and now that he was here, Hao Jingye directly assigned the logistics to him, including filtering information on heretics and so forth. It was truly a busy moment without a moment to spare. Though he spoke thus, Song Linwei displayed a smile, shaking his head and diligently immersing himself in work. Hey, Wan Yuan, it's me, Song Linwei. Where are you? At the Beijing Public Security Bureau. The director is waiting at the door. By the time Sheng An arrives, Xiao Yu is already standing at the entrance with Gu Cheng, as if they have been there for a while. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Team Leader Xiao. Xiao Yu smiled coldly. Team Leader Sheng. Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng also greeted each other, maintaining a facade of politeness. As long as their group of ill-tempered ability users were not present, the interaction between the two parties appeared quite harmonious. Sheng glanced at the director and got straight to the point. Director Xiao, where is the person? Can you take us to meet them? Director Xiao hurriedly replied, this way, please. Sheng An and Xiao Yu follow Director Xiao, while Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng trail behind them. Xiao Yu's tone was indifferent. I haven't congratulated Team Leader Sheng on adding 3 new team members. You've captured them all. Team Leader Sheng, impressive. Her tone was calm, making it difficult to discern whether she was complimenting or mocking. A sideways glance at Sheng An revealed Xiao Yu's complex feelings. She had always known Sheng An to be intelligent, ever since childhood, clever and perceptive, always able to quickly find the crux of matters. When she had abruptly inquired about ghosts last time, she had known that Sheng An had discovered something. Yet she never anticipated it would happen so quickly. It had only been a few days. From noticing the anomaly to identifying the target, and finally capturing them, it was executed seamlessly without allowing anyone to interfere. She had lost to Sheng An once again. Xiao Yu pressed her lips together. Sheng An chuckled lightly. It was merely a coincidence. I happened to discover relevant information and locked onto the person. She focused on Long Tianyu, while Qiu Yu promptly received the information and decisively withdrew her involvement. She did not interfere nor create obstacles. Qiu Yu desired victory, yet she was also prepared to accept defeat. This was commendable. Qiu Yu coldly remarked, Sheng An, you cannot win forever. Sheng An tilted her head innocently, blinking her eyes. Then, Leader Qiu Yu, how about you cede Xiang Han's Huang to me? I shall concede immediately. Kiryu's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally, in frustration, flicked her sleeves and quickened her pace. Along the way, they had already obtained the complete dossier on today's supernatural individual. Xiang Hanzhuang, a lawyer, perfectly aligned with her ice-based abilities, had just awakened her powers the previous night and voluntarily reported to the authorities today, awaiting contact with relevant personnel. When Director Xiao entered with the four, Xiang Hanzhuang was quietly seated inside. Simultaneously, the deputy director stood and nodded in their direction. Sheng An entered the conference room and looked at Xiang Hanzhuang. Her black hair fell to her shoulders, with one side tucked behind her ear, adorned with pearl earrings. A simple luxury necklace graced her neck, and she wore a silk blouse paired with a short skirt, presenting herself as a remarkably poised young woman. Upon their entrance, she extended her hand. Kiryu reached out to shake it. "Hello, I am Kiryu." Sheng An smiled and also extended her hand for a gentle shake. "Hello, I am Sheng An." The group took their seats with Sheng An and Kiryu sitting together, while Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng occupied the sides. And Xiang Hanzhuang sat opposite them, with the deputy director having exited, leaving Director Xiao seated to the side. Director Xiao expressed his gratitude once more. "Thank you, Comrade Xiang Hanzhuang, for your support of the nation and your willingness to report this unusual situation." Xiang Hanzhuang candidly responded. "Suddenly possessing superpowers would have excited me during my school days. Of course, I am pleased now as well. However, I do not believe I can utilize these powers independently in modern society. On the contrary, it may lead to more trouble. Therefore, the most convenient and optimal course of action is to seek the state's assistance. Regardless of whether my situation is unique, I believe the nation will provide me with the most satisfactory answer." Hao Jingye couldn't help but nod. Indeed, she was a wise individual. Xiang Hanzhuang continued, "And judging by your reactions, I seem to be not so special after all." Even in this situation, she appeared calm. Sheng An's gaze reflected approval. Kiryu was equally satisfied, managing a rare smile. "Indeed, you are not particularly special. I believe it is necessary to first brief you on the current circumstances." Xiang Hanzhuang replied, "Please proceed." Hao Jingye and Gu Cheng succinctly informed her of everything, including the apocalypse, reincarnation, supernatural beings, the nation's preparations, the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department, and even Groups A and B. Even someone as composed as Xiang Hanzhuang could not help but gasp in shock, momentarily lost in thought, stunned by the overwhelming news. It was indeed the apocalypse. Her heart raced. Prior to her arrival, she had entertained numerous speculations, yet none had prepared her for such a staggering revelation. She was not unique. There were other supernatural beings and reincarnators. Most critically, a natural disaster was imminent, and the world was on the brink of destruction. Xiang Hanzhuang's complexion paled for a moment before she abruptly regained her composure. Thankfully, she had awakened her powers. As long as she possessed abilities, she could survive in the apocalypse, avoiding the fate of being crushed like an insect and plunged into hell. She grasped her glass and took a hearty sip. Sheng An spoke slowly. "It is somewhat difficult to accept, but this is the reality we must face together. Ms. Xiang Hanzhuang, do you still wish to join us?" Without hesitation, Xiang Hanzhuang replied, "Of course." She placed her cup down, tightened her grip, and took a deep breath to maintain her composure, her voice hoarse. "Given that an apocalyptic disaster is upon us, wouldn't it be tantamount to seeking death to not align with the state and unite all possible forces? How can one survive in the apocalypse alone? Even if one were powerful enough to survive, what would be the meaning of living if everyone else perished? The greater the disaster, the more one must rely on greater strength. The state is the best choice." Sheng An couldn't help but nod. Having encountered many capricious individuals recently, the sudden appearance of a calm and intelligent person was indeed a welcome change. Kiryu regarded her intently, articulating each word. "So, Ms. Xiang, would you prefer to join Group A or Group B?" This was the crux of the matter. Xiang Hanzhuang hesitated slightly, glancing between Sheng An and Kiryu. Hao Jingye felt a surge of nervousness. Gu Cheng watched her intently. Sheng An leaned back in her chair, her smile warm. "It's all right. We respect your choice." Chapter 60. A heart-shaped target. Xiang Hanzhuang's face showed uncertainty as she tentatively asked, "May I pose a few questions?" Kiryu nodded. "Certainly." Sheng An had no objection. "Please, go ahead." Xiang Hanzhuang exhaled, frowning. Are all supernatural beings referred to as heretics? Is this the state's stance on us? Truly a lawyer, sharp and detail-oriented, adept at probing. On the surface, she spoke of the term heretic, but what she was really inquiring about was the status of supernatural beings and her future position. Sheng An and Qiu, being perceptive individuals, understood immediately. Qiu furrowed her brow before responding slowly. The state's attitude cannot be summarized by a single term. Heretic originally carries no malice. Moreover, it was a term used when the first supernatural being was discovered and has continued since. You should recognize our stance. The state harbors expectations for all heretics, extending kindness and welcome. The Special Affairs Department possesses the highest authority. Should you join us, you will naturally have the same privileges, Ms. Xiang. Upon joining Group A, you will be my deputy. This is a promise from Qiu. Upon entering Group A, Xiang Hanzhuang would hold significant authority as Qiu's deputy. Hearing this, Xiang Hanzhuang nodded, though her brow remained furrowed. Sheng An interjected, I have reported this issue. The state will officially rename it, but it requires some time. She smiled, calm and composed. I hope you trust us, trust the nation, for the country is always regarded as a whole. You are the hope of the future, and thus, the nation harbors no ill will towards you. She looked at Xiang Hanzhuang, her calm eyes seemingly piercing through to her soul with sincerity. She lounged in her chair, yet no one doubted her seriousness. Xiang Hanzhuang met her gaze, visibly moved. Indeed, the nation is a collective. If her existence is beneficial to the country, then the state would protect her at all costs, never intending her harm. The last vestige of doubt in her heart dissipated. However, Qiu appeared taken aback. She abruptly turned to Sheng An, her brow furrowed. When did you report this? Sheng An replied nonchalantly, 8 days ago. 8 days ago. That meant it was the very day after Sheng An received her appointment to seek the first heretic. Had she reported to the state and requested a name change immediately after encountering the first heretic? Qiu tightened her grip. Xiang Hanzhuang studied Sheng An with renewed admiration in her eyes. Sheng An remained composed, smiling as she inquired, Ms. Xiang Hanzhuang, do you have any further questions? Just one last question, Xiang Hanzhuang softly asked. Will Leader Qiu use her powers on her subordinates? If I recall correctly, Leader Qiu possesses puppet abilities, and they are quite formidable. Are the powers awakened before the apocalypse stronger than those recalled by reincarnators who awakened after the apocalypse? Qiu nodded. Indeed, according to current information, the abilities of awakened supernatural beings are equivalent to high-tier powers post-apocalypse. The reason is unknown. Pausing, she continued in a cold tone, I cannot deny that. Under circumstances where they are uncooperative, I will employ my abilities on my subordinates. Ms. Xiang is an intelligent person. I enjoy engaging with intelligent individuals and do not require the use of powers. As Xiang Hanzhuang posed her final question, Sheng An gently smiled. At that moment, Qiu had finished responding. All eyes turned to Sheng An, awaiting her invitation to Xiang Hanzhuang. However, Sheng An said nothing. She merely gazed calmly at the individual seated across from her. Xiang Hanzhuang tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and offered a gentle smile to Sheng An. I hold great admiration for Team Leader Sheng. You are far more astute than I, and it is evident that you possess remarkable capabilities. Qiu's expression darkened. Was she truly opting for Sheng An? Director Xiao shared the same sentiment. Amidst the conversation between the three, it was apparent that Xiang Hanzhuang was mindful of the unconventional status issue, which Sheng An had addressed on the second day of her engagement with Jiangyu. This was her stance. Meanwhile, Qiu was domineering, insisting that obedience was paramount and refraining from utilizing her abilities. In other words, should her subordinates disobey, she would not hesitate to employ her powers. The disparity was evident. Sheng An, however, chuckled modestly. You flatter me. She slowly rose, adjusted her attire, and extended her hand. Though you have chosen Group A, you are still welcome to join the Special Affairs Department, and I extend my congratulations to Team Leader Qiu. Xiang Hanzhuang reached out, shaking hands with Sheng An once more, her eyes reflecting a sense of regret. Sheng An merely smiled and turned to leave. Hao Jingye, momentarily taken aback, quickly gathered his belongings and followed suit. Inside the conference room, Xiang Hanzhuang sat across from Qiu, offering her a slight smile. Team Leader Qiu, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Qiu's expression was complex. After a pause, she squinted slightly. May I inquire why? Outside the Public Security Bureau, Hao Jingye hastened to catch up, bewildered. Sister Sheng, Why did she choose Chiyoyu? It's clear she appreciates you more, and honestly, I can't see where you fell short compared to Chiyoyu. Sheng An scoffed lightly. I do not lack in comparison to Chiyoyu. But Xiang Hanzhuang does not regard our performances, nor does she care about the conditions we present. Hao Jingye was perplexed. Sheng An continued, I am not an ability user. That is all there is to it. Her tone remained as calm as ever. Chiyoyu is formidable, and her abilities are equally strong, which is why Xiang Hanzhuang chose her. Presumably, she believes that aligning with Chiyoyu offers a higher chance of survival than with me. Sheng An smiled and walked towards the vehicle. Hao Jingye, with a complex expression, muttered through gritted teeth, she has made a grave mistake. She will surely regret it. He then hurried after her. Sister Sheng, wait for me. Back in the conference room, Chiyoyu cast her eyes downward. You chose me merely because she lacks abilities at present? You underestimate her. Xiang Hanzhuang smiled. As a lawyer, I often do not consider emotions and thoughts. I focus on evidence. The evidence suggests that ability users prior to the apocalypse were stronger than those after, and it is evident that team leader Chiyo, possessing puppet abilities, surpasses team leader Sheng, does it not? Chiyoyu remained silent, fixing her gaze on Xiang Hanzhuang. After a while, she smirked. Indeed, I am stronger than her. Upon returning to the training ground, Sheng An headed straight for the training area. It was relatively empty at that moment. Li Xin was undergoing ability testing to prepare for the expert's planning of his courses for the next day, while Jiang Yu was practicing with a water truck around the training ground. In the center of the vast training area, Qi Lingwu had set up targets to practice shooting. Bang! Each shot struck true at the bullseye. As Sheng An stepped into the training ground, Li Xin rushed over, exclaiming, Sheng An, what happened? Just now, Lu Mingwei came to gloat, claiming you failed to win over Chiyoyu, and that ice ability user has joined Group A. Li Xin was astonished. With Sheng An's prowess, how could she not secure an ability user? Chiyoyu clearly did not seem like a trustworthy individual. Yet how could Sheng An not have outmaneuvered her? Did she perhaps offend the ice ability user with her sharp tongue? Li Xin was confused. Sheng An shot him a glance, her expression unreadable. What? Is the training finished? Then add a bit more. Sheng An. Li Xin gritted his teeth. Hao Jingye shot him a glare. Li Xin continued to complain. I was just asking. Did you not see the smug faces of those in Group A? It infuriates me. Sheng An ignored him and swiftly approached Qi Lingwu. As she neared, Qi Lingwu set down his weapon and turned to face her. Sheng An remained silent, extending her hand. Qi Lingwu handed her the gun, and without a change in expression, she took aim at the distant target, firing several rounds. Bang, bang, bang. As a sniper, Qi Lingwu shot at a distant target, and with Sheng An firing multiple rounds, some of the bullets strayed from a bullseye. Sheng An chuckled. It seems I have not practiced in a while. I have unwittingly regressed. Sometimes I ponder, after years of training, the strength I sought may merely be ephemeral. Just as she was about to lower the gun, a hand grasped hers, and another hand placed tactical goggles over her eyes. Qi Lingwu embraced her, holding her hand and leaning down to rest his head on her shoulder, pressing down her index finger. His breath brushed against her cheek, and, in a gentle tone, he said, Sheng An, you are being hasty. As his words settled, they both pulled the trigger together. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive shot, the first hit above the target, the second below it. The third, fourth, and fifth shots formed a perfect heart shape on the target. Sheng An was momentarily taken aback. Then she smiled, realizing, yes, I was hasty. I should have aimed first. As she uttered this, Qi Lingwu withdrew his hand, and Sheng An fired again. This time, every shot struck the bullseye. Qi Lingwu's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, Li Xin had just caught up, and his voice faltered. Hey, Sheng An. His words abruptly ceased as he beheld the shooting results. Several shots had landed in the same spot, creating a single hole in the bullseye. Sheng An turned with the gun in hand, her eyes behind the goggles calm. What is it? Li Xin swallowed hard. Sheng An, are you hungry? Shall we go for dinner? Sheng An set down the gun, removed the goggles with one hand, and smiled. Yes, let us invite Group B as well. Call Long Tianyu. I have suddenly become curious about his past experiences. Chapter 61. Sister Sheng is impressive. After speaking, Sheng An stepped outside. Qi Lingwu collected his gun and walked alongside Sheng An, both moving in tandem. Li Xin swallowed hard again. He first glanced at the target, shaking his head. That S ruthless. I didn't expect Sheng An's marksmanship to be this exceptional. Is there any room left for others? Suddenly, Li Xin noticed not only the bullseye bore a hole, but also a distinct outline surrounding it. A heart shape, with perfect symmetry. Sheng An jumped up, cursing, damn it. Showing off affection at any time and place. It's infuriating. Being in a relationship is quite something. He walked a few steps before abruptly stopping. Wait a minute. Shooting in the shape of a heart isn't difficult. Qi Lingwu's marksmanship is impeccable. However, to draw a perfect heart requires more than one attempt. This must have been practiced, right? Reflecting on Sheng An's composed demeanor, Sheng An's lips twitched. This young couple must have had quite the playful past. In the cafeteria, Groupie was bustling with people. Sheng An sat in the center, with Qi Lingwu naturally beside her. Ku Jiaxue and Jiang Yu vied for the other side. Ultimately, Jiang Yu claimed victory by a slim margin, sitting next to Sheng An, leaving Ku Jiaxue to grumble while sitting beside him. An empty seat remained across from them, reserved for Long Tianyu. Jiang Yu frowned. He probably won to cooperate. That guy is extremely arrogant. Qi Lingwu remained silent, merely adjusting the gun beside him. Li sin instinquito sarangba. That's fine. They could exert forceful control to keep him in line. However, Sheng An interjected. This time, there's no need for force. Let us bring some good food. Ku Jiaxue hesitated. That probably won't work, right? Long Ge has said he wouldn't be swayed by such trivialities. Sheng An did not explain, waving her hand. Just do as I say. The cafeteria staff promptly complied. Song Linwei, still puzzled, asked team leader Sheng, why the sudden curiosity about Long Tianyu's past? We already know about his experiences. Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan had thoroughly detailed Long Tianyu's past, and later, Hao Jingye had inquired again. Long Tianyu's previous life had been documented in detail. Was there still need to ask? Sheng An shook his head, expressing that his curiosity did not lie in the protagonist's past life, but rather in the apocalyptic events of that life and the individuals he was acquainted with. This inquiry was indeed the purpose of his questioning. However, Long Tianyu had been uncooperative previously, and now seemed to present the perfect opportunity to delve into the matter. Of course, Sheng An did not consider the past life as a predetermined reality, as no one could make judgments about a future that had yet to unfold. In a short while, Hao Jingye arrived with Long Tianyu. Initially, Long Tianyu appeared quite displeased, muttering curses along the way. Yet, upon entering the cafeteria, both Sheng An and Qi Lingwu turned their attention towards him, causing Long Tianyu to halt abruptly. The terror from the hospital room echoed in his mind once again. These two were no innocuous characters and were prone to violence at the slightest provocation. Long Tianyu suppressed his anger and asked in a gruff tone, "What do you want from me? Can't you just find me at the hospital? I'm an injured person." After all, his voice trailed off as he noticed the array of delectable dishes on the table. Everything from seafood to stir-fried delicacies and even famous dishes from various cuisines. As a man who had returned from an apocalypse and faced poverty, Long Tianyu swallowed hard, unable to contain his hunger. "Go ahead and eat. It's all prepared for you," Sheng An encouraged. "You didn't poison it, did you?" he inquired suspiciously. "Do I need to poison you to clean you up?" Sheng An replied with a faint smile. "This is merely a reward for your cooperation." Long Tianyu considered this. If Sheng An intended to eliminate him, poisoning would be an unnecessary complication. He strode over, adopting a serious demeanor. Of course, it is the duty of a team member to cooperate with the team leader. "Can I come to this cafeteria regularly? Why isn't anyone giving me a logistics phone?" Sheng An looked puzzled. "Long Ge, weren't you unwilling to?" Long Tianyu quickly covered his mouth, smiling slightly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Let us just eat and not waste this feast. In the apocalypse, such meals will be hard to come by." Jiang Yu interjected. "Can't understand? Let him finish. Let us see if you understand." Long Tianyu ignored her, casting a reproachful glance at Ku Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan. These two traitors, how could they indulge without him? Noticing the blame in his eyes, Ku Jiaxue rolled her eyes. "Long Ge, didn't you say you couldn't be bought with food?" Was he wavering so quickly? Long Tianyu raised his chin defiantly. "Of course it's just food. Only those lacking ambition would be swayed by something so trivial. It's not that remarkable. Where can't you find food?" He picked up his chopsticks. "I'm hungry. I'll eat first. You all feel free." With that, he devoured the feast with a ravenous appetite, akin to locusts descending upon a field, leaving the others devoid of their own appetites. Ku Jiaxue realized then that her Long Ge was merely talkative, while Sheng Jie was truly impressive, capable of both martial prowess and precise persuasion. Hao Jingye frowned in disgust. "Goodness, how long has it been since you last ate? There's still plenty. Why the rush? Long Tianyu, not looking up, mumbled through a mouthful, delicious, truly delicious. Sheng An and the others exchanged glances, speechless. Once Long Tianyu finished, wiping his mouth contentedly, he nodded. Ask away, what do you want to know? In light of this meal, I shall speak freely. He then dragged over the nearby snacks, continuing to munch while watching Sheng and aren't you full yet? Li Xin was astonished. Just a casual nibble, Long Tianyu replied, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Sheng An, undeterred, directly inquired, which formidable ability users did you know in your past life? Are you familiar with Xiang Huang? Long Tianyu gasped, Xiang Huang. You know her? Hao Jingye quickly asked. Is she powerful? Long Tianyu nodded. She is exceptionally formidable, among the first awakened ability users during the apocalypse. It said she took 5 days to awaken her powers and endured considerable hardship, which made her ruthless after awakening her ice abilities. The precursor to awakening abilities is high fever, similar to having a cold. Most people awaken within hours, but some take days, the longer it takes. The higher the risk of death and the potential for powerful abilities. That woman is merciless. Anyone who offends her does not see the next sunrise. Even a wrong word spoken in her presence could lead to death. She also formed a team of ability users, ruling with an iron fist and eliminating numerous aberrations. Long Tianyu elaborated. Lixing gasped in astonishment. He then mused, her joining group, it seems to elevate its strength significantly. Long Tianyu was evidently surprised. Has that woman also joined the state? Hao Jingye remarked coolly, Xiang Huang is a wise individual. After awakening, she naturally realized that aligning with the state was the right choice and actively sought to join, unlike some others. Long Tianyu felt momentarily stifled by the implication. He then raised his chin defiantly, chewing his food with a smirk. However, her joining Group A indicates that she perceives them as superior to you. That may not be the case, Song Linwei scoffed. Hao Jingye proceeded to name other members of Group A. Curious, are there any other powerful individuals from your memory? Long Tianyu was taken aback. Luo Mingwei, Yang Chuan, and Huang Weiyang have all joined? They are all future renowned ability users, especially Luo Mingwei, known for his lightning abilities. A famous combat expert. However, he ISNT at the temporary base in the capital. I haven't interacted with him, only heard of his reputation. Sheng An and Qi Ling Wu exchanged knowing glances. It seemed that several members of Group A had appeared in Long Tianyu's past memories, and all were formidable. Jiang Yu exclaimed, Group A is indeed teeming with experts, and there is also team leader Qiu Yu, a rare puppet ability user. Our group seems to lack in comparison. Wait a moment, who? Long Tianyu suddenly raised his head. Jiang Yu replied, Qiu Yu. Long Tianyu gasped in shock. His expression shifted, and he raised his voice. The leader of Group A is named Qiu Yu, the puppet ability user Qiu Yu. From Long Tianyu's reaction, it was evident that Qiu Yu was quite extraordinary in his past life. Hao Jingye nodded. Indeed, she is the puppet ability user Qiu Yu, the leader of Group A. Was she very powerful in her past life? Long Tianyu nearly leapt up, raising his voice. Powerful doesn't he even begin to describe it. She was downright monstrous. Taking a deep breath under the watchful eyes of everyone, he recounted seriously, in the first year of the apocalypse, Qiu Yu seemed to be relatively unknown, at least. I didn't hear her name that year. But by the second year of the apocalypse, she emerged dramatically as a puppet ability user, the only one in the world. Possessing monstrous power, she moved stealthily with a group of her puppets. To put it this way, due to the global disaster, transportation became challenging. Aside from those who could fly, others found it difficult to traverse temporary bases. Yet every base knew the name Qiu Yu. She appeared at every base besieged by aberrations, engaging in frenzied battles against them, employing a strategy of mutual destruction. Kiskiviko Yixuid Blinket. Doesn't that mean she's akin to a savior? Long Tianyu glanced at her with disdain, shaking his head. If she were a savior, would I describe her as monstrous? It is said that she carries countless meteorite fragments, making her one of the most elite ability users. To combat the aberrations, she naturally requires fearless puppets. Thus, she transforms encountered ability users into puppets and leads them to attack the aberrations. In the second year of the apocalypse, wherever aberrations proliferated, she and her puppets would appear. Long Tianyu shook his head. I've never seen her, as ability users would avoid her upon hearing her name. The group collectively gasped. especially Zhang Kun, Ku Jieshue, and Li Exine, who were ability users themselves, could only imagine the horror of encountering Xiaoyu, who would control them into reckless battles against aberrations, leading to their ultimate sacrifice. No wonder she was labeled as monstrous. Song Linwei shook his head in disbelief, lamenting, "This is indeed a scenario of mutual destruction. As aberrations perish, so do the ability users, leading to the world's inevitable demise. Indeed, she is quite peculiar. She ruthlessly transforms ability users into puppets, yet never harms ordinary people." Long Tianyu remarked, puzzled. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting understanding. Not harming the innocent was ingrained in their very being, for those innocents were the ones they had once protected with their lives and blood. And what happened afterward? Jiang Yu pressed on. Long Tianyu provided an answer that none of them had anticipated. She has died. What? How did she die? Hao Jingye exclaimed in surprise. Long Tianyu shook his head. I don't know. I vaguely heard that it was an alliance of supernatural beings and aberrant creatures that brought her down. Regardless, she was already dead before I met my end. The group exchanged glances. Sheng An slowly remarked, supernatural beings uniting with aberrant creatures. How amusing it is to see true enemies joining forces in the face of a common adversary. Seeing her reaction, Long Tianyu curiously inquired, "Are you enemies or friends with her?" Sheng An looked at him and smiled slightly. Long Tianyu immediately fell silent. Kiskiviko Yaksue kommenteth. Even such a formidable, supernatural being as Qiuyu perished in the apocalypse. It seems the end times truly are hellish. Long Tianyu resumed, eating, raising an eyebrow. Many have died. I have perished, and so has Xiang Hanzhuang. Who knows how long Lu Mingwei and the others can survive? Xiang Hanzhuang is dead too? Zhang Kun expressed his astonishment. Wasn't she quite powerful? Long Tianyu replied, she actually died relatively early. That woman was exceedingly domineering, and when she confronted him, they fought fiercely. Xiang Hanzhuang perished, and he was gravely injured, leading to a mutual destruction with the aberrant beings. He pointed at Li Xian. Everyone turned to look. Li Xian was bowing his head to eat, and upon hearing this, he raised his head in confusion. A few grains of rice still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Huh? The group collectively thought he didn't appear to be a master at all. Song Linwei felt a complex mix of emotions and instinctively glanced at Sheng, and it seems like it was quite brutal in the last life. Sheng pressed her lips together, her gaze dangerous. These individuals, when scattered, will undoubtedly cause trouble. They should be united to confront the true enemy. Fighting among supernatural beings is akin to infighting. In such an apocalypse, it would only hasten their demise and provide opportunities for the aberrant beings. Upon hearing this, Li Xian and Long Tianyu instinctively touched the back of their heads, feeling a chill. It seemed they had grasped the necessary understanding. Jiang Yu sighed. Team A's abilities are already formidable. Qiuyu appears to be terrifying. Are we really going to lose to them? Having only Li Xian and Long Tianyu is insufficient. She looked expectantly at Long Tianyu. By the way, are there any other supernatural beings in our team? Yu Feng, Wan Yuan, Hao Jingye, and Song Linwei. Has anyone awakened abilities? Long Tianyu pondered seriously before shaking his head. I haven't heard of a single one. Sheng An exchanged glances with Qi Lingwu, both frowning. Not a single one heard of? Even if they haven't awakened abilities, could there not be someone with a notable reputation? Jiang Yu persisted. What about Team Qi? She has survived until now. And in 2 lifetimes, I have never encountered a man with such a powerful aura. Could he awaken abilities? Long Tianyu forced a smile. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of him. I don't know which passerby he is. He cast a glance at Sheng An, adding cryptically, some individuals should open their eyes wide and recognize who Qi Lingwu truly is. Qi Lingwu expressionlessly moved his hand toward his waist. Long Tianyu, startled, vanished from his spot, reappearing in another direction. Looking on guard, what are you doing? Qi Lingwu adjusted his clothing and retracted his hand. He said nothing, merely lifting his eyelids to glance at Long Tianyu. But the gesture was rife with mockery. Jiang Yu and Ku Jieshue nearly burst into laughter. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth in frustration and returned to his seat. And the most crucial person, Jiang Yu leaned forward. What about Sheng Jie? Long Tianyu paused. Then, he shook his head. I didn't hear of her in the last life, nor did I see her. He stroked his chin, perplexed logically. That shouldn't be the case. You are the woman who has captured my heart. I should remember you if I've seen you. Moreover, I must admit, based on Sheng An's modus operandi, she does not seem like a nameless person in the apocalypse. Even Shi Lingwu doesn't seem so. It is truly too strange. Sheng An cast him a cold glance, uninterested. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow tightly. How is that possible? It's truly odd. I always feel that according to Sheng Jie's style, Shi Shunti lack a bit of notoriety. Li Xian swallowed hard, unless. The group fell silent. Sheng An slowly spoke, unless I died on the day of the apocalypse. Jiang Yu's face turned pale, and the others shared similarly complicated feelings, including Li Xian. He believed this woman to be a major antagonist. Yet for such a powerful individual to perish on the first day of the apocalypse would be a grievous loss. For a moment, the cafeteria fell into silence. Hao Jingye suddenly declared, I refuse to believe Sheng Jie would die on the first day of the apocalypse. Nor do I believe that the entire Team Zero is nameless without anyone standing out. Song Linwei took a deep breath, looking at Sheng An. There's another possibility. A greater secret that you ordinary supernatural beings cannot access. The mysteries continued to multiply. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on. Long Tianyu scoffed. What other secrets could there be? Even if there are secrets, it's impossible that none of them have ever appeared, right? The probability of supernatural beings awakening is low. They surely haven't awakened. No one paid him any mind. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei looked at Sheng An, trying to glean more analysis from her. However, Sheng An glanced at the time and stood up. It's about time. We should go meet Li Wanyan. Li Banyun. Long Tianyu's eyes wide and wait. What did you just say? He suspected he had misheard. Jiang Yu tilted her head, half smiling. Li Wanyan, a reborn spatial supernatural being. How about that? The destined child. You don't seem very special after all. Long Tianyu was thoroughly shocked. He reached out and grabbed Sheng, and as she passed by, confusion etched on his face. What is going on? How is Li Wanyan here? And she has also been reborn? His mind raced with questions. Considering he had been quite cooperative today, Sheng had Hao Jingye briefly explain Li Wanyan's situation. Upon hearing it, Long Tianyu felt dazed. Li Wanyan had also received a remarkable advantage and had the first move on rebirth. Li Wanyan had begun with 50 billion in resources, but she had long been targeted by Sheng An and the others. Li Wanyan was currently aiding the country in international cargo transport, while Sheng An and her team were about to retrieve her. The sheer volume of information left Long Tianyu stunned. For a moment, he was unsure whether to envy or pity Li Wanyan. After a while, he swallowed hard and finally managed to say, there are just too many reborn supernatural beings. Indeed, far too many. Sheng An narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Long Tianyu quickly stood up, urgency in his tone. I want to go with you. Fearing they might refuse, he raised his chin. Li Wanyan's spatial abilities differ from Zhang Kuan's. She can utilize space in battle, combining offense and support, making her quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Sheng An slightly squinted her eyes. Combining offense and support? That does sound rather exceptional. Hao Jingye scoffed. Why will we bring you along? To watch you cause trouble? Long Tianyu protested. I won't cause any trouble. He nearly swore an oath. Sheng An scrutinized Long Tianyu, her phoenix eyes narrowing. Displaying no discernible emotion. Just as Long Tianyu felt disappointment, Sheng An suddenly said, as long as your body can withstand it, let us go. Long Tianyu was taken aback. Although it was his own suggestion, he was still surprised by Sheng An's agreement. Without looking back, Sheng An added, you are also our teammate. Acting together is only a matter of time. Long Tianyu stood in stunned silence for a while. A complex feeling surged within him, an indescribable sensation. But soon, he shook off all that complexity and followed behind. Behind him, Li Xian and Jiang Yu exchanged glances and sighed in unison. They too longed to partake in the action. Damn it! How long must we endure classes and studying? Li Xian mumbled, if it weren't for the chance to grow stronger, I would want to attend a single class. It's too painful. Jiang Yu remained silent, tears streaming down her face inwardly. She couldn't even grow stronger through studying. Damn it! Today was supposed to be the day to reveal her hidden talents. In the car, Hao Jingye reported the current situation. 3 hours ago, Li Wanyan arrived at the port and directly took a bus to the Beijing passenger terminal. We should be arriving right on time. Li Wanyan had endured considerable hardship on this journey, stockpiling resources in her space, yet she had simultaneously become broke. The apocalypse is merely 12 days away. In M country, Li Wanyun had nearly exhausted her finances, leaving only a handful of coins in her pocket. Insufficient even for a ride back from the port. Perhaps she still harbored the notion of securing another loan from Xiao Yi upon her return. Sheng An nodded in understanding. Long Tianyu glanced at the screen before Sheng An, where Li Wanyun was resting against the bus seat, her face etched with fatigue. Upon reviewing the detailed list of the 10,000 yuan sent to Hao Jingye, it detailed all the supplies currently in Li Wanyun's space, ranging from military arms to a casual pancake she had thrown in. Long Tianyu swallowed hard. He suddenly perceived that the capture he had never quite understood was, in fact, not unjustified. Of course, this did not imply his submission. As if struck by an epiphany, Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept upon his lips, his expression brimming with delight. He had interacted with that woman, Li Wanyun, who was no easy person to deal with. It would not be a simple task for Sheng An to subdue her. Observing the current situation, it was evident that the approach would likely lean towards forceful suppression. The more they suppressed her, the greater her dissatisfaction would grow, providing him with the perfect opportunity to conspire with Li Wanyun for rebellion. With this thought, Long Tianyu's smile grew even brighter. Wanyuan glanced at him through the rearview mirror, lowering his voice. "Sister Sheng, what is wrong with him?" Sheng An raised her gaze briefly, responding nonchalantly. "Perhaps he has gone mad." Wanyuan, puzzled, asked, "Long Tianyu, are you all right?" Long Tianyu glared at them, exclaiming irritably, "I can hear you. Do you not know that the physical prowess of those with special abilities is enhanced?" The bus's occupants remained unresponsive, with Sheng An continuing to peruse her information and Qi Lingwu not even fluttering his eyelids. Their silence conveyed a message. "What's the matter? You can hear us." "So what?" Long Tianyu clenched his fists, about to speak, when Sheng An interjected, "How does Li Wanyun's space combat?" The notion of spatial ability in combat was indeed difficult to fathom. Long Tianyu's interest was piqued, and he leaned forward, reveling in the misfortune of others. "Do you think spatial ability users can merely store items, like Zhang Kuan acting as a warehouse? The types and methods of abilities exceed your imagination. Li Wanyun is a combat-capable spatial ability user. Before I died in my past life, she had already mastered the use of spatial blades in battle, slicing through space and invisibly taking lives. Other ability users might escape with their lives, but ordinary people." He emphasized the last four words, casting a meaningful glance at Qi Lingwu. Dressed in uniform and holding a gun, Qi Lingwu had not spared him glance. His gaze alternating between the window and Sheng An fell into contemplation. She comprehended Long Tianyu's implication. The formidable Li Wanyun he had encountered before his demise in his past life had returned, and with other examples at hand, were considering the previous space size. Li Wanyun was now undoubtedly powerful. She could likely wield spatial blades as well. Fortunately, during Team Zero's time in M Country, she had warned them to be cautious of ability users with special methods, which had kept them alert and unscathed by Li Wanyun's attacks. Long Tianyu smirked. "Are you afraid?" Shun smiled faintly. "No, I am quite pleased." Long Tianyu was taken aback. "What is there to be happy about when the person we intend to capture is so strong?" Sheng An replied, "This signifies that our Special Affairs Department, Group B, has elevated its strength." Long Tianyu's lip twitched. What a joke. That woman hadn't even joined the Special Affairs Department, and Sheng An was already treating her as one of their own. He was eager to witness Li Wanyun clash with the Special Affairs Department. Of course, he anticipated that she would not prevail. However, her suppression would fuel her anger, presenting him with an opportunity to ally with her. Long Tianyu chuckled heartily. Observing him through the rearview mirror, Yufeng silently mouthed, "Fool." At the bus terminal, with her feet planted on the homeland soil and gazing up at the massive characters spelling out Beijing, Li Wanyun nearly burst into tears. She had finally returned triumphantly. During her time away, she had endured considerable hardship, though it seemed she had returned with assets worth billions. The reality of hoarding supplies and covertly tracking arms dealers had kept her on edge. She had refrained from using her spatial blades recklessly. The hoarded supplies were of no use, and while following arms dealers, there were simply too many adversaries, all well-trained and heavily armed, leaving no openings for her to exploit. Far more intimidating than regular troops. Had it not been for their internal conflict, she would never have accessed those vast arms warehouses. Consequently, she had remained hidden throughout the ordeal. Moreover, the relentless pace had left her little time to eat properly, and the food in M Country was unpalatable. leaving Li Wanyan feeling utterly exhausted and beleaguered. Yet now, she was back. With the accumulated supplies in her space, she required no further preparations before the apocalypse. All she needed was to guard her fortress, indulge in bountiful feasts for several days, recuperate, and prepare for the end times. The thought of her stored supplies nearly elicited laughter from her. Food, meat, salt, sugar, military kin goods obtained through the black market, medical supplies, and all items essential for survival in the apocalypse were piled high in her space, enough to last several lifetimes. Additionally, she had a warehouse full of arms acquired at no cost due to sheer luck. Her fortune was truly remarkable. Was it possible that the heavens were favoring her? Chapter 64. Li Wanyan, you are suspected of smuggling billions. At that moment, Li Wanyan, troubled by her inability to afford ample arms, found an opportunity when an arms dealer engaged in a skirmish, allowing her to seize their stock in one fell swoop. Naturally, this came at a cost. Her space was now filled to capacity. Clutching her chest, she could feel her heart racing with exhilaration, dispelling the fatigue of recent days. Unable to contain her joy any longer, Li Wanyan burst into laughter. Though her clothes bore the creases of travel, her hair was disheveled, and dark circles were evident beneath her eyes. She radiated a spirited confidence and pride, as if destiny itself was in her favor. In the midst of her laughter, a hand suddenly patted her shoulder from behind. Startled, Li Wanyan ceased her laughter and turned around in confusion. Behind her stood a young woman, her hair casually tied in a ponytail and dressed in a white windbreaker, exuding a carefree yet relaxed demeanor, her sharp phoenix eyes glinting. Upon noticing her gaze, the woman offered a gentle smile. Li Wanyan frowned. Who are you? Sheng An's smile grew ever more radiant, her eyes curving. Hello, Li Wanyan. We have finally awaited your return. Li Wanyan's pupils constricta. With no time for contemplation, her body instinctively reacted. She swiftly raised her hand in an attempt to push the woman away and escape. This was an instinct ingrained in her from her previous life. Li Wanyan's elbow struck Sheng An's abdomen with considerable force and surprise. However, Sheng An seemed prepared, blocking the blow. Pain surged through Li Wanyan as their bones collided. How formidable! Ignoring the pain, she immediately turned to shake off Sheng An. In a fleeting minute, they exchanged blows multiple times, each encounter increasingly alarming. Li Wanyan was astonished. The combat skills honed in her previous life, forged in the crucible of life and death, were unable to best this woman. Who on earth was she? Sheng An ceased her tentative approach, increasing her strength. One hand blocking, the other controlling, sweeping her foot down to effortlessly pin Li Wanyan to the ground. Sheng An was nearly atop her. From a distance, it appeared as if they were merely playfully wrestling, but only Li Wanyan understood that this woman had her firmly restrained, rendering her incapable of escape. Li Wanyan's eyes darkened with resolve. Just then, she felt something pressing against her heart. It was a gun. Sheng An's voice, laced with amusement, echoed in her ears. In public, it would be best not to use spatial blades. Besides, if you kill me, I can still kill you. Li Wanyan's gaze turned icy. Then, the gun in Sheng An's hand vanished. This woman had underestimated her. As Li Wanyan prepared to retaliate, Sheng An, seemingly unfazed by the disappearance of the weapon, added, I have not finished speaking. Besides me, there are over a dozen experts surrounding us, along with a top sniper aiming at you. The station is already surrounded by SWAT. Li Wanyan's breath caught in her throat. She could deal with Sheng An, but she could not guarantee her safety against those encircling her. Li Wanyan jasit her movements. Her voice hoarse. Who on earth are you? Sheng An gazed at her, their eyes locking, a fierce expression suddenly overtaking her features. Mori de Qingqiu, Sheng An. Li Wanyan, you are suspected of smuggling, amounting to billions. I hereby formally announce your arrest. Li Wanyan's pupils dilated in shock. In an instant, a multitude of chaotic thoughts enveloped her. Who is this woman? How does she know about the billions worth of contraband? What is the Mori to Qingqiu? Why had she never heard of it in her previous life? The complexity of her thoughts drowned her as she fixed her gaze on Sheng and, forcing out a question from her throat, what do you intend to do? Sheng An chuckled lightly. I invite you to join us. Li Wanyan was taken aback, then coldly laughed, and what if I refuse? Sheng An's smile remained unchanged. Li Wanyan, suspected of billion-level smuggling, refusal to cooperate with the state. The situation is severe, and a death sentence is warranted. In that moment, Li Wanyan could sense the shadow of death looming over her, as if someone was secretly aiming at her. This was not merely a casual targeting. It was a true intent to kill. Qi Ling Wu was in the security room on the second floor, headphones on, having already set up a sniper rifle, aimed directly at Li Wanyun. The distance was inconsequential to him. However, Li Wanyun was a spatial ability user, and Qi Ling Wu was completely focused, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to shoot at the slightest movement. Simultaneously, members of Team Zero and special police hidden among the crowd on the first floor were all targeting the same direction. Hao Vingye, Van Yuan, and Long Tian, you were similarly concealed in the throng. Hao Jingyi took a deep breath. Sister Sheng is in grave danger now. Li Wanyun is a master of spatial blades. Moreover, from their observations and analyses, she, like Long Tianyu, possesses a certain arrogance, making her difficult to negotiate with. One misstep, and a spatial blade could slice Sheng An's neck in an instant. Wan Yuan was unperturbed, having faced far more dangerous tasks before. He gazed ahead casually. It's merely a test. The more skilled the individual, the harder they are to subdue. We must first display our strength to Sister Sheng. She has to show Li Wanyun the power of Team B. This is the distinction between us and those with abilities. If it had been Xiaoyu, merely showcasing her puppet ability would have sufficed for discussion with Li Wanyun. But Sister Sheng is just an ordinary person now. She must first demonstrate her capabilities. The inherent danger is a challenge she must confront to recruit Li Wanyun. Have you not noticed Qi Team has remained silent? Everyone has their own responsibilities. They are teammates. They can worry but cannot obstruct. They must cooperate with Sister Sheng, allowing her to entrust her back to them. Beside them, Long Tian Yu is nearly laughing out loud. Indeed, this woman still chooses to use force to compel Li Wanyun into submission. What a joke. He understood himself and Li Wanyun well. She was somewhat like him. In the face of such a situation, especially when feeling proud, how could she easily surrender? She would resist, and her resistance would inevitably escalate the conflict. Even if they forcibly made Li Wanyun join the Taching Chu, she would still harbor resentment. At that point, they could form an alliance. Long Tian Yu observed Li Wanyun again, feeling as if he were gazing at his future ally. However, his ability flowed within him. If Li Wanyun were to strike at Sheng An, he would still have to intervene. After all, it was rare for him to encounter a woman he admired so much. At that moment, he could not help but draw closer. He had not misjudged. Li Wanyun indeed intended to resist. Those of them who had returned from the apocalypse possessed a certain fierce tenacity that feared not death. Regardless of this woman's intentions, she would not allow herself to be subdued. At the very least, she had to win first. The power held after winning a negotiation differed vastly from that of losing. Li Wanyun was about to take action when suddenly, she spotted a familiar face not far away. The battered Long Tianyu. It was him, the one with the teleportation ability. Li Wanyun's pupils constricted, disbelief washing over her. Sheng An leaned in, whispering another sentence in her ear. In an instant, the strength in Li Wanyun's hands dissipated. Sheng An released her grip, standing up and extending her hand once more, her tone gentle. Li Wanyun, welcome to our team. Her hand remained in front of Li Wanyun, poised in anticipation. Li Wanyun's expression shifted multiple times. Ultimately, she reached out, placing her hand in Sheng An's, who then pulled her up. At that moment, everyone around lowered their weapons, and Qi Ling Wu slowly relaxed his grip. Long Tianyu, who had been ready to save her, was taken aback. What did Sheng An just say? How could a single sentence compel Li Wanyun to cease her resistance? Chapter 65. It was merely a word from Sheng An. Long Tianyu was puzzled. Just moments ago, the atmosphere had been tense, charged with the potential for conflict. How could a simple phrase from Sheng An lead to Li Wanyun's capitulation? In that instant, Long Tianyu felt both bewilderment and shock, even a hint of awe. Sheng An was indeed more formidable than he had imagined. He swallowed hard. For the first time, he felt a wavering in his rebellious plans. Could he truly contend with such a powerful woman? Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Li Wanyun was reflecting on Sheng An. This woman was likely even more formidable than she had anticipated. Hadn't the arrogant Long Tianyu been subdued by her? Just moments ago, Sheng An had whispered in her ear, "Are you watching Long Tianyu? He is one of our members, a reborn teleportation ability user, just like you. You two could have a conversation." Such a simple statement, yet it held significant implications. Li Wanyun, in her shock, processed three key pieces of information. First, Sheng An had managed to recruit Long Tianyu. This realization filled her with dread, for she knew how powerful Long Tianyu was. Observing his battered face made it evident he had endured considerable hardship. Second, Long Tianyu had also been reborn. This revelation caused Li Wanyun's anger to dissipate, replaced by confusion. Third, Long Tianyu might intervene. With Sheng An, the hidden gunman and snipers, and the teleportation ability user Long Tianyu, defeat was inevitable for her. There was no need for futile struggle at this point. In that moment, the reverence both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun felt for Sheng An reached its zenith. As the crowd drew nearer, Li Wanyun's voice was hoarse. How do you know my secret? Every aberrant individual confronted with discovery would pose this question. As her words landed, others approached. The first was Hao Jingyi, greeting her with a smile. Hi, long time no see. Li Wanyun was taken aback. Her gaze fixated on Hao Jingye's face, filled with astonishment. Sheng An smiled slightly. Allow me to introduce my assistant, Hao Jingyi. Hao Jingyi. Li Wanyun was momentarily stunned. Her teeth gritted as she enunciated each word. Xiao Hao, Xiao Jing, Xiao Yi. Hao Jingyi scratched his head, revealing a brilliant smile. It's me. Li Wanyun's breath caught. Suddenly, she gazed at the individuals beside him. Next to Hao Jingyi stood the tour guide Xiao Wan from the Qing Luxia, followed by Yufeng and several others approaching from behind, all of whom looked familiar. At that moment, Qi Ling Wu walked over. Li Wanyun recognized his face vividly. Those were key figures among the arms dealers. She gasped, nearly jumping up, raising her voice, the arms. Her excitement rendered her incoherent. Sheng An smiled slightly. We thank Comrade Li Wanyun for assisting us in transporting the arms back. The mission was executed splendidly, and you must be credited with a significant achievement. Li Wanyun. Sheng An continued later. We will take you to submit the mission and deliver the items to the armory. Li Wanyun. She had toiled and strained, traveling from M country to bring back the arms, only to discover it was a mission. Why had she not received any notification? Li Wanyun gritted, Hertit. What if I won't withhold them? Sheng An tilted her head slightly, wearing a gentle expression. I have heard that spatial ability users can yield resources. The researchers are quite curious. Perhaps we can demonstrate a few things. Li Wanyun remained silent. Hao Jingye produced a list and handed it to Li Wanyun. Comrade Li Wanyun, please confirm the resources for transport. If there are no issues, you may sign to proceed with the delivery. Li Wanyun was taken aback, staring at the list filled with her spatial resources. Unable to contain her fury, she exploded. The arms belong to you. I can return them. But that batch of resources was purchased by me. It is mine. How did you know how many resources I possess? How is it that even a few bags of rice I casually bought at the supermarket are known to you? On what grounds do you take everything from my space? She resembled an enraged cat, her eyes wide, entirely devoid of her previous composure. Gripping the list, a mixture of shock and anger coursed through her, causing her hands to tremble. Clearly, she was unaware that every transaction she made was under their surveillance. Sheng An blinked. Not everything has been taken, you know. The pancake you placed inside is not of our concern. Li Wanyun clenched her teeth. I should thank you for that. Sheng An smiled gently. Not at all. Li Wanyun felt an overwhelming urge to commit violence. Long Tianyu shrank his neck slightly. Although he was not the cause of her anger, he could almost feel the intensity of her wrath. Li Wanyun was different from Jiangyu. The resources in Jiangyu space were not even equivalent to a small shop and could not be preserved. In contrast, Li Wanyun's space contained resources worth billions. Just 10 minutes ago, she thought it was her own asset. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and produced a folder. Firstly, according to regulations, smuggled goods must be confiscated. Ms. Li Wanyun, you have not paid taxes on these billions of resources. Secondly, are you certain you purchased them with your own money? He revealed the loan contract signed by Li Wanyun. Li Wanyun gasped, recalling that when she took out the loan, her house was the collateral. However, it indicated that if she failed to repay by the deadline, she would owe a penalty equivalent to the loan amount plus the principal. 1 billion. She had not paid attention to the repayment date, believing it to be after the apocalypse. The repayment date coincided with the day after the apocalypse, and it was evident that she could not produce 1 billion for repayment. This meant that her originally possessed 5 billion was not truly hers. Li Wanyun felt darkness cloud her vision, nearly losing her balance. Sheng An kindly supported her, speaking softly, it will be fine. Joining the Special Affairs Department will grant you a high salary. You could repay that billion in less than 50 years. Li Wanyun was incredulous. Confiscated resources, and I still have to repay a billion. Indeed, Hao Jingye replied politely. The smuggled goods will be confiscated, but the money must still be repaid on time. Li Wanyun wished to resist. However, she noticed Long Tianyu in her peripheral vision. He was staring intently at her, as if preparing for her to strike. The appearance of an ability user could be quite troublesome. Li Wanyun soupira cette head anger, inhaling deeply. Her voice still laced with lingering flames. I truly appreciate your kindness. Sheng An replied, You are welcome. Hao Jingye added, We are all colleagues here. Li Wanyun pressed her fingertips in her palm, nearly drawing blood. She glanced at the well-trained individuals around her, then at the increasingly watchful Long Tianyu. She held back. Long Tianyu remained fixated on her. He was astonished. Just moments ago, during their negotiation, he had been silently urging her to fight, yearning for her to strike. Yet, to his disappointment, Li Wanyun did not make a move. Was Sheng An concealing some unknown means? Otherwise, given Li Wanyun's character, she would have fought back in such a situation. In his memories, Li Wanyun would have already retaliated against Sheng An by now. But the Li Wanyun before him was obedient and compliant. Just a single word from Sheng An. How terrifying this woman is. What destructive power she possesses. Long Tianyu swallowed hard, his rebellious spirit evaporating entirely in that moment. How many hidden cards did Sheng An possess? Chapter 66. I want to kill. Do you agree? Sheng An gently patted Li Wanyun's shoulder, her tone warm. Let us return for now. I understand you have many questions, and we shall address them one by one. We also need to gather some information from you. Li Wanyun set aside her other emotions and posed the most crucial question. There are many individuals like me, and you are gathering everyone together? Sheng An recognized her inquiry. Her expression turned serious, her gaze earnest. Yes, we intend to gather all of you at the Special Affairs Department, which will be the future hub for ability users. We aim to mobilize national strength to combat the apocalypse. Li Wanyun's expression shifted multiple times. First came shock, then realization, and finally acceptance. The fact that the state could locate her, even utilizing her stockpiling of billions of resources, indicated that the nation was preparing. Stockpiling resources centered around itself for the impending battle, far exceeding what she could accomplish alone. If the national order did not collapse during the apocalypse, perhaps life would be better than if she were alone. In her past life, she survived only 2 years into the apocalypse. Who could foresee how many more disasters lay ahead? She had amassed a significant amount of resources, but she did not wish to witness a world where she was the sole survivor. Li Wanyun took a deep breath. Joining the nation might indeed be the best choice. Long Tianyu's involvement indicated that their thoughts aligned. As if sensing her contemplation, Sheng An spoke softly. At the Special Affairs Department, you will meet many familiar faces, such as Li Xian, Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, as well as the recently joined Xiang Hanzhuang and the puppet ability user, Qiu Yu. Li Banyun's pupils constricta. Stunned by the news. So many acquaintances. Even Qiu Yu. The power of the state was far more formidable than she had imagined. A multitude of thoughts raced through her mind, solidifying her resolve to join the nation. Li Wanyun pressed her dry lips together and spoke slowly. Very well. I will join you. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction. Not far away, Long Tianyu gasped in disbelief. Li Wanyun had genuinely joined. With a single word from Sheng An, she surrendered, relinquishing all her possessions and burdening herself with immense debt. Yet she was willing to join the Special Affairs Department and heed Sheng An's commands? What had Sheng An said to her? He wished to inquire, but did not dare. Moreover, now that Li Wanyun had joined, Sheng An and her group could easily overpower him. Adding Li Wanyun to the mix made him envision a rather grim scenario. He would be struck down upon appearing, only to be beaten again upon reappearing. What a miserable fate! Long Tianyu's heart raced as he cautiously approached, eventually speaking tentatively. Sister Sheng, this attitude is unprecedentedly compliant. Sheng An smiled and nodded. What is it? Long Tianyu hesitated, feeling a mix of emotions upon seeing Li Wanyun. Li Wanyun's eyes flashed with understanding. Indeed, Long Tianyu was Sheng An's subordinate. It was evident that he had been thoroughly subdued. In her past life, she had known Long Tianyu to be arrogant. Few could compel him to bow his head. Sheng An was truly remarkable. Her decision to refrain from resistance was wise. Otherwise, Who could predict how Sheng An would deal with her? Long Tianyu appeared battered yet compliant, suggesting he had undergone some form of relentless torment. Joining the nation seemed to be the best option. Thus, she would cooperate, ensuring her suffering was not in vain. Seeing both rebellious individuals standing obediently before her, Sheng An was thoroughly pleased, smiling approvingly. Qi Lingwu had been watching Sheng An, a faint smile in her eyes. Hao Jingye, Wan Yuan, and others remarked, indeed. Sister Sheng is impressive. This maneuver deserves commendation from those in the know. Did you truly believe that by bringing along Long Tianyu, he was merely a good companion to observe the spectacle? This was a strategy to capture two individuals. The operation concluded, and Sheng An escorted Li Wanyan back to the Special Affairs Department. Upon arriving at the parking lot outside the station, Li Wanyan abruptly halted, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation, as if she were grappling with uncertainty. Her previously resolute steps inexplicably slowed. Everyone turned to her. Hao Jingye, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" Li Wanyan pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes slightly, stating, "Joining the Special Affairs Department means I must adhere to the directives of the nation. Since you are aware of my reincarnation, do you also know that I have enemies?" Sheng An regarded her thoughtfully. Li Wanyan continued, "There are two individuals I intend to deal with. Will you obstruct me?" Unlike Jiang Yu, who had a different perspective, Li Wanyan had learned the bitter lesson of mercy in her past life. Out of familial ties to Li Jianli and Li Qiansheng, she had spared them, only to meet a tragic end. Having returned from the M country, she sought financial support from Li Jianli before taking action. However, she had resolved to eliminate them upon her return. Now that she was part of the Special Affairs Department, a governmental body, would they impede her desire for vengeance? After all, Sheng An represented the official stance. Long Tianyu, too, paused, his heart igniting with renewed hope. Was a confrontation imminent? Li Wanyan was ruthless and bore the burden of revenge from her past life. Although Sheng An was fierce, she was, after all, a person of integrity within the government. Furthermore, given that these were matters from a past life, would the nation permit Li Wanyan to exact revenge on her former foes? If they were to disagree, conflict was inevitable. This could be his chance. Long Tianyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Hearing this, Sheng An turned her gaze toward Li Wanyan, their eyes locking in a silent exchange. Li Wanyan fixed her gaze on her. Sheng An remarked coolly, "We are still in a pre-apocalyptic state. You must understand the rules and order. I cannot allow you to act recklessly." Clenching her fists, Li Wanyan's expression turned fierce in an instant. What a farce! Joining the government meant she could not seek retribution? The tension in the air thickened around her. Sheng An remained unfazed, withdrawing 2 sheets of paper from a folder beside her, her demeanor still calm. The first document provides evidence of tax evasion and falsification of accounts by Li Jianli and Li Qianxing. The second contains proof of their sinister involvement in the demise of your parents. Sheng An extended the documents towards Li Wanyan with a slight smile before the apocalypse. Rules and order are paramount. Contact the number above once your task is complete. Assistance will be provided. Li Wanyan was taken aback, staring blankly at Sheng An, momentarily lost in thought. Sheng An lifted her chin, her Dan-Feng eyes narrowing slightly. "You have until tomorrow morning at the latest to report to the Special Affairs Department. Is there an issue?" Chapter 67. She serves the nation, and the nation supports her for reasons unknown. Li Wanyan's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by a complex and bittersweet emotion. Throughout both lives, she had suspected that her parents were murdered by her uncle, Li Jianli, and his son. Yet, she had never found conclusive evidence. Now, Sheng An had placed that evidence before her, while they kept her under surveillance. They had also investigated the truth she had yearned to uncover. In her previous life, Li Wanyan had endured much suffering and had grown accustomed to the harshness of humanity. Why, upon returning from the apocalypse, did those who had experienced such isolation and struggle not seek help from the nation immediately, but rather attempt to rely on themselves for a better future? It was because they had faced the trials of solitude, believing only in their own strength. Now, Sheng An observed her with calmness, providing her with evidence and assuring her that assistance was forthcoming, with an expectation to report by the next day. That composed and casual demeanor brought an inexplicable moisture to her eyes. Sheng An's attitude mirrored that of the nation. She served the country, and in return, the country offered her support, allowing her to lean on it. In that moment, The solitary and desolate soul from her past life seemed to find a sense of belonging and refuge. Taking a deep breath, Li Wanyan gradually revealed a smile. Radiant as the sun, she turned and walked away, waving the 2 pieces of paper, leaving behind the words, 3 hours will suffice. See you at the Special Affairs Department. Li Wanyan departa. Sheng An watched a retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. They would employ strategy before diplomacy. This was the gift they offered Li Wanyan. The reborn woman, armed with 50 billion at the outset, had officially joined the Special Affairs Department. Yufeng entered the vehicle, raising an eyebrow with a smile. This girl probably thinks we are all virtuous and upright individuals. What a jest! They were individuals who had walked the razor's edge, executing tasks for the nation. With blood on their hands, how could they be considered good people? They possessed the support of their own souls and a spiritual home, fighting valiantly for the country. Yet among them, there was not a single kind-hearted pure soul. Hao Jingye and the others boarded the vehicle, while Qi Lingwu took a seat beside Sheng An outside. Long Tianyu stood in a daze. Sheng An glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you leaving? Long Tianyu swallowed hard and silently climbed aboard, obediently fastening his seatbelt and folding his hands over his knees. Sheng An paid him no mind. The lesson had been imparted, and the outcome was satisfactory. Hao Jingye sighed. When Li Wanyan returns, I must inquire about her experiences in her past life. Another reincarnator. Our world feels like it's been pierced through with holes. Wan Yuan remarked. Stroking his chin, it's not a bad thing. Whether reincarnated or awakened before the apocalypse, as exceptionally powerful beings, it brings hope to this world. Hao Jingye glanced at Long Tianyu, nodding silently in agreement. Indeed, from Long Tianyu to Li Xian, Xiang Hanzuang, Qiu Yu, and Li Wanyan, they had not survived long in the apocalypse, less than 3 years, and those once deemed strong in their past lives had perished. This underscored the brutality of their former existence. In their memories of that life, did humanity truly possess the potential to endure? With the rise of otherworldly beings, dwindling human numbers, and scarce resources, it was easy to envision a predetermined, catastrophic end awaiting them. The presence of these reincarnators allowed the nation to receive news in advance and prepare accordingly. The existence of these exceptionally powerful abilities could enable more individuals to survive the apocalypse and preserve more resources. This was indeed a boon. Yufeng raised an eyebrow, pondering whether heaven was aiding them, unwilling to see the world meet its demise. Was it not said that the world consciousness sought to save humanity? Or that it was the will of the heavens? Hao Jingye sighed deeply, wishing that there truly was a deity. After a pause, he continued, the emergence of so many reincarnators and extraordinary abilities is indeed peculiar. Perhaps it is a glimmer of hope granted by the heavens. At this, Long Tianyu instinctively straightened his back, lifting his chin. He was undoubtedly the child of destiny, a beacon of hope bestowed by the heavens. Just as he was about to bask in pride, he suddenly noticed that Sheng An and Qi Lingwu had remained silent, their gazes fixed on a distant point. Deep in thought, their brows slightly furrowed. His neck instinctively retracted, and he weakly asked, what are you thinking? Don't tell me you're considering how to deal with me? Sheng An's vacant expression sharpened as she turned to Qi Lingwu, their eyes meeting, both recognizing the shared uncertainty reflected in one another's gaze. Indeed, they harbored the same doubts. Taking a deep breath, Sheng An slowly spoke. When I engaged with Li Wanyan earlier, I initially intended to subdue her immediately, but upon sensing some uncertainty, I decided to probe further. The group fell silent. Yufeng suddenly recalled that Sheng An had indeed been entangled with Li Wanyan for a while. Given Sheng An's skill, she could have subdued her more rapidly. He had assumed she was merely concerned for Li Wanyan's safety, but now it seemed there were other considerations at play. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense. Sheng An found the situation rather vague, initially attributing her confusion to her own misperception as it defied logic. With a composed expression, she turned to Qi Lingwu, who slowly articulated the next statement. Li Wanyan's techniques bear a striking resemblance to the moves we, Sheng An and I, devised during our training sessions. They are effective for swiftly subduing and blocking opponents. It was rare for him to speak at such length, yet his words elicited a collective gasp from those present. Wan Yuan raised his voice, really? Sheng An nodded thoughtfully. Leaning against Qi Lingwu, her tone was complex. Those techniques are more suited for newcomers lacking combat experience, thus are not applicable for Team Zero. Therefore, Currently, only Qi and I are capable of utilizing them. Qi Lingwu acknowledged her words with a nod. Li Wanyan's techniques are indeed similar, albeit with some variations, hence we cannot be certain. Sheng An exhaled deeply. Her techniques have been modified. Hao Jingye, struggling to catch his breath, raised his voice again. Where did Li Wanyan learn this? Did Sister Sheng or Team Qi teach her in the past life? If that were the case, it would imply she had previously encountered Sheng and Qi Lingwu. Yet, Hao Jingye quickly dismissed this thought, recalling that she did not recognize Sister Sheng or Team Qi, which was evident from her earlier reaction. Too peculiar indeed. Yes, quite strange. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged glances, shaking their heads in unison. We shall inquire upon Li Wanyan's return. Qi Lingwu nodded in agreement. A new question lingered in the minds of the group. Upon their return to the Taiching office's encampment, Song Linwei hurriedly emerged from the office. Where's Li Wanyan? He inquired curiously. Sheng An replied, she has some matters to attend to and will return shortly. She then directed Hao Jingye. Please send a message to the Research Institute explaining the situation, requesting them to compile a list and plan for Li Wanyan's space. A vast, stationary preservation space should never be solely utilized for storing supplies. It must harbor the hopes for humanity's future. As for supplies, more space manipulators will undoubtedly emerge in the post-apocalyptic world. Hao Jingye promptly nodded. I reported it while on the way. The Research Institute is already preparing. Sheng An acknowledged him with a nod, then turned to Song Linwei. Have you discovered something? His previous reaction had been rather unusual. In response, Song Linwei's expression became serious as he stated earnestly. In the information Wan Yuan sent me, I meticulously sifted through and indeed found a suspected aberrant. The group immediately became attentive, all eyes on him. Song Linwei organized his thoughts and explained that the information regarding this suspected aberrant originated from the third hospital. Yes, the psychiatric institution. The third hospital frequently encounters peculiar patients, and if we had not specifically requested it, they might not have reported this information. This was quite normal. What appeared strange to us was utterly commonplace for the third hospital, which had witnessed individuals of all sorts. This patient had previously been treated there because his parents deemed him overly silent and somewhat withdrawn. Thus, they took him to see a doctor. I reviewed his diagnostic report, and it was evident that he had been entirely normal prior, with no indication of mental illness. However, his parents did not believe this and forced him into treatment, administering medication. This alone does not constitute an aberrant situation. Yet, 2 days prior, he voluntarily registered for consultation at the third hospital, stammering before the doctor and failing to utter a single word before abruptly fleeing. Such occurrences were not unprecedented at the third hospital. Hence, they casually included this in their reports without special notation. Last night, Wan Yuan was responsible for overseeing these reports. Naturally, it was not a matter of scrutinizing each case individually. The volume of reports was immense. So Wan Yuan devised a filtering system to automatically identify keywords based on the individual's chat logs and circumstances, purchasing records, and pinpointing critical information. Song Linwei was tasked with reviewing the flag cases to ascertain what they had discussed and whether there was any connection to the aberrant. This individual appeared normal in other aspects, but if he had undergone a mutation after registration, what then? Was there a possibility of mutation present? After reaching adulthood, did his body undergo abnormal transformations? Song Linwei handed Sheng An the printed records, his urgency palpable. After failing to find any useful responses, he cleared the logs. This action raised suspicions, coupled with the fact that he had also made an appointment with an expert at the third hospital. It certainly resembled a reaction one might have after experiencing a shocking transformation. Hao Jingye questioned, mutation? Why would he describe himself as mutated? Is it an awakening of abilities? Sheng An contemplated deeply, then inquired, what is his name? Wu Buyu, came the reply. Yu Feng chuckled. His name is Buyu, meaning not speaking. He is perceived as quiet and was thought to be withdrawn by his parents, which aligns perfectly with his name. Ironically, he carries the surname Wu. Does he truly not speak, or does he simply prefer silence? Hao Jingye shrugged. Sheng An then asked Long Tianyu, do you know Wu Buyu? Long Tianyu pondered before resolutely shaking his head. I have never heard this name, at least not in my previous life. It holds no renown. Those who awakened abilities before the apocalypse, according to current patterns, were indeed capable individuals. Capable individuals would have certainly heard of him. Yet I have never encountered the name Wu Buyu. Hao Jingye took out his phone. Let me inquire if Yang Chuan and Jiang Yu recognize him. Yang Chuan, an Earth-based ability user from Team A, is also a reborn individual. Jiang Yu's response came swiftly, indicating he had not heard of him. Yang Chuan's reply took a bit longer, but was cooperative, confirming he too was unfamiliar with the name. Hao Jingye's brow furrowed in confusion. What is his situation then? Is he an early awakened ability user or a reborn individual? Reborn individuals should not undergo mutations. Sheng An's gaze lowered thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, at a certain restaurant in the capital, a sign proclaimed a grand celebration for the 80th birthday of Old Master Wu Xian, wishing him blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing the southern mountains. Clearly, this was a festive banquet. At this very moment, as the feast concluded, guests began to exit. Wu Biyu followed closely behind his parents, Wu Ba and Wu Ma, as they bid farewell to the guests. He kept his head down, his two-dimensional hairstyle obscuring his brows and eyes. Such a style had fallen out of favor, rendering him rather unappealing. Relatives glanced at Wu Biyu, advising his parents. You should really teach him properly. He seems to be deteriorating. It has been several years since graduation. He doesn't attend classes, he has no girlfriend, and he hardly leaves the house. What is the point of that? Indeed, this child was quite clever when he was younger. How did he turn out like this? One relative remarked, brother and sister-in-law, I must say you have some skills. How could your son end up like this? If you ask me, the name is to blame. But you, what's that? We would have been better. At least it wouldn't T sound like he doesn't T speak. What does the name have to do with it? His name is Buyu, yet he is a Wu. Wu Ba and Wu Ma felt quite embarrassed, merely nodding stiffly. Wu Ma shot a furtive glare at Wu Buyu. Wu Ba, on the other hand, proudly pulled over their 7-year-old younger son, boasting, though Buyu may seem unaccomplished, Xiao Yu is different. This little one is clever and talkative. Finishing his brother's sentences. Ha ha, he even topped the class this year. Wu Shanyu greeted the guests with charm. Instantly, a chorus of praise erupted around them. Meanwhile, the taciturn Wu Biyu remained in the back, still keeping his head down, uttering not a single word. Relatives occasionally glanced his way, shaking their heads in disappointment. It was no wonder his parents were busy tending to the younger one, as this elder son seemed utterly inept. Once the relatives departed, Wu Ma took the younger son to the car, while Wu Ba grumbled, I shouldn't have brought you along today. When others spoke to you, you acted as if you didn't hear a thing, not even raising your head. You truly embarrassed me. Wu Biyu continued to keep his head down, silent. Wu Ma inhaled deeply, ignoring him as she comforted the younger son. Wu Ba continued his tirade. After all these years, I consider myself somewhat capable. Yet here you are. Ajuste sombringing mischam. You'd best find a job immediately. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer give you a single penny. In those days, I secretly aspired to enroll in a media school. Had it not been for my father insisting I pursue computer science, securing a job would have been a distant dream for you. Truly, Wu Ba never ceases to berate. Wu Biyu gazed out the window, his disheveled hair partially obscuring his face, revealing a pair of bright, shining eyes. He looked outside, where the sky was adorned with countless stars. After a while of scolding, Wu Ba bellowed, say something. Are you mute? Wu Biyu withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and, after a long pause, timidly replied, Dad, your zipper is undone. Wu Ba was taken aback. After a moment, he exploded in embarrassment and fury. When did you notice? Wu Biyu, still looking down, quietly answered, when you and Aunt Xiaomei came out of the restroom. Wu Ba, Wu Ma. Immediately, Wu Ma let out a shriek. Ah, Wu Hai, you scoundrel. How dare you betray me? What exactly have you done? Did you get into a fight with that wretched woman? Wu Biyu's ears were now at peace as he continued to gaze outside, his eyes glistening like shattered stars. In the Special Affairs Department, Li Wanyan returned, aware that Sheng An and the others had many questions for her. However, she was taken aback when Sheng An's first inquiry was, did you know Wu Biyu in your past life? Li Wanyan was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing her face. Then, as if struck by realization, her eyes widened and her voice rose, Wu Biyu, it's him. You know him? Hao Jingye exclaimed in surprise. Long Tianyu was equally astonished. You actually know him? How come I've never heard of this? Li Wanyan shot him a disdainful glance. Not only do I know him, you do as well. No. Anyone who has survived for over a year in the apocalypse must know him. What? Long Tianyu was dumbfounded. Chapter 69. The first paparazzo of the apocalypse, everyone was taken aback. They all recognized him. How renowned must one be to achieve such recognition? Song Linwei inhaled sharply. Astonished, could he be like Chiu Yu, a formidable and terrifying expert who frequents various bases? The last person everyone recognized was Chiu Yu. Impossible. Long Tianyu vehemently shook his head. If he were a powerful figure, how could I not know him? Moreover, I have never heard of that name. Li Wanyan paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, shaking her head. Right? I forgot you all didn't know his real name. His real name is Wu Buyu. But due to his infamous nickname, everyone simply refers to him by that. Long Tianyu frowned. Who exactly is he? The group looked curiously at Li Wanyan, sensing that the man named Wu Buyu was far from ordinary. Li Wanyan explained, he is not a supernatural being. He is a retrogressive mutant. The crowd collectively held their breath. Even Sheng An sat up straight. A retrogressive mutant. This is the first one we have encountered. Sheng An's almond-shaped eyes grew serious as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his tone revealing no emotion. Please elaborate. Li Wanyan continued. You must know that in the apocalypse, communication between temporary bases is exceedingly slow, and many bases are entirely cut off from one another. The group nodded, urging her to proceed. Long Tianyu, impatient, interrupted, just tell us who Wu Buyu is instead of rambling. He lifted his chin. It is indeed difficult for bases to contact each other, but due to the flying mutants and speed supernatural beings, as well as other special abilities, there are occasional communications between various bases. His expression seemed to imply, you know this, I know this. Li Wanyan shot him a cold glance. If I don't explain clearly, you might understand, but Sheng An and the others won tea. After this, she ignored him and continued, flying mutants act as messengers, relaying information between bases. Since they traverse various bases, they encounter dangers far greater than those faced by supernatural beings within the bases, resulting in heavy casualties. Eventually, a powerful flying mutant united all flying mutants across the nation, establishing the Apocalypse Flying Post, which collected information from various bases, compiled it, and published it as a small newspaper. They then let flying mutants sell the papers at different bases to trade for food, while also handling bounty messages and investigations. By the second year, the Apocalypse Flying Post gained significant notoriety. Long Tianyu jumped up, raising his voice. What? Wu Buyu is connected to the Apocalypse Flying Post. Hao Jingye stroked his chin, reflecting. That sounds quite promising, doesn't it? What nonsense? Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan spoke in unison. Long Tianyu shook his head. The Apocalypse Flying Post seemed good at first, but the small newspaper doesn't generate much food. After all, as long as a small portion of people at a base purchase it, the rest are just freeloaders. Li Wanyan replied. Thus, the founder of the Apocalypse Flying Post, that powerful flying mutant, shifted focus to bounty messages and investigations. To learn news from other bases or to find someone at another base, one must offer high-price bounties. Long Tianyu added, what is even more terrifying is that this person somehow gathered information and secrets about various powerful individuals and sold it at exorbitant prices. For a time, almost every powerful person had to spend a fortune to buy information about themselves, which drained a significant amount of food, ensuring that the Apocalypse Flying Post would not disclose their secrets and weaknesses to others. Libanyun Nudda Lamanting. That founder knows too many juicy details and excels at information integration, hence the nickname the paparazzo of the apocalypse. He is despised by many supernatural beings. The Apocalypse Flying Post is utterly unscrupulous. I have long wanted to deal with them, but unfortunately, that paparazzo hides too deeply, making it impossible to find out where he is. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth, declaring, in this lifetime, I will definitely find a way to eliminate that paparazzo. Amidst the flood of information, Sheng An and the others listened intently, exhibiting remarkable patience. However, Li Xian could not contain himself. Li Wanyan, what is it you were trying to say? Why are you going off on such tangents? Li Wanyan glanced at him, her tone icy. In your past life, you offended the paparazzo, and he exposed your secrets, leading to a prolonged period in the capital's temporary base filled with your gossip. Li Xin jumped in protest. You're talking nonsense. Just as an argument was about to erupt, Sheng An raised her hand, cutting to the chase. So, is Wu Buyu the paparazzo of the apocalypse? Li Wanyan nodded. Yes, I only learned his name by chance. Long Tianyu was taken aback. What? Wu Buyu is that paparazzo of the apocalypse, the head of the Apocalypse Flying Post. In the next moment, Long Tianyu grew serious. Rarely did he regard Sheng An with such gravity. If it's him, You'd best not attempt to recruit him into the Special Affairs Department. That fellow has peculiar quirks and an eccentric personality, lacks any moral compass, and is exceptionally skilled at uncovering secrets. He would not make a good teammate. Sheng An did not dismiss his warning. Her fingers, which had been tapping on the table, suddenly stilled, and a smile slowly emerged. Regardless of his personality, we have now discovered him. Haven Tiwi? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Wu Biyu had become a mutant and was certainly attempting to hide carefully, striving to remain undetected. However, they had reincarnators among them, and knowing his name meant they could uncover everything about him. Wu Biyu was instantly exposed, and all his secrets were laid bare. What he himself was unaware of, they had already come to know. Long Tianyu remarked, "That fellow is truly not a suitable teammate. He is duplicitous and untrustworthy." Sheng An regarded him, her expression calm. Trust is not necessarily required. Long Tianyu looked bewildered. Qi Lingwu lifted his gaze, his voice hoarse. Flying mutants are incredibly useful, and he can uncover countless secrets. He may possess more than just flying abilities. Multiple abilities, especially at this critical juncture before the apocalypse, could prove invaluable. Sheng An's face betrayed no emotion, her demeanor serene. What I need from him now is cooperation. Trust cannot be established in the short term. What I require is not Wu Biyu's trust, but rather his capabilities. By any means necessary, I need him to play his part on the day the apocalypse arrives. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchange a knowing glance. Recognizing the shared intent in each other's eyes, they smiled at one another. For reasons unknown, a chill ran down Long Tianyu's spine. Sheng An tapped the table lightly. Her smile gentle. "We will discuss Wu Biyu's matters tomorrow. Let us first investigate who he is, and then devise a plan." Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu engaged in a discussion this evening. Long Tianyu, with a dismissive expression, remarked that he had already disclosed all he knew. He then lounged on the table, his feet propped up on a chair, exuding an air of indifference. Li Wanyun rolled her eyes and settled beside Sheng An, urging them to proceed with their inquiries, assuring her cooperation. She accepted the water offered by Hao Jingye, nodding in gratitude. It was already late, and soon after, Li Xian and the others arrived following the conclusion of their class. Upon entering the room, they heard Sheng An pose a question to Li Wanyun. "Where did you learn those techniques?" Chapter 70. One step closer to the truth. Li Wanyun was momentarily taken aback. Her expression one of confusion, as she questioned the nature of the techniques in reference. Yu Feng leaned closer, pressing for answers. Li Wanyun furrowed her brow in contemplation before finally stating, "I believe I developed them on my own." "You believe?" Yu Feng's tone dripped with skepticism. Wan Yuan's expression was peculiar, questioning the validity of her uncertainty. How could one develop techniques independently, yet use the word believe? After a period of reflection, Li Wanyun asserted with conviction, "I did develop them myself, as no one has ever taught me. Those techniques are instincts I acquired through numerous battles." "That is implausible," Qi Lingwu replied calmly, his statement carrying an air of certainty. "Why?" Li Wanyun asked, frowning. Sheng An lifted her eyelids to glance at her, speaking coolly. "Those techniques are not mere instincts born from combat. You may not recognize it, but combat instincts differ significantly from techniques created through training. Moreover, these techniques bear resemblance to those of both myself and Qi Lingwu." Yu Feng and the others nodded in agreement. Li Wanyun shook her head, exasperated, "But truly, no one has taught me." Sheng An suggested, "It is possible you have seen these techniques before, retained them in your memory, but forgot their origin, only to utilize them in subsequent battles." Pausing, she fixed her gaze on Li Wanyun and calmly articulated a chilling hypothesis. "It's also plausible that someone taught you, yet you have no recollection, or rather, your memory has been erased." A profound silence enveloped the room. Even Long Tianyu felt a shiver run down his spine. Li Xian rubbed his arms nervously, exclaiming, "Please don't speak so ominously. Besides, how could someone teach another and then erase their memory?" He turned to Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. "Do either of you recall anyone with such a unique ability?" Both shook their heads in unison. "No." Hao Jingye, deep in thought, eventually posed another question. "Li Wanyun, do you know Sheng An and Qi Lingwu?" The names of Sheng and Qi Lingwu, myself, Wan Yuan, Yu Feng, Zhao Zicheng, Chen Yu, Jiang Huan Shu, Li Shuang, and Jiusu were mentioned, all core members of Team Zero. Li Wanyun strained to recall these names before firmly shaking her head. "No, I have never heard of you, nor have I seen you." Her gaze swept over Sheng and Qi Lingwu. If she had encountered them in her previous life, there should be some lingering impression. A heavy silence fell upon the group. The situation grew increasingly perplexing. None of the reborn individuals recognized Sheng An or the members of Team Zero. Did they all perish on the day of the apocalypse? Or had they transformed into other beings? Pensive expressions adorned the faces of all present. Sheng An lowered her gaze, contemplating for a moment before posing a peculiar question. When did you die in your previous life? Li Wanyan responded, at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. What an odd question. Hao Jingya interjected, suddenly startled, while Song Linwei also came to a realization. The two exchanged horrified glances. What is it? Jiang Yu asked, scratching his head in confusion. Hao Jingya took a deep breath, his voice hoarse. Aside from you and Wu Ji, everyone else perished in the last few months of the second year of the apocalypse. Sheng An took a sheet of paper and pen, jotting down end of the second year of the apocalypse. She then listed everyone's names by month, consolidating information from Group A. Yang Chuan had died at the end of the second year of the apocalypse, with memories indicating that Huang Weiyang and Geng Luqian perished during a massacre of other beings a month prior. Although the two groups were at odds, essential information must be shared promptly. Both Sheng An and Xiu Yu would not exploit this matter. Hao Jingya and Gu Cheng also possessed a sense of ethical responsibility as national assistants. Competition existed under the umbrella of collective interests. Hu Jiaxue and Zhang Kuan had died before Li Xian. This was information from Long Tianyu. Subsequently, Li Xian had killed Xiang Hans Huang, perishing alongside another being. Sheng An noted several more names. Hao Jingye spoke with excitement. Next were Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan. The final name is Li Wanyan. This was at the end of the second year of the apocalypse, before officially entering the third year. Sheng An paused her writing, lifting her head with piercing eyes. There are still two individuals, the Thunder-type ability user Lu Mingwei and the mutant Wu Buyu, correct? Long Tianyu confirmed. Wu Buyu is also deceased. I don't know the details of his death, but the information is indisputable. It was frustrating. After the demise of the paparazzi, he hadn't even had a moment to rejoice before he too met his end. Li Wanyan's countenance turned icy, her voice hoarse. Have I not mentioned that the leader among those who attacked me was Lu Mingwei? Pausing, she coldly added, and I chose to perish alongside him. Drag him down to hell with me. Having been reborn, she had hoped to deal with Lu Mingwei harshly in this life. Little did she realize he had awakened his abilities early. Those powers were not easy to contend with. Sheng An's expression darkened slightly as she inscribed Wu Buyu's name before that of Long Tianyu. She then added Lu Mingwei's name, drawing a line beneath Li Wanyan's on the timeline, noting end of the third year of the apocalypse. The room fell into a profound silence. Kiskiviko Yaksue murmuret. Why did everyone die at the end of the second year of the apocalypse? Hao Jingye corrected her. It is the reborn ability users and those who awakened their abilities early that perished at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. Wu Ji died when the apocalypse arrived. Jiang Yu perished in the first year of the apocalypse. However, they share a commonality. They are not ability users, merely pure reborn individuals. Jiang Yu's spatial ability is not due to a power, but rather inherited through a family heirloom. Song Linwei's expression was obscure, his voice hoarse. It is strange. Why did events unfold this way before the third year of the apocalypse? Was there something that occurred, or is it merely a matter of limited samples? Everyone shook their heads. The reborn individuals were unclear, let alone those who derived information from them. Sheng An stared at the paper, and then slowly raised her head. Her gaze was fathomless, yet a smile graced her lips. I believe that when we unravel this mystery, we may indeed uncover the root cause of your appearances. Discovering this will bring us closer to the truth, which is a positive development, is it not? Jiang Yu and the others could not muster a smile. Instead, they felt as though a gaping chasm lay before them, unfathomable and instilling an inexplicable dread. After a moment, Qi Lingwu smirked slightly and nodded. It is a positive development. Sheng An spun her pen, capping it and tossing it onto the table, then handed the paper to Hao Jingye. After organizing the information, share it with Group A, and submit it to the higher-ups for professional analysis. Understood. Hao Jingye immediately agreed and turned to execute the task. Subsequently, Sheng An looked toward Li Wanyan and Long Tianyu, offering a gentle smile. However, an inexplicable chill ran down their spines. Long Tianyu stammered. "WW, what are you planning to do?" Chapter 71. This is from the heart. Not cowardice. Whenever Sheng An smiled like this, it was certain that misfortune was afoot. Long Tianyu's instincts, akin to a beast's, kicked in. Sheng An maintained her smile, rising to pat their shoulders. "Our group's overall strength is inferior to that of Group A. Fortunately, we have the two of you. This means you will be working even harder as your tasks have already been arranged." She cast a glance at Hao Jingye, who was drafting a report, looked up and mechanically recited 1. While balancing training, carefully recall which high-level ability users existed in your previous life. 2. Reflect on the ability users who perished at the end of the second year of the apocalypse. 3. Review the information and identify which ones are considered heretical. 4. Recall the mutated beings. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan interjected, "Wait a moment. Is this the work assigned to them?" The tasks are so numerous that they are difficult to remember. Even the unscrupulous 996 and 007 bosses do not impose such demands. Long Tianyu remains in a daze, counting the items on his fingers as Hao Jingye speaks. Li Wanyun, attracted by keywords, is bewildered. What are groups A and B? Song Linwei, sitting beside her, smiles and explains the differences between the two groups, as well as their current situations. Li Wanyun falls silent. In essence, Group A consists of Qiuyu, along with Lu Mingwei, Yang Chuan, Huang Weiyang, and Xiang Hanzhuang, among others. Why didn't you tell me Qiuyu was in Group A? Li Wanyun thought that only the Apocalypse Special Affairs Department existed and was entirely unaware of the distinction between Groups A and B. Sheng An looks at her, gently patting her shoulder, his tone increasingly tender. "What's wrong? Do you wish to leave Group B and join Group A?" Nearby, Qi Lingwu silently cleans his firearm. Li Wanyun's body tenses, her expression serious. "No, I believe Group B is quite satisfactory. Honestly, I admire everyone here and am very willing to join Group B and follow Sister Sheng. Group A contains Lu Mingwei, whom she despises, along with Qiuyu, whose intentions remain uncertain, as well as the scheming Xiang Hanzhuang. Joining them would be unwise." She reassures herself, resolutely denying that she is being cowardly. This is a matter of principle, not fear. Observing this, Sheng An nods in satisfaction and withdraws his hand. Qi Lingwu finishes cleaning his weapon and puts it away. Sheng An reassures them. "Do not worry. A team of experts will arrange your daily training, and Song Linwei and others will assist with the screening tasks. You only need to focus on your work." The two wear stiff expressions. At this moment, Song Linwei turns the computer screen towards them. On it, countless folders are densely packed, originating from various places, different units, and diverse channels, each folder rich in content. Scrolling through them reveals an almost endless quantity. The two feel a wave of darkness wash over them. Subsequently, they almost simultaneously speak. "Long Tianyu, is it really wise to assign me this task?" Li Wanyun, "I believe I can accomplish even more impressive feats." Sheng An, her phoenix eyes slightly curved, speaks in a gentle yet undeniable tone. "No, this is precisely what you are needed for, and I trust you will excel." Both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun are rebellious individuals, and upon hearing this, anger flares within them, and they wish to retort. However, the words linger on their lips before being swallowed back. Li Wanyun, Sheng An is not to be trifled with. Let Long Tianyu speak first. Long Tianyu, this woman has formidable tactics. Perhaps it is better to wait for Li Wanyun to object. Thus, both maintain their silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, yet still no one speaks. Li Wanyun, is Long Tianyu truly that restrained? Long Tianyu, is Li Wanyun genuinely submissive to Sheng An? How could she be so agreeable? The two remain mute. Sheng An breaks the silence, asking Li Wanyun, "What do you think?" Long Tianyu immediately looks at her with anticipation. Reject it quickly. Oppose it. Li Wanyun, of course, finds this unfavorable. She wants to argue. Yet Long Tianyu's watchful gaze and Qi Lingwu's ongoing firearm maintenance make her hesitate. Taking a deep breath, she states, "Word by word, I believe it is very good." Fine, since Long Tianyu has been subdued like this, she, being new, is unaware of their methods. So she ought to exercise caution. Sheng An then turns to Long Tianyu, smiling slightly. "And you?" Long Tianyu, stiffly, manages to utter 2 words, "Quite good." Damn, what on earth did this woman say to Li Wanyun? Surely, she possesses even more terrifying methods. Otherwise, how could Li Wanyun endure so? Fine. He will also hold back for now. At this moment, their mutual dissatisfaction reaches a peak. Seeing their cooperation, Sheng An nods in approval. Excellent, their work enthusiasm is commendable. She waves her hand and turns to leave, leaving behind a phrase, do well and work hard. The two weakly gaze at the screen. Work hard indeed. They must adopt a passive and negligent attitude. After all, they are powerful ability users, the hope for the future. How can they endure 996 and 007? As Sheng An reaches the door, she suddenly turns back. Work diligently and remember to supervise. Supervise, those 4 words. There is no principal or guest involved. In their minds, both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan simultaneously curse. Damn, she even expect him to supervise me? The two stiffly open the folders, one by one, checking names and photographs. Recalling whether they have encountered these ability users in their past lives, all the while thinking of the others supervising them. Their seriousness intensifies. Li Wanyan, exhausted after a long day, feels sleepy. Yet, with Long Tianyu still working beside her, and believing he is watching her, she suppresses her fatigue and continues her review. Long Tianyu is utterly vexed. Hadn't Li Wanyan just joined the Special Affairs Department? Why is she being so obedient? What time is it? And she is still working. Yet, she is working, and since Sheng An asked her to supervise him, he dares not leave. Long Tianyu grits his teeth and continues screening. As he works, he suddenly realizes that Li Wanyan is faster than him. How can this be? Enraged, Long Tianyu grinds his teeth and hastens his pace. Li Wanyan, dumb. This person is still injured. How can he not tire? Thinking of him supervising her and not wanting to lose to him, she grits her teeth and gathers her energy, accelerating her progress. Long Tianyu clenches his teeth, striving to outpace Li Wanyan by a fraction. Li Wanyan is determined not to be outdone by Long Tianyu. Thus, both become increasingly focused and swift, and as time passes into the night, instead of anyone suggesting sleep, they instead double their diligence. Hao Jingye sets down his work, rubs his eyes, and notices their seriousness. He pauses slightly. Soon, he exchanges glances with Song Lin Wei, and in each other's eyes, they see. These two are truly efficient. The screening progress has surged. Moreover, they are both so earnest. They have already finished their work and are about to leave together. Hao Jingye, we must get them a late-night snack. They are working too hard, even more so than I. Song Lin Wei, ability users are indeed different. Their energy is boundless. It's wonderful. The two marvel, then head to their rooms for sleep. In the office, Long Tianyu, struggling with bloodshot eyes, declares, I want to leave as long as Li Wanyan stays. Li Wanyan grits her teeth. I cannot allow myself to fall behind Long Tianyu. The next morning, very early, Hao Jingye enters the office, munching on a bun, and sees two rigid figures seated in their chairs, looking at the screen in front of them. The work that would have required many of them several days to complete has nearly finished overnight. Hao Jingye is taken aback, forgetting to chew his bun. Damn, now that is true dedication. Chapter 72. The subtle onset of competition, the countdown to the apocalypse, 11 days. The cafeteria of the Special Affairs Department continues to serve a sumptuous lunch, featuring everything from the sky, land, and sea, as long as it is edible and nutritious. The logistics department can procure it for them. Therefore, regardless of how tiring or busy it may be, at mealtime, all members arrive punctually. The nation's sincerity towards the members of the Special Affairs Department is evident in every aspect. Sheng An is enjoying her meal. Before her sits a bowl of rice and 3 dishes, 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. The meat dish is a clear stewed crab, meat lioness head. The vegetable is a simple boiled cabbage, and the soup is a seafood broth. The clear stewed crab meat lioness head was ordered by Li Xian. The boiled cabbage was requested by Jiang Yu to broaden his horizons. The seafood soup, on the other hand, was chosen by Zhang Kuan, who is a huge fan of seafood. Sheng An and Qi Lingwu are too lazy to order dishes themselves, so the kitchen has tailored their meals based on those of others. The nutrition is balanced, and the flavors are delightful. They sit on the left side of the cafeteria, while on the right, Qiuyu leads Group A. It is a rare occasion when both groups appear in the cafeteria simultaneously. Lu Mingwei from Group A glances at Sheng An and, deliberately speaking loudly with his teammates, remarks, Sister Xiang is truly amazing. Her combat power is off the charts. Of course, her ice abilities are exceptional. After the meteorite falls, the entire world will ignite, resulting in extremely high temperatures. Sister Xiang's abilities are indeed practical and valuable. Lu Gu is impressive as well. His lightning abilities are explosive, capable of causing devastating blasts. It goes without saying that it is still the ability users who shine. No matter how strong ordinary people are, their limits are simply that. Autumn Jie is indeed formidable. In her past life, she inspired fear in many, and in this life, she is accompanied by formidable allies like Xiang Jie and Lu Gu. By the way, have we discovered another person with extraordinary abilities? Yes. Let us hope this individual is a combat powerhouse. If so, our team shall be invincible. Ha ha ha. The entire cafeteria is filled with boasts. From the perspective of abilities, Team A possesses slightly superior combat strength compared to Team B, especially since they have Qiuyu, the leader with the puppet ability. The bragging is, in fact, a veiled mockery of Team B. Song Linwei's expression darkened. He contemplated retorting, but Sheng An turned to him and asked, have the disaster evacuation locations been planned? Song Linwei quickly regained focus and addressed the matter at hand. Yes, in 6 days, the nation will officially announce the doomsday news. The document issued this morning outlines the location planning. The Special Affairs Department will be situated in the eastern suburban villa area, the core shelter. Sheng An nodded. Song Linwei continued. After we finish sifting through the information at hand, we must relocate. However, the core shelter has limited space, which is not as spacious as here, and the dormitory conditions will be poorer. We will have to share quarters with Team A. The thought of sharing quarters with Team is quite chaotic. Sheng An paused for a moment, then looked up meaningfully. Accommodation should not be a concern. Furthermore, once Wu Buyu joins us, we can prepare for the move. The screening tasks prior to today should have been completed. There will be several aberrants we need to engage with, and time is of the essence. What? Song Linwei was taken aback. At that moment, Hao Jing entered with Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan. Both Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan appeared ghostly, their movements ethereal, their eyes vacant with red veins, as if completely drained. Upon their arrival, Team A's boasting momentarily faltered. After all, one possesses combat space abilities, while the other has a unique teleportation ability, both being top-tier experts. Lu Mingwei glanced at them, frowning. Are they truly reborn experts? They don't seem impressive. Their ghostly manner of walking certainly lacked any semblance of intimidation. Li Wanyan shifted her gaze to them, momentarily resting on Qiuyu and Xiang Hanzhuang, before fixing her cold, dangerous eyes on Lu Mingwei. After all, he was the one who caused her demise in her past life. Li Wanyan scoffed. Not impressive? Shall we compare? Lu Mingwei sprang up in anger, ready for confrontation. Sheng An calmly interjected. Let us eat. Li Wanyan budded her teeth. Could she truly overlook her enemies for a meal? Her gaze swept across the dining table, where the staff had just delivered her lunch, featuring her favorite roasted fish. A rare seafood platter, abalone rice, along with a vegetable salad and dessert of pearl yam. A radiant smile gradually broke through Li Wanyan's icy facade. Very well. In truth, she had already avenged herself against Lu Mingwei in her past life. There was no rush this time. She swiftly took her seat, while Long Tianyu had already begun to eat. The two seemed like famished souls reborn, which was somewhat accurate, given they had lived through 2 years of the apocalypse in their previous lives. Lu Mingwei still wished to provoke. Sheng An cast him a glance that silenced his retorts. She then asked, how was the screening work progressing? Hao Jingye replied excitedly. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan are incredible. Leveraging their memories from their past lives, they completed all the screening work last night. They even identified several problematic individuals, and I have instructed the information department to investigate. Song Linwei was astonished. You stayed up all night? Hao Jingyan nodded emphatically. Just then, Jiang Yu and Li Xen entered the cafeteria, catching the tail end of the conversation. Both of them were bewildered. What is this new form of internal competition? Surpassing sleeping in class and only sleeping for 6 hours is staying up all night. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan seemed overly ambitious. How could they work so hard? Were they leaving no room for anyone else? Suddenly, they stumbled in their steps. Sheng An praised. Excellent. This will help us gather our teammates more swiftly. Well done. It was rare for Sheng An to commend anyone. Long Tianyu paused mid-bite, cleared his throat, and raised his chin. It's just average. After all, I am now a member of the Special Affairs Department's Team B. Li Wanyan refused to be outdone and chimed in. Thank you for the praise. It is my duty to serve the country. Song Linwei understood and exclaimed excitedly. Does this mean we will have more teammates? With your assistance, Sister Sheng's recruitment speed will accelerate tremendously. You have maximized the advantages of being reborn. Just then, Yang Chuan from Team A, who had been boasting, interjected. He is also a reborn individual and hasn't done anything. Qiu shot an unkind look at him. Yang Chuan shrank back, feeling dejected. Sheng An then asked, Jiangyu, Li Xian, how was today? With Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan leading the charge, they dared not report anything but good news. Jiangyu smiled slightly. I learned a lot today. The range of spatial planting has expanded. Li Xian gritted his teeth. It was good. I have learned the colors of various metals, and I successfully completed the metal color transformation today. Nearby, Lu Mingwei and Xiang Hanzhuang bowed their heads. Qiu cast a cold gaze at them. Sheng An inquired, what about Ku Jieshue and Zhang Kuan? Ku Jieshue replied obediently. Today I studied water friction and water pressure explosions. It was quite effective. Huang Weiyang, Team A's water ability user, remarked. His head is nearly drooping to the table. Qiu directed her gaze at him. Zhang Kuan scratched his head. I have no remarkable abilities. I only possess a space ability, which allows me to help the country transport goods and store important items within, in preparation for the apocalypse. Without a space ability user. Team A. Sheng An smiled. Everyone has their role. Our team is doing well. Even if we cannot be invincible, we are all striving for improvement, which is commendable. The members of Team A, who had been boasting of their invincibility, fell into silence. They had claimed to possess formidable ice and lightning abilities. Yet others also had teleportation and space abilities, along with metal abilities, continuously enhancing themselves with tangible results. They had boasted about discovering another aberrant, while the efforts of the reborn individuals had resulted in the identification of several in one night. Their claims of invincibility, considering the current combat strength next door, and the rumor of targeting a retrogressive mutant, with a few new ability users joining, Lu Mingwei felt a pang of embarrassment. Qiu's expression darkened ominously. She abruptly stood up, fixing a steely gaze on her team members, her voice frigid. I believe I have been too lenient with you all. Meeting time. With that, she turned and strode away. Internal competition was evidently about to commence among all members of the Special Affairs Department. The members of Team A exchanged glances, then dejectedly stood and followed suit. Yufeng called after their retreating figures. Team A friends, why are you leaving when your meal isn't finished? Team A's members gritted their teeth in frustration. Lu Mingwei could not help but turn around, intending to intimidate them. However, as he did, he saw Li Xian, Long Tianyu, Li Wanyan, and Ku Jieshue raising their hands, ready to retaliate. Qi Lingwu, Yu Feng, and Wan Yuan held their weapons discreetly. Sheng An regarded him with an impassive expression. Lu Mingwei raised his middle finger, a final act of defiance, before he swiftly retreated to catch up with Qiu and the others. Team A withdrew. Hao Jingye scoffed lightly. Still daring to boast? Just look at team leader Qiu's reaction. They are bound for internal competition. Meanwhile, the instigator of this competition had already finished eating. Li Wanyan wiped her mouth and declared through gritted teeth. This afternoon, I intend to take a good nap. No one is allowed to disturb me. Long Tianyu nodded in vigorous agreement. Same here. Sheng An glanced at them. This time, the two had remarkably united in thought. If she disagreed, they would have to revolt. Very well. Sheng An nodded, quite pleased. The two exchanged looks of suspicion. Was it because they had just cooperated with her? Sheng An set down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth, and smiled. The inspection department has already gathered evidence of Wu Buyu's awakening. This afternoon, we shall go find him. Given Wu Buyu's character and abilities, this operation promises to be quite interesting. Originally intending to bring everyone along, since you all wish to sleep, please rest well. I will take Jiangyu and the others, treating it as a relaxing team-building exercise. Chapter 73, Be a Person. The two shared a meal. After a moment, they suddenly sat up straight, their expressions serious. Long Tianyu proclaimed with righteous indignation, of course, work is of paramount importance. The paparazzi are not to be trifled with. I must accompany you. He was joking, of course. That was the future's foremost paparazzo. Following Sheng An's modus operandi, she would certainly make Wu Buyu obedient. They were in for an entertaining spectacle. Li Wanyan spoke with determination. The abilities of the supernatural are formidable. A few days without sleep is of no concern. Work comes first. She was equally curious about how Sheng An would persuade Wu Buyu to join. That fellow was certainly not one to follow the conventional path. Neither moral persuasion nor temptation seemed likely to succeed. As for coercion, Long Tianyu pondered. If Sheng An intended to suppress Wu Buyu by force, it would mean someone would assist him in executing his previous rebellion plan. Sleeping was hardly more important than watching a show. Both were resolute. Sheng An nodded in satisfaction, set down her napkin, and stood up. Since you were so devoted to your work, remember to document all the information from the 3 newly discovered anomalies before we depart. Good luck. The two exclaimed, damn, is this woman a devil? Sheng An left. Qi Lingwu naturally followed her, while Hao Jingye and Song Linwei hurried to catch up. Upon leaving the cafeteria, Song Linwei inquired, Sister Sheng, why deliberately make things difficult for them? Indeed, it was evident that Sheng An was doing so on purpose. At his words, Sheng An chuckled lightly. She took Qi Lingwu's hand, playfully toying with his fingers, her tone relaxed. Those two are troublemakers. Although they are temporarily obedient, they have just joined the Special Affairs Department. As long as they have energy, they will undoubtedly stir up quite a bit of trouble. Just like Long Tianyu's previous wild aspirations for rebellion, Li Wanyan was no different. That was someone who dared to invest 100 billion to hoard supplies abroad. Hao Jingye laughed as well. So, Sister Sheng is ensuring they lack the energy to cause mischief. If they behave for the initial days, everything will fall into place, and the likelihood of disturbances will sharply decline. The most troublesome period for troublemakers is precisely now, right after joining the Special Affairs Department. As long as we suppress them now, they will grow accustomed to the department and cease their foolish antics. Song Linwei suddenly understood. He remained silent, slowly giving Sheng An a thumbs up. Sheng An released Qi Lingwu's hand, adopting a serious demeanor. Let us see how Wu Buyu is faring. This fellow has a rather rare temperament. I have always suspected he possesses other abilities. The group's expressions grew solemn as they plunged into their work. In the cafeteria, Li Xian could no longer contain his complaints. You guys are really something else. Why work so tirelessly? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourselves? Long Tianyu shot him a cold glance. Did he think it was voluntary? It was all due to Sheng An and Li Wanyan, those two vexatious women. Li Wanyan was too weary to even respond. She was truly exhausted. Both were typical troublemakers, enthusiastic about stirring up chaos. But now they had been worn down by Sheng, and to the point where their sole desire was simply to get a good night's sleep. They pleaded to be allowed to rest without disturbances. Jiang Yu kept glancing at Li Wanyan, taking a few bites of food, then stealing a few more glances. Li Wanyan met his gaze with a cold look, exasperated. What are you doing? Jiang Yu immediately broke into a smile, his eyes sparkling. I have long admired your reputation, and have always wanted to meet you. You, a space ability user who can fight, are truly impressive. The last 4 words were sincere. Li Wanyan's expression turned peculiar. Your space is a black earth, while I am merely a combination of a space ability user and a combat ability user. Yours is undoubtedly the unique one. Jiang Yu's space was indeed exceptional. That vast expanse of black earth represented hope, a place where one could survive any dire situation. Had Li Wanyan not been reborn before the apocalypse and awakened her abilities later, she would have struggled to survive, no matter how powerful she was. After all, that was a time of extreme resource scarcity. Jiang Yu sighed. I still think you are far more powerful than I am. And having a space like yours is so much easier. At least you don't have to farm. Li Wanyan responded, Farm? Jiang Yu nodded emphatically, beginning to lament. You have no idea how hard it is for me. I have to learn to operate tractors and various agricultural machinery. She rambled on without pause. Li Banyun listanat intanli. Occasionally nodding, her expression complex. After Jiang Yu finished, she turned to her, Sister, don't you think I have it tough? How many reborn space users have to study every day? Li Wanyan's face turned serious. Jiang Yu, that's where you are mistaken. Huh? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Li Wanyan declared with conviction. Your space is a remarkable gift. It encompasses a vast black earth, and the country has provided you with all sorts of seeds and equipment. Once you learn, you will become the most valuable resource in the world. Your space is the last pure land. Tell me, who would dare to harm you? Jiang Yu was astounded. Li Wanyan continued. Even if you lack combat abilities, given your skills and your space, countless people would be willing to protect you. Those with a sense of righteousness would rather sacrifice themselves than let you perish. Do you not see the importance of your space and education? Jianyu had never considered it from this perspective, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Is that really the case? It seems so, Li Wanyan added. To take it a step further, as long as you master these skills, even if you encounter unforeseen circumstances later on, you will have the means to survive with your space and planting abilities. Jianyu murmured. So, studying is for my own benefit? Exactly, Li Wanyan affirmed. What is there to fear in hardship? Surviving and aiding humanity is the most crucial thing. Jianyu suddenly sprang to her feet, her cheeks flushed, her voice excited. We have team building this afternoon. I need to seize the time to study a bit more. She turned and dashed away, full of determination. Long Tianyu looked at Li Wanyan quizzically, skepticism written across his face. Why are you suddenly so righteous? Li Wanyan rolled her eyes. Nonsense, it's just talk. It doesn't mean I have to study. If I were to study like Jianyu, I would scold her more fiercely. Long Tianyu was speechless. Li Wanyan rubbed her chin. Jianyu is so unfortunate. At least I have it a bit better, not needing to farm. However, seeing someone worse off than me strangely comforts me. Long Tianyu remained silent for a long while, before finally uttering, be a person. Li Wanyan dismissed him, rising, hurry up and finish your work. If you complete it, perhaps you can still catch a bit of sleep. This afternoon, I want to accompany Sheng An to see Wu Buyu. That fellow was so mysterious in his past life. I want to see what kind of person he truly is and how he knows so much gossip. Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu grew interested as well and hurried to work. The apocalypse's foremost paparazzo, Wu Buyu. How could one not be curious? Chapter 74. Always had special abilities last night. Wu Ba and Wu Ma had a major quarrel, which ultimately escalated to physical confrontation. Wu Ma took their child, Wu Shanyu, and returned to her family. At this time, Wu Ba finally had the opportunity to confront the secretive Wu Buyu. He grabbed a stick but discovered that Wu Buyu had long retreated to his room and locked the door. Wu Ba shouted angrily, Wu Buyu, come out. There was no response from inside the room. Wu Ba kicked the door fiercely twice but was unable to force it open. He stood there, gathering his energy, gripping the stick tightly. Throughout his life, Wu Buyu had given him no shortage of anger. As a child, he had been clever and sensible. It was unclear when he suddenly began to spout nonsense. That was not all. When taken out, he would sometimes follow others, leading to him being beaten. He had even been reported to the police for being a stalker. This eldest son had certainly caused them much embarrassment. Consequently, the couple had disciplined him severely for a period. Wu Ba believed in the principle that a rod produces a filial son. Thus, he had always employed strict methods of education, which had proven somewhat effective. After being corrected by them, Wu Buyu ceased his nonsensical ramblings and retreated into a shell of silence, becoming unresponsive to any attempts at conversation. Occasionally, when he uttered a word, it had the uncanny ability to infuriate those around him. The relatives pressed Wu Buyu, for many of them had suffered the indignity of being silenced by his words. As time passed, Wu Buyu became increasingly withdrawn, sometimes not speaking for days on end. He neither attended work nor sought employment, shunning human interaction. Wu Ba and Wu Ma had speculated that their son was grappling with social anxiety and autism, a revelation that left them both perturbed. They had attempted to force him outside, but he would wander off, following others. If not for the intelligence test he had taken, Wu Ba might have doubted his eldest son's mental faculties. The eldest son seemed a lost cause. Thus, they focused their efforts on nurturing their younger son, Wu Shanyu, finally experiencing the joys of parenthood through him, relishing the happiness that a normal child could bring. Contemplating this, along with the thought of his wife returning to her family and the secrets that had come to light, Wu Ba found himself seething with anger. He barked, from tomorrow onward, you must get out and find a job. I will no longer provide you with a single penny, nor will I allow anyone to cook for you. If you refuse to leave, you can starve. I won't lift a finger. Until now, he had merely ignored his eldest son, but this time, Wu Ba genuinely wished for him to leave the house. After all, their son was no longer a child, and he would not perish outside. Inside the room, Wu Buyu mumbled to himself, it seems I can no longer stay here. The following noon, upon waking, Wu Ba discovered that Wu Buyu's door was ajar, and the bed had been tidied, indicating that he had departed some time ago. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Wu Ba wondered how his son had left without him noticing. He muttered a silent hope that Wu Buyu had indeed gone out to seek work and not simply returned in the evening. This silent departure was not unprecedented. In the past, Wu Buyu would always return at mealtimes. At times, Wu Ba felt that his son did not consider this place his home, but rather as a mere stopover for meals and shelter. However, this time felt different. Even if he were to return, Wu Ba was determined to drive him away. Having left home after lunch, Wu Buyu walked quietly down the street, moving neither hurriedly nor slowly. A closer examination of his chosen path revealed a conscious effort to avoid all other individuals. Meanwhile, Hao Jingye laid out documents with a grave expression, stating, "It has been confirmed, Wu Buyu is a retrogressive mutant." Song Linwei examined one of the documents, which contained images from spy satellites and road surveillance, accompanied by an analysis report. The task of finding evidence of Wu Buyu's mutation was significantly eased by having the answers at hand. At a certain point in time, he appeared in the surveillance footage. After entering an area devoid of cameras, he vanished, only to re-emerge on the opposite side of the city. Clearly, he had navigated through the wildwoods. The report proposed countless possibilities, yet none could withstand scrutiny. Ultimately, the most plausible explanation was that he could fly, corroborating the theory that Wu Buyu was a flying mutant. Regarding the nature of his flight, a drone had captured a blurred silhouette, which, after several processing iterations by the information department, was confirmed to be a person with wings. A human form with a pair of wings, akin to a person with a glider, yet moving faster than the glider itself. Analyzing wind speed and flight altitude ruled out the possibility of glider. The culmination of all information indicated that Wu Buyu was indeed an early awakening retrogressive mutant, a truth that rendered his movements elusive and enigmatic. Hao Jingye opened a video for them to view. Sheng An squinted slightly. On the screen, Wu Buyu, initially walking purposefully, suddenly hesitated. He then turned sharply, following someone in another direction, gradually moving away. The surveillance switched, and after an indeterminate time, he abruptly halted, following another woman. He trailed her to a hotel, witnessing a dramatic scene of infidelity. Subsequently, he became embroiled in a brawl, leaving with a bruised visage. Hao Jingye noted, Wu Buyu is not fond of venturing out, and the surveillance footage currently available is limited. If we desire more footage, the information department will have to take their time. Even if it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack, as long as Sheng An requires it, the state can deliver. He found it peculiar. Song Linwei expressed his confusion. Why does it seem like he knows what will happen? Precognition? Hao Jingye shook his head. That doesn't seem right. If he could foresee events, he wouldn't have walked into a situation where he could get hit. If he knows what will occur, why would he approach it? If he is unaware, what compels him to follow? Qi Lingwu had been fixated on the screen, and after a moment, he remarked, Wu Buyu's ability to gather information likely did not originate after the apocalypse. This suggests that he possessed special abilities even before the end. Hao Jingye and Song Linwei shared a silent understanding but dared not voice it. As Qi Lingwu finished speaking, both men gasped in astonishment. Instinctively, they turned to Sheng An, seeking her insight. However, Sheng An, lost in thought as she stroked her chin, appeared contemplative. At that moment, Hao Jingye received a message. Wu Buyu has left. He abruptly lifted his head. Sheng An snapped out of her reverie and stepped outside. An hour later, from across the street, Sheng An monitored Wu Buyu's situation via the screen. Long Tianyu leaned over, curiosity etched on his face. Why not get closer? His head nearly brushed against Sheng An's shoulder. Qi Lingwu remained silent, reaching out to gently push him away. Long Tianyu grimaced in pain. Hao Jingye explained with precision. This individual is quite peculiar, seemingly possessing a degree of precognitive ability. It's best to maintain a safe distance. Li Wanyan frowned. ISNT had already confirmed that he has awakened? Why not confront him directly? She turned her gaze towards Sheng An, seeking clarification. Among the resurrected supernatural beings, there was a universal disdain for this future top paparazzo. With no exceptions, they all yearned to witness his downfall. Sheng An's eyes remained fixed on the screen, calm and unhurried. Let us wait a moment longer. As if struck by a thought, she looked at the others and instructed, listen carefully as long as I do not speak. No one is to approach him or make any movements. Chapter 75, a half hour of revelations. The group was momentarily taken aback. Under Sheng An's unwavering gaze, they obediently nodded. Just as Long Tianyu was about to inquire further, Hao Jingye's communication device lit up. He glanced down and immediately reported, Sister Sheng, we have discovered that Wu Buyu exposed his father's infidelity and was subsequently driven out. Prior to leaving, Sheng An had instructed an investigation. This reclusive individual had ventured out today for a reason. Hearing this, Sheng An smiled. This is indeed our golden opportunity. The Wu family is expelling him. If they do not reach out to him, is that not absurd? Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun exchanged puzzled glances. What did this mean? Was Sheng An adopting a conciliatory approach toward Wu Buyu? Instinctively, both thought, why should she? Then they exchanged glances, their emotions calming. Even if Sheng An sought to reconcile peacefully, it was uncertain whether that peculiar fellow would agree. As it stood, he appeared to detest human interaction. How could he possibly consent to join? Moreover, should Wu Buyu resist, Sheng An would undoubtedly take action against him. They anticipated an entertaining spectacle. Rubbing their hands together, they awaited the unfolding drama. Jiang Yu, having no prior acquaintance with Wu Buyu and Li Exen, along with Ku Jiaxue, who lacked memories from their past lives, felt no animosity towards him, only curiosity. Jiang Yu observed the surveillance footage, murmuring, he seems rather quiet, almost obedient. It's just that his personality is too introverted, unwilling even to lift his head while walking. The aura of modesty and restraint enveloped Wu Buyu. Li Exen nodded in agreement. Doesn't he appear to be a fearsome individual? Is he not merely socially anxious? What is there to fear? Social anxiety is a rather common personality trait. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun gazed at him with impassive expressions. Li Wanyun remarked, you certainly did not think this way in your previous life. Long Tianyu replied, social anxiety? More like a social terrorist. Hao Jingye handed a tablet to Sheng An, stating, this is his previous movement trajectory. His target is a temple in the suburbs. Judging by the direction he is heading, it seems he intends to visit the temple today, just as he has in the past. Sheng An nodded and took the tablet to inspect it. Wu Buyu had been wandering outside. He rarely ventured out and seldom frequented crowded places. Yet, he could no longer remain confined within the safety of his home. He had to roam. Am I to survive in the wilderness? Wu Buyu murmured. He believed he had wings and could thrive in desolation, perhaps even quite well. However, he dismissed the thought, finding life in the wild too dull. Without a signal on his phone, it would be even worse, devoid of any amusement. He shook his head in denial and continued forward. He appeared remarkably composed, dressed neatly. Yet his unconventional hairstyle significantly affected the impression he made on others. He often kept his head down, with his disheveled hair obscuring his brows and eyes, causing people to instinctively keep their distance. He was walking towards the outskirts of a city, opting not to use any form of transportation, even while avoiding crowds. He still brushed shoulders with a few individuals. He paused momentarily, instinctively redirecting his path to follow a man into a dilapidated old building. He glanced up and then pulled out his phone, dialing the emergency number. Hello, I have discovered a kidnapping case. The address is... Wu Buyu reported mechanically. After hanging up, he murmured to himself, helping others brings joy. I truly am a good person. With that, he left with a light step, believing no one was aware of his actions. However, from a distance, a vehicle containing Sheng An and his companions quietly observed the scene. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun displayed their discontent openly. A nameless hero? A good person? Bah, I wish I could spit in his face and tell him scram. Wu Buyu continued on to the suburban temple. The temple was not bustling with activity. It only attracted visitors during the New Year's Eve, the first month, and holidays. Today being a weekday and under renovation, the main gate was tightly shut, and naturally, no devotees were present. It felt as if the entire mountain was deserted. With the front gate closed, Wu Buyu skillfully navigated around to the back and climbed inside. The ongoing renovations were extensive, with many halls closed off, scaffolding erected high. Yet for some unknown reason, the work had ceased. The entire temple was devoid of workers, providing Wu Buyu with a sense of security. A smile crept onto his lips, and his demeanor became relaxed, with his chin slightly raised, revealing his brows and eyes. Clearly, the environment allowed him to unwind and feel free to express himself. He casually entered an open hall where it seemed a Vajra Buddha was enshrined, seated on a pedestal, gleaming in gold. The merit box and the prayer mats were distanced from the statue. For some reason, Wu Buyu felt that the Vajra Buddha and the large pedestal were a bit mismatched in size, perhaps due to the ongoing renovations. He did not dwell on it. He dragged over a prayer mat and sat down, gazing up at the Buddha statue, remaining silent for a while. Social anxiety, reluctance to speak. Yet the next moment, he broke his silence, exclaiming, I feel stifled. Every day, I hold back from speaking. I'm nearly going to burst, but I truly fear that if I open my mouth, I might spill secrets like my father's affair with his secretary. That Wu Shanyu is the child of my mother and Uncle Wang. That Li Sa stole my mother's bird's nest. That Wu Shanyu's homework is all done by paying others. That Uncle Zhao next door gambled away all his money and deceived his wife into investing. That the little star downstairs is two-timing, and that the elderly Mr. Su, who loves to play chess at the entrance, is involved in a murder case, and that the supposedly honest bun shop owner downstairs has a black heart. My mother's favorite beauty salon constantly insults her behind her back for being foolish and wealthy. He continued to spill secrets for half an hour without pause. Wu Biyu licked his dry lips, exhaled deeply, and with his eyes shimmering like a galaxy, looked at the Vajra Buddha, asking, "Why do you think I've grown wings and transformed into a birdman?" Naturally, there was no answer. He continued, "Since childhood, I have been different. Heaven granted me peculiar abilities, ideally suited for a journalist, yet my father altered my aspirations. If I cannot contain my words, others might harm me. But it seems I no longer need to fear. I have wings, I can run. Why did I suddenly grow wings? Could it be that I was a bird in my past life? Thus, I have become a birdman in this life. Ha ha ha! If I were a bird, I should be a celestial bird, right? Otherwise, how could I retain my wings in reincarnation? I believe my wings are quite magnificent, yet I am too shy to show them to others." Wu Biyu revealed his wings, large black ones sprouting from his back, tearing through his clothing. He gasped, "Oh no, my clothes are ruined. I am quite poor right now. How can I afford new ones?" He embraced his wings, murmuring, "Such splendid wings. It would be a pity not to let others admire them. Yet, showing them feels so embarrassing. I shall enjoy them alone." After a while of admiring himself, hunger began to gnaw at him. He wrapped his wings around himself, lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have mentioned my father's affair, which has left me with no place to go. If I were to enter a crowded space, I would surely suffocate when surrounded by others." He always kept his head down and refrained from speaking. But now, in solitude, Wu Buyu's mouth would not cease moving, expressing whatever came to mind. "Perhaps I shall reside here. I could discreetly take some money from the merit box. After all, I was a celestial bird in my previous life. It is mine to claim." As he spoke, he raised his hand, summoning the merit box towards him, his hand transforming into a sharp claw that tore apart the box. However, to his dismay, it was empty. Wu Buyu seethed in frustration. "Damn it, where's the money?" In his ire, he hurled the wooden board to the ground, his mouth morphing into a beak, instinctively wanting to peck at it. "Wait, if someone sees me pecking at wood with my beak, would they laugh themselves to death?" Wu Buyu murmured, finding the image rather unappealing. He wished he had wings alone. Then he chuckled, "But there is no one here to witness." With that thought, he let his beak peck at the wooden board. The sharp beak moved like a blur, and Wu Buyu's expression relaxed. His beak had longed to peck at something, yet the shame of his human form had restrained his avian instincts. Now, in solitude, he let loose and felt immense joy. Just then, he noticed an apple beneath the offering platform. "Oh!" Wu Buyu's eyes lit up. His feet, now claws, hurried towards the apple, his beak aiming directly at it. However, in the next moment, Wu Buyu abruptly raised his head, his expression shifting to one of sternness and alertness. "Who?" Chapter 76. Social death is still death. Wu Buyu's tone was sharp, tinged with an underlying panic. He was certain someone was present, his gaze fixated on the Vajra Buddha statue, but he hesitated. Yet in the next instant, the statue came to life. Its previously motionless eyes blinked, and the hands that were once clasped together unfolded. The legs that were crossed began to stretch, and the body gradually morphed back into a human form. A real-life transformation. Li Xen, astonished, exclaimed, "Whoa, how did you discover me?" He moved his neck around, blinking his metallic eyes, which had yet to lose their sheen. "You talk a lot. You seem to have social anxiety. Yet here you are, so chatty. Also, how do you know so many secrets? What is your special ability?" A barrage of questions ensued. But Wu Biyu remained silent, staring intently at Li Xen, his eyes filled with malice. His sharp claws twitched as he hoarsely demanded, "Who are you? Why are you hiding here, eavesdropping on me?" He had made a decision. He intended to kill this person, regardless of whether he was human or something else. As long as he silenced him, no one would learn of the events that transpired today. Only the two of them were present. If he killed him, the secrets would remain concealed. Wu Buyu's wings rustled, his claws sharpened. He lunged forward. Li Xin smirked. What do you mean, eavesdropping? We are listening openly. Wu Buyu paused, his body freezing mid-leap, confusion and bewilderment flashing in his sharp eyes. Suddenly, a head emerged behind the golden Buddha statue. One head, two heads, three heads, a row of heads. Hao Ying et Galim, He, Jiang Yu, Long Tianyu, Li Wanyun, Song Linwei, Wan Yuan, Yu Feng Kajiashue, and Zhang Kuan responded in unison, hello. 9 heads peeked out from either side of the statue. Finally, Sheng An, accompanied by Qi Ling Wu, emerged from behind with a gentle smile. We finally meet Wu Buyu. The once tranquil hall felt suddenly crowded. So many people. He was not alone. He was one among a gathering of spectators. With a thud, Wu Buyu fell to the ground as he attempted to lunge forward. He raised his head, clinging to a flicker of hope. How much did you hear? Sheng An smiled slightly. All of it. Wu Buyu muttered, it's over. His wings drooped helplessly, resembling a lifeless bird. After over 20 years of introversion, he had indulged for just a day, yielding a mere dozen spectators. Li Xin, perplexed, wondered why isn't he moving? Shouldn't he say something or do something? Jiang Yu and the others were equally curious, circling around Wu Buyu, observing him. It was their first encounter with an avian mutant, and they were fascinated. Sheng An stated, he is dead. Li Xin looked bewildered. Dead? But he is still breathing. Hao Jingye quietly added, social death is still death. Long Tianyu burst into laughter, unable to contain his mockery. I can't believe the first paparazzo of the apocalypse is like this. What introversion? More like a repressed exhibitionist. Knowing all the gossip and still narcissistic. Haha. Even pecking at the wooden board. This is too funny. Li Wanyun joined in the laughter, pulling out her phone with a radiant smile. Don't worry, Sheng An, I recorded it all. If this kid misbehaves, we can play it on repeat, haha. Wu Buyu lifted his head. His beak and claws had retracted, his wings vanished, and disheveled hair obscured his brow, hiding his expression. Yet, everyone could see his pale face and hear his emotionless voice. I like warm places. When buried, remember to choose a ginkgo tree. No need for a tombstone. I don't love my current name. Thank you. With that, he buried his head again, motionless. Jiang Yu was laughing uncontrollably. Sheng An also chuckled, leaning against the smiling Qi Ling Wu, her voice laced with amusement. I suppose you've realized there aren't many normal people here. Most are like you, having awakened early. Thus, we are here to invite you to join us. No response came. Wu Buyu lay still on the ground. The 2 holes where his wings had emerged subtly conveying a sense of desolation, reminiscent of a tragic character meeting an untimely fate in a drama. Sheng An continued, we already know your true nature. You needn't hide anymore. Would it not be better to join us? Wu Buyu remained unresponsive. Long Tianyu grimaced, stoking the fire. Sheng An, he won't be honest. This guy is quite peculiar. You should just forcefully take him away. Li Wanyun nodded in agreement, even attempting to play the recorded video on her phone. Wu Buyu seemed even more profoundly defeated. Sheng An raised her chin. Qi Ling Wu reached out to take the phone. Pausing the video, Li Wanyun was dissatisfied but dared not show her displeasure towards Qi Ling Wu, enduring in silence. At that moment, she and Long Tianyu shared a singular thought. Let us fight. Sheng An's voice was soft. You must have learned quite a bit about us, Wu Buyu. The apocalypse is approaching, and joining us is your best option. We will provide you with a peaceful dwelling and meals fit for a national banquet. As long as you are alive, you will never have to worry about food and clothing. What do you say? Wu Buyu's fingers twitched, yet he still did not lift his head. Hao Jingye crouched beside him, advising, try to look at it positively. It's just social death. Look at these folks. They all once thought they were destined children, suffering their share of social death. You are not alone, Wu Buyu replied. Thank you, but I'd rather be dead. Wan Yuan curiously poked at the 2 holes on his back, asking, open your eyes and tell us, can you really transform into a bird? Are you a complete bird or a bird human? Do you enjoy eating wood? Is that a hobby you developed after becoming a bird? Wu Buyu replied, thank you, but I'm already dead. Song Linwei squatted down on the other side, stroking his chin thoughtfully. How do you know so many rumors? Is your silence due to the gossip around you? Is that why you talk a lot, yet pretend to be introverted? Wu Buyu stated, thank you. No need for a ginkgo tree. Just bury me here. Sheng An pushed him away, waving her hand, step back, don't crowd him. She crouched in front of Wu Buyu, looking down at his head, shaking her head, stop pretending. Get up. You cannot feign death forever unless you truly wish to perish. By joining us, you will not only have a peaceful environment and delicious food, but also the opportunity to pursue your aspirations. Wu Buyu's ears twitched. Sheng An noticed. Smiling gently, the apocalypse will bring loss of signal and network collapse. You will no longer be able to browse the internet for gossip. For someone who enjoys gossip like you, life will surely become quite dull. Wu Buyu hesitated. Sheng An continued, however, by joining us, you will become one of the heads of the information department during the apocalypse, responsible for collecting and disseminating various information to shelters and future bases nationwide. Wu Buyu's fingers moved again. Sheng An added, moreover, you will be the editor-in-chief of the Apocalypse News Department and a frontline reporter wielding the most information and secrets, backed by the state, with no need to fear the consequences of holding secrets. Wu Buyu's head moved slightly. Sheng An said, you have seen this group of people, right? As one of the most unique humans, the future core department will bring you endless entertainment. Wu Buyu felt a renewed interest. Indeed, this group was full of amusement. In such a short time, it felt as if he had witnessed several captivating scenes. Sheng An lowered her gaze, her voice gentle. So, Wu Buyu, do you truly not wish to join us? Wu Buyu suddenly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling. May I propose a condition? Sheng An did not hesitate. Speak. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun were both taken aback. Long Tianyu raised his voice. What do you mean? Sheng An, he can propose conditions? Li Wanyun exclaimed. Sheng An. That is not fair. They had anticipated a confrontation, yet it remained remarkably peaceful. No one expected Wu Buyu to exhibit such a personality. After his social death, he simply surrendered, showing no resistance. Even more astonishing was that Sheng An, who never negotiated conditions, would agree to his request. This was utterly bewildering. Sheng An gazed at them, smiling slightly, because his abilities are unique and his future contributions will be significant, plus he is quite cooperative. Long Tianyu paused. What abilities does he possess? Li Wanyun appeared equally perplexed. Indeed, what abilities? Isn't he just a reverted mutant? Is he worthy negotiating with him? Her tone revealed dissatisfaction and disdain. Wu Buyu suddenly turned to Li Wanyun, pointing at Long Tianyu. He said, you're a tomboy, fierce and ruthless, and that you should take the lead in offending Sheng An. If anyone gets punished, it should be you, while he just takes advantage. Li Wanyun responded, what? Wu Buyu then looked at Long Tianyu. Pointing at Li Wanyun, she said, you're no good, utterly unpleasant, and if it weren't for your abilities, she would have wanted to eliminate you long ago, having never liked you. Long Tianyu exclaimed, what? Sheng An let out a light scoff, his voice tinged with amusement. If I am not mistaken, Wu Buyu, it seems you possess the ability of mind reading? The last three words were uttered softly, yet with conviction. Wu Buyu remained silent, clearly acquiescing. Aside from the already surmised Hao Jingye, Qi Lingwu, and Song Linwei, the others were left astounded. Mind reading? Goodness. Such an ability, typically confined to fiction, exists in reality as well? Wait, that can't be right. With the emergence of reincarnators, spatial abilities, and supernatural powers, perhaps mind reading is not so extraordinary after all. This damned world appears to normalize the bizarre. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses and remarked, indeed, only mind reading fits the bill, especially when you mention the innermost thoughts of Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun. Mind reading became the sole answer. Song Linwei echoed the sentiment. No wonder you know so much gossip. It's because you can hear people's thoughts. Hao Jingye added, as long as you brush past someone, you can discern their inner musings, which is why you tend to avoid crowds. Knowing too many secrets can be overwhelming. Song Linwei paused, then continued, but you seem to have a penchant for gossip, often running off mid-conversation. Why do you still avoid crowds? This was something he found perplexing. He understood the tendency to be reclusive out of fear of inadvertently revealing secrets, as he had suffered from that himself in the past, choosing instead to remain silent. Yet, Wu Buyu's evident curiosity contradicted that. He had often dashed off mid-conversation, not just once. So why did he refrain from venturing outside, from interacting with others? Wu Buyu slowly rose from the ground. Regarding this question, he felt somewhat speechless, precisely because I am curious. I cannot venture out to meet people. Otherwise, if I happen to overhear something, my curiosity will compel me to explore. Song Linwei and Hao Jingye looked bewildered. Sheng An calmly stated, every time he steps outside, he encounters numerous individuals. The thoughts of the first person pique his curiosity, and before he can grasp the situation, the second person ignites another interest, leaving him overwhelmed and unable to delve into many intriguing matters. Wu Buyu clutched Sheng An's hand, excitement radiating from him. You understand me. You must know the agony of hearing gossip truncated, right? It's torturous. I would rather hear nothing at all. Thus, he avoided interacting with people. His only interactions were with his family, who had been thoroughly exhausted of intrigue. As long as he refrained from socializing, he found immense joy in staying home, surfing the internet and consuming gossip. But the apocalypse was approaching. If he could no longer go online, he would surely feel suffocated. However, Sheng An withdrew his hand, smiling faintly. No, I do not understand you. I am merely analyzing you. Wu Buyu felt a wave of dejection wash over him as he lowered his head. Jiangyu, perplexed, asked, then can't you hear all sorts of voices at any time? Is hiding at home truly effective? Hao Jingye rolled his eyes, disdain evident in his expression. You should focus on more practical matters. Clearly, his mind reading has limitations. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement, explaining, earlier, when he was sitting on the prayer mat, he did not notice us, but when he picked up an apple, he immediately detected Li Xian's thoughts. Song Linwei calculated the distance. He heard Li Xian, but not us, so your mind-reading range must only be 2 meters? Wu Buyu was astonished. He hadn't anticipated these individuals to be so astute. Sheng An first deduced his ability, and then they collectively unraveled his personality and capabilities with remarkable clarity. What a formidable group of people. Yu Feng remarked, you have it tough. Based on your findings, it suggests that you possessed this ability since childhood. Wu Buyu had already experienced social death once. Now, he resigned himself to honesty. I initially thought it was great, as I could gather a lot of gossip. But the people around me keep repeating the same stories, and venturing outside frightens me. Can it be controlled? Zhang Cohen rolled his eyes, responding, of course, if he could control it, he would have. Wu Buyu interjected suddenly. I couldn't control before, but since my body changed, I have an inkling that if I become stronger, I might be able to control my mind reading, perhaps even cease it or amplify it. The group fell silent for a moment. Then, Sheng An and Qi Lingwu exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Psychic abilities. Wu Buyu possessed more than just ancestral mutation abilities. He also had psychic powers. Mind reading is a type of psychic ability. Hao Jingye muttered. The psychic category is the most complex among all abilities, quite peculiar. He abruptly turned to Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu, asking, how many psychics did you encounter in your past life? Not many, Li Wanyun reflected before responding. Psychics are indeed unique, with abilities that are diverse and bizarre. I once heard of one from Northern Base who could directly attack a person's mind and kill them. Long Tianyu added, I also encountered a psychic whose abilities could obscure others' vision, plunging them into darkness, which is highly advantageous in combat. What extraordinary abilities! Song Linwei took a deep breath, and the most remarkable aspect was that Wu Buyu had possessed psychic abilities since childhood. However, he had been unable to control them. Now, with the meteor drawing closer and the special substances approaching, Wu Buyu was beginning to gradually master his psychic abilities. Sheng An remarked, it is a highly useful capability. She gazed at Wu Buyu. So, what terms do you wish to propose? Upon hearing this, Long Tianyu and Li Wanyun simultaneously pursed their lips. Though displeased, they could not deny that this fellow was indeed special. It was no wonder that even Sheng Jie afforded him preferential treatment. Wu Buyu smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. My terms are quite simple. I hope to always remain by your side. You clearly referred to Sheng An. The group was taken aback. Friend, your request is quite dangerous. Did Captain Qi die? Wu Buyu added. Of course, accompanying you and this gentleman is also acceptable. The gentleman referred to Qi Lingwu. The group reacted. Friend, your request is even more perilous. Do you intend to be a third wheel in their world? Qi Lingwu maintained a stoic expression. Sheng An raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Why? Wu Buyu beamed brightly. Because I cannot hear your thoughts. Being by your side is incredibly comforting, which is also why I wish to join you. He was irresistibly drawn to those who kept their thoughts hidden from him. Joining them seemed inevitable. The group was momentarily speechless. Hao Jingye exclaimed in astonishment. What? You can't hear Sheng Jie's thoughts. What about Captain Qi? Can you hear his thoughts? However, Wu Buyu shook his head. I can hear him, but his thoughts are straightforward and unchanging, so it's manageable, more so than others. Huh? Hao Jingye was perplexed. Were Captain Qi's thoughts? Wu Buyu replied. Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An, Sheng An. The abrupt silence was not due to his cessation, but because Qi Lingwu rendered him unconscious. Qi Lingwu, expressionless, stated, "It's dark, take him back." Chapter 78. A touch of personal grievance. The group felt a sudden, choking sensation, rendered speechless. Truly, even mind reading could become a spectacle. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan opened their mouths to speak, but Qi Lingwu cast a dispassionate glance their way, his gaze devoid of emotion, yet chilling. It seemed that anyone who dared to speak would face dire consequences. Wu Buyu's social demise was a result of his own breakdown. Captain Qi's social demise was a willingness to eliminate others. Instinctively, they fell silent. The others dared not mock Captain Qi. Only Sheng An had the audacity to laugh openly. While Qi Lingwu appeared quite exasperated, he handed Wu Buyu over to Phone for him to take back. As for him, he and Sheng An walked hand in hand out of the grand hall, heading towards the temple's entrance. Once they departed, the previously silent group finally found their voices. Li Xin was at a loss for words, unable to comprehend that Qi Dui could be this way. Jiang Yu ignored him and covered her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, let us support them wholeheartedly." Ku Jiashua nodded emphatically, also covering her face. "I declare that from now on, I will only ship this couple." Wasn't this far more delightful than the fake screen couples and casual flings she had previously supported? Ku Jiashua's expression was one of pure joy. Jiang Yu turned and silently squealed as they held hands. From this day forward, they were once again the best of friends. "As long as you and I support a couple, you're my sister from another mother." Long Tianyu rolled his eyes and scoffed. "What is there to be proud of? If you have the ability, Qi Lingwu, awaken a superpower, have the guts to say that in front of him." Li Wanyan retorted with a blank expression, and besides, who was even proud? Sister Sheng and Qi Dui were simply meant to be, and your jealousy is futile. Long Tianyu gritted his teeth and snapped. "What I said to you? Don't think I don't know you're cursing me in your heart. You want to kill me? Dream on. Didn't you just insult me? You want me to take the heat for you. If it weren't for Wu Buyu's mind-reading ability, I would have known how petty you are. Are you even a man? You're acting like a woman." The two exchanged insults, from mutual disdain to personal attacks. They nearly came to blows, arguing vehemently. Hao Jingye glanced at Sheng An and Qi Lingwu's contrasting figures, then at Jiang Yu and Ku Jiashua holding hands, and finally at Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan who were at each other's throats. He exchanged a knowing look with Song Lin Wei, exuding a sense of helplessness. What kind of people were these? After leaving the temple, everyone was in a relatively good mood, and Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan had also ceased their quarrel. It was a rare full-group outing for Team B. Whether it was watching Wu Buyu's antics on the way or listening to his solo stand-up in the temple, and finally witnessing his social blunder, it was quite entertaining. Jiang Yu remarked, "If only we could have such team-building activities more often." Hao Jingye sighed deeply, his voice tinged with melancholy. "It's probably unlikely. There are only 11 days until the apocalypse. No, after tonight, just 10 days. The tranquil days may soon be a thing of the past." Sheng An glanced back at the temple undergoing renovations, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Qi Lingwu followed her gaze. As if sensing her thoughts, he tightened his grip on her hand and spoke softly. "After destruction, there can be rebirth. As long as humanity exists, civilization and hope will endure." Sheng An smiled gently. Indeed, as long as humanity persists, so too do civilization and hope. And she, along with them, was striving for that. Song Lin Wei, a researcher who had never believed in deities, found himself sincerely praying before the temple for the first time. If there truly are gods, I hope they protect us, humanity, in this world. Wan Yuan exhaled deeply. He murmured, "Perhaps gods really do exist. Aren't they the examples? They, the reincarnators and the early awakened superhumans." Long Tianyu raised his chin. "So, if there are indeed deities, are we not the chosen ones, truly the children of destiny?" "Ha ha ha." He burst into laughter. Li Wanyan rarely agreed, nodding in affirmation. Hearing this, Sheng An turned to them with a smile. Long Tianyu puffed out his chest. "What? Have you come to realize my extraordinary nature?" Sheng An replied, "Yes, I recognize your uniqueness." She beamed brightly. "So, dear children of destiny, please recall the specific identities of the two psychic superhumans you mentioned earlier, and think if there are any other psychic or high-level superhumans worth noting." The two were taken aback. They had been so careless. They hadn't anticipated that Sheng An would require them to recall specifics about psychic powers. Wasn't this just them creating work for themselves? Long Tianyu's face fell. "I really can't remember. I only met the psychic superhuman once when she passed by our base. I only know others call her Teacher Sue. I don't know anything else. Li Wanyan nodded in agreement. I've only heard about her. And she's a superhuman from the north. I've never even seen her. She sighed. Moreover, they may not have awakened before the apocalypse. What good would it do to remember? Sheng An said with rare seriousness, psychic powers are unique. They may hold even greater significance. It's okay if they haven't awakened yet. We can keep an eye on them. Think carefully. The two were momentarily stunned. Greater significance for psychic powers? Ultimately, reason prevailed, and they nodded in compliance, beginning to recall the formidable figures from their previous lives, especially those with psychic abilities. Countdown to the apocalypse. 10 days. After a restful sleep, Wu Buyu awoke to find it was the next morning. He was momentarily dazed, gazing around in confusion. This was a lovely suite, simply and elegantly decorated, exuding warmth. He lay comfortably in bed. The room was quiet, and the morning sunlight streamed through the window, creating a serene atmosphere. Where is this? Memories quickly flooded back. He had gone to the temple, let loose inside, and ended up with a dozen spectators who heard his words and witnessed his actions. Sheng An had invited him to join. Recalling this, a wave of shame washed over him. He didn't even remember how he had fainted, too preoccupied with embarrassment. The room was only a living room and a bedroom, yet he felt he could easily fit a grand villa in here. Wu Buyu clutched the quilt, rolling around on the bed and screaming. A voice came from outside. Wu Buyu, if you're awake, come out. It was Sheng An. Wu Buyu buried his head in the pillow, reluctant to show himself. Overwhelmed by social anxiety and embarrassment, he did not want to go out. However, he was given no time to contemplate. In the next moment, the door swung open forcefully. Sheng An said, "Stop pretending to be dead, come on." She calmly watched as Qi Lingwu lifted Wu Buyu from the bed and dragged him out, a hint of personal grievance evident. Chapter 79. That has already become our villa. In the cafeteria, the morning bustle of the special operations team was lively. During lunch and dinner, they might be out on missions, but in the morning, both teams A and B would promptly gather for breakfast. Sleeping in? That was non-existent among the members of teams A and B. Ever since Team A's meeting yesterday, the members of Team A appearing in the cafeteria this morning looked like wilted eggplants, while Team B's presence resembled that of ghosts, seemingly contagious to Team A. Both teams were focused on their meals, creating a rare moment of silence. Hao Jingye remarked, "Indeed, the root of trouble lies in idleness. As long as one is busy, there's no time for mischief." Team leader Qiu was gradually grasping this essence. When Sheng An entered with Wu Buyu, Qi Lingwu in tow, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Team B remarked, "Oh, our bird-like teammate has arrived." Team A commented, "Is this the flying mutant from Team B with mind-reading abilities?" The more attention Wu Buyu received, the stiffer he became. He simply closed his eyes, bowed his head, and pretended to be dead. Qi Lingwu was not about to humor him. He tossed him onto his seat and then sat beside Sheng An. Every newcomer received special treatment. During meals, he would sit directly across from Sheng An, in the core position of the table, flanked by others. Typically, everyone wanted to sit closer to hear the latest news. However, today was different. At the moment Wu Buyu was thrown into his seat, Song Linwei and Hao Jingye swiftly shifted, one to the left and one to the right, both maintaining a 2-meter distance. A closer inspection revealed that they had already marked a 2-meter distance on the table. They even changed to a long table. Fortunately, 2 meters wasn't too far, allowing for conversation. Wu Buyu's bangs concealed his brows and eyes, and he resolutely refused to lift his head. Opposite him, Sheng An said lightly, "Aren't you hungry? Shall I have someone take your breakfast away?" Wu Buyu paused. He had been hungry since yesterday, then was knocked out, and had remained hungry until now. How could he not want to eat? His nose twitched as he caught a whiff of delicious aromas. In the Special Affairs Department, the 3 meals of the day need not be elaborated upon. This morning's breakfast was rather light, featuring Cantonese cuisine, including tingzai porridge, xiaomai, nuomiji, crab roe buns, and delicate shrimp dumplings. Wu Buyu swallowed hard. He had always been one to avoid imposing difficulties upon himself. So he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat with delight. The moment the delicate shrimp dumpling touched his palate, Wu Buyu squinted his eyes in pleasure. The cafeteria of the Special Affairs Department incessantly conveyed a singular message. For the sake of this delectable food, joining was indeed worthwhile. Sheng An, while sipping his porridge, remarked, "Now that you have joined us, do acclimate swiftly to our pace. In a while, Hao Jingye will take you to the Research Institute for an examination and provide you with an overview of the Special Affairs Department." Wu Buyu continued to eat without raising his head, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Song Linwei leaned forward with curiosity etched across his face. "Wu Buyu, were you the foremost paparazzo in the apocalypse of your previous life, a pivotal figure in the realm of information? Do you possess memories from that life?" Wu Buyu shook his head. He looked at Song Linwei, his gaze piercing through the disheveled hair that obscured his brow, his voice devoid of emotion. "I know nothing. The reason I could converse with you yesterday is simply because I could hear your thoughts. In truth, prior to yesterday, I was utterly oblivious to the changes within me and had no inkling that the apocalypse was imminent. Had he been fond of venturing out, he might have brushed shoulders with government officials and influential figures, thereby acquiring some intelligence. However, the reality was that he preferred to remain indoors, and such information was absent online. Wu Buyu stated, "Thus, do not harbor any intentions regarding me. I cannot replace you in your duties and liberate you." His tone remained devoid of emotion. Song Linwei lowered his gaze, realizing that his excitement had caused him to cross the 2-meter mark. No wonder he could discern his thoughts. Li Xin inhaled sharply. What a terrifying ability. Does this mean he can know whatever we think? Long Tianyu scoffed. "So, you understand how much he loathed it in his previous life?" Li Wanyan interjected. "Even now, he is not endearing." Wu Buyu cast a glance at the two, his eyes flickering slightly, yet he remained silent. He then returned to his meal. Hao Jingye felt regretful as well. If only he were also a reincarnator. With the knowledge he possessed from his past life, they could swiftly consolidate the abilities of others and gain even more intelligence. Wan Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he must have known many things that others did not. Sheng An expressed some regret, but never allowed herself to linger in such emotions, adding, "After we finish our current tasks today, we will officially begin the relocation. In 5 days, we must announce the disaster response plan for the apocalypse to the entire nation at the core shelter. Tomorrow, we need to gather the other anomalies. Time is short, and the task is urgent. Let us not dawdle." The atmosphere suddenly turned serious. There were only 10 days left. No, strictly speaking, merely 5 days remained. Nearby, Lo Mingwei from Group A suddenly exclaimed, "We already moved our luggage this morning. The Special Affairs Department's accommodations have been claimed by us. You are too late." He relished in their misfortune. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. No wonder Group A had seemed so lethargic this morning. They had risen too early. Li Xin gritted his teeth. "You are truly going too far." Lo Mingwei wore a smug expression. Sheng An, finishing her last spoonful of porridge, took a tissue to wipe her mouth and smiled slightly. "Who told you that we from Group B are staying in dormitories?" The group fell silent. Song Linwei suddenly remembered that Sheng An had mentioned she had other arrangements for accommodations. "Then where will we stay?" Zhang Kuan asked, bewildered. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, speaking with utmost seriousness. "In a villa, of course." Lo Mingwei, Geng Leqian frowned. "The villas have other arrangements. Even the leaders must squeeze together. How could you possibly have a villa? Having a room and a bed is already quite fortunate. That is a reward for the Special Affairs Department being on the front lines. It is inconceivable that they would allocate a villa to you." Hao Jingye smiled slightly. "Who says we have only one villa?" He produced a property certificate from his folder. The members of Group A were left speechless. Li Wunyun exclaimed, "Why does this look so familiar?" She raised her voice. "That is my villa." Sheng An glanced at her, calmly stating, "What do you mean, your villa? Did you not mortgage it to us long ago?" "That villa belongs to us." Li Wanyan was taken aback. Sheng An raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you demanding repayment now?" Li Wunyun hesitated. "Repayment? That amounted to 100 billion. She recalled signing the mortgage contract with glee, only to find herself outwitted by Sheng An, left penniless and working off her debt and the countless resources she had painstakingly hoarded. She glared at Sheng An, gritting her teeth. "I want a south-facing room." This was not cowardice, merely a matter of practicality. Sheng An nodded, a trivial matter. Group A fell into collective silence. After all, who could blame them for not having purchased a villa before the nation officially designated the core shelter? Even with their reincarnation, they lacked the funds to make such a purchase. Not everyone started with 50 billion. Upon reflection, it seemed that every member of Group B was akin to a protagonist. Their reincarnation and spatial abilities aside, the fertile land, and initial 50 billion were certainly core advantages. Oh, and now there was an added mind-reading ability. Xiaoyu stood up and left. The members of Group A hurried to follow. As they passed by Sheng An and her group, Lo Mingwei paused. He had long held a grudge against Group B. Though he had never succeeded in his attempts to confront them, his dissatisfaction propelled him to continue his antics. Lo Mingwei halted beside Wu Buyu, sizing him up before sneering. So you are the anomaly that Group B went through such trouble to retrieve? A birdman with mind-reading abilities? TSK, I wonder how useful you will be in battle. Wu Buyu leisurely finished his porridge. He raised his head, his disheveled hair obscuring his brow, and slowly spoke. Your thoughts are quite fierce. Who is Qiuyu? Why do you call her tyrant? Cruel, cold, devoid of emotion. Are you not contemplating how to eventually overthrow her? Such viciousness. The last 4 words were delivered with an air of innocence, casual banter. Chapter 80. Welcome back to our future. Hong Qiuyu abruptly halted, turning coldly to glare back. Lo Mingwei. He widened his eyes, jumping up in disbelief. You are talking nonsense. I never thought that. Qiuyu coldly chuckled. Lo Mingwei, I have indulged you far too much. She raised her hand before continuing to walk away. No, Captain, I truly didn't think that. Lo Mingwei's cries faded as he was mercilessly dragged away by his teammates. This was Qiuyu's command. Clearly, he was about to be punished. Lixin was somewhat astonished. Lo Mingwei is quite bold. The others nodded in agreement. After all, Qiuyu was a puppet anomaly and his direct superior. It appeared he was not only defiant toward Sheng An, but also toward Qiuyu. Wu Buyu remarked. In truth, he did not think that. I fabricated it. He could not help but sigh. That fellow wears his thoughts on his sleeve. He is rather simple-minded, having the ability to read minds. I am accustomed to those who present a friendly facade while harboring dark thoughts. Lo Mingwei is comparatively straightforward. He is the quintessential embodiment of brawn over brains. The group stared at him with complex expressions. Fabricated? Could he be so nonchalant? Recalling the scene of Lo Mingwei being dragged away, they collectively inhaled sharply. This lad was indeed formidable. Sheng An shot him a glance, neither affirming nor denying, simply instructing. Let us go, hasten the relocation. Tomorrow we must also retrieve the other 3 teammates. The group silently followed, intentionally or unintentionally maintaining a distance of 2 meters from Wu Buyu. Only Lixin, being bold, walked beside him. He cheerfully patted Wu Buyu on the shoulder. Good lad. Finally someone has put Lo Mingwei in his place. That guy is quite bothersome. But with the apocalypse approaching, the Special Affairs Department forbids internal strife. Otherwise, I would definitely deal with him properly. You did splendidly today. Wu Buyu lowered her head with a shy smile, exuding an air of profound introversion. Lixin, filled with curiosity, inquired, by the way, as a bird person, how do you engage in combat? I noticed yesterday that your beak had become quite pointed, which is rather peculiar. To be frank, it looks a bit unappealing. Could you transform for me once more? Wu Buyu raised her head and called out, Sheng Jia, Lixin claims that you're the female antagonist, ruthless and heartless. Lixin quickly covered his mouth, his tone urgent. Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Previously, Lo Mingwei's heartfelt whispers were fictitious. However, that last utterance was not mere fabrication. It was indeed Lixin's genuine sentiment. How could he not feel guilty? Wu Buyu's expression remained impassive. This was the first time the group from the Special Affairs Department beheld the core shelter, which was entirely transformed from what it had been before. Li Wanyun nearly failed to recognize it, her mouth agape in astonishment, muttering, oh my. The villa district was devoid of tall walls. Instead, all the railings had been removed to construct a colossal metallic outer sphere, resembling a bowl that enveloped the entire villa. Upon their arrival, the bowl was gradually retracting, revealing a circular shape that withdrew around the villa district. Clearly, this barrier could be raised or lowered at will. The silvery metallic structure radiated a sense of advanced technology, shimmering in the sunlight with a cold yet secure aura, as if they had instantaneously traversed into an interstellar era. Who could believe that such a creation could be accomplished in so brief a time? Hao Jingye inhaled deeply, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and spoke calmly. This is the latest type of aerospace material, extraordinarily resilient and remarkably lightweight, capable of thermal insulation. Its purpose extends beyond the day of meteor strikes. It will also serve to guard against all future calamities. The core shelter is the national hub, and it must not falter. Sheng An turned to Li Xin. You're learning how to complete the metallic transformation, correct? Li Xin nodded, appearing bewildered. Sheng An returned his gaze, stating, once you master it, the nation will require you to enhance the entire protective shield, making the molecules denser to reinforce it while simultaneously improving its thermal insulation capabilities, ensuring the safety of the national hub. Li Xin hesitated briefly before slowly nodding in agreement. At that moment, he seemed to finally grasp the multifaceted utility of his abilities and the significance of his studies, feeling a weighty yet resolute sense of responsibility. What about the other shelters? Kajiashua asked curiously. Sheng An replied, Li Xin will reinforce as much as he can. When other metal-based ability users emerge, Li Xin's methods of reinforcement will be disseminated from the central hub to all shelters, where they can be further adapted with the capabilities of the metal-based ability users. Li Xin serves as a template. It has never been mere rhetoric. With an entire research institute supporting him, he must lead the way for future metal-based ability users, summarizing methods to save them from the trial and error process. This applies to all other ability users as well. Li Wanyan gazed at the adjusted protective shield, genuinely marveling. Indeed, the power of the national machinery is unparalleled. Hao Jingye raised his chin. Come, let us see the inside. He, along with Sheng An and others, entered while explaining. The shelter is divided into 4 zones: east, south, west, and north. The ground area consists solely of the Villa District, but underground. It is significantly larger than the entire Villa District. We have not only reinforced the villas above ground, but have also conducted secondary fortifications in the basements, capable of withstanding a magnitude 9 earthquake. The rest is up to Li Xin. The eastern, southern, and western underground zones serve as resource and supply depots, while the northern zone is a temporary refuge for the populace. In addition, there are 20 other shelter locations throughout the capital, which must cover not only the city, but also the surrounding perilous areas. As he spoke, Li Wanyun and the others widened their eyes, observing their surroundings. Indeed, this was entirely different from their previous lives. This was their first encounter with the nation taking the lead in disaster preparedness, witnessing the extent of what the country could achieve. How much time had passed? A mere 10 days. Li Wanyan looked at the transformed buildings, which were more secure than the fortress she had constructed. Each fortress was equipped with various devices, and the houses were interconnected in diverse forms. The outer surfaces of the buildings had been coated with fire-retardant materials, and small sprinklers adorned the exterior walls, while temporary emergency shelters lined the walkways, with countless workers busily engaged. Safety. That was her foremost impression upon seeing it. In such a place, with such modifications, she no longer needed to worry about meteor strikes or wildfires. Oh, that was no longer her house. Jiang Yu murmured, is this the speed of our nation? Wan Yuan raised his chin, pride evident on his face indeed. In 5 days, the entire nation will mobilize and everyone will contribute. Only then will you witness the true pace of infrastructural development. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude that the nation had discovered them. Would this radically different trajectory prevent the hopeless apocalypse they had faced in their previous lives? The group made their way outside the villa. Li Wanyan's villa retained its original modified appearance, albeit with further enhancements made by the state. Even if she had been willing to spend more, it would never have equaled what the nation could accomplish. Some aspects were simply beyond her reach, things she had never even witnessed. This house would remain bright even without electricity, like a lighthouse that never extinguished in the darkness. Sheng An produced a key, gently unlocking the sturdy door as sunlight streamed into the interior. She turned back, offering a faint smile. Welcome back to our future home. Chapter 81. His ability can save on gas expenses. Countdown to the apocalypse. 9 days. Hao Jingye held a folder, his expression serious and methodical. Long Tianyu and Li Wanyan identified 3 anomalies: Liu Yue, Jiani, and Gu Qianxing. Liu Yue exhibited unusual behavior 3 days prior. Long Tianyu, having known him in his past life, confirmed him as a high-tier ability user specializing in fire. This is his dossier along with recent background checks, including Long Tianyu's recollections of Liu Yue's character and combat capabilities. Jiani, a speed-type ability user, had been friends with Li Wanyun in their previous life, and she immediately recognized her among the filtered information. Gu Qianxing possessed a particularly unique ability known as silence within a certain radius. He could mute other ability users with inferior powers, rendering them temporarily unable to utilize their abilities. If faced with an ordinary person, it would leave them rigid and immobile. Gu Qianqing was identified as a high-tier ability user based on Long Tianyu's and Li Wanyan's memories, though the inspection department lacked evidence to confirm that he had awakened his powers. However, since 3 days ago, his behavior had become increasingly vigilant, spending from 2 hours online daily to 18 hours, suggesting he had uncovered crucial information and likely awakened his abilities. Sheng An nodded, her gaze fixated on the names of the 3 individuals. Fire, speed, silence. Indeed, those who awaken abilities before the apocalypse are immensely powerful, both in abilities and strength. She meticulously reviewed all information, murmuring one by one, swift and decisive. Meanwhile, Liu Yue sat on the sofa, facing his parents. Liu Ba wore a worried expression. Son, what is wrong? Liu Ma similarly appeared concerned, her wrinkled face etched with anxiety. Liu Yue understood the thoughts of his parents. They were the most ordinary of migrant workers. Liu Ba labored at construction sites while Liu Ma worked as a cleaner. His upbringing was solely reliant on their relentless toil. Yet this came at a cost. Liu Ba, weathered by years of exposure to the elements, resembled a withered piece of bark, while Liu Ma's back had become increasingly bent, even when not laboring. They bore the marks of hardship and survival. Merely sitting there filled Liu Yue with heartache. He felt powerless. After graduating from university, he had struggled to secure a good job, and his current position barely afforded him a chance to settle down, let alone provide a comfortable life for his parents. Yesterday, he had resigned from his job, threatening his parents with his own life to ensure they did not go to work today. He fully understood their current worries. Blinking back tears, Liu Yue slowly spoke, "Mom, Dad, I can finally give you a better life." The couple exchanged bewildered glances. Liu Yu gazed at them and reassured, "Please do not be afraid. I have merely awakened my superpowers." As his words settled, his hand opened, and a great flame suddenly ignited in his palm. Liu Ba and Liu Ma were taken aback. Liu Ma gasped in astonishment. Liu Yu quickly retracted the fire, gently soothing his parents, Mom and Dad. "This is the superpower within me. I truly am different now. From this day forth, you shall enjoy a life of ease. Just like the protagonists. No one who acquires a golden finger would continue to lead a life of hardship." After a full hour, Liu Ba and Liu Ma finally comprehended that their son was not merely performing tricks, but had genuinely awakened a special ability. Although they found it difficult to fathom, the reality was undeniable. Liu Ma, somewhat anxious, asked, "Son, will this harm your body?" Liu Ba, slightly calmer, pressed his cracked lips together. A deep furrow etched between his brows, and quietly inquired, "Should this be reported to the authorities?" "No." Liu Yu immediately shook his head. "A tree that stands out will be uprooted by the wind. My golden finger is unique. What if someone attempts to take it for research? It would not matter if I perished, but what about my parents? I must live well so that my parents, who have toiled all their lives, can finally rest." "So, what can this ability do?" Liu Ba asked cautiously. Liu Yu paused. Indeed, what could this ability accomplish? In stories, protagonists wielding golden fingers would sweep through challenges. But what could he do? Set fires? That would yield little benefit. In this era, igniting a flame is remarkably convenient. He wouldn't be needed for that. If he were to accidentally cause a fire, he might face exorbitant compensation. Business? His ability would offer no assistance there. Become an assassin? Firstly, he lacked the connections. Secondly, even if he did have connections, would he dare abandon his parents? The same principle applied. If he died, it would be of no concern, but his parents would be left uncared for. Liu Yu was suddenly engulfed in worry. He had awakened superpowers, yet they seemed rather futile. Perhaps a firefighter? However, there are prerequisites for that profession. How could he gain entry? Even if he did, how would he utilize his powers? Such despondency. Observing her son's sudden despondence, Liu Ma gave her husband a sharp nudge and exclaimed, "Son, this extraordinary ability could be quite useful. It might save us a considerable amount on gas bills." Liu Yu replied, "Mom, I thank you for your optimism." So, this sudden awakening of powers was merely to save 30 to 50 yuan on gas each month? Liu Yu sank deeper into gloom. Liu Ba, with utmost seriousness, stated, "Son, even if you find no use for it, your mother and I simply wish for your well-being. It will be best not to resign. Focus on your job." Liu Yu thought, he has awakened superpowers, yet he is still expected to attend that mundane class? Something feels off. Nevertheless, how could he leverage this ability to achieve wealth? Such worry. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock. Lu Ba stood up to answer, but Lu Yu stepped past him, saying, Dad, you rest. I'll go. He opened the door. Who is it? His voice trailed off. At the threshold stood a group of special police, guns holstered at their waists. Leading them was a young woman clad in tactical gear, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She raised her identification and smiled brightly. Hello, I am Sheng An from the Special Affairs Department. I am here for you. The fire-type, superpower wielder, Lu Yu. Lu Yu froze. How do they know? Ji Yani was beside herself with worry. Her body had undergone a transformation, seemingly awakening latent powers. She was unlike anyone else. Ji Yani had never considered herself a protagonist, even if she could run fast due to her awakened abilities. She did not view herself as such. The sudden alteration of her body, a gift from the heavens? If it were a system, she might think that way. Yet, merely a transformation of her body left her feeling quite distressed. The emergence of superhumans in modern society implied that there had always been entities beyond the reach of ordinary people. With her sudden powers, she found it hard to gauge the stance of those in authority. She herself was uncertain whether this awakening was a boon or a curse. Could herald disaster? Discounting that possibility, according to the laws of probability, awakening powers often coincides with apocalyptic events. That notion was even more terrifying. She did not see her newfound abilities as a boon in the face of potential catastrophe. On the contrary, regardless of the existence of such powers, an apocalypse would be a disaster. She enjoyed a comfortable home and a leisurely life. She could order food and have it delivered within 30 minutes, occasionally saving a bit of money for travel during holidays. What about an apocalypse? Would life continue in such a manner? Ji Yani was unwilling to face impending doom. Whether it was the existence of untouchable entities or the apocalypse, she resolved to continue viewing herself as an ordinary person. There will be a way when we reach the mountain. We'll take it one day at a time. Ji Yani happily dressed and prepared to go out for a nice meal. If disaster were to strike, she would not regret it. As for her powers, she decided to refrain from using them unless faced with a life-and-death crisis. She would act as though she possessed no abilities at all. With these thoughts, Ji Yani opened the door. However, upon doing so, she was met by a group of special police standing at her doorstep. Sheng An simulet genti. Hello, Kiani. Congratulations on awakening your speed-related powers. Ji Yani was taken aback. She had convinced herself that she possessed no powers, yet this individual seemed to know far too much. Chapter 82. How did she know? Gu Qiansheng had never been a passive individual. It had been 3 days since he awakened his powers. During this time, he had cautiously explored his abilities, confident that he had evaded detection. He had always been exceptional, Qiansheng, and now he was a successful individual. Yet, his vigilance had never waned. Gu Qiansheng never underestimated the apparatus of the state. Hence, after his awakening, he avoided any potential surveillance, refraining from sending related messages via his mobile device. Even when using a computer, he avoided direct text input. By merely following unusual content, the algorithms would provide him with relevant information, allowing him to stay informed while ensuring his safety. Thus, who could possibly suspect him? Through 3 days of investigation, he had gleaned a wealth of useful information. First, an apocalypse was imminent. Second, the state was already aware and preparing. Third, he was exceptional but not unique. What led him to these conclusions? Gu Qiansheng first confirmed the third point. When the state began to gather superhumans, certain videos had circulated. He had sifted through an ocean of information and indeed found useful footage, such as that of a lightning-type superhuman. One video captured the sound of thunderous explosions seemingly out of thin air, alongside footage of police officers. Comments suggested it was a movie shoot, and some mocked the poor special effects. However, Gu Qiansheng believed those officers were genuine, their uniforms authentic, and the thunder equally real. Especially when he stumbled upon a video featuring a golden-type superhuman, where viewers again claimed it was a television production. The footage was unclear, and if Gu Qiansheng had not awakened, he too might have believed it. But he had awakened. Prior to this golden-type individual, he had seen footage of the lightning-type superhuman. Compiling this information, he was undoubtedly not the only one. What then caused the emergence of superhumans? It had to be a monumental change on the planet. At this juncture, the first two conclusions became clear. A deluge of meteors was about to descend, a widely recognized fact. Currently, official sources internationally claim that all was well, and some even joked about the planet's explosion as an opportunity for a holiday. But what if the government was preparing? How could online rumors possibly trigger a spike in prices? A sudden rise in prices can only be orchestrated by a larger hand at play. Furthermore, he had come across news of the northern provinces hastily harvesting crops. Along the coast, the price of dried fish had surged, and the volume of purchases was immense, leading every household along the coast to fish and sun-dry their catch. He had also seen images shared by coastal netizens, showcasing numerous military vessels launched into the water, all similarly engaged in fishing. Were they not even sparing marine resources? Were military ships now being utilized for fishing? This was stockpiling food. He meticulously observed the entrances and exits. Recently, the government had halted the export of various food items, while the import numbers surged dramatically. The impending arrival of a meteorite had prompted the nation to stockpile grain in substantial quantities, which spoke volumes. Additionally, he noticed a surge in job recruitment everywhere, particularly at construction sites and factories. His classmates were discussing this matter in their group chat. A factory producing compressed biscuits had suddenly become immensely popular. With all employees being scheduled for shifts, the overtime pay was quite generous, but the workload was substantial. Large quantities of compressed biscuits were being loaded onto trucks. As soon as they were produced here, they were taken away there. One classmate lamented, wondering how large an order the boss had signed. This prompted another classmate to chime in, stating that their biscuit factory was also busy, having recalled all employees from holiday to work in 2 shifts, with the machines never ceasing operation. Meanwhile, some netizens complained about the sound of electric drills around their community at night, clearly indicating ongoing construction, which continued unabated. And complaints seemed futile. Many responded that this phenomenon was widespread across the country. Some even captured images of strange spherical construction sites, with more than one existing nationwide. One netizen humorously suggested it was Noah's Arkansas. When these fragmented pieces of information were woven together, they painted a truly alarming picture. Even more concerning was the apparent escalation of governmental actions. The frequency of recent updates had noticeably increased, with numerous informants beginning to hint at the situation discreetly. Messages that would have been deleted immediately before had not been purged since yesterday, remaining visible regardless of their popularity. What had caused the state to become so unrestrained? The end of days was undeniably approaching. It was near enough for the government to announce it openly, even laying the groundwork in advance. The meteorite would bring about tremendous changes to the planet, marking the apocalypse. Only such cataclysmic disasters, far beyond human comprehension, could potentially usher in unimaginable transformations, such as the emergence of individuals with extraordinary abilities. After piecing everything together, Gu Qianxing found himself unable to sleep the previous night. He was unlike ordinary people. He was a quintessential opportunist. With the end of days fast approaching, he not only awakened his formidable powers ahead of time, but also grasped the news before others. Compared to the mundane, he yearned to carve out a significant legacy in the post-apocalyptic world. What did it matter if the government was prepared? A world-class catastrophe was imminent, and the future was destined to belong to those with extraordinary abilities. He did not seek to reign supreme, but was content to be a notable figure. In such a world, with order being restructured, it was precisely the time for him to make his mark. With newfound resolve, Gu Qianxing sprang to his feet. He intended to venture to a more remote area. The capital was out of the question. Based on the government's current preparations, it would likely remain stable. But smaller locales were uncertain. In due time, he could establish his own stronghold amidst the chaos, claiming his territory. Gu Qianxing swiftly purchased a ticket, bringing all his assets along. He also took his property deeds to use as collateral for loans, as long as he stockpiled sufficient resources before the collapse. He could unleash his potential afterward. With confidence radiating from his face, he opened the door. Outside, Sheng An had just raised her hand. The two faced each other. Sheng An smiled slightly. Hello, the silent system ability user, Gu Qianxing. Gu Qianxing was taken aback. How did she know his secret? Outside, darkness had already descended. Maintaining a stoic expression, Gu Qianxing followed Sheng An and the others out of the community, where several vehicles were parked. Sheng An led him to the second vehicle and opened the door. Gu Qianxing entered the car. Suddenly, he noticed there were 2 others in the back seat, a man and a woman, both appearing quite reserved and sitting upright. Gu Qianxing felt puzzled. They did not seem like government personnel. Sheng An introduced them. These are your teammates joining today, Lu Yu and Ji Yani. She then turned to the others. This is Gu Qiansheng. The others nodded courteously. Gu Qiansheng awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth and settled into his seat. The car began to move. Sheng An, Qi Lingwu, and Hao Jingye commenced serious discussions. The three in the back seat fidgeted nervously, a sense of trepidation looming. Ji Yani swallowed hard and cautiously spoke. You are also ability users, right? What abilities do you possess? After a pause, she introduced herself. I am of the speed system. Lu Yu immediately responded. I am of the fire system. Gu Qiansheng stated. Silent ability. Wow. Lu Yu and Ji Yani exclaimed, looking at him with awe. What a unique ability. Gu Qiansheng instinctively puffed out his chest, then fell silent again. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the three. Clearing his throat, Gu Qiansheng tentatively asked, Are you all willing to join the Special Operations Department for the apocalypse? Lu Yu sighed. What choice do we have? My ability seems decent, but with the apocalypse looming, I may not be able to protect my family. Joining the government is beneficial. They provide food, accommodation, and arrangements for our families. He recalled how, during Sheng An's enumeration of conditions, he was suddenly moved. Especially when she mentioned that each member of the Special Operations Department held a military rank, and contributions to the nation could lead to further advancement. His elderly parents, running out with the speed of a 100-meter dash, eagerly agreed on his behalf. Lu Yu smiled at the memory. It was quite good. He had never known how to utilize his abilities, but now, with the government-S organization, he felt assured that they would protect his parents. And even if he were to perish, he would not worry for them. He had never sought to bring glory to his family. But the joy on his parents' faces today filled him with inexplicable pride. His future superior, Sheng An, had presented him with an irresistible offer. Ji Yani nodded in agreement. I think it's quite good too. I don't have many hobbies, just a love for food. Sheng Jie mentioned that the chef for state banquets would still cook for us during the apocalypse. And I can exchange my monthly allowance from the national warehouse for delicious food. It was a culinary delight that catered to her very essence. She had initially wanted to masquerade as an ordinary person, but unfortunately, the evidence in the government's possession was too compelling, and Sheng An was hard to refuse. It was quite good. Following the government during the apocalypse was indeed the best option. The two turned their curious gazes toward Gu Qiansheng. Kiani inwited, Guge. What about you? Lu Yu added, Gu. Your ability seems extraordinary. Surely Sheng Jie offered you better terms than us, right? Chapter 83. Almost. Gu Qiansheng froze. As Lu Yu and Ji Yani conversed, he became increasingly silent, and now he was utterly mute. Gu Ye. Lu Yu and Ji Yani exchanged puzzled glances. Gu Qiansheng slowly managed to utter 3 words. Almost. The two exchanged knowing looks, simultaneously expressing, I understand. Gu Ji's treatment must be excellent. But he is reluctant to disclose it to avoid provoking us. No worries. Gu Ji's unique abilities warrant better treatment. They were satisfied with their respective terms and bore no jealousy toward Gu Qiansheng. He managed a slight smile, directing his gaze out the window, maintaining his silence. In truth, the phrase almost should have been punctuated as almost. He recalled the moment he had opened the door to embark on his journey toward becoming a formidable figure in a remote city, only to confront Sheng An face to face. In response to Sheng An's incisive observation, Gu Qiansheng certainly did not admit to anything. Sheng An smiled slightly. You are an astute individual. Your online activity has increased from 2 hours a day to 20 hours over the past 3 days. I trust you have gathered quite a bit of information. Our organization has many ability users, including one with telepathy. If you require proof before admitting it, I can arrange for you two to converse. No sane individual would want to converse with someone possessing telepathy. It meant exposing the secrets hidden within one's heart, akin to standing naked before the world. Gu Qiansheng fell into a deep silence. He was indeed clever. From Sheng An's few words, he realized he had been thoroughly exposed. And there was no longer any possibility of concealment. His voice was hoarse as he asked, How did you know? Gu Qiansheng fixed his gaze upon her, his expression slightly solemn. I have concealed myself quite adeptly. Even though my time spent online has increased, it should not have attracted your scrutiny. He found it difficult to accept that he had been discovered, particularly given how well he had hidden himself. How could the state have possibly zeroed in on him? Was the nation so formidable as to monitor every individual? Or had he inadvertently revealed his true self at some point? Sheng An offered a faint smile. Because we have those who have been reborn, and they recognized you from their previous lives, aware that you would awaken your silent abilities. Gu Qiansheng was taken aback, his mind racing with countless possibilities, yet this was one he had never contemplated. Was it truly possible that the reborn could track him based on their past memories? Was this not akin to cheating? At this moment, Sheng An continued, "So will you join us?" Gu Qiansheng vividly recalled his feelings from that instant. As if he could still see himself lifting his chin, one hand propped against the door, his brows slightly raised, delivering a cold smirk. "Since you're aware of my abilities, you should also know that capturing me is beyond your means." He possessed the power to silence them, a formidable ability indeed. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary sense of confidence. His gaze was composed, his voice unwavering as he calmly articulated his capabilities. Then, he clearly heard Sheng An's equally composed and unhesitating voice. "We are aware, hence, there are snipers positioned in places you cannot silence." It was as if this statement resonated with something unspoken. A red dot shifted from his forehead to the ground, then back again, conveying an unambiguous message. "I am watching you at all times." Gu Qiansheng froze, unable to move. Subsequently, he was obediently escorted away and taken into a vehicle. As for the conditions, they were rather poor and quite limited. Sheng An led the group back to the villa without incident. Lu Yu and Ji Yani cooperated seamlessly, while Gu Qiansheng also complied, though his eyes remained vigilant, as if he were surveying his surroundings. The villa was expansive, prompting Lu Yu and Ji Yani to exclaim in astonishment. "The state has prepared so much? Thankfully, we are closely aligned with the government. Otherwise, I doubt I would wish to continue living in the apocalypse. This villa feels remarkably secure. I've never stayed in a villa before. Indeed, being with the state is a different experience." Their voices were filled with excitement and naivety. Gu Qiansheng averted his gaze, maintaining a stoic expression. Hao Jingye emerged with a folder in hand, offering a slight smile. "Welcome to the B team, 3 new teammates. Please accompany me for a checkup, and I will provide a detailed explanation about the Special Affairs Department." Suddenly, Long Tianyu appeared from upstairs, startling Lu Yu and Ji Yani. He surveyed them with a light scoff. "You've never seen a teleportation ability before?" His gaze settled on Ji Yani, nodding slightly. "A speed ability user. We should race sometime." Ji Yani was taken aback. Gu Qiansheng's expression turned wary. Gu Jishua poked her head out from her room, calling out, "Assistant Hao. We have 3 new members joining today. How about we have hot pot at the villa?" Zhang Kuan exclaimed, "I think that's a splendid idea. Assistant Hao, inform logistics that they need not deliver anything. I can use my space ability to retrieve it from the cafeteria myself." Hao Jingye pulled out his phone, nodding. "Hot pot, arranged." He raised his voice. "Ku Jieshue, do not make a mess in the room. If you wish to study abilities, go to the water system training ground. Giskiviko Yiksue Potev." Controlling the water flowing from the room back, looking obedient. "All right." Lu Yu, Ji Yani, and Gu Qiansheng exchanged glances. What peculiar place have we arrived at? What strange beings are these? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from outside the door. The trio turned to look. Before they could see anyone, they heard cursing. "Wu Bu Yu, what are you doing? Don't you turn into a human when you land? You nearly knocked me out." A second voice retorted, "Li Xin. You're not like the little golden man who can't be harmed. And I'm doing you a favor by bringing you back." In the midst of their confusion, a bird-like person and a small golden figure entered. As they crossed the threshold, their abilities dissipated, revealing a non-mainstream young man and an underage boy. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, a coldly elegant woman returned from outside, casting a glance at the 3 newcomers. "Newbies, I see." Gu Qiansheng frowned. Lu Yu spoke hesitantly. "I am a fire ability user, so please show a bit of respect." Yet her demeanor remained haughty. Ji Yani defiantly asked, "What abilities do you have?" Song Linwei peeked out, offering a slight smile. "A combat-capable space ability user." Lu Yu and Ji Yani were momentarily taken aback, and Gu Qiansheng was equally struck. This place was indeed teeming with hidden talents. At that instant, a loud clap resounded as someone appeared before them. The suddenness of the arrival startled the trio, prompting them to instinctively step back. It was a young woman, her face smeared with dirt, her shoes caked in mud, which she had tracked onto the clean floor. She held a hoe in her hands. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Hao Jingye was exasperated. "Jiangyu, I've mentioned several times that you should enter the space from the restroom. Stop dirtying the floor every time you come out." Jiangyu awkwardly scratched her head. only then realizing she still held the hoe, hastily putting it away. She extended her hand toward the three of them, warmly saying, "Welcome to our Special Affairs Department B team." The trio thought she was the friendliest person they had met so far, but they couldn't help but point out, "Sister, you still haven't wash your hands." They couldn't shake the feeling that the people here seemed quite intimidating, and they appeared to be rather unconventional. Wu Buyu approached the trio, scratching his chin before looking up, his eyes sparkling. "Sister Sheng, these two seem quite honest, but this one seems less so. Contemplating combat strength, and whether he can escape our control." The first two naturally referred to Lu Yu and Ji Yani, while the last was Gu Qiansheng. Gu Qiansheng was bewildered. Sheng An, without lifting her head, replied, "That's normal. In a few days, he'll settle down. Take him for a checkup. We'll have hot pot afterward." Gu Qiansheng felt a wave of resignation wash over him. Jiangyu was excited. The others took it all in stride, not sensing that his thoughts warranted caution, as if a mere hot pot could overshadow his calculations. They even began to bicker over whether to have mildly spicy, super spicy, or non-spicy options. He was clearly contemplating how to break free from control, yet these individuals appeared unfazed. Had someone else attempted to do so before? Gu Qiansheng took a deep breath, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness and despair. This group seemed far from normal, and it appeared that such eccentricities were well managed by Sheng An. Could his ambitions of becoming a formidable leader ever be realized? Wu Buyu observed. "He seems to have resigned himself to his fate. Speak up. I can't hear you. What have you done?" Gu Qiansheng maintained a stoic expression, saying nothing but merely choosing silence. Li Xian approached, cheerfully patting him on the shoulder. "Good buddy. Well done." Gu Qiansheng glanced at the hand that patted him, realizing that in his excitement, Li Xian had transformed his hand into steel, nearly knocking him over. He suddenly felt resigned. In this place, it seemed once you arrived, there was no hope of leaving. Chapter 84. Special Affairs Department. Sheng An countdown to the apocalypse. 8 days. How are they behaving? Yuan Wan raised his head from the computer, curious. Do they refer to the members of Team B? Sheng An replied, "They are quite obedient. If there was only one strong individual, issues might arise, but Team B consists of an array of peculiar characters, each formidable in their own right, and they cannot easily dominate one another. They have even begun to coexist harmoniously. Even Gu Qiansheng, who was as headstrong as Long Tianyu, had become compliant after assessing the combat abilities of the others." Song Linwei remarked, "Sister Sheng doesn't possess the puppet ability of Qiuyu to keep them in line. She's quite impressive." Yuan Wan nodded earnestly. Yu Feng inquired, "What is the situation with Team A?" Hao Jingya promptly reported, "Team A has gained 2 new members, both of whom possess unique abilities not previously seen. Zhua Fan, a wielder of extraordinary strength, possesses immense physical power, excelling in close combat when his abilities are activated. Team leader Qiu is currently arranging for him to receive martial arts training." Another individual, Ruan Zifeng, paused momentarily. Sheng glanced over. "Is it particularly unique?" Hao Jingyan nodded earnestly, stating, "The Academy of Sciences has determined it to be a form of probing ability." Probing? Song Linwei expressed his astonishment. "Indeed, it is the ability to probe." Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, explaining that he can uncover truths through subtle clues and discern direction in complete darkness, although the specifics of his abilities are still under exploration. This unique power is classified by the Research Institute as a mental type ability. Ruan Zifeng's full ability is termed mental type ability, probing, akin to Wu Buyu's other mental type ability, mind reading. Yu Feng murmured, "It is indeed quite special." Team A has also acquired a mental type ability. Wan Yuan remarked, "It could be considered auxiliary, yet when utilized effectively, auxiliary abilities can prove far more formidable than offensive ones." Hao Jingya nodded gravely. The higher-ups place significant importance on mental type abilities, and the Research Institute is focusing on studies concerning Wu Buyu and Ruan Zifeng. As Sheng An slowly interjected, because mental type abilities might assist in identifying aberrations. Everyone collectively gasped. What is the greatest crisis of the apocalypse? Aside from the initial meteorite strikes, the most significant threat following the apocalypse is not natural disasters but aberrations. Authorities can actively prepare for natural calamities but are helpless against the potential emergence of aberrations among humans post-apocalypse. If mental type abilities can aid in detecting aberrations, then humanity would possess a weapon in this bloody conflict, rather than relying on bare hands while waiting for the aberrations to strike. Why was Sheng An particularly kind to Wu Buyu? It was because she valued his mental type abilities. Song Linwei murmured. However, there are very few mental type abilities. As if struck by a thought, he hastily inquired, "Can we locate the two mental type ability users known to Li Wanyun and Long Tianyu? Regardless of whether they awakened before the apocalypse, as long as we confirm their possession of mental type abilities, the state must consolidate them." Hao Jingye sighed. There is no information on the one in the north. Currently, we only know her name is Teacher Su, and other details remain unknown. We asked Yang Chuan, but he does not recognize this so-called Teacher Su. We can only compile a list of all teachers with the surname Su in the capital and surrounding cities for Long Tianyu to identify one by one. Sheng An, have you arranged this for him? Hao Jingye nodded. Long Tianyu is already screening, but due to their brief acquaintance, the efficiency is low, and he appears somewhat unwilling for such a tedious task. Sheng An, tell him that if he can find her today, a unique close combat knife will be crafted for him. If not, she smiled faintly, I will keep an eye on him tonight. Hao Jingye understood. He promptly exited to convey the message. Long Tianyu, previously disheartened, suddenly felt invigorated, straightening his posture and diving into a fervent mode of self-competition. Finally, by evening, Long Tianyu pinpointed Teacher Su. Ha ha ha, I have finally found her. Sheng An, it's her, hurry. What about the knife you promised? Long Tianyu exclaimed excitedly, his complexion pale and dark. Sheng An lowered her gaze to examine Teacher Su's profile. Just as she began to skim through the information, Hao Jingye burst in. Sister Sheng, there has been an incident. An ability user has gone on a rampage and killed. Sheng An's expression shifted dramatically as she leapt from her desk. Qi Ling Wu furrowed his brows, gripping his firearm. An ability user has committed murder. Sheng An maintained a composed demeanor as she faced Hao Jingye. Without hesitation, Hao Jingye relayed all the details. Sure, a homicide occurred in Linen Community, where 5 individuals were killed and their bodies dismembered and discarded from the upper floors. Witnesses reported seeing a shadow that vanished like the wind, and 2 police officers who pursued the figure were also killed. The higher-ups have dispatched special operations for support. Vanishing like the wind at incredible speed could only indicate an ability user. Thus, ordinary individuals would struggle to confront them, and the local personnel could only seek assistance from the Special Operations Unit. The Special Operations Unit, responsible for managing aberrations, is obligated to address this matter. Sheng An donned her attire, her expression icy. As she spoke while moving toward the exit, surround Linen Community, evacuate the surrounding crowd, and prohibit any vehicles or individuals from approaching within a kilometer radius. Monitor all surveillance within 3 kilometers and swiftly identify the assailant. Assemble the team and proceed. Linen Community was in disarray. A brutal assailant was likely still within the vicinity, instilling fear among the residents, who were all congregated at the community entrance, desperate to escape. The captain was overwhelmed but dared not allow anyone to leave. He was privy to the truth. He was the lead investigator during the theft at the Shur warehouse. He understood all too well how terrifying ability users could be. However, it was precisely because of their fearsome nature that an unexplainably vengeful ability user was even more terrifying. The perpetrator was highly likely still within Linen Community. After their arrival, another police officer was murdered. Orders were given from above to immediately encircle the community, sealing off a 1-kilometer radius while monitoring 3 kilometers. Currently, simultaneous reports indicated the assailant had not departed. If he were to be allowed to escape, who knows how many more lives he would claim? Yet, being encircled here, there was also the imminent danger that he might harm others. The captain could only gather all the residents of Linen Community, both for their protection and to keep them under watch. The residents protested, unable to comprehend their predicament, but only he understood how terrifying the unidentified perpetrator truly was. That was an ability user, a formidable opponent. What to do? What should we do now? Night had fallen, and with the assailant possessing abilities, how could they possibly locate him? The captain felt a wave of urgency. He knew the Special Operations Unit was en route, but the journey from the capital to Linen Community would take at least 4 hours. Even with a helicopter, it would exceed an hour. The hidden assailant felt akin to a ticking bomb, and he sensed every second was precarious. Just then, a sound of wings flapping echoed from the darkness behind him, growing increasingly distinct. The captain turned abruptly. In the shadows, he squinted to make out a figure. A colossal bird was soaring towards him at an astonishing speed. As he stood momentarily stunned, the bird landed, creating a gust that instinctively caused him to step back, causing dust to swirl around. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the unfolding scene before him. Bang! With a loud noise, several individuals leapt off the back of the bird. At the forefront was a woman clad in a tactical jacket, her gaze sharp. Upon landing, she approached the captain and nodded. Special operations, Sheng An. I will take over here. Promptly relay the current situation to me. Chapter 85. My goodness, so many people. The captain felt a momentary pause in his breath. His gaze met Sheng An's resolute eyes, and in that instant, her gaze pierced his soul, sending a tremor through him, yet instilling a sense of reassurance. As if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. Together, Sheng An and the captain advanced towards the entrance of Linen Community. Given the urgency, Wu Buyu would have to lead them there first, but the distance was great, and he could only bring 3 individuals at most. Sheng An chose to accompany Li Wanyun and Gu Qianxing. One was capable of combat, while the other could counter the assailant's abilities, forming the most suitable combination. She left Qi Ling Wu behind, as he alone could keep Long Tianyu and his group in check. As they walked, the captain explained, due to the time constraints, we are continuously monitoring various regions. After receiving the report today, the nearest officers arrived within 5 minutes. While he walked, he elaborated on the situation. The outlook was grim. The assailant initially killed 5 individuals, dismembered them, and cruelly disposed of their remains, sending shockwaves throughout the community. Upon receiving the report, the police swiftly pursued the assailant. Yet 2 officers who caught up with him met the same fate. The captain understood the urgency. He also recognized that the perpetrator was not a conventional murderer. He prevented other officers from entering the community and immediately issued orders to seal it off, leaving no chance for the assailant to escape. The perpetrator was highly likely still within Linen Community. As for why it was highly likely, after all, they are supernatural beings. Who knows what other means they possess to escape the scene? Li Wanyun furrowed her brow and inquired, are you certain they're supernatural beings? Can you discern what kind of abilities they possess? The captain shook his head, his expression grim. After disposing of the bodies, witnesses reported seeing the assailant vanish at an inhuman speed. When the police pursued, armed with weapons, they were met with a swift and brutal end. Dismembered and thrown from a building, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Speed-related abilities? Wu Buyu pondered with curiosity. Gu Qianxing frowned in contemplation, filled with doubt. Rather than the nature of the assailant's abilities, I am more intrigued by the motive for the murder. Awakening one's powers is not inherently malevolent. There is no need for violence. Wu Buyu proposed a theory. Could it be that the assailant's abilities are unstable? At this, Li Wanyun scoffed derisively. Put away your naivety. Supernatural beings come in all forms. Sudden violent outbursts are not uncommon. In the apocalypse, such occurrences are alarmingly frequent. In her past life, she was unaware if anyone had awakened before the onset of the apocalypse. However, once it arrived, those who gained powers often made it their first priority to eliminate enemies and those who had wronged them. Ordinary people from before the apocalypse could hardly fathom this reality. Yet it was indeed the truth. Suddenly acquiring formidable abilities rendered murder a mundane act. For supernatural beings, killing sometimes requires no justification. They wield extraordinary powers, transforming into instruments capable of inciting chaos and crisis. Both individuals felt a chill run down their spines. Sheng An continued to stride forward with a calm demeanor, stating, I do not concern myself with the identity of the victims or the reasons behind the killings. The perpetrator, after brutally murdering 5 individuals and slaying a police officer, deserves to be punished. The final 3 words were spoken softly, yet they resonated with an unyielding intent to kill. An abrupt chill enveloped the air. Wu Buyu instinctively touched her neck, initially believing Sheng An would show mercy towards the early awakened assailant. It now seemed she was eager to eliminate the perpetrator. The trio's expressions grew serious as they quickened their pace. The scene was chaotic, the community entrance crowded with people, clamoring loudly. Let us out. The murderer is still inside. Why are you keeping us here? It's terrifying. I'm so scared. Mom, can we please leave? I'm really frightened. The pandemonium was palpable. Li Wanyun shook her head, just a supernatural being gone rogue, and they're already in such disarray. Sheng An, Can you imagine how chaotic the entire country will be when the apocalypse arrives? She turned to Sheng An, her gaze unusually earnest. Those of us, like Long Tianyu and myself, who have experienced the apocalypse, are acutely aware of how difficult it is to maintain order. You are attempting something nearly impossible. Sheng An met her gaze. Their eyes locked for just a moment before she broke into a gentle smile. I understand. I have always known. With that, she stepped forward and took the megaphone from the police officer maintaining order. After tapping it lightly, she proclaimed silence. The tumultuous scene did not entirely quiet. Yet many turned their eyes towards her, filled with curiosity. Sheng An extended her long legs and stood atop a nearby chair. Her voice was calm and composed. I am Sheng An, sent here to manage this situation. I understand everyone is frightened, but please trust that we will capture the assailant as swiftly as possible. As she spoke, more people began to focus on her, the noise gradually diminishing. Sheng An did not allow time for questions, continuing, rather than leaving immediately. I believe you would prefer to remain under police protection while we apprehend the assailant to prevent further harm. Therefore, please form a line to register. After registering, you may leave at any time or choose to stay under police protection while waiting for the capture of the murderer. As her words settled, the crowd finally fell silent. This was their home. The community was where they lived. Fleeing was merely a temporary solution. Capturing the murderer was of utmost importance. Moreover, Sheng An assured them that they could leave whenever they wished after registering. The captain immediately called out, "From a line here, everyone maintained silence." Gradually, individuals began to approach the registration area, and more people lined up. The previously chaotic scene seemed to transform into order. There were whispers and cries. Yet they did not hinder the formation of the queue. Sheng An lowered the megaphone and turned to Li Wanyan. Did you see that? This is the resilience of our people. As long as they are given hope and a guiding force, their adaptability is beyond imagination. The current chaos stems from their unfamiliarity with such circumstances. In the future, chaos will also arise due to the apocalypse. However, the innate resilience, as long as there is a guiding force, will enable them to adapt swiftly. Even without a guiding force, they will eventually become their own leaders. This has been validated by history over the millennia. The nation serves as that guiding force. Sheng An and her team are the ones providing that support. Li Wanyan stood dinadaze. Sheng An jumped down from the chair and clapped her hands. Wu Bu, it is your turn to shine. Come. Listen to their hearts one by one. Wu Bu looked at the dense crowd, trembling slightly, stuttering, "Sister, what would you do if I said I have social anxiety?" "Oh dear, there's so many people." Sheng An smiled gently. "I would eliminate you." Wu Bu silently stepped to the front of the crowd, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. Let us begin. The captain organized the residents to pass by Wu Bu in pairs. Although the residents did not fully understand, they complied, eager to identify the assailant. Wu Bu reluctantly began to read minds. Sheng An stood back a bit, while Li Wanyan joined her, both observing the unfolding scene. After a while, she suddenly remarked, "This time it truly is different. This time, the nation had planned ahead. As long as the country remains, order will prevail. It is fundamentally different from the last time. Humanity may indeed have hope now." Gu Qiansheng expressed some confusion. Did the order of humanity collapse instantly in the last apocalypse? Li Banyun Nudda. Gu Qiansheng murmured, "How strange. In such a vast country, with such a resilient populace, how could order collapse so swiftly?" He had not experienced the apocalypse, but felt something was amiss. The captain hurried over, wiping the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, "At last we have some leads. Mr. Wu's unique abilities are quite useful. If the assailant is indeed hidden among the residents, they will not escape." Sheng An nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." The captain waved his hand dismissively. "It is only right. We are also grateful to the young people in the community for their cooperation. They helped maintain order from the beginning. At one point, someone tried to leave forcefully, and a young man subdued them. Pausing, he lowered his voice. I suspect that young man may have also awakened his abilities." The group fell silent, surprised. Sheng An inquired curiously, "Where is he?" The captain pointed to a volunteer helping to maintain the queue. Sheng An looked over, and their eyes met. She was taken aback as he beamed at her with a radiant smile. Chapter 86. In Sheng An's hands. What is it? He was a familiar young man. Noticing Sheng An staring at him, he excitedly waved and said something to those beside him before hastily approaching. "Sister Sheng," he exclaimed with enthusiasm. He wiped the sweat from his brow and despite the circumstances, he maintained a bright smile and a vigorous demeanor. Sheng An returned his smile. "It's you, Zhang Jiaoyang." Zhang Jiaoyang, the university student who had captured Long Tianyu on camera, grinned widely. "Sister Sheng, you remember me?" Sheng An nodded. "I heard you've been helping out. Thank you for your efforts." She handed him a bottle of water. Zhang Jiaoyang opened it, took a sip, and quickly said, "I was just looking for you, Sister Sheng. I didn't expect something like this to happen in the community. It's terrifying. Unfortunately, I couldn't find the assailant." "You awakened your abilities?" Sheng An raised an eyebrow. Zhang Jiaoyang instantly beamed like a fool. Under the illumination, 2 rows of large teeth gleamed, and his eyes curved with barely contained excitement. "Indeed. Ha! It seems that touching an extraordinary being is indeed beneficial. Interacting with you proves advantageous as well. Following the conventions of anime, I have undeniably awakened my powers." He appeared rather foolish, prompting Li Wanyan to roll her eyes. Gu Qiansheng inquired curiously, "What kind of power do you possess?" Zhang Jiaoyang scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. "I'm not quite certain what constitutes this ability. It seems related to my physique. How can one ascertain their powers?" Sheng An reassured him, "No worries. We will conduct an examination later, and clarity will follow." Zhang Jiaoyang's smile brightened further, nodding emphatically. "Do you live around here?" Sheng An asked. Zhang Jiaoyang nodded, "Yes. I have always resided here. This incident is indeed frightening. I hope we can apprehend the perpetrator quickly, or else the neighbors will be too afraid to stay." He lowered his voice. "Sister Sheng, do you think this is directed at me? After all, I just awakened." Before Sheng An could respond, Li Wanyan's expression remained stoic. "You are overthinking it." Zhang Jiaoyang touched his nose, chuckling awkwardly. "What about your parents?" Sheng An queried. "They went to my grandmother's house. Thankfully, they are not here, or they will be terrified. I didn't dare tell them about the apocalypse. Sigh, a day of peace is a blessing." Zhang Jiaoyang shook his head. Concern etched on his face. "We must catch them quickly. I worry for my parents." He was a dutiful child. Upon learning about the impending apocalypse, despite his curiosity about the Special Affairs Office, he rushed home to be with his parents. Sheng An's voice was resolute. "We will definitely catch them." She glanced at Wu Buyu, who was currently reading minds one by one. This ability was quite unique, capable of catching foes off guard. No matter how one disguised or concealed their thoughts, they could not be hidden. Numerous individuals had already undergone examination, yet no discoveries had been made thus far. Those who had been examined wore expressions of fear, torn between wanting to leave and being too frightened to do so. Sheng An raised her foot, preparing to approach. Zhang Jiaoyang exclaimed, "I'll go. I'm familiar with them." He waved his hand and eagerly moved toward the group. His face was well known, and under his comforting presence, the anxious crowd gradually settled down. Perhaps the presence of many could alleviate some fear, as almost no one chose to leave. Zhang Jiaoyang was currently comforting a young child, offering them a lollipop, which immediately stopped their tears. He ruffled the child's hair, and then enthusiastically went on to reassure others. "Li Banyun's lips wisha." She couldn't help but remark, "Such enthusiasm. The Special Affairs Office has yet to see someone like him." Among their ranks, there were those plagued by social anxiety or arrogant individuals claiming destiny. None were truly normal. "Isn't this quite splendid?" Sheng An shot her a glance. "You should learn from him," Li Wanyan replied. "This spirit and energy I doubt I could ever emulate." Merely observing seemed to trigger the social anxiety she had learned from Wu Buyu. Sheng An turned to the captain. "Have the bodies been removed?" The captain shook his head. "No, we dare not let anyone approach, and no one has claimed to know the deceased." Sheng An frowned. After a moment of contemplation, she instructed Li Wanyan, "Accompany them for a visit. Captain, expedite the DNA testing of the bodies to confirm their identities." The captain complied, understood. Li Wanyan bared her teeth. "Why must I go?" Sheng An turned to her, seriousness etched on her face. "Because you are strong. Li Banyun Bauja, instinctively smiling. Moreover, you possess combat experience. Even if you encounter the assailant, I trust you can protect others." Li Wanyan puffed out her chest. "The assailant may not be hiding among the residents. They could still be within the community. Only you can assure me." Li Wanyan stepped forward. "Let us go. I will accompany you in at once. Leave it to me. You can rest assured." She strode confidently, leading the captain and others inside. Gu Qianxing remarked, "In the presence of such a multifaceted woman employing both soft and hard tactics, what could he possibly assert?" Gu Qianxing replied honestly, "Sister Sheng, what can I do?" Sheng instructed, "You will guard this area." Her gaze was piercing, should the assailant reveal themselves. You must immediately silence their abilities. Gu Qinxing nodded. Halfway through the examination, Qi Lingwu arrived with Hao Jingye and Long Tianyu. Hao Jingye hurriedly asked, Sister Sheng, have they been caught? Sheng An, while checking all the surveillance in the community, shook her head. No, there were no sightings. The assailant is well hidden. What about your side? Although they were en route, Hao Jingye and the others had not been idle. Upon hearing this, Hao Jingye's expression turned grave. The surveillance from 5 kilometers before and after the incident shows that no one left Linen community. Wang Yuan added, the information department has scanned all individuals who appeared within a kilometer after the incident, and thus far, no one is suspected. This meant the murderer remained within Linen community. Sheng An exhaled deeply. Qi Lingwu gently patted her hand, his voice hoarse. Wu Buyu is still examining. We will discuss it once he finishes. Sheng An softly remarked, the murderer is likely not among those inside. Those waiting for examination may not yield any results. The assailant is well concealed. Hao Jingye interjected, by the way, Team Leader Qiu has sent over the mental ability investigator Ruan Zifeng from Team A. They are on the way and may take 2 hours. Li Xin, Scott, what does Qiu intend to do? Sheng An shot him a glance, responding coolly, only to assist us in swiftly apprehending the culprit. In the face of the greater situation, everything else could be set aside. The act of an extraordinary being committing murder was indeed heinous. Sheng An was not surprised that Qiu would extend support. At that moment, Long Tianyu noticed Zhang Jiaoyang bustling about in the distance. Widening his eyes and raising his voice, why is he here as well? He resides in this community and has awakened his powers. Sheng An smiled slightly. Long Tianyu exclaimed, doesn't this imply that this fellow will be one of our teammates in the future? His fists clenched. Song Linwei remarked, there are indeed many extraordinary beings in Shurshur, and many incidents. Could it be due to the meteorite trajectory targeting Shurshur? Shurshur is truly a peculiar place. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Hao Jingye adjusted his glasses, noting that the number of awakened extraordinary beings in Shurshur was substantial, including the potential mental power awakener, Teacher Su, who was also from Shurshur. Sheng An's mind stirred, her eyes narrowing as she recalled previous investigation results. Murmuring, Teacher Su resides in Linen community. Hao Jingye also remembered. He quickly retrieved Teacher Su's file, scrutinizing the address with surprise. It truly is Linen community, right here. Why haven't we seen her? Song Linwei questioned. Chapter 87.